The Lord's Empire Chapter 1023 to Chapter 1106. Black God Cavalry Corps, with a black god horse den filled with divinity as the vessel, this corps of cavalrymen can directly communicate with black god horses. Their powers can be fused, and the corps formation will be a black god horse. The limit of 1 million soldiers has been increased. After looking at the Black God Cavalry Corps' information, Xiaofu felt quite shocked. He found that the information about a cavalry corps was different to that of a special corps. Normally, corps formations would receive great power. However, not only did the cavalry corps receive power, but they could also communicate with black god horses. Now that they could communicate, their teamwork would naturally be better. Moreover, the cavalry corps could fuse with horses' power, which meant that their power could be fused together to form an even more powerful force. Xiaofu had never thought that this would happen. Just based on this alone, the cavalry corps was much more powerful than a special corps. Because of the additional power from warhorses, the cavalry corps would have an advantage in battles against other corps. Following this, Xiaofu went to the giant wolf den and fused the corps into it. Countless traces of blood-red aura burst out, and the countless giant wolves sensed this power and howled. The den gave off an intense blood-red light as blood flowed out and condensed into a ferocious blood-red wolf. It was quite big and was 5 meters long, and it gave off a dense blood-red aura. Giant Wolf Cavalry Corps, with a giant wolf den that has been strengthened by an orc blood crystal as the vessel, this corps of cavalrymen will be able to directly communicate with the giant wolves. The two powers can be fused, and they will also be strengthened by the den's power. The corps formation will be a giant wolf, and the limit of 1 million soldiers has been increased. The Giant Wolf Cavalry Corps stats were about the same as the Black Cavalry Corps, so there was no need to say much. Next was the Giant Deer Den. Countless traces of blood-red aura came out, and a powerful aura spread out, causing countless giant deer to howl. The den continuously gave off blood-red light as blood flowed out and formed a massive blood-red deer on the ground, which then turned into a blood-red stone steel. Giant Deer Cavalry Corps, with the Giant Deer Den that has been strengthened by elf blood crystals as the vessel, this corps of cavalrymen will be able to directly communicate with the giant deer. The two powers can be fused, and they will also be strengthened by the den's power. The corps formation will be a giant deer, and the limit of 1 million soldiers has been increased. Following this, Xiaofu started to create the other 27 corps. At the same time, he selected outstanding soldiers from the army to join them. Because the number of corps was limited, the people in them had to be elites. In the end, Xiaofu went to the Devil City and planned to create the final corps. This place was built in an ancient Japanese style, and it was quite elegant and poetic. The city was filled with cherry blossoms, and the scenery was quite beautiful. Xiaofu did not pay much attention to the scenery and entered the castle. However, on the way, he stopped because there were many devils ahead. There was a bewitchingly beautiful woman who gave off a noble and seductive aura. She wore light purple palace clothes, and she was one of the 3 great devils, Tamamonome. Now, she was leaning against a pillar, and her palace dress was half loose, revealing her snow-white legs and her soft chest. She looked at Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes and lightly bit her red lips, giving off a seductive aura that could cause anyone's lust to erupt. Tamamonome was a peerless beauty who had transformed from a white-faced, golden-furred, 9-tailed fox at the end of the Heian period. Because of her vast knowledge and peerless beauty, she was called the #1 beauty in the world and the #1 talented woman in Japan. There was also an extremely beautiful woman with jet black hair that fell to her calves. She wore a gray-white, blood-stained robe, and what was quite strange was that there were 3 candles tied to her head. The candles were lit with blue flames, and she was the Kujisho woman. She was a ghost from the legends. She was a ghost of a woman who was filled with hatred and jealousy. Because she had lost her virginity and been abandoned, she had become a malicious ghost after she died. Ordinary ghosts were usually semi-transparent or covered in a white mist, but malicious ghosts gave off a red light. During the Kujisho period, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the Kujisho woman would nail scarecrows to the shrine's god tree. This was a type of curse that had been passed down in Japan since ancient times. Most of the time, the Kujisho woman was an extremely jealous, white-clothed woman with 3 candles on her head. If she continued to nail scarecrows for 7 days, the cursed person would die, and if someone else saw this, the curse would lose effect. There was also an extremely beautiful woman with an alluring figure. She was wrapped in a red cloth and did not seem to have any clothes underneath. She gave a faint smile as she looked at Zhao Fu. She was the hundred-eyed devil. It was said that the hundred-eyed devil specialized in seducing men and taking their eyes for her own use. If she took 100 eyes, the man would become a demon that could not be subdued. There was also a woman wearing a gorgeous palace dress standing to the side. She had an extremely graceful figure and was extremely alluring. She looked at Zhao Fu with a seductive gaze. She was the demon concubine Wen Che. It was written in Toriyama Shurien's 100 Artifacts empty bag. She was a demon that was formed from Wen Che, a small carriage used to transport books in the palace. She often felt the resentment in women's love letters and writings, so she turned into a demon. Later on, the Japanese people saw her as a demon that encouraged children to study. Demon concubine Wen Che was also the favorite concubine of the Murakami Emperor during the Heian period. She was incredibly beautiful and was a peerless beauty. However, she was killed due to the jealousy of another favorite concubine of the emperor, Fujiwara Yuanfeng's daughter, Yuji. She was an expert in waka and Chinese poetry, and before she died, she used her blood to write a curse. In the end, Prince Guangping was cursed to death. There was a woman with a cold temperament. Her hair was tied up, and she was tall. She wore a pale kimono that revealed her shoulders. She had a gloomy smile as she looked at Zhao Fu. She was the Bone Lady. It was said that the Bone Lady referred to a bony beauty who only had a set of bones. It was originally seen in the works of Koizumi Yakumo. There was a man called Shiro. He could not stand living a poor life and divorced his wife. He married a rich and influential young lady and became an official. However, Shiro became more and more tired of his new life. He missed his virtuous wife who weaved at home all day. 1 year later, Shiro returned home at night. His wife did not blame him at all. The next morning, Shiro woke up and found a black-haired skeleton lying beside him. One was a beautiful young girl with a pair of green eyes and a head of long green hair. She wore a light blue dress, and her name was Qing Dang. Story of 100 demons, light 100 white candles, and then everyone in turn tells a strange and horrible story that they have experienced, and after each story is told, a candle is blown out, and the 100th story is told by the host. When the last candle is extinguished, the host will tell the story. When the last candle is extinguished, everyone who participates in the game will be taken to hell and pulled into the gates of hell, which is why they are called dangerous monsters in Japan. A very dignified beauty with snow-white hair and a pair of snow-white eyes. She wore a white kimono and looked at Zhao Fu with a gentle smile. She was a famous monster, Yukino. She was a traditional Japanese-style monster that everyone knew. She lived deep in the mountains and was almost like a human. She had a beautiful appearance and would often attract men who entered the snowy mountains to a place where there was no one else. She would kiss them and freeze them completely while they were kissing and eat their souls. The children of Yukino were called Yukino. In Japan, Yukino was a monster who brought the first snow of winter. Yukino were peerless beauties. They wore white kimonos and had light blue hair. They had a cold personality and were subordinates of the mountain god. They were in charge of the snow in winter. Young Yukino were harmless to humans, but adult Yukino would freeze the human males they liked forever and bring them back to the cave where they lived for their viewing pleasure. A slender girl with a pure face and a lace kimono stood at the side and looked at Zhao Fu with a smile. Her name was Hashiheim. Hashiheim was a type of female monster that appeared on the side of a bridge, a type of monster that had been deified. She was a god and a water demon. Because she was infatuated with others and could not be with the person she loved, she would jump from the bridge into the water to commit suicide. If a man crossed the bridge at night, she would appear and lead him into the water to drown. If a woman crossed the bridge, she would forcefully pull her into the water. Hashiheim also appeared in the Meiji monster story. There were many legends about her. She wore a palace dress and had slightly fluffy long hair. She was relatively good-looking, had black teeth, and held a mirror. She also stood by the side of the road, but she did not look at Zhao Fu. It was unknown what she was thinking. She was the Green Girl. The monster Green Girl was ranked 45th in the 100 Demons Parade. It was a type of unkempt banshee with a mouth full of black teeth. It specialized in eating humans and was highly dangerous. They were mainly found in the area around the capital. They often appeared in those gloomy old houses with a mirror in their hands. In fact, her life and legends were quite miserable and worthy of sympathy. One of them had a bewitching figure and wore a bathrobe. She had an incredibly beautiful face and gave a trace of a cold smile as she watched Xiao Fu arrive. She was the drowned woman. According to the legends, there were monsters that often appeared in the hot spring hotel. If you saw a beautiful woman soaking in the hot spring, don't go near her. Maybe if she stood up, you would find that the part of her that was submerged in the water was full of bones. It was similar to the kappa or water ghost in Chinese legends. It was a monster that killed people by luring them in. There were two types of drowned women. The first type was a beautiful woman, or handsome man, with a skeleton lower body. The second type was a beautiful woman with a snake lower body. The second type was a beautiful woman with a snake lower body. The second type was a snake demon. One of them had dressed up meticulously and was wearing an exquisite kimono. She had a voluptuous figure and looked extremely lewd and lascivious as she looked at Xiao Fu hungrily. She was the two-mouthed woman. In the Night of 100 Ghosts, it was recorded that women who were indecent, had affairs with their husbands, were lewd, and were despicable. Inari Kamikaze discovered that women who killed their children would be possessed by them. A mouth would appear on the back of their necks, and they would constantly want to eat. In the end, the possessed person would be eaten to death, or rather, they would be stuffed to death. They were very dangerous monsters, and even if there were dead children near where you lived, it was possible for them to be possessed. One of them was dripping wet and wore a thin white dress. Her slender figure was faintly discernible. She was quite beautiful and looked quite alluring. She was the Yuri. The Yuri was also known as the Kinu, sea woman, and Helgai. Ji meant the shore. The Yuri was the banshee of the sea. She was believed to be a female spirit that had drowned in the sea. Her lower body was the tail of a dragon or snake, and her upper body was that of a woman. She had long hair and was completely wet. From behind, she looked like a rock. There was a middle-aged woman with a slim figure and beautiful facial features. Her face was a bit pale, and she wore a simple kimono. She stood by the side of the road and looked at Xiao Fu in anticipation. She was Adumbara. Anatori was a monster from ancient Huaxia myths and legends. Sometimes, it appeared in the form of 9 heads. Its origin was mentioned in the fantastic Fengtan. It was said that it was formed by the obsession of a dead pregnant woman. When she walked at night with a baby in her arms, the cries of the baby in her arms turned into the cries of Anatori. Jin Dynasty Xuanzhongji. Sometimes an UFO bird would become a summer bird. The UFO bird would carry away the child, and the summer bird would adopt the child. One of them lazily leaned against the wall. She had a tall and slim figure and an outstanding aura, and her beautiful eyes were filled with interest as she looked at Xiao Fu. She was Patio Bottom. It was a legendary monster. The peeping demon on the skylight often appeared on the roofs of old houses. It was also a kind of demon that paid respects to the gods and legends. One of them had a fiery figure and wore a red dress. She had incredibly long hair that reached the ground and gave off a metallic luster. She was Needle Girl. It was said that if one suddenly saw a beautiful woman smiling at them on the side of the road in Shikoku's Prefecture's Uwajima region, one should not be happy that one had good luck with women today. After all, it was very likely that this beautiful woman would suddenly wrap her soft, beautiful, and long hair around one's body as she approached. Only then would one discover that the beautiful woman's hair was as sharp as needles, and it would cause one great pain and make one cry. One of them was a beautiful middle-aged woman who wore an extravagant dress. She looked at Xiao Fu with lustful eyes as she covered her face and laughed. She was Smiling Woman. Smiling Woman was also known as Beautiful Woman, and it meant that she had a sweet smile. It was said that smiling women were formed from prostitutes, and because they were frivolous, they would constantly laugh. Those who heard her laughter would most likely meet with misfortune. One of them wore a black kimono and had her hair tied up. She was as beautiful as a demon, but there was a trace of fierceness about her. She had a mature figure and was hugging a black cat. She was called Cat Demon or Cat Butt. In legends, it was a black cat with 9 tails. Its ears were large and sharp, and its teeth were double-edged. It was a type of cat demon. It was said that it had 9 tails, 9 lives, and could walk upright. Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite surprised when he saw so many female demons. Last time, when he had attacked Japan, Zhao Fu had only talked with Masanori Hanno and had not entered the Devil City. Now that he had entered, he was quite surprised. He did not know why they were here. Even though it was evident that Tamamo no Mae was trying to seduce Zhao Fu, to Zhao Fu, Masanori Hanno was a friend. If Zhao Fu truly treated someone as a friend, he naturally would not let them down. However, just as Zhao Fu turned around, another 10 or so female devils appeared behind him. The leader of the devils was dressed in red and black samurai armor and had 3 samurai swords at her waist. She had long, black hair that fell to her shoulders, and even though she had a smile on her face, her pure black eyes were filled with viciousness. She looked quite heroic, but she was also quite ambitious. Her name was Momojigiri. I won't go into too much detail about her, but this lady Momojigiri, who was known as the demon woman of Takuzan, was even more beautiful than Shitendaji. The young Momojigiri's name was Wu Yi, and she came from the 6th heavens Mori Jitian. She tried to rebel, but she was defeated by Wei Mao, who held the demon-subduing sword. Momojigiri, who wanted to conquer the world, could only hide in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Hundreds of years later, she reappeared as a man, and her new name was Oda Nobunaga. Your Majesty. Why are you leaving? Could it be that you look down on us devils? Your Majesty is the Emperor of Qin, a person with supreme power. You should be free and unfettered, and no one should be able to restrain you. Your Majesty, please don't be a hypocritical man, Momojigiri said as she smiled and looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and did not understand what she meant, and he asked, why do you say that? Momojigiri gave a mocking smile as she said, those men who say that they only love one woman and say that they are completely devoted to one woman, do they really think that way? Who doesn't want to have as many wives and concubines as there are clouds in the sky? In this world where lust reigns supreme, it isn't just men, even women have the ability to have many husbands and have countless handsome men. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed, that's because that's how the world is right now. How many people truly love each other and remain faithful until death? Most of them only appear in books, and the love described in books is something that people yearn for. However, in reality, things are different because people are creatures with desires. Seeing that Zhao Fu agreed, Momojigiri's smile became even brighter, Your Majesty, please don't be a hypocritical man. After all, Your Majesty's harem is massive, and you don't need to care about us devils joining. Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed, he had never expected her to mean this. At that moment, Momojigiri squatted down and stretched out her hands, preparing to take off Zhao Fu's clothes. She looked up and gave a confident smile as she said, then Your Majesty, let me taste you. Wait, tell me what you want first. We have something, and there will be many things. Before Momojigiri could finish speaking, Zhao Fu cut her off because Zhao Fu was not someone who would harm his country because of his beauty. Seeing that Zhao Fu's attitude was clear, Maple Hunter could only stand up and say, Your Majesty, Zhao Fu, Zhao Fu, she said. And said, devil, and Zhao Fu, Zhao, and said, Fu, and said, and said. First, we want to know how to treat our young lady. It's not good for Your Majesty to keep neglecting her. Second, we devils are quite powerful, and it's not appropriate for Your Majesty to put us in such a remote place. Third, we want Your Majesty to create the devil world for us. Hearing Momojigiri's words, Masanori Hanno's image appeared in Zhao Fu's mind, and it was quite difficult for him to make a decision. He understood what she wanted about him. Moreover, the Devil City was in Japan's original region, but it was on the border of Great Qin. It was quite far away from Great Qin's center of power, and their intentions were quite clear, they wanted to enter Great Qin's center of power. Zhao Fu did not know what the third devil world was, and he said, I'll deal with the first and second, but what's the third devil world? Hearing Zhao Fu's answer, Momojigiri smiled and said, the devil world is a world created by us. Of course, His Majesty is still trying to unify the world, so he can't create the devil world. But Your Majesty, you can prepare in advance and give us 10 regions. Our many demons will set up a 10,000 demon barrier and convert all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into demonic chi. Everything that is in the barrier, be it humans, beasts, birds, insects, flowers, or trees, will become demons. Zhao Fu thought about it and asked, "Tell me about the pros and cons. If possible, I'll support you." Mama Jiggery smiled and nodded, saying, "Your Majesty, the pros are that you can have a devil army. The good thing is that you'll be able to obtain a devil army. This devil army is incredibly bloodthirsty and evil, and it'll become Great Qin's most ferocious army. The bad thing is that the 10 regions will become chaotic and will lose all restrictions." Hearing this, Zhao Fu frowned and said, "You can imagine what it's like inside the 10,000 devil barrier. It's absolutely bloody and dark, just like hell." This was mainly different from Zhao Fu's principles. Zhao Fu could do anything to the outside world, but Zhao Fu was very kind to the inside world of Qin. Although there were only 10 regions in the devil world, in order to develop it, a large number of living creatures must be sent in. Let them kill and devour each other. Only by killing and devouring each other would they be able to nurture a large number of monsters that could fight. Such a monster had almost no morals or humanity to speak of. It was a pure monster, a machine that slaughtered living things. Devils were different from ordinary devils. Devils were generally cultivated by some kind of living creature, and they had the same intelligence as humans, or their bodies were humanoid, but their bloodline was devil race. Devils were the product of mutation, and there were many kinds. Anything, any race, could become a devil under extreme circumstances. For example, if a person kills 1,000 people in a row, the demonic chi will turn them into a man-killer fiend. For example, if a blade is stained with too much blood, the demonic chi will turn it into a demonic blade. Or if a person dies in extreme pain and hatred, they can also turn into a demon. The devil chi was a kind of pure dark, evil, and distorted power. If it became a devil, it would be an extremely ferocious existence. Would Great Qin need to nurture such a bloody devil army? If some of Qin's enemies were thrown in, they would have great resentment against Qin. Even if they became devils, they would not listen to Qin. Instead, they would take revenge on Qin at all costs. But if he really sent his own people in, Zhao Fu could not bear it, because he could not be so cruel to his own people. "Your Majesty, why are you here? Also, why are you all here?" a surprised voice sounded out, interrupting Zhao Fu's thoughts. It was Masanori Hanno, who had appeared and looked at the scene before her in confusion. "Why are so many female devils with Zhao Fu?" Hearing this, Masanori Hanno's face became red and she looked at Zhao Fu, looking quite embarrassed. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and gave a slight smile as he said, "We plan to create a devil corps, and you can be the corps leader. In the future, you can come and go to Qin as you please." Thank you, Your Majesty." A happy smile appeared on Masanori Hanno's face as she bowed to Zhao Fu. In actuality, Masanori Hanno had only felt like an idol because she had often heard about how mighty Great Qin's legatee was and how he could cause abnormal signs in the heavens and earth. However, after experiencing the legacy trial space's illusion, she started to feel something else. After speaking, Zhao Fu turned to look at Mama Jiggery and said, "We will consider your matter and give you a reply in the future." Mama Jiggery smiled and bowed, and the other female devils smiled as they looked at Masanori Hanno meaningfully before leaving. Masanori Hanno's face became bright red as she said, "Your Majesty, I'll take you to the city hall." Following this, Zhao Fu went to the city hall and fused the core into it. A powerful aura exploded out as the city core gave off an intense violet light and the images of countless devils appeared around it. Zhao Fu actually sensed the aura of a universal Denver. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised because universal dens were incredibly valuable. Qin had only obtained one after such a long time, and they were incredibly rare and could not be found normally. After asking, Zhao Fu found out that she had stolen the universal den and formed this devil city. The two of them had fused together and could not be separated, and Zhao Fu could not help but bitterly laugh. Back then, if it wasn't for Masanori Hanno, Qin would have two universal dens. However, Zhao Fu did not blame Masanori Hanno because she had obtained it through her own power, and it was not up to Zhao Fu to decide how to use it. After looking at the devil core's information, Zhao Fu turned and said, "Masanori Hanno, you must come to Qin more often in the future. With your power, we will do our best to nurture you." As one of the legatees, Masanori Hanno's power was something that Zhao Fu had personally seen. As one of the legatees, Zhao Fu had personally seen Masanori Hano's power. She was one of Great Qin's top-tier experts, and he had underestimated her before. Masanori Hano smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu once again returned to Qin and ordered his people to speed up the expansion of the core and fill the 31 core. He also ordered them to train because Qin was about to launch a large-scale war, and they had to familiarize themselves with the core's abilities. Zhao Fu also gathered his ministers to discuss the devil world. Many ministers were against this, as this would push tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people into hell and have them kill and devour each other to become terrifying devils. Zhao Fu also gathered his subordinates to discuss the devil world. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not have a penchant for torturing people. Unless they forced Zhao Fu would not do anything too cruel. However, doing this would provide a ferocious army for Qin, and it would be of great help and benefits. Zhao Fu fell into a dilemma and felt a headache coming on. He could only put this matter aside and see if there were any opportunities in the future. Back at Qin, Zhao Fu and his generals gathered around a massive map. Out of the 3 continents, the one with the most powerful defenses was the Western continent. After all, it was the human world's rear, and it was much safer there. Many people from the southern continent and midland continent had escaped to the western continent, and some of them were from the Li family. After what had just happened, everyone guessed that Zhao Fu would attack the western continent first. Zhao Fu indeed wanted to attack the western continent. Firstly, he wanted to destroy the Li family and end everything. Secondly, the western continent was quite powerful, and he could not allow it to grow. Thirdly, there was a kingdom there, which was Tina Pendragon's British Empire. It was already a level 6 barony kingdom and had a core, and it would cause a lot of trouble. If he allowed it to continue to grow, things would become even more troublesome. Even though Zhao Fu quite admired Tina Pendragon, as she had never fought against Qin or done anything sinister, even if Zhao Fu did not want to, if he wanted to unify the world, he had to destroy her. Putting everything together, Great Qin's main target was most likely the western continent. However, the western continent's defenses were the tightest, and if they attacked, they would suffer the greatest losses. Moreover, if Qin attacked, the other 2 continents would definitely act as well. This was a moment of life and death, so they had to participate. The 3 continents had at least 80,000 city lords, as many of the southern continent and midland continent city lords had escaped. They also had billions of soldiers, and if Qin attacked, they could not afford to be careless. If they were not careful, they would suffer massive losses. Moreover, there was an ocean between the continents, so how to cross the ocean and how to attack was a big problem that needed to be discussed in detail. Suddenly, a few system announcements sounded out throughout the human world and dark demon world, causing countless people to look shocked. They had never thought that such a thing would happen at a time like this. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? The human world's factions all felt quite terrified. On the other hand, the dark demon world's people's expressions were quite unsightly. A quarter of their world's territory had been conquered by a mysterious faction, and their situation was quite bad. Now that something like this had happened, their situation had become quite difficult. These were the hints that caused the expressions of the people from the 2 worlds to change greatly. System announcement. A change in fate has occurred, and the heavenly domain boundary between the human world and dark demon world has begun to fuse. Warning. The range of the fusing is becoming larger and stronger. Warning. The fusing is continuously expanding, causing the heavenly domain boundary between the 2 worlds to disappear, and the passageway between the human world and dark demon world will officially open. Warning. If the passageway between the 2 worlds is opened, there will be some sort of change. Both sides, please make preparations. Warning. The fusing is accelerating, and the passageway between the 2 worlds is about to open. Boom. A massive sound rang out throughout the 2 worlds, and it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. In front of this sound, countless people felt incredibly small, and their bodies and hearts trembled. At the border between the human world and dark demon world, countless savage cracks spread out, covering thousands of regions. Even from far away, people could see this shocking scene. The horizon was covered by countless massive cracks, and countless traces of demonic chi flowed out from them. The sky seemed to collapse, and the heavens and earth dimmed as a dark aura flowed from the dark demon world into the human world. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and their bodies felt incredibly cold. Bang! Bang! As the shards continuously fell, the dark demon world's demonic chi ferociously flowed into the human world. The human world's spirit chi was forced back, and the massive amount of demonic chi caused the beasts and plants in the boundary regions to become demonized. In the end, everything settled down. The two worlds were connected without any obstructions, and one could reach the dark demon world with just a single step. As everyone stared in shock at what had happened, Xiaofu received system announcements. There were more of them than ordinary people, and he knew exactly what had happened. He could not help but loudly laugh. He had never thought that something like this would happen. This had resolved a big problem for Qin. The following were the system announcements that no one had received. System announcement. The Night Dynasty controlled by Qin has cleared out 1/3 of the Dark Demon world's southern continent and obtained control over these regions. A large amount of the Dark Demon world's fate has flowed into the human world. System announcement. Because of the heavenly domain boundary, a large amount of fate cannot flow in. System announcement. More and more fate has been blocked by the heavenly domain boundary, causing the heavenly domain boundary to change. System announcement. Because Qin's fate has taken control of the human world, it has started to flow into the heavenly domain boundary, causing the heavenly domain boundary to change. System announcement. The two waves of fate have caused the heavenly domain boundary to fuse, and the passage between the two worlds is about to open. System announcement. A large amount of the Dark Demon world's fate has flowed into the human world, and Qin's fate has greatly increased while the Dark Demon world's fate is gradually weakening. At first, Xiaofu had been worried about how to open the heavenly domain boundary, and he had never thought that it would be resolved so easily. It was as if Xiaofu had not done anything at all, and it was just the Night Dynasty clearing out the regions. This was because the southern continent of the Dark Demon world was now completely controlled by Great Qin. Because of the heaven domain boundary, it was impossible for people and city lords to quickly come and go, nor could they relocate. If something urgent happened, Great Qin would not be able to quickly rush over. Now that there was no heavenly domain boundary, Xiaofu could truly turn the southern continent into his territory, and he did not have to worry about the other continents in the southern continent. The southern continent's population and city lords could be transferred at will, which was quite convenient. Xiaofu could put all of the southern continent's population and city lords under Qin. This was especially so for the 20,000 or so city lords and the Night Dynasty's massive army. Xiaofu could now mobilize them, and now that Qin was about to start the war, their help would be a massive boost. Now that Qin City's military strength and city lords were not much different from the other three continents, Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a little more confident. Your Majesty. Now that such a big change has occurred, we need to discuss this again, Wei Liao said as he smiled and cupped his hands as he understood something from Xiaofu's smile. Xiaofu nodded his head with a smile. Now that the southern continent of the demon continent had joined the fray, all the plans that he had previously made could be nullified. Everyone continued to discuss. The northern continent was covered by a dark haze, and everyone's expressions were quite serious and quite unsightly. They all had sullen expressions because the fish scale world had already invaded the southern continent twice, and now, it was their turn to do the same. What's more, the other side was the demon race, which was even more powerful than the fish scale people. No one's expression would be good in such a situation. Back then, the fish scale world had swept through the southern continent, looking as if they were going to destroy the human world. If it wasn't for Qin forcing the fish scale world back by himself, the human world might have long since been destroyed. The southern continent's people had all fled, and now that the southern continent had been conquered by Qin, the southern continent's people could only live in other continents and receive strange gazes from the other continents. Now that they were facing the even more powerful demon race, the northern continent's fate might be the same as the southern continent's. Moreover, the human world had already experienced 2 world wars and had suffered great losses. Now that they were facing a 3rd world war, did the human world still have any hope? This was what the northern continent was worried about the most, as this matter was simply too big and too serious. However, there was one thing that they could rejoice about, which was the defensive wall that they had built a long time ago. Back then, Qin's legatee had gone to the other side and told everyone that the other side was the demon race. Under his suggestion, the various factions had built a defensive wall. Because the southern continent had been ferociously invaded, the northern continent had been worried that the demon race would invade, so they had built an especially firm defensive wall and prepared a large number of demon-repellent items. Now, Zhao Fu felt incredibly regretful. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Back then, because he had been worried about the demon race invading, he had asked the northern continent's factions to build a defensive wall and prepare a large number of demon-repellent items. He had also provided some resources. However, the southern continent of the dark demon world was now controlled by Qin, and the defensive wall and demon-repellent items would be used against the southern continent. It could be said that Zhao Fu had dug his own grave. If he had not told them that the other side was the dark demon world and had not told them about the dark demon world, the northern continent would not have been prepared at all, and the Night Dynasty would have been able to take this opportunity to invade and sweep through the northern continent. Now, it was too late to regret things. However, if he had another chance, Zhao Fu would still have done what he had done. Back then, Zhao Fu did not know that he could control the southern continent of the dark demon world. The dark demon world was a cultivation world, and their overall strength was greater than that of the human world. Even though Qin had been powerful back then, he had not established a kingdom and did not have many soldiers or regions. If the dark demon world had invaded and the human world was not prepared, they would have been destroyed. When that time came, Qin would not have been able to escape the fate of being destroyed, so Zhao Fu would have done what he had done. One of the 8 legatees, Geoffrey, immediately led the northern continent's factions to the defensive wall in case the dark demon world attacked. AI. The human world is currently in the middle of a civil war, and now something like this has happened. Even though I haven't personally seen the dark demon world's power, just from the demonic Qi invasion, I can see how terrifying the dark demon world is. The human world is in danger. What will the human world's fate be? Geoffrey stood on the defensive wall and looked at the demonized land in front of him as he sighed, a look of worry on his face. Seeing this scene, the other people in the northern continent's people's expressions were quite unsightly. With their strength, they did not have any confidence in facing the dark demon world. Many people were incredibly afraid and planned to escape to other continents. What should we do now? Geoffrey was the northern continent's world protector, and he was the most powerful person there. Everyone looked at him, waiting to see what he would say. Facing everyone's gazes, Geoffrey slightly sighed and said, "We can only write letters to the other continents. Qin is especially important, and we need to give up on the civil war and unite against the outside world." Hearing this, everyone nodded. After all, the dark demon race was an even greater threat than the fish-scale people. When facing the fish-scale people, they had been unable to defeat them even after allying together. Facing the even more powerful dark demon race, if they could not ally together, they would all die. This was especially so for Qin's side. Without Qin, they did not have any confidence at all. Last time, without Qin, even though they had achieved good results, they had fallen for the fish-scale people's trap and had failed. Qin was the strongest line of defense in the human world, and without him, the human world would not be able to survive. Everyone felt the same way about this. Letters were urgently sent to the various factions, and Zhao Fu also received a letter. The letter talks about how dangerous the situation is and how terrifying the dark demon race is. It hopes that Qin can put aside his prejudices for now. The northern continent sincerely requests that Qin come. His attitude was incredibly sincere and courteous, but Zhao Fu only smiled. After receiving the letters, everyone's expressions became incredibly serious. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, especially when they were all defending and fighting each other. What do we do now? It was evident that the human world was about to face another world war. The human world was currently in danger, so they did not hesitate and decided to go. After all, the dark demon race was an even greater threat than the fish-scale people. With their sturdy defensive walls and many items that could counter demons, they might have a chance. Once the dark demon race broke through their defenses, they would have nothing to defend against. At the same time, they looked at Qin, feeling quite uneasy and uncertain. They were not sure if Qin would come, as Qin had not come last time. If Qin still did not come this time, they could only sigh and be powerless to change Qin's decision. Right now, no one dared to cause trouble. Before, they had tried to slander Qin and cause trouble for Qin in order to slow down his development. However, Qin now had the power to threaten the world. Anyone who dared to say anything would be beaten up by Qin. Moreover, at such a critical moment, if they said anything and caused Qin to not go, then when the dark demon race attacked, they would be the ones to suffer. The dark demon world was also discussing this matter. Mochi was still heavily injured and in closed-door cultivation, so he could not be seen. However, the dark demon world was also holding a meeting. This was because the human world was no longer the weak chicken world that they had thought it was before. This was because their world had Prince Qin, and the Qin Empire was even more terrifying. Just thinking about it made people feel afraid. Back then, 2 world protectors and 10 or so dynasty legatees had used their nation armaments, but they were still unable to defeat that monster. Their world's most powerful expert, Mochi, could only escape with heavy injuries. It could be said that they were quite worried that the humans under Qin's lead would break through the dark demon world, and the dark demon world was not prepared at all. The current situation was giving them a headache. They were threatened by the mysterious force internally, and Qin was in danger externally. However, the only fortunate thing was that the dark demon world's southern continent was connected to the human world, and the southern continent was occupied by a mysterious faction. No one knew if there would be a battle between the two sides, and what everyone wanted to see the most was for the two sides to fight while they cleaned up the mess. Of course, just in case, they had to make preparations in case the dark demon world suddenly attacked and they were caught off guard. In just 3 days, the dark demon race had yet to appear, but demonic chi covered the heavens and earth and flooded towards the defensive walls. The northern continent's people on the defensive walls felt a shocking sense of danger, and their hairs stood on end as they cried out in terror, "The dark demon race is about to attack, why haven't the humans come after preparing for so long?" The northern continent had 7,000 or so regions, 27,000 or so cities, and 2.5 billion soldiers. By now, 80% of the city lords and soldiers were gathered on the defensive walls. In the dark demon world's southern continent, Yizong gave a trace of a smile as he looked at the 2 billion soldiers. There were only 1 billion soldiers in the army, while the other 1 billion were players or independent players. They gave off a terrifying aura that shook the heavens. The ancestor next to him said, "Yizong, won't it be too difficult for our faction to attack the human world by ourselves? Also, the mysterious faction's people haven't come to help yet. I heard that the human world isn't easy to deal with either. Qin's legatee and the Qin Empire are incredibly powerful. And with our current strength, we most likely won't be able to defeat the Qin Empire." Yizong smiled and did not reply. After all, he could not say that the person in front of him was Qin's legatee, right? "I naturally know that, and I've long since made preparations. Don't worry." Hearing Yizong's confident words, the ancestor nodded. He trusted Yizong quite a bit. Roar! 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 Countless beast roars sounded throughout the sky, causing the weather to change. The ground started to violently tremble, and the people on the defensive walls felt a massive pressure. Countless demonic beasts roared and surged towards the defensive wall like a flood. There were also countless demonic birds in the sky, covering the entire sky as they pounced towards the defensive wall. The scene was extremely shocking. Yizong had driven away the demon beasts at the border of the southern continent, and there were hundreds of millions of demon beasts. Sensing the humans' auras, the demon beasts all revealed bloodthirsty and cruel gazes. Jeffrey and the other leaders did not look too surprised, and they had already prepared for the worst. Facing the incoming demon beasts, the people on the defensive walls raised their shields, and the countless archers took out arrows covered with talismans. The talismans on the arrows were white talismans that dealt great damage to evil creatures. Swish, 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 countless arrows brought with them white light as they shot out with immense power. They tore through the air and pierced into the bodies of demon beasts, causing them to howl in pain. The arrows brought with them white light, causing them to feel immense pain. Some of the demon beasts that were hit in their vitals immediately died. Because there were many humans and they had white talismans, the first wave of attacks dealt great damage to the demon beasts, and at least 30% of them died. Just 3 waves of attacks would be enough to deal with these demon beasts. However, Yizong could not allow this situation to continue, so he attacked from the other side. 20 core formations suddenly leapt towards the defensive walls. Swish, 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 countless arrows tore through the air as they shot towards the defensive walls, and the humans immediately raised their shields to defend. At that moment, the Dark Demon World's true advantage was revealed. After going into the true world, almost all of the players had Stage 1 Cultivation, and most of the players had Stage 2 Cultivation. Some of the more powerful players had Stage 3 or Stage 4 Cultivation. This was the Dark Demon World's great advantage. Even though the soldiers on the defensive walls raised their shields to block, they were forced back a few steps by the arrows from the Stage 2 cultivators. If they faced an arrow from a Stage 3 cultivator, they would be sent flying. The defensive formation was immediately broken, and they were unable to protect the soldiers behind them. The Night Dynasty's soldiers took this opportunity to shoot out a large number of arrows, and the people on the defensive walls were all hit. They cried out in pain, and there were many casualties. 20 massive creatures rampaged on the defensive walls. A demon crocodile that was hundreds of meters long opened its mouth, turning 1,000 or so people into meat paste in a single bite. A demon sword gave off a powerful demonic light as it quickly flew through the air, killing a large number of people. Another demon cow madly charged forwards, and even with countless shield bearers blocking in front of it, it was completely useless, and they were all sent flying. The losses on this side were quite severe, and the other factions immediately sent reinforcements. At the same time, they found that the main force of the attack was on that side, so they left some people here to kill the demon beasts in case other dark demons attacked. Jeffrey and his city lords hurried over. They were quite shocked as they looked at the black mass of dark demons below. They found that they looked like Asians, and if it wasn't for the demonic chi they gave off, they would have thought that they were Asians. However, there were 2 billion of them, and there were 20,000 or so city lords in the sky. Some of their auras were especially powerful, and the other side had already established a kingdom and had 20 core. The human side was at a great disadvantage. What everyone was worried about was that there were not just these few people in the dark demon world. It was possible that there were more dark demons waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the human side. The northern continent could not send out many soldiers, and the situation was quite grim. They could only hope that the other factions could quickly arrive, or else everything would be over. There was no time for them to think too much on the battlefield. Jeffrey had his soldiers counterattack and had some city lords tie down the core formations before leading the other city lords to attack the Night Dynasty. Yizong held the demon sword and rushed forwards. Even though Zhao Fu was controlling Yizong, he naturally recognized Jeffrey and had a good impression of him. However, in this sort of situation, Zhao Fu would not hold back and attacked Jeffrey with his full strength. Of course, Jeffrey did not dare to be careless, and he held his spear that gave off a blinding white light as he started to fight with Yizong. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, and the sounds of fighting were deafening. The smell of blood was incredibly dense, and corpses littered the walls and ground. The battle was incredibly intense, and the northern side was at a disadvantage. This was especially so for their soldiers, who were completely suppressed by the dark demon world side. At that moment, thousands of black-robed demons walked out, holding magic staffs and summoning black fog. The black fog gave off a pure darkness aura, making people feel instinctively afraid. Countless traces of black fog spread towards the defensive walls, covering the soldiers within. Pained cries sounded out as the soldiers were devoured by the black fog, leaving nothing behind. This caused quite a bit of panic. Seeing this, Jeffrey felt that he could not allow things to go on like this, or else the northern continent's side would lose. As such, he ordered people to use that terrifying thing. A group of barefoot, white-robed people with solemn expressions and holy auras walked out from the side. The person in the lead carried a glass statue of a man, who wore white clothes and had a gentle expression. The person in the lead raised the statue and started to chant scriptures, and the white-robed people behind him also started to chant scriptures. Boom! A powerful aura exploded out, sending out a massive gale. The statue gave off an intense white light before flying into the sky and shattering with a bang, but a massive image appeared. Immediately, a massive might covered the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. That figure was 1,000 meters tall and gave off holy light energy. Under its influence, the sky gave off a searing white light that was quite blinding. Sensing this power, Yizong's expression fell. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The image stretched out a hand towards the sky, and all of the light in the world seemed to quickly gather. The white light in the sky made it difficult for people to open their eyes. Boom, boom. Boom, 100 massive rings of light floated out from the white light and quickly landed on the ground. Massive explosions sounded out, and the ground continuously trembled. After everything settled, 100 massive black circles appeared on the ground. These circles were dozens of meters deep, and some of them were scorched black as if they had been incinerated by a massive fire. There were charred corpses all around them, and this attack had caused the Night Dynasty to lose roughly 10 million soldiers. As for the statue in the sky, after unleashing this terrifying attack, it slowly disappeared and the sky returned to normal. Seeing so many people die, Yizong was infuriated and attacked Jeffrey with all of his strength. Black sword lights flew out, and Jeffrey defended with great difficulty, feeling quite shocked at Yizong's power. On the other side, some people from the Night Dynasty walked over to the corpses of the demon beasts that the northern side had killed and started to activate magic formations. A formless energy sucked away all of the blood, and the demon beasts' corpses withered. The demons formed from blood gave ear-piercing cries and rushed towards the defensive walls. There were not many blood-red demons, only a few million of them, but they were able to easily climb up the walls. The arrows that were shot at them would pass through their bodies without any effect. The arrows that were imbued with the white talismans only had a weak effect. Most of the northern side's army had gathered on the other side to fight with the Night Dynasty. There were not many soldiers left on this side, and they did not know how to deal with these demons. Soon, the blood-red demons climbed up the defensive walls and started to fight with the northern side's soldiers. However, these demons were incredibly difficult to deal with and did not fear physical attacks at all. Even though the northern side's soldiers were trying to think of ways to deal with them, they were continuously being killed by the demons, and their blood was sucked dry. The battle at the front lines was incredibly intense, and people continuously died. The northern continent's side was already at a disadvantage, and there was only a single group of dark demons attacking. More dark demons had yet to arrive. After hearing about the situation at the front lines, all of the northern continent's people's expressions became quite unsightly, and a wave of terror spread. The people in charge of receiving the various factions felt incredibly anxious because after waiting for so long, not a single person had come. It was a moment of life and death, and seeing that no one had come, the people responsible for receiving them felt incredibly angry and anxious. Back when the southern continent had invaded, the northern continent had contributed greatly so that if they were invaded in the future, there would be people coming to help. Now that things had turned out like this, anyone would be angry. However, the northern continent was in a crisis, and the people responsible for receiving them could only send people to various factions to ask them to help the northern continent. Over at the other side, the continents had been prepared to go to the northern continent through teleportation channels. After all, how could the northern continent defend against the demon race by itself? If the northern continent was conquered, they would all die. As such, they had to go and support the northern continent. However, just as they were about to go, they found that they could not use teleportation channels. What had happened? Countless people looked incredibly confused. Following this, someone came to report that the path to the northern continent had been cut off. Someone had set up an isolation zone between the continents, making it impossible to use teleportation channels to go to the northern continent. That isolation zone had been set up temporarily, and it would take some time to destroy it. This caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked. How could it be like this? If they could not go to the northern continent in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just who did this? Did a traitor appear in the human world? Just who was it? How could they do such a stupid thing? This would destroy the entire human world. Even though it was only temporary, ordinary people would not be able to set up isolation zones between the continents. Only some top-tier factions would be able to do this. Some people said that it was Qin who had done all of this. However, if it was Qin who had done this, what was his purpose? The demon race was currently invading the human world, and it would not be good for Qin to stop them. Could it be that Qin wanted the demon race to destroy the northern continent and then fight against the demon race by himself to occupy the northern continent? However, this did not make sense, as there was no need for Qin to stop them from going to the northern continent. After all, they would suffer great losses if they went to fight against the demon race, which would be beneficial to Qin. As such, they should be allowed to go. Even though Qin was quite suspicious, he did not seem to be the culprit, and no one knew who would do such a thing. However, the most important thing right now was to rush to the northern continent. As such, the various factions did not hesitate and gave the order to destroy the void zone as quickly as possible so that they could reinforce the northern continent. On the other side, the people from the northern continent also knew about the isolation zones, and they were in a panic. They didn't know who did this, but they were faced with a problem: no one would come to help the northern continent. Once the devil race sent a few more troops to attack, the northern continent would definitely not be safe, and these people might die at the hands of the devil race. This news caused the northern continent's people to fall into chaos and panic. Now that there was a void belt, they could not escape at all. However, after a while, a surprising piece of news spread. Qin was the first to break through the isolation belt and come to the northern continent. He was ready to resist the devils together with the people of the northern continent. After this news spread, countless people could not help but cheer. With Qin coming to help them, they felt a massive reassurance. With how powerful Qin was, their chances of resisting the demon race would be increased by many times, and they felt much more confident. It was said that even Qin's legatee had personally come with a large number of city lords and soldiers. With Qin there, who would dare to attack the human world? That would simply be seeking death. It would be best if they could do what they had done with the fish-scale world, chase them back to their homes and have them compensate with money, land, and women. Then, would they still dare to attack the human world? Qin is mighty. With Qin here, there's nothing to fear. Qin has brought glory to the human race. Let's welcome Qin to defend against the demon race's invasion. Seeing Qin's legatee personally bring people over, the people in charge of receiving the various factions felt as if they were grasping at straws. They excitedly went up and said, "This lowly one never thought that His Majesty Qin would personally come. We are truly grateful. Everyone in the northern continent will be grateful to you." The people around them all nodded in agreement. That's right. As expected, Qin is a righteous person and has put aside his prejudices to unite against the outside world. I also feel that I wronged Qin in the past. I never thought that Qin would be so good. I apologize for my wrongdoings in the past. For great Qin to help us like this, we must remember this in the future and show our gratitude. After all, great Qin saved our lives. That's right, with Qin, the most powerful existence in the human world, we don't have to fear anyone. Qin is mighty. Qin is invincible. Long live Qin. Looking at these people, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he said, "Everyone, there's no need to say any more. Qin is also a part of the human race. If the northern continent is in trouble, Qin will definitely help. This time, Qin will definitely resist the demon race's invasion. With Qin here, we will never allow the demon race to take a single step into the human world. I, Qin, will prove to the other worlds that humans are the most powerful." Countless people immediately cheered and applauded Zhao Fu's impassioned words, and their blood heated up. Looking at their majesty, Dok's face twitched as he suppressed his emotions. Since he was in the group, it was not very obvious. The person who had received the northern continent cautiously said, "His Majesty Qin, the situation at the front lines is not good. The situation at the front is not good. The demons have used many evil methods. The northern continent has already suffered great losses. We should hurry over as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zhao Fu made a hand gesture and said to the person who had received the northern continent, "Didn't the northern continent prepare many things to restrain the demon race? Why is the situation at the front line still not good?" The person who had come to receive them did not notice Zhao Fu's actions and replied honestly, "It's mainly because that demon race is too powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that we made all sorts of preparations, our northern side would have long since been defeated and would not have been able to last for so long." Zhao Fu nodded as he said, "So that's how it is. How many of you have gone to support the northern continent?" The person who had received the northern continent's orders gave a vague answer. He only said that most of them had gone and asked Qin to go to support the northern continent as soon as possible. After receiving Zhao Fu's order, Qin's generals started to prepare. The person who had received the northern continent's reinforcements immediately felt that something was wrong and had a bad feeling, so he gave a vague answer. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry. In the future, the northern continent will be protected by Qin, and the demon race will be resisted by Qin." The person's smile froze as he said, "What do you mean by this, Your Majesty Qin? The dark demon race is currently invading the human world." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "As such, in the future, the northern continent will submit to Qin and will naturally be protected by Qin. You will not have to worry and can live peacefully. Qin will repel the dark demon race." Now that he had made things clear, the northern continent's people's expressions became quite unsightly. They had never thought that Qin would attack while the dark demon race was still invading. They inwardly cursed, "Qin is simply too despicable and is taking advantage of the dark demon race. Does Qin think that he can resist the dark demon race by himself? He's too arrogant. If Qin does not have the power to defend against the dark demon race and takes this opportunity to attack the northern continent, causing the front lines to collapse, Qin will be the greatest sinner of the human world." Now, the various continents had constructed defensive walls and set up isolation barriers, turning the continents into a tough iron bucket. It would take Qin a lot of effort to attack them. The dark demon race was invading the northern continent, and the northern continent could not defend at all. As such, they needed other factions to enter. If Qin did not take this opportunity to enter, he would be too stupid. This was the reason why the Night Dynasty had started to invade the battlefield. The isolation barriers around the continents had also been set up by Qin. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the northern continent's city lords and soldiers instantly turned and planned to run. However, Qin's countless city lords and soldiers were already prepared and immediately attacked, yelling, "Those who surrender to Qin will not be killed." There were only 10,000 or so people here, while Qin had tens of thousands of city lords and billions of soldiers. In front of this apocalyptic flood, they were only able to run a few steps before their legs became weak and they knelt on the ground, yelling, "I surrender." Of course, there were some people who did not want to surrender and desperately tried to run, but a few sword lights slashed out, instantly turning them into piles of dismembered corpses. Roar! Roar! Zhao Fu waved his hand, and countless rings flew out. Wyverns gave off massive dragon roars that shook the surrounding thousands of kilometers. The massive dragons might cause the entire region to fall silent, and not a single creature dared to make a sound. Roar! Another 8 beast roars pierced through the sky. 8 terrifying auras spread out like a superstorm, causing the sky to change color. Countless wyverns danced in the sky, and the 8 aquatic beast kings were released. Their auras were even more powerful than before. Not only had they fought alongside Qin, but they had also attacked the cities and devoured the city cores. Some of the city cores had been devoured by them, and they had digested them into their own power. That was why they had become stronger and stronger. Zhao Fu knew about this, but he didn't say anything. It was just a reward for their outstanding performance. The stronger they were, the more helpful it would be for Qin. Tens of thousands of city lords, billions of soldiers, countless wyverns, and 8 aquatic beast kings gave off an incredibly terrifying aura. It was like a world-destroying tsunami that seemed to have the power to destroy the entire northern continent. However, this tsunami had stopped, and Zhao Fu stood at the front of the army and raised a hand before waving it, giving the order to attack. Only now did this world-destroying tsunami reveal its true might. Countless wyverns flapped their wings and flew forwards, and the 8 aquatic beast kings gave off terrifying auras as they charged forwards. Tens of thousands of city lords turned into rays of light and shot towards the horizon, and the last 1 billion or so soldiers also charged. This massive and shocking aura was like a world-destroying tsunami crashing down on the northern continent. The terrifying aura swept out in all directions, and no one could stop it. Before, countless people had been happy that Qin had come to defend against the dark demon race, and they had been waiting for Qin to go to the front lines and use his might to repel the dark demon race. That way, the human world would once again be at peace. However, they had never thought that before Qin could repel the dark demon race, Qin would face off against them. Before countless people could react, they had either been killed or knelt on the ground, submitting in terror. Regions were instantly conquered by Qin, and countless people fled in panic. News of Qin attacking the northern continent quickly spread. What? Qin isn't going to defend against the dark demon race and is attacking us? After hearing about this, countless people felt incredibly terrified. They had never thought that Qin would be so shameless and hypocritical. He had said that he would help them defend against the dark demon race, but he had taken the opportunity to attack and conquer the northern continent. Was that Qin an idiot? The front lines were already at a great disadvantage against the dark demon race, and they were about to be breached by the dark demon race. The human world was about to face a catastrophe, yet they were not united against the outside world and were instead fighting amongst themselves. Wasn't that harming the entire human world? Moreover, Qin's attacks would cause the front lines to collapse. The northern continent would not be able to defend anymore, and the dark demon race would definitely break through. The northern continent was now doomed. The entire northern continent fell into chaos, and countless people started to run for their lives, escaping from the northern continent. On the front lines, Jeffrey's expression was quite unsightly. A gash had appeared on his body, and blood dyed his clothes. Opposite him, Yizong coldly laughed and continued to ferociously attack. Rays of black matter were like massive mouths that bit towards Jeffrey. The situation on the battlefield below was also quite unfavorable. The dark demon race relied on their high-grade cultivation to ferociously attack the northern continent. On the other side of the battlefield, the strange blood demons had already broken through. However, the blood demons had almost all been killed, as the northern continent had used some sort of method to summon a group of angels. Most of these angels were two-winged angels, but they controlled holy light energy, which was incredibly harmful to the dark demon race. The Night Dynasty also used a blood sacrifice, summoning a group of large demons, and they were able to destroy the angels that the northern continent had summoned. The Night Dynasty had used up almost all of their methods, but the northern continent was still at a great disadvantage. They were being suppressed by the dark demon world side, and a portion of the Night Dynasty's army had already started to attack the city walls, planning to use that as a breakthrough point. If they broke through, they would be able to scale the city walls, and the northern continent would be caught in a pincer attack. When that time came, the northern continent would lose. We have to stop the dark demon race, Jeffrey thought to himself. However, something that shocked him happened. The city lords fighting in the sky suddenly lost their strength and fell to the ground, and the stats on the soldiers disappeared. What was going on? As the city lords and soldiers lost their power, the northern continent's factions suffered a heavy blow and were unable to withstand the Night Dynasty's ferocious attacks. The number of casualties rapidly increased, and the northern continent's morale plummeted. The Night Dynasty's attacks became even more ferocious, and it seemed that the northern continent was about to lose. Just what is going on? Why aren't there any reinforcements? Could it be that those people are just going to watch as the northern continent is destroyed? Is Qin not willing to act at such a critical time? Don't they understand that the demon race's invasion is not good for anyone? A loud cry sounded out, making everything clear. Things are bad. Qin has started to attack the northern continent from behind, and countless regions have been conquered by Qin. The northern continent is in chaos, and countless people have started to run. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They had been desperately defending against the demon race's invasion, and they had never thought that someone would stab them in the back. What's more, it was not an ordinary faction but the most terrifying faction in the human world, the Qin Empire. 80% of their forces had been gathered at the front lines, and most of them had died. They were unable to defend against the ferocious Qin Empire at all. Qin was actually so shameless and despicable, taking advantage of the situation. Everyone understood that the northern continent was most likely finished. Now, they were not a match for the demon race, and Qin was stabbing them in the back, greatly reducing their battle strength. They were unable to defend against the demon race at all, and if they stayed here, they would all be wiped out. Run! Even without Jeffrey's order, the various leaders immediately led their people and ran without even looking back. The northern continent's army completely collapsed, and countless people ran in terror while the Night Dynasty gave the order to chase after them. Behind them, Qin was like a black flood that flooded in all directions. Regions were quickly inundated, and there were no obstructions at all. Rumble. A group of black armored Qin cavalrymen easily broke through a city and shouted, "Those who surrender will not be killed." Following this, a group of people charged in and swung their weapons, killing those who tried to escape or resist. Blood flew everywhere, and the scene was incredibly chaotic. Cries and cries continuously sounded out. Most of the people in the northern continent were Westerners, and there were some Aborigines. The Aborigines did not put up much of a resistance, but the rest of the people resisted fiercely, especially the United States, which had the slogan of freedom and democracy. Right now, this group was attacking their city. This place was not very suitable for a feudal system, and there were almost no dynasties here. Instead, it was dominated by individual factions, each doing their own thing. In the face of Qin's feudal and imperialist country, they resisted fiercely. There was a group of well-built men holding large sabers, axes, and spears, and they charged out naked. They looked quite terrifying because Westerners were slightly larger than Easterners, and the leader of the group yelled, "Yellow-skinned monkeys, go back to your continent." Then, he led the others and rushed over, shouting. Qin's soldiers were expressionless. The captain of the cavalry didn't say anything. He was the first to charge. He squeezed his horse's legs and dashed forward like a dark shadow. The other cavalrymen followed him and dashed forward quickly. After a round and back, only corpses were left on the ground. Kill. His Majesty has ordered that anyone who doesn't surrender will be killed. The captain of the cavalry gave the order and continued to gallop forward on his horse. The other cavalrymen followed behind him, waving their sabers and killing those who didn't surrender. The cavalry took the lead and killed the other side's morale, causing the city to fall into chaos. Following this, the infantrymen charged in and started to kill those who didn't surrender. A few teams of Qin's shield-bearers worked together and forced thousands of people into a corner. The archers at the back started to shoot at those people, making it impossible for them to escape. They could only try to break out of the encirclement, but they were fiercely blocked by Qin's shield-bearers. In the end, they were either shot to death or hacked to death, leaving corpses all over the ground. After killing these people, Qin's soldiers continued to attack others. No matter if they were men, women, old, or young, they would all be killed if they didn't surrender. The smell of blood spread throughout the entire city, and everyone was immersed in fear. The cold killing caused their bodies to feel icy cold, and they trembled. In the face of such bloody killing, democracy and freedom were no longer important. Survival was the most important thing, and everyone knelt on the ground, not daring to say anything or do anything. It was hard to imagine that the Westerners, who had caused chaos in the modern world, were all kneeling at the feet of Eastern people. Their faces were filled with fear, and they didn't dare to resist at all. Following this, the people who had surrendered were gathered at the center of the city. A young man wearing a mage's robe gave a faint smile as he walked over and pointed at a tall, snow-white Western woman with flaxen hair and snow-white skin. He said, "She has quite a bit of phoenix chi and can be taken back to serve His Majesty." A few soldiers immediately walked into the crowd and dragged the Western woman out, and she didn't know what was going on. A few soldiers immediately walked into the crowd and dragged the Western woman out, and she didn't know what was going on. She was quite good-looking, and she was afraid that the soldiers would try to rape her, so she immediately started to struggle and cry, "Save me, please spare me. This is my first time, Qin shouldn't treat prisoners like this." The other Westerners also thought that the soldiers were trying to rape the Western woman, as this was quite common on battlefields. Whether it was in the real world or the Heaven Awakened world, some people had even done such things when attacking other factions. Before the chaotic world, they had been princesses that were loved by everyone. If they wanted anything, there would be men who would prepare it for them, and they lived luxurious lives. All of this was because of their beauty, and it was because of their beauty that they had been reduced to such a state. Following this, the young man in the mage's robe pointed at a few women who had tried to use dirt to cover their faces, and they were dragged out. The women couldn't help but start to cry, and the other Westerners lowered their heads. They were furious but didn't dare to say anything, as they were afraid of the cold sabers in Qin's soldiers' hands. The sabers were still covered with blood, and the blood dripped down. Now, it was hard to say whether or not they could keep their lives, so how could they care about such things, The remaining women in the crowd all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to move at all. They were afraid that the young man in the mage's robe would point at them, and whoever he pointed at would suffer. A golden-haired woman hurriedly stood in front of the young girl and knelt as she begged, "Please spare my daughter. You can take revenge on me." This golden-haired beauty was extremely beautiful, and her figure was also very mature. Her large breasts were clearly visible, and many people couldn't help but cry out when they saw this beauty. It was as if she was a popular singer in the past. A trace of a smile appeared on the young man's face as he said, "Bring her back then. Even though she doesn't have much phoenix chi, perhaps His Majesty will like her more. If we can capture a woman that His Majesty likes, we'll all be rewarded with military merits." Hearing this, all of the soldiers looked delighted, and a few more soldiers went up and dragged the mother and daughter out. The beautiful woman had never thought that not only would she not be able to save her daughter, but she would also be dragged into this. Seeing the smiles on Qin's soldiers' faces, she could only kneel on the ground and cry as she begged. The young man walked over and cut them off in English as he said, "You're going to serve His Majesty Qin, this is an incredibly good thing. Stop crying." Hearing this, the women let out a sigh of relief, and some of their sadness turned into joy. They were quite willing to serve such a peak-level figure, and because of the unimaginable benefits, they were willing to give up their bodies. Now that the northern continent was quite weak, and they only had 20% of their forces left, how could they stop Qin? With Qin's strength, even if they were at their peak, they would not have been able to do so. Qin continuously conquered regions, and the northern continent's army retreated. Seeing Geoffrey escape, Yizong did not chase after him and started to conquer some regions at the border. Zhaofu had already conquered the region where the Vatican was, and they were only one step away from relocating the city creation stone. Zhaofu was currently waiting for Geoffrey to return. The Vatican here was the Protestant Church, which had split off from the Roman Church. Its history could be traced back to the Renaissance era, and the birth of the Magnesia Kingdom was largely due to the Protestant Church. The situation in the northern continent was now under Qin's control, and Zhaofu had given Geoffrey a chance to surrender because of their previous friendship. As one of the 8 legatees, Geoffrey was naturally very powerful and would be of great help to Qin. Otherwise, Zhaofu would directly attack the church and control Yizong to kill him. After a while, Geoffrey brought his people back to the church. Seeing the scene in front of him, his heart sank, and his face became ashen. Looking at Zhaofu waiting for him, he instantly understood what Zhaofu had meant. "What's your decision?" Zhaofu looked at Geoffrey and did not beat around the bush as he directly asked. Now, Geoffrey was quite angry. The devil race had invaded, but Qin had stabbed them in the back, causing the frontline troops to collapse. Now, the devil race had entered the human world. He had seen the power of the devil race with his own eyes. The human world was most likely in danger this time, and he could tell that the devil race had not used their full strength yet. The northern continent was already having a hard time resisting them. Qin had basically released the devil race into the human world, and billions of humans would suffer. This made Geoffrey, who had a good personality, very angry. "Son of God. We can't submit to Qin. We suffered heavy losses this time, all because of Qin's despicable and shameless actions. Son of God. I also think that we can't submit to Qin. His actions are so bloody and cruel, which is the complete opposite of our church. He is evil and dark, how can we submit to darkness? Son of God. We would rather be destroyed with the church than submit to Qin. Son of God. May the light be with us. Let us use the last light of our lives to purify Qin's sins." 24 foreign women dressed in white robes and giving off powerful holy light auras appeared next to Geoffrey. These women were all extremely beautiful and had graceful figures. They were definitely women who had been handpicked from tens of thousands of people. As soon as they appeared, they all tried to persuade Geoffrey. What they meant was that they would rather die than submit to Qin, and they said that Qin was evil and despicable. If they had said this in private, it would have been fine. However, they dared to say this in front of Zhaofu. No one had the guts to do so. Clang, 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 the sound of countless chains rang out, causing Geoffrey's expression to fall. Before he could react, countless chains shot out from the air, shooting towards the women in white with terrifying force. Seeing that the women's bodies were about to be pierced by the chains, Jeffrey hurriedly said, "Wait, don't kill them." Zhao Fu was expressionless as he waved his hand, and the countless chains spun and bound up the women. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, they could not resist at all. No matter how much they struggled, they could not break free at all. "What do you think? We've already treated you quite well and were willing to wait for you. If it were someone else, we would have killed them long ago." "This is the last time we'll talk," Zhao Fu said as he looked at Jeffrey with his terrifying eyes. If Jeffrey was unwilling, Zhao Fu would immediately give the order to wipe out the church and kill everyone in the church. Jeffrey sighed and said, "Emperor Qin, if I submit to you, will you be able to defend against the demon race's invasion?" Zhao Fu thought to himself. The demon race's invasion had been started by him, so he could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to defend at all. Zhao Fu would not tell him about this, so he only nodded and said, "Since we did this, we naturally have the ability to deal with the demon race. You don't need to worry." Jeffrey relaxed. In actuality, he had already guessed it, but he was not sure. "All right. I'm willing to submit to Qin, but please respect our position. We won't help Qin casually kill other factions, but we will also work hard for Qin's unification." The women tied up and hanging in the air hurriedly said, "Holy Sun, don't submit to Qin." Arg! Cries of pain sounded out as the chains around them tightened, causing the women to feel immense pain. Jeffrey hurriedly said, "All right, Your Majesty Qin, I've decided to submit. I won't change my mind." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he waved his hand, releasing the women. Now that he had subdued Jeffrey, he would most likely have to face the people from the other two continents. After so long, it was possible that they had already broken through the void zone. The women's expressions were still quite dim, but their moods gradually became better. Jeffrey was the holy son of the church, and everything was decided by him. Since he had made a decision, they could only follow his lead and submit to Qin. However, they really did not like Qin's bloody and cruel ways of doing things. It was the complete opposite of the light and kindness they believed in. Their only hope was that things would be better on the inside. However, in the next moment, Jeffrey's words caused their faces to pale. Jeffrey said, "Your Majesty. Now use them to serve you." They were originally holy daughters of the church to worship a godly spirit, but now they should serve the ruler of the empire. After saying this, Jeffrey inwardly sighed. Every time Qin conquered a faction, he would take all of the women. It was better to offer them up than to be taken. That way, Great Qin's legatee would take care of them for his sake and not punish them for their disrespect. Everyone knew what kind of person Prince Qin was. Some people might slander him, and Prince Qin himself was extraordinary and outstanding. However, no one would be wrong in terms of his licentious ways. Moreover, he understood Qin's philosophy. In Qin's mind, the ruler of the empire was the supreme existence, and godly spirits, beliefs, and thoughts were all behind him. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had never thought that Jeffrey would say such a thing. However, the situation was quite urgent, and Zhao Fu did not have the time to care about such things, so he refused and said, "No need." Jeffrey felt quite surprised and said, "Why, Your Majesty? They are women who were handpicked from the northern continent. Whether it is their looks, figures, or knowledge, they are all outstanding, and they all have divine constitutions." The women's faces became pale, and they looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of reluctance. They had never thought that they would have to serve this demon-like Prince Qin in the future. Zhao Fu said calmly, "We understand, we'll talk about this in the future. Right now, you and we need to hurry to the coastal area and defend against the people from the other two continents." Jeffrey looked quite confused and asked, "Shouldn't Your Majesty be defending against the demon race? Why are you here to defend against the humans?" Zhao Fu smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know in the future." Following this, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Even though Jeffrey didn't understand what had happened, he still followed Zhao Fu towards the coastal region. The people from the other continents also broke through the void zones, and countless northern continent people escaped. Everyone's expressions were quite unsightly because it was evident that the northern continent had been conquered. "I'm too late." Everyone cursed in their hearts as they cursed at the person who laid down the isolation belt. This person wanted to bring harm to the entire human world. Thinking about the appearance of the devil race's invasion, everyone felt terrified. The northern continent was definitely going to fall. Even if they rushed over now, it wouldn't be very effective. Now, only Qin had the ability to change all this. She didn't know if Qin had arrived. If they had him, then humanity would still have a sliver of hope. That was what everyone thought at first, but when they asked for the details of the fugitives, they understood in shock. It's not that the devil race conquered the northern continent, but that Qin took advantage of the situation and invaded the northern continent. The northern army that was originally responsible for defending the front line has collapsed, and the devil race has also invaded the human world. Now the northern continent is in chaos, and no one knows what will happen next. At this moment, everyone understood that the isolation belt was laid down by Qin. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts, despicable and shameless. Qin launched an operation to conquer the northern continent when the devil race invaded. Were they really not worried about the devil race? Qin was certainly not stupid. He must have a way to deal with the devil race, which was why he dared to do such a thing. Then what should they do now? Continue to support them? Or stab Qin in the back and let Qin and the devil race fight to the death? Many leaders gathered together and quickly discussed. They definitely couldn't go to support them now because Qin had done such a despicable and shameless thing. If they went there, they might also be killed by Qin. On the other hand, stabbing Qin in the back was not a bad idea. They could use the devil race to heavily injure Qin, which would make their situation much safer. However, they were also somewhat worried. What if Qin couldn't stop the devil race? After a detailed discussion, they decided to stab Qin in the back. Qin had brought a large number of soldiers and was so confident that they believed that Qin would be able to stop them. As such, this was a great opportunity to heavily injure Qin. Secondly, since Qin had stabbed Qin in the back, they would return the favor. There was nothing wrong with this. In the end, many of the people who had gone to support decided to band together and go to Qin's back to deal a heavy blow to Qin. Seeing this, Tina Pendragon shook her head and sighed. She didn't plan to participate, but she could guess what would happen. She took her people back to the Western continent and ordered them to strengthen the Western continent's defenses and take in the people from the Northern continent who had escaped. Now that the Northern continent had been conquered by Qin, Qin's strength had rapidly increased, and he was so powerful that it was suffocating. Qin was the only kingdom that even Tina Pendragon feared. Everyone looked incredibly excited, thinking about how Qin and the devil race were fighting. They would stab Qin in the back and deal a heavy blow to Qin in one fell swoop. However, when they arrived, they looked incredibly confused. We found that Qin has sent a large number of soldiers and is waiting for them here. What's going on? Isn't Qin going to defend against the devil race? He's letting the devil race invade the northern continent and not harming Qin? Everyone didn't understand what was going on, but their first thought was to run. Now that Qin was waiting for them, they wouldn't be able to sneak attack Qin. If they didn't run now and Qin attacked, they would immediately suffer heavy casualties. The people who had gathered noisily dispersed and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Jiaofu smiled and did not continue to chase after them. Right now, defending the northern continent was the most important thing. Jeffrey still didn't know what was going on and was worried about the devil race. After fighting with the devil race, he knew how powerful the devil race was. The devil race was a cultivation world, and not only were they powerful, but they also had many tricks up their sleeves. Your Majesty, aren't you going to defend against the devil race? Jeffrey couldn't help but ask. Jiaofu turned to look at him and lightly laughed. He did not say anything and took him to the border of the northern continent. He saw that countless devil race people had already retreated to the demon world, causing Jeffrey to feel incredibly shocked. Now, Jeffrey's mind was in chaos and he could not understand what had happened. He suddenly thought about how Jiaofu had been calm this entire time and did not seem to care about the demon race's invasion at all. Only then did Jeffrey understand. Jiaofu had the ability to travel between worlds, so he definitely had made some sort of deal with the demon race. They had put on a show of the demon race's invasion together, and they had all been tricked by Qin. Thinking about that, Jeffrey felt quite dispirited. His worries had been for nothing, and he had nothing to say about Great Qin's methods. In the future, he just wanted to obediently stay in the church and develop his own church. Of course, now that the Vatican had joined Qin, Qin would be the leader. Just like the 100 schools of thought, they would encourage all sorts of ideologies and allow them to continuously clash and evolve. Only then would they be able to maintain their vitality. At the same time, they had to be loyal to Zhao Fu, or else how could Qin allow things that were detrimental to Qin to exist? A few days later, Qin completely controlled the northern continent and set up a defensive line. It was now impossible for anyone to escape from the northern continent, and those who stayed behind would either die or submit to Qin. There was no longer any neutral option. Following this, news spread that Qin and the demon race had signed a contract of non-aggression for 10 years. The human world once again welcomed peace, and the threat of the demon race's invasion was eliminated. The ordinary people were quite happy because they did not have to worry about the demon race attacking, and their safety was guaranteed. Moreover, the threat of the fish-scale world and dark demon world had been eliminated, and it seemed that there would not be any more invasions in the future. The only possibility was that the Eastern Archipelago would have to face the previous world, but that would only happen after the heavenly domain boundary completely disappeared. The two remaining continents were quite surprised. They had never thought that Qin would be able to resolve the demon race's invasion so easily. They had no idea what sort of deal they had made for the demon race to invade, but they had obediently retreated. Some people smelled the scent of a scheme and said that Great Qin definitely had some shameful deal with the dark demon race. Perhaps Great Qin had purposely opened the passageway to allow the dark demon race to attack the northern side's factions so that Great Qin could take advantage of them and conquer the northern side's continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how Great Qin could deal with the dark demon race so easily. The mastermind behind all of this was Great Qin, and now that the northern continent has been conquered, Great Qin's ambitions can no longer be hidden. We must take back the northern continent. Now the northern continent had not been completely controlled by Qin, and there were still many hidden dangers inside. All parties must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, when Qin completely stabilized the northern continent, they would be in trouble. Because at that time, Qin occupied 3 continents, and one of them was the largest continent, Middle-earth. The area of the 3 continents was far larger than theirs. At that time, the power of Qin was something that the remaining 2 continents could not resist. As such, the 2 sides launched a few probing attacks against the northern continent. However, Zhao Fu did not mind, and he used the defensive measures that the northern continent had set up to defend against Qin to stop those people outside and speed up the process of digesting the northern continent. Seeing that they could not gain any benefits, these people naturally retreated. However, they had probing attacks against the southern continent and Middle-earth continent, but they found that the losses were too great, so they could only retreat. Now, their expressions were quite unsightly. The human world no longer had any power to stop Qin. Qin now had the power to unify the world, and the 2 continents were powerless to change the situation. In the end, they could only struggle at death's door. The dark demon world was quite surprised by this. They had been waiting for the 2 sides to fight, but they had never thought that the 2 sides would not fight and would instead make peace. They had waited for so long not to see this scene. They did not know what the mysterious faction was thinking. They had resolved this matter so easily and even signed a 10-year non-aggression treaty. In that case, they would not be able to fight for the next 10 years. This made them feel quite disappointed. At the same time, some people wondered if it was because the Qin Empire was so terrifying that even the mysterious faction feared it. Otherwise, why would they make peace so easily and sign a 10-year treaty? They did not know much about the situation in the human world, and they could not enter for now because of the dark demon world's southern continent. Of course, their interest in the human world did not decrease, and they sent out spies to try to obtain information about the human world. The news of the peace treaty was spread by Zhao Fu, and of course, it was fake. Zhao Fu had just found an excuse to resolve the matter of the dark demon world's invasion. He had never thought that the other sides would have such guesses. Now, the relationship between the Night Dynasty and Qin could not be exposed, as the consequences would be quite severe. The 3 remaining continents in the dark demon world would no longer fear the mysterious faction and would attack ferociously. The human world would also take this opportunity to attack Qin, and Qin would have to face attacks from 2 sides. This was especially so for the dark demon world, which Zhao Fu was quite wary of. Luckily, the Night Dynasty had signed a treaty with the fish-scale world, or else once the Dark Demon world attacked, the human world and Yuxian's world would also attack. With Qin's current situation, it would be quite difficult to deal with a three-way attack. Before the human world was unified, the relationship between Qin and the Night Dynasty would naturally not be exposed. Now that they had devoured an entire continent, the first thing they had to do was to keep a low profile in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble and slowing down their development. Now, it was time for the most exciting thing, which was to calculate the results of the battle. Qin had taken advantage of the situation to quickly conquer the northern continent while suffering fewer losses. On the other hand, the Night Dynasty had suffered more losses, as they were going to directly fight with the northern continent. The northern continent had prepared many things to counter demons, so it was impossible for the Night Dynasty to suffer small losses this time. However, Zhao Fu had given the Night Dynasty a large amount of money and resources to appease the Night Dynasty. Otherwise, after losing so many people without any gains, no one would be willing to accept this, and they would be able to resolve some suspicions. This time, Great Qin had obtained another 20,000 cities and 8 billion people. Great Qin had once again swallowed a big piece of meat, causing its stomach to bulge. If he could digest her, Qin's strength would rise to another level. With only 2 continents left, Qin would be able to unify the human world. The entire world would belong to Qin, and Zhao Fu would become the human world's only emperor. When that time came, Qin would be a level 1 dukedom kingdom. With that kind of strength, it would be able to protect itself in the ancient STEM domain, and it would not have to worry about the various threats outside the legacy land. Zhao Fu did not plan to bring these people and cities back to Qin, and he left them in the northern continent. On one hand, he would be able to defend the northern continent, and on the other hand, if the Dark Demon world's southern continent was in danger, Qin would be able to send reinforcements. After dealing with the northern continent's matters, Qin once again entered a peaceful state of development, and the world once again welcomed peace. As long as Qin did not cause trouble, the world would most likely remain peaceful like this. Zhao Fu returned to Qin, and Li Si told Zhao Fu that it was time to confer titles. He said that he had brought back 18,000 or so foreign women with Phoenix Chi, and there were all sorts of races. Because the northern continent had been frozen in history, only a few indigenous people had survived. In modern times, all sorts of people had migrated over, resulting in the northern continent's current prosperity. The Heaven Awakened world had inherited this, so the northern continent had spawned many races from all over the world. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would bring back so many women, and he was quite shocked at the number. He asked, "Do all of these women really have Phoenix Chi?" Li Si gave an ambiguous smile as he replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, they definitely have Phoenix Chi. The northern continent is a place where most of the fate in modern times is gathered, and its geography and culture are quite special, which is why there are so many people here. Most of the people in the palace are Eastern women, but as the ruler of the world, Your Majesty naturally cannot only have Eastern women. Otherwise, the commoners will think that Your Majesty is biased towards the East and hates the West, causing conflict between different races." As such, this lowly subject gave the order to bring back any woman with Phoenix Chi. They all have their own characteristics and are quite beautiful. They also have all sorts of professions and can satisfy any of Your Majesty's needs. In order to satisfy Your Majesty's preferences, this lowly subject has also researched the real world's culture and made some clothes. Also, before Li Si could finish, Zhao Fu cut him off because he had been too considerate of Zhao Fu and had made all sorts of preparations. Zhao Fu felt quite embarrassed, and Zhao Fu did not think that he was very lecherous. Li Si smiled as he replied, "Your Majesty isn't a pervert, but a playboy. As the emperor of a generation and the future emperor of the human world, it's only right for you to be a playboy. However, I feel that Your Majesty is too refined and restrained and has too few concubines." When Zhao Fu heard this, he really wanted to hit him. However, considering that he was loyal to him, he let it go. "Give me the imperial edict, and I'll leave everything to you. I won't go. And those women who don't have much Phoenix Chi left in the future, don't bring them back to Qin. Let them go," Zhao Fu said to Li Si. Li Si froze, not expecting Zhao Fu to say such a thing. He thought for a moment before reminding Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty, Qin needs Phoenix Chi, and Phoenix Qi can give Qin all sorts of benefits. It can also cause Qin's fate to quickly grow and purify it. Even though they don't provide much, there are still many of them. Also, it's their honor to be able to serve His Majesty in Qin's imperial palace, and Qin has given them all sorts of benefits. Most of them have volunteered. To be able to serve His Majesty in Qin's imperial palace is something that many women dream of. Ordinary women don't have Phoenix Qi, but they don't even have a chance to enter Qin's imperial palace. Zhao Fu didn't know how to respond, so he just said, "I know, but there are simply too many of them. If this continues, my imperial palace won't be able to hold so many people." Seeing that Zhao Fu's attitude was clear, Li Si didn't say anything else. In actuality, he wanted to say that the imperial palace should be expanded by many times, but even the Emperor of Qin didn't want to do this. As such, he naturally wouldn't say anything else in case he made Zhao Fu unhappy. Li Si nodded, indicating that he understood Zhao Fu's intentions. He smiled as he handed over a few long scrolls of imperial edicts, and Zhao Fu took out the royal seal of Qin and stamped them one by one. These imperial edicts were immediately acknowledged by the kingdom's fate. Following this, Li Si took these imperial edicts and left. Zhao Fu stayed in the Great Hall and read through all sorts of memorials to understand what was happening in various places. The human world was now tens of times larger than before. Even though Qin hadn't unified the world yet, it occupied 3 continents, and its land area was more than 10 times larger than Earth's. Millions of memorials were sent to various places every day. How could Zhao Fu read all of them? As such, the memorials that were sent to Zhao Fu were all about important matters, while the smaller and less important matters were given to other civil officials. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded out, and Zhao Fu saw a massive golden pillar of aura in front of the Great Hall. It gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed into the sky and slammed into the sky. The aura at the top of the pillar of aura spread out, forming golden clouds, and the entire world was dyed a gorgeous golden color. Scree! A massive phoenix cry sounded out as the Emperor Phoenix statue turned into a golden phoenix and flew into the sky. It elegantly circled around the pillar of aura a few times and gave off motes of golden light, looking incredibly beautiful. Only then did it enter the top of the pillar of aura. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as a massive aura spread out from the sky. Boundless golden light pierced through the clouds and covered Qin's territory, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Countless traces of black fate continuously floated out, and a small portion of it dissipated. However, the remaining portion was more stable and pure, and it had a trace of crystalline color. Because Qin had just conquered the northern continent, the fate of Qin's northern continent was not very stable, and it roiled like an ocean. However, as the golden light covered this place, the ocean of fate gradually calmed down. Under the golden light, the residents of the northern continent, who had just submitted to Qin, felt their restless, and fearful hearts slowly calm down. The golden light covered the tens of thousands of residents of Qin, and everyone felt a warm power flow out from within their bodies. Their bodies felt incredibly comfortable, and some of their illnesses and injuries were slowly healed. Everyone's strength gradually increased. These abnormal changes caused the heavens and earth to change, and the people from the other continents saw a golden sun rise up from the Midland continent, giving off a brilliant golden light. The women who had been conferred titles were also covered by the golden light, and a massive power seemed to enter their bodies, causing them to slowly go through changes. Their skin became more and more white and tender, and they became younger and younger, and their minds became more and more refined. Zhao Fu looked at the golden phoenix in the sky. It was already 6,000 meters wide and gave off a blinding golden light, making it seem like a sun. At the same time, he felt a massive wave of power flow into his body. The phoenix crystal within his body absorbed this power and continuously grew, and Zhao Fu felt his body slowly go through changes. He felt that his constitution, power, and mind were all becoming stronger. Within Zhao Fu's body, the golden dragon laughed as it said, "Congratulations, your Emperor Phoenix statue is now half a clan armament. Because of how special it is even more powerful than ordinary clan armaments." Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and realized that he had asked Li Si to help him confer titles to those concubines. No wonder the Emperor Phoenix statue had reacted so strongly. Following this, the massive golden phoenix danced in the sky for a while before turning back into the Emperor Phoenix statue and landing on the heaven prayer platform. Zhao Fu's transformation was complete, and the phoenix crystal within his body was now as big as a fist. Zhao Fu could clearly sense that the phoenix crystal was giving birth to something, as it already had its own consciousness. Apart from this, Zhao Fu felt that he had become much younger, and his power had become greater. His lifespan had also increased, and the benefits were quite great. Afterwards, Zhao Fu heard that the women who had been made imperial concubines had their constitutions greatly improved, and their lifespans had also increased. Adding on the calming effects of the northern continent, the Emperor Phoenix statue's effects were far greater than what Zhao Fu had expected. Zhao Fu felt that the Emperor Phoenix statue's potential was not just that, and it seemed that he had to nurture it. Its power in the future would definitely not disappoint Zhao Fu. After coming out of the palace, Li Si had already conferred titles. Seeing Zhao Fu come out, he knew that it was because of the Emperor Phoenix statue, so he smiled and cupped his hands as he said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he nodded and looked at the women. These women were quite daring, and they did not hide their seductive gazes at all. However, their kingdom had always been quite open, so it was understandable. Zhao Fu had people help them settle down and did not do anything to them. He returned to the palace and started to read through memorials. This went on for half a month, and because there was not much to do, Zhao Fu continued to read through memorials in the palace. It could be said that he did not spend much time on internal affairs. "Your Majesty, aren't you bored staying in the palace?" Li Muqing said with a smile as she brought some memorials. Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at her as he said, "There's not much to do right now, and everything is peaceful. I can only read memorials in the palace." Li Muqing lightly laughed as she said, "In that case, Your Majesty, why don't you go incognito and see the great lands that you've created? That way, you'll be able to see the true appearance of the Qin Empire and understand the people of the Qin Empire. It's much better than reading through memorials in the palace." Incognito visit? Zhao Fu couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, when he watched TV dramas, the emperor seemed to like to travel incognito, and then a series of interesting things would happen. That's fine. Zhao Fu thought for a while. Li Muqing was right. It was better to see it in person than to hear it from others. It was more real, and he could know clearly about Qin's current situation and what needed to be improved. Then, Zhao Fu dressed up a bit, changed his appearance, and changed into ordinary clothes. In fact, Zhao Fu didn't need to change much, because there were tens of billions of people in Qin state, and only a few people had seen Zhao Fu. Together with Gania and Li Muqing, they left Qin's imperial palace. On the way, Zhao Fu looked at Li Muqing and asked, "Where are we going now? Since you called me out, you must have a place to go, right?" Li Muqing smiled and nodded, saying, "Your Majesty, I want to show you the scenery outside of the royal capital. Let's go to the second most prosperous place in Qin state." Qin state was located in the north, and the royal city was the capital of the Qin Empire. It was naturally the most prosperous place in Qin state, and it was the center of culture, ideology, and economy. The second most prosperous place was the central region of the Midland continent. This was the most prosperous place in the Midland continent, and there were countless sects and sects. There was dense spirit qi and many treasures. It had originally belonged to the Xia dynasty, but it now belonged to Qin state. The sects and sects there had not moved, so the prosperity there had not changed. However, it was definitely not as prosperous as the royal capital of Qin state. The three of them headed to the central region and arrived at a city called Godly Object City. This city was a level 5 great city, and it was located in the south of the central region. It was one of the larger cities in the central region. When Zhao Fu arrived, he saw that there were many people coming and going on the streets, and there were many hawkers on the streets. The sounds of hawkers and laughter continuously sounded out, creating a bustling scene. Facing the empire that he had created, Zhao Fu was naturally quite interested. Normally, Zhao Fu did not have the time to care about these things, as it was enough to ensure the stability of the empire. As such, he had not personally seen what Qin state looked like. Now that there was so much land in Qin state, Zhao Fu had not been to 90% of it. Civil officials had always been in charge of managing it, while Zhao Fu had only stayed in the imperial palace to wait for the results. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this first visit, and he wanted to see things that he could not see from the imperial memorials. After walking for a while, Zhao Fu smelled a fragrant aroma. He turned and saw a peddler selling kebabs. Not only did he use spices, but the kebabs also gave off a wondrous aroma that made people want to take a bite. Li Muqing smiled as he said, "Sir, I'll buy some for you." Zhao Fu nodded and did not refuse. He wanted to try the kebabs, but after seeing the changes in Li Muqing, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Before, she had given off a scholarly aura, but now that she had become an official, she seemed much more approachable. Gunia stood by Zhao Fu's side like a block of wood, looking out for anything that might happen. "Sir, let me feed you." Li Muqing bought a few kebabs. Because she did not want to address Zhao Fu as His Majesty, she called him Sir. She blew on the kebabs before taking a piece of meat and gently placing it by Zhao Fu's mouth. Zhao Fu did not think much of it. After all, in the imperial palace, according to etiquette, there would be people who would take care of everything. However, at that moment, a chubby child pointed at Zhao Fu with a kebab in his hand and laughed as he said, "You're already so old, yet you still need someone to feed you? How shameful." Zhao Fu looked quite awkward. A middle-aged man next to him patted the boy's head and smiled apologetically at Zhao Fu and the others as he said, "I'm sorry. Children don't know any better." Seeing that Zhao Fu had an outstanding aura and had his own guards and maidservants, this man was definitely not an ordinary person. He could not afford to offend such a person. Zhao Fu smiled as he shook his head, indicating that it was fine. The man smiled and inwardly let out a sigh of relief as he said, "I knew that Sir was a well-educated and well-mannered person. Qin is becoming better and better." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised as he asked, "Why do you say that?" The man smiled as he replied, "Now that Qin is encouraging the development of the academy, most of the young masters are gentle and well-mannered. Moreover, Qin's laws protect commoners like us. If it was like before, we might lose our lives because of a single word. I want this boy to go to the academy to learn etiquette and knowledge. I want him to become an official and work for the Qin Empire." The little boy had just been patted by his father and looked quite dissatisfied. He pouted as he ate the meat skewers. Hearing this, he said angrily, "Dad, I don't want to be a civil official, I want to be a general like General Bai Qi. I want to expand His Majesty's territory and build a great empire for His Majesty." The man smiled as he rubbed the little boy's head and said, "That's fine. As long as you work for His Majesty and become an official, I'll support you no matter what you want to do." The little boy raised his head proudly and said, "Of course, I'm the general that the fortune teller told me about. I'll definitely become a general in the future, and His Majesty will be very happy to see me. He might even take me as his godson." The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Don't take the fortune teller's words too seriously. There are many talented generals around His Majesty. Even if you become a general, His Majesty won't be very happy unless you have an amazing performance. Also, you want to be His Majesty's godson? If you can meet His Majesty, our ancestors will be very grateful." The little boy puffed up his cheeks and said angrily, "Humph. Just wait and see, Dad. His Majesty will definitely make me a general in the future. I'll make countless contributions, and His Majesty will reward me with treasures and beauties. You can live a happy life in the future." The man laughed loudly and replied, "Good, good, good. Dad is waiting." Zhao Fu stood there and looked at the father and son, feeling quite awkward. After all, he was the emperor of the great Qin Empire they were talking about. At this moment, the man looked at Zhao Fu. Because he felt that Zhao Fu was quite kind, he spoke more warmly and said, "Gongzi, the meat you bought is going to get cold. This is our local specialty, tiger beef. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Hearing this, Zhao Fu didn't ask Li Muqing to serve him anymore. He took the meat skewer and ate a few mouthfuls. He found that it was very delicious, and the meat was chewy. Li Muqing stood at the side with a smile on her face. This was actually the reason why she brought Zhao Fu along. In the imperial palace, Zhao Fu was high up and sat in the most powerful position in Qin. Everything was carefully taken care of. It could be said that he lived like a prince and was above the common people. his attitude toward the common people also changed. The distance between them seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. In particular, Xiaofu was already somewhat tempted by the idea of creating a monster world. It seemed that he also wanted to use bloody and cruel means to cultivate a large number of monsters. Li Muqing felt that it was better for Xiaofu to be closer to the people. This was the blessing of the world and the joy of the people. The Qin Empire was a paradise, not hell. Sister, you're so beautiful. The little boy's giggling words interrupted Li Muqing's thoughts. Li Muqing looked at the little boy and pinched his cute little face. After saying a few more words, the little boy left with his father. Sir, let's continue walking around. We've only just entered the Divine Object City, and there might be even more interesting things in the future, Li Muqing said as she smiled. Hearing this, Xiaofu nodded. Following this, the three of them saw a place surrounded by people. Xiaofu curiously walked over and found that it was a joust for a spouse, and he felt that it was quite interesting. However, the person looking for a spouse was not a flirtatious-looking woman but a delicate-looking man wearing green clothes and holding a bamboo flute. Overall, he looked quite decent and most women would like him. Xiaofu felt that it was quite strange for men to have a joust for a spouse, so he couldn't help but ask, can men also have a joust for a spouse? Before Li Muqing could reply, a young man holding a folding fan turned and looked at Xiaofu with a trace of disdain as he said, Brat. You're from the countryside, right? Your way of thinking is too old-fashioned and rotten. A trace of coldness flashed in Gania's eyes. Someone had dared to speak to the Emperor of Qin like this. However, because Xiaofu had no intention of doing anything, he did not do anything. Xiaofu felt quite confused. When had his way of thinking become so old-fashioned and rotten? Wasn't he sitting at the center of Qin's power and thinking? Ahem, this lowly one is from the countryside and doesn't quite understand. Please forgive me, brother, Xiaofu said as he cleared his throat and smiled as he cupped his hands. Seeing how courteous Xiaofu was, the young man's attitude became much better. He returned the greeting and said, This lowly one is called Xiao Yuan, a student of the South Lake Academy. Brother Xiao, is this a common occurrence? Xiaofu asked. Xiao Yuan lightly nodded as he said, Of course it's quite common. Right now, Qin's thinking is exploding, and all sorts of cultures are exchanging ideas. Our Majesty is also trying to develop this. No matter what it is, as long as it doesn't harm the country or the commoners, we should treat it objectively and rationally. We can't discriminate or insult other cultures, ideologies, or races. Qin's laws stipulate that if the punishment is light, the punishment will be an apology, and if the punishment is heavy, the punishment will be flogged. As such, all sorts of things are happening. For example, in the early days, some people started to think about women's rights and called for equality between men and women. This was supported by His Majesty, so this idea quickly spread. Now, many women aren't as weak as they used to be, and they need men's protection. Instead, they're filled with determination and strength, and some women are like men, using all sorts of methods to pursue the men they love. Also, the idea of us being men is gradually rising. What women can do, men can also do. Therefore, it's fine for men to hold a competition to find a spouse, as long as it doesn't violate the laws of Qin. After listening to the explanation, Xiaofu couldn't help but chuckle. He realized that the people were indeed different from what he had imagined. Things were far from simple, and they were very complicated. Looking at the arena, there were indeed two women who went up, and they also fought with each other. In the end, a woman in a red dress won. She walked up to the young man, lifted his chin, and announced with a loud laugh, You're mine now. Xiaofu wasn't used to this, and he couldn't help but say, Are all women so valiant? Xiao Yuanqiu opened his folding fan and fanned himself with a smile as he said, I told you that your thinking is too old-fashioned and decadent. It seems that the culture of Qin is not widespread enough. Tell me about that small rural place you come from. Later, I'll write a letter for you and send it to the government office to see what's going on there. The county magistrate is a bit powerless, and he's really ashamed of being favored by His Majesty. Xiao Yuanqiu snorted lightly, Just now, when you asked that question, you must think that women are weak and men should be strong. Men should protect women, and women should be protected, right? That's typical male chauvinism. Now, men and women are equal in Qin, and they can choose what they want. Women can choose to be stronger than men, and men can choose to be weaker than women. It's also normal for men to be strong and protect women, and women can choose to be weak. You can't look at things from the point of view that men must be strong. Everything can be freely chosen. What do you think? You can say that you are living in the best era, and it is because of His Majesty's wisdom that Qin can have such a good life. You should be grateful to His Majesty. Jiaofu dryly laughed and didn't know what to say. His Majesty was quite different from the majesty they had imagined. Do you think it's okay to do this? At this moment, Jiaofu asked Xiao Yuanchu seriously. He wanted to know what the commoners thought about this matter. Xiao Yuanchu smiled and said, "Of course it's okay, we must support it. I want to praise His Majesty's tolerance and open-mindedness. Everyone has their own choices, and they can work hard for their own lives and work hard for the future of Qin." Jiaofu let out a sigh of relief. However, he still had to go back and collect more information from the commoners before dealing with this matter. In August of this year, Great Qin will once again hold the imperial examinations. Perhaps I'll have a chance to see His Majesty's peerless face and the goddess. In our hearts, Lady Li Muqing. Xiao Yuanyuan suddenly said with a confident smile. Hearing this, Jiaofu lightly laughed and turned to look at Li Muqing beside him as he said, "Why is Li Muqing the goddess in your hearts?" Xiao Yuanchu said with a trace of admiration, "Of course it's because of her talent and her peerless beauty. She is now a favorite of His Majesty, and she participates in all the important matters in the imperial court, especially in literature. She is also one of the most beautiful women in Qin." Li Muqing blushed and felt a bit embarrassed as she faced Jiaofu's gaze. At this time, the red-clothed woman on the arena thought that she had won and that no one would compete with her. She was about to leave with the delicate young man. However, at that moment, a well-built young man walked onto the stage and shouted, "Wait, I want to challenge too." Jiaofu looked quite surprised as he asked, "Didn't the men start a martial arts competition to find a spouse? Men can participate too." Xiao Yuanchu felt a little helpless. He sighed and said, "I really don't know where you came from. Don't make a big fuss about everything. Can't men talk to each other? Since ancient times, it has been between men, but because of ethics, people are ashamed to mention it. His Majesty, as the greatest emperor in the human world, naturally wouldn't be restricted by such things. Moreover, this kind of thing was already very common in the original real world. Moreover, all sorts of ideas and cultures started to gather in Qin, causing intense clashes and changes. If they weren't properly dealt with, Qin would not be peaceful, and there might even be internal strife. However, even if there were internal strife, with Qin's strength, we would be able to quickly quell it. However, internal strife is not a good thing. We have to thank His Majesty, Qin's Majesty. It's because His Majesty is so wise, far-sighted, broad-minded, and tolerant that Qin is now so prosperous and powerful. Think about it, who has His Majesty's breadth of mind? Our Majesty is indeed worthy of being the man who will unify the human world. If this matter was dealt with by the Han dynasty, we would be cursed to death along with those Confucian scholars, but if it was dealt with by Great Shang, we would be executed. In the face of Xiao Yuanchu's praise, Jiaofu could only accept it with a shy face and smile. At that moment, the well-built young man ferociously punched towards the red-clothed woman, causing a gust of wind to blow. The red-clothed woman dodged to the side and kicked out. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the well-built young man was kicked in the abdomen. His body flew backwards and crashed to the ground, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The red-clothed woman rushed forwards, wanting to follow up with another attack. At that moment, a black-clothed man with a black bird embroidered on his chest and a saber at his waist said, "He's already lost, don't attack." Hearing the man's words, the red-clothed woman obediently listened, while the well-built young man sighed and walked off the stage by himself. It was as if the black-clothed young man's words could not be disobeyed. Jiaofu looked at the young man, and Xiao Yuanchu thought that Jiaofu, a country bumpkin, did not know who he was. Just as he was about to explain, Jiaofu smiled and cut him off, saying, "I know who he is." The black-clothed young man was called the law enforcer, and his job was to maintain order and enforce the laws. He was also responsible for solving cases and arresting criminals. This was different from the guards who were responsible for guarding the city. The guards were only responsible for guarding the city, suppressing riots, and maintaining the general order of the city. They would not care about anything else, while the law enforcers were responsible for handling the various affairs of the people. Because of the mysterious bird embroidered on their chests, the enforcement team was also called the Mysterious Bird Guard. It was also Qin's original creation. It was also something that Zhao Fu and many ministers discussed. As more and more commoners appeared, more and more things happened. As such, there needed to be a group of people responsible for dealing with commoners, which was why law enforcers were born. In addition, Qin forbade private fights for no reason. Both parties would be punished no matter who was right or wrong. However, a martial arts competition or gladiatorial fight like this must be approved by the government before it could be carried out. Otherwise, as soon as the competition began, the enforcer would have thrown them into prison and punished them according to their crimes. Xiao Yuanyuan was a little surprised, but he did not pay too much attention to it. After all, every city had one. Then, the red-clothed woman stood on the stage and asked loudly, "Now, who else wants to fight with this old lady? Step forward." Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood out. Xiao Yuanyuan smiled and said to Zhao Fu, "Brother, do you want to go up and have a try? Do you want to go up and give it a try? That young man looks very delicate." Zhao Fu felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly shook his head. No one else went up to the stage. The delicate young man naturally belonged to the red-clothed woman, and the young man seemed to be quite satisfied with the red-clothed woman. Following this, the two of them left together. Since there was no show to watch, everyone started to disperse. Zhao Fu and the others continued to wander the streets until the afternoon. The setting sun dyed half the sky golden, and it was time to return. "Your Majesty, how did you feel about this trip?" Li Muqing asked with a trace of a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "We've gained much this time, and we've seen many unexpected things. We've also seen Qin's true appearance, and it's much more interesting than what's written in the reports." Li Muqing smiled as he replied, "In that case, Your Majesty, you should come out more often in the future and experience Qin's people." Zhao Fu lightly nodded and agreed. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others returned to the Qin Empire's capital. After resting for a while, Zhao Fu continued to read through reports. He felt different from before, and it was as if he was more interested in political affairs. A few days later, Zhao Fu finished reading reports and went outside the legacy land because something big had happened. The Blue Wolf Kingdom had suffered heavy losses after fighting with the Lolai Kingdom. Almost 70% of its soldiers and city lords had died, and the remaining forces were too weak to defend the kingdom. Even though the Blue Wolf Kingdom had entered the highest level of defense and had greatly expanded its forces, their battle strength was not as great as before. Moreover, they had lost a city lord, which was a fatal blow. Back then, the surrounding kingdoms had not allowed Zhao Fu to act against the Blue Wolf Kingdom because they wanted to act themselves. The surrounding kingdoms had allied together to divide the Blue Wolf Kingdom. This was the reason why Zhao Fu had come out. Now that the half-beast kingdoms were preparing to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom, Zhao Fu had hurriedly come out. Zhao Fu had long since wanted to devour the Blue Wolf Kingdom, but he had not been able to do so. After all, the Lolai Kingdom was quite weak and could not defend against the other kingdoms, so he could only give up. Right now, the Blue Wolf Kingdom was like a juicy piece of meat, and everyone wanted to take a bite out of it. Of course, with the Lolai Kingdom's power, they did not dare to enter the half-beast world by themselves. It was possible that they would be surrounded and attacked by half-beasts from other kingdoms. As such, Zhao Fu planned to gather a few helpers to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom. In other words, he wanted to ally with the surrounding grassy kingdoms to divide up the Blue Wolf Kingdom. With a few kingdoms attacking the half-beast world together, they now had the confidence to not be afraid of being surrounded by the half-beast world. Even though the Lolai Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms had left them to die and had even set their sights on the Lolai Kingdom, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. There were only eternal benefits, so they were most likely quite tempted. He asked Lu Yuyu to send an invitation letter to these countries, and they quickly responded. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the letter, and Lu Yuyu sat in Zhao Fu's embrace. Looking at the contents of the letter, she smiled and said, "Little husband, how much will the Lolai Kingdom's territory increase this time?" Outside the legacy lands, conquering regions was not as easy as conquering in the legacy lands. After all, each region had its own fate, and if anyone wanted to take it, they would have to attack that faction. Within the legacy lands, system main cities could give up on their own regions and gather together, and they could freely conquer their own regions. The first time they conquered a region, they would receive a region treasure box, but they would not receive a region treasure box the second time. Now that the human world was in its later stages, system main cities could be categorized as factions and receive the same treatment as ordinary factions, and they could also obtain region treasure boxes. This made it very difficult for Qin to obtain region treasure boxes, as most of them had already been taken by others. Hearing Lu Yuyu's words, Jiaofu slightly smiled and said, "I'll do my best. I'll help the Lilai Kingdom obtain the most benefits." Lu Yuyu happily kissed Jiaofu and said, "Thank you, little husband. I haven't seen you in a while, and you don't know how much I've missed you. Can you please satisfy me first?" Jiaofu looked down at the beautiful woman in his embrace and smiled as he said, "Let's leave that for later. Right now, the half-beast kingdoms are attacking the Blue Wolf Kingdom, so we need to act quickly, or else we won't be able to obtain anything." Lu Yuyu felt a bit disappointed, but she understood the bigger picture and said, "All right. We'll call Jiwen to wait for you then." Jiaofu lightly nodded before leaving the Lilai Kingdom's palace. There were 3 other kingdoms around the Lilai Kingdom, and each of them had a small border with the Blue Wolf Kingdom. They could directly attack them and obtain control over them, allowing them to expand their territory. None of them dared to attack the half-beast world on their own, and the Lilai Kingdom's proposal was happily agreed to. With a few kingdoms invading together, they would feel much more confident and would not have to worry about the threat of the half-beast world. This time, the 4 kingdoms, including the Lilai Kingdom, split into 4 groups and simultaneously invaded the Blue Wolf Kingdom's territory. Each kingdom sent out at least 20 million soldiers and 700 city lords, as well as some generals. Over at the Half-Beast Kingdom's side, there were a total of 3 Half-Beast Kingdoms attacking the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Jiaofu gathered 90 million soldiers and 2,500 or so city lords to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom, while the Blue Wolf Kingdom desperately defended and temporarily expanded their forces. However, they only had 50 million soldiers and 1,000 or so city lords. These city lords and soldiers were the Blue Wolf Kingdom's final line of defense, and there were also some civil officials and city guards. The 2 armies gathered together, and the terrifying and austere auras caused the air to become incredibly heavy. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's people's faces were quite pale, and because of the disparity in numbers, they were at a great disadvantage. On the other hand, the other side all smiled and looked incredibly confident as they looked at the Blue Wolf Kingdom's people. They were confident that they would be able to split the Blue Wolf Kingdom's territory. In the sky, the 2-side city lords gave off powerful auras as they faced off against each other. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's side was led by a half-beast woman. This half-beast woman had a fiery figure and beautiful looks, and she gave off a resolute look. She had wolf ears and a wolf tail that were both snow-white, and she looked incredibly gentle and beautiful. She was the Blue Wolf Kingdom's queen, and she was called Xianxia. This was a battle to destroy a kingdom, and the kings of the other 3 kingdoms had come. They were all male half-beasts, and they were all middle-aged. When my father was alive, he had a good relationship with all of you, and I even called you 3 uncles. Now that he's dead, you want to destroy the Blue Wolf Kingdom? You're going too far, Song Xuanu furiously said as she looked at the 3 people. With the Blue Wolf Kingdom's current strength, it will be very difficult for you to protect yourselves. The 3 of us are helping the Blue Wolf Kingdom, or else you'll be destroyed by others sooner or later. Because of our past relationship, if you submit to the 3 of us, we'll give you some benefits. You have no other choice, you can either submit to us or be destroyed. You can't blame anyone but the Blue Wolf Kingdom for being so weak and losing so much battle force to attack the Lilai Kingdom. If you didn't attack, we wouldn't have dared to attack either. Song Xuanu's gaze was somewhat cold, but she did not regret this. After all, her father, the king of the Blue Wolf Kingdom, had been ambushed and killed by the other side, and she had to take revenge for this. However, she had never thought that the weak Lilai Kingdom would have the help of an expert, instantly turning the situation around. All of their preparations had been rendered useless, and they had all failed. If it wasn't for that expert's help, the Blue Wolf Kingdom would have destroyed the Lolai Kingdom long ago and devoured its faction, making them even more powerful. Of the 3 half-wolf kings, a slightly chubby one said, "It's the Snow Maidens. Uncle watched you grow up and become so beautiful. Now that the Blue Wolf Kingdom has no hope, you can only choose to surrender. You can come and serve Uncle, there's still a place for you in the Blue Wolf Kingdom." Hearing these shameless words, Xianxia could not help but attack, and her halberd ferociously stabbed towards the chubby man. With Xianxia attacking first, the battle between the two sides began. The soldiers on the ground started to charge, giving off shocking sounds as they rushed towards the Great Wall like a flood. Powerful auras exploded out as core formations appeared, and countless arrows tore through the air. The city lords in the air also gave off powerful auras as they rushed out and started to fight, causing terrifying shockwaves to spread out. The battle was incredibly intense, and blood flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. Both sides ferociously attacked, and more people died. "Arg!" Xianxia cried out as she vigorously slashed out with her halberd. 3 ice flood dragons giving off cold auras roared as they rushed towards the other 3 kings. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and even the air seemed to condense. It could be seen how terrifying this attack was. However, the 3 kings were not to be trifled with either. They unleashed 3 terrifying attacks, easily shattering the 3 ice flood dragons. A person quickly rushed over and did not hold back at all. He slashed out with his saber, and a sharp saber light containing terrifying saber chi slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression did not change as she gripped the halberd in her hand and vigorously stabbed out. A ferocious cold light shot out and collided with the saber light, resulting in a massive explosion and a berserk gale. However, at this moment, another person suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. The sword in his hand viciously stabbed towards Xianxia's heart. Xianxia's expression fell, and just as she was about to do something, another person held a short axe and gave off an explosive power as he hacked towards Xianxia's head, looking incredibly savage. Facing the terrifying attacks of the two, Xianxia was unable to defend against both sides. Moreover, both of them were using killing moves. Now that the situation was critical, if she could not block them, she might die here. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded out from Xianxia's body, and she did not hesitate to use her nation armament. This was the nation armament of a true kingdom, and it was not something that a nation armament without a kingdom could compare to. This power sent the 2 people flying, but it was not able to harm them. Boom! 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 3 massive explosions sounded out. There was not just one person with a nation armament, the other 3 people also released their nation armament's power, and the 2 sides once again started to fight. However, from the looks of it, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. She was being suppressed by the other 3 people, and the situation was quite dire. She was already injured because she was facing 3 veteran kings, and their cultivation and experience far surpassed hers. Apart from her side, the Blue Wolf Kingdom's side was also at a disadvantage. They did not have as many city lords as the other side, and they had to face multiple people by themselves. They also did not have enough soldiers, and even though they were able to ferociously counterattack, their enemies had already reached the top of the Great Wall. The core formations in the air also gave off terrifying shockwaves. In terms of numbers, the Blue Wolf Kingdom was not a match for the other 3 people, and they were being suppressed. This situation was quite unfavorable, and the Blue Wolf Kingdom was about to lose. At that moment, Jiao Fu and the other 4 grassy kingdoms took this opportunity to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom. There was almost no resistance, as the Blue Wolf Kingdom's main force had been sent to defend against the other 3 kingdoms, while Jiao Fu and the others were simply taking advantage of the situation. The 4 countries had split into 4 armies, and after easily breaking through the Blue Wolf Kingdom's Great Wall, they began to unbridledly plunder and kill. There had been an agreement that whoever managed to plunder the Blue Wolf Kingdom's Great Wall would get what they wanted. Thus, at this moment, they all became bandits, not hiding their greed. Cities were quickly broken through, and after the grassy people rushed into the cities, they did not say anything and directly killed in all directions, stealing everything of value. Most of the people in the cities were ordinary people, and they were unable to defend against the ferocious army. They were slaughtered on one side, and the scene was incredibly bloody. Because the Lilai Kingdom was quite close to the Blue Wolf Kingdom, they were quite close to each other. As such, Zhao Fu chose to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom's royal palace from the center. At the same time, the half-beasts that they had subdued before came into effect. Zhao Fu told them that the Blue Wolf Kingdom was doomed to be destroyed, so they could bring their friends and family to the Lilai Kingdom. The Lilai Kingdom would guarantee their safety, and they would be treated equally and would no longer be slaves. After the half-beasts found that the Blue Wolf Kingdom had no hope, they felt incredibly grateful towards the Lilai Kingdom. As such, they listened to Zhao Fu and started to persuade the half-beasts to join the Lilai Kingdom. Zhao Fu had subdued many half-beasts in the past, and because of this, his army advanced incredibly quickly. Most of the half-beasts had surrendered, and they did not resist much, so they naturally gained the most benefits. News of the 4 grassy kingdoms attacking the Blue Wolf Kingdom instantly spread to the front lines. Song Xuanu's face became incredibly pale, and she understood that the Blue Wolf Kingdom was most likely going to be destroyed. The 3 other kings were furious. They had put in a lot of effort to destroy the Blue Wolf Kingdom's main force, but the grassy people had reaped all the benefits. They had long since considered the Blue Wolf Kingdom to be theirs, and now, the grassy people were stealing from them. This naturally made them incredibly furious. Song Xuanu immediately said to the other 3 kings, "Now that the Blue Wolf Kingdom is going to be destroyed by the grassy people, you won't be able to obtain any benefits. The Blue Wolf Kingdom can surrender to you in the future, which is much better than being destroyed by the grassy people. Don't worry, the Blue Wolf Kingdom no longer has the power to stop you, so we should go and stop the grassy people." Hearing this, the other 3 kings thought about it and said, "Right now, the Blue Wolf Kingdom indeed doesn't have the power to stop them. Right now, our priority should be to chase out those shameless grassy people and not let them steal our things." As such, the 3 kings agreed to Song Xuanu's suggestion. Of course, they were on their guard. On the other side, the 4 grassy kingdoms quickly conquered regions, and in a short period of time, they had taken over 2/5 of the Blue Wolf Kingdom's territory. Zhao Fu looked quite delighted as he attacked the Blue Wolf Kingdom's royal city. The kingdom protecting formation had long since been activated, forming a massive energy barrier that protected the royal city. Time was of the essence, so Zhao Fu immediately gave the order to attack the kingdom protecting formation. There were some soldiers within the royal city, but if they could not break through the kingdom protecting formation, they would not be able to harm them. As such, Zhao Fu ordered all of the soldiers to attack the kingdom protecting formation from a safe distance. With Zhao Fu's power alone, it would be quite difficult to break through a kingdom's kingdom protecting formation. After all, a kingdom protecting formation gathered all of the kingdom's power, and it would not be easy to break through it. However, the situation was different. The Blue Wolf Kingdom had already been conquered, and it had lost a large amount of fate, causing the kingdom protecting formation's power to greatly decrease. At the same time, Zhao Fu still had 20 million soldiers. Boom! 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 Ordinary soldiers' power could not fuse with the core formations because they were not part of the core. They could only rely on this method to provide power, but it was quite costly. The 5 core formations expanded to 700 or 800 meters tall and gave off powerful auras, causing the weather to change and shaking the surroundings. They then charged towards the royal city and ferociously attacked, madly slamming against the kingdom barrier. Shoo shoo shoo! Some soldiers also drew their bows and aimed at the barrier. Countless arrows rained down and landed on the barrier. Even though the kingdom had already been breached, the kingdom protecting barrier was incredibly sturdy. Facing so many attacks, its power was only slightly weakened. It would take at least a few hours to break through. Boom! An incomparably powerful pressure descended. The Qin royal seal within Zhao Fu's body continuously trembled as massive Qin kingdom power flowed into Zhao Fu's body. A black flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body, causing the space around him to twist as a strong wind blew out. When this massive aura appeared, everyone in the surrounding 10 or so regions could sense it. It was a power that caused them to feel despair. The 20 million soldiers on the ground and the people of the half-beast monarch city trembled in the face of this terrifying aura. Devil Sun! A massive pillar of demonic chi rushed into the sky. The massive sun in the sky seemed to be dyed black and gave off intense demonic light as a boundless demonic intent spread out. Zhao Fu raised the sky demon sword and used one of his most powerful skills before vigorously slashing downwards. A massive black sword light seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and earth as it slashed towards the energy barrier, destroying everything. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, the kingdom-protecting formation violently trembled as it did its best to defend against that world-destroying sword light. In the end, the kingdom-protecting formation was able to completely defend. However, it had used up a lot of power. Boom, another pillar of demonic chi giving off ferocious aura rushed into the sky, dyeing the sun black and giving off a heaven-toppling demonic intent. Following this, another terrifying sword light slashed out. The other soldiers quickly attacked the kingdom-protecting formation, and the 5 core formations ferociously clashed. The kingdom-protecting formation's power was once again reduced. After the 4th sword strike, the powerful and firm kingdom-protecting formation was now covered with cracks. Everyone in the royal city started to panic because the kingdom-protecting formation was about to be destroyed. Who are you? Song Xuanyu stared at Zhao Fu coldly as she grabbed at the air, and the halberd that had been sent flying returned to her hand. Me? The Lilai Kingdom's empress, Zhao Fu replied as he lightly laughed. An intense hatred appeared in Song Xuanyu's eyes. Everything that had happened to the Blue Wolf Kingdom could be said to be caused by Zhao Fu. If it wasn't for him, the Blue Wolf Kingdom would not have suffered such a crushing defeat, and the other kingdoms would not have attacked the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Boom, Song Xuanyu exploded out with a terrifying aura and shot out like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing in front of Zhao Fu. She gripped her halberd with both hands and sent massive amounts of power into it, causing it to give off a cold light as she slashed towards Zhao Fu with all of her strength. Bang! Zhao Fu did not even look at her and casually slashed out, sending out a boundless sword chi that sent Song Xuanyu flying. She crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, her face pale. Because of her hatred, Song Xuanyu had overlooked that terrifying aura from Zhao Fu, which was many times more powerful than hers. Zhao Fu condescendingly laughed and did not bother with her. Now that the protective barrier had been destroyed, Zhao Fu only needed to conquer the city heart and the Blue Wolf Kingdom would be destroyed. Swish, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and rushed into the city hall. Song Xuanyu looked quite shocked and also rushed in. Seeing that Zhao Fu's hand was already on the city heart, she hurriedly called out, "Wait, as long as you don't conquer it, I'll agree to anything." Zhao Fu unexpectedly stopped and thought about it. He had a plan, so he turned and smiled as he said, "It seems that you don't have anything else that can attract me. Whether or not you can escape is another matter. Your royal family has already been taken down by the Lilai Kingdom. What price will you pay to prevent me from conquering the Blue Wolf Kingdom?" Song Xuanyu's expression was quite unsightly because she had nothing left. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying strength, she would not be able to escape even if she used her nation armament. Zhao Fu's body still gave off a feeling of despair. "What do you want then?" Seeing Zhao Fu stop and smile, Song Xuanyu understood what Zhao Fu's goal was. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "You're quite tactful, your Blue Wolf Kingdom has no hope. The 7 Kingdoms' armies have already attacked us, and you've already lost half of your territory. The Blue Wolf Kingdom is doomed, so there's no need to struggle. Submit to me. As long as you submit to me, the Blue Wolf Kingdom will still be yours. Moreover, I will make you the most respected person within the half-wolf race." Hearing this, Song Xuanyu immediately understood what Zhao Fu was thinking, and she felt quite shocked. Zhao Fu had such a mysterious identity and terrifying ambitions. "Just who are you?" Song Xuanyu asked as she stared at Zhao Fu. She felt that Zhao Fu was definitely not an ordinary person, and he had the ambition to destroy the half-beast world. This showed just how terrifying Zhao Fu's identity was and how dangerous he was. "Haha, who I am is not important. You have no choice but to submit to me. Otherwise, I'll take over the city heart and capture you, making you beg for death," Zhao Fu said as he laughed, his voice containing a trace of threat. Song Xuanyu sank into her thoughts. Was she going to submit to him just like that? Would she become a chess piece for him to destroy the half-beast world? She felt quite unwilling to accept this. Her ancestors' foundation had been destroyed by her, and she would be the greatest sinner of the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Suddenly, Song Xuanyu remembered that the other 3 kings were also heading over. With 4 kings attacking him, perhaps they would have a chance of protecting the Blue Wolf Kingdom. At the same time, she was part of the half-beast race, so she definitely would not help an outsider destroy her world. After making this decision, San Xuanyu did not show it on her face and continued to think. Right now, the most important thing was to stall for time and wait for the others to arrive. Zhaofu waited for a while. Because Zhaofu had already activated his perception of the 5 celestial senses, the range of his senses was incredibly large. At that moment, he sensed 3 powerful auras heading towards him, and his expression became grim as his body suddenly disappeared. San Xuanyu was given a big fright and hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier. However, Zhaofu stretched out his hand and clawed at San Xuanyu. The defensive barrier was unable to stop Zhaofu at all and shattered. Zhaofu's hand passed through the defensive barrier and grabbed towards San Xuanyu's throat. At that critical moment, San Xuanyu exploded out with the terrifying power of her nation armament. A terrifying white flame erupted around her body, and that terrifying power exploded out. A dragon's roar sounded out from within Zhaofu's body as the Qin royal seal exploded out with all of its power. 9 black dragon images appeared around Zhaofu. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as San Xuanyu's throat was grabbed by Zhaofu, and her body was lifted up by Zhaofu with one hand. San Xuanyu looked terrified. She had never thought that Zhaofu would be so powerful. A nation armament of a true kingdom was comparable to 5 or 6 nation armaments that had not yet established a kingdom. However, Zhaofu now had a marquis king of 10,000 or so regions and had all sorts of buffs, so San Xuanyu was not a match for Zhaofu at all. Now that San Xuanyu's throat was being held by Zhaofu, it was up to Zhaofu to decide whether to kill her or not. San Xuanyu felt an aura of death, and her body trembled in fear. She found it difficult to even breathe, and seeing that she could not change the situation, she could only say with difficulty, "I agree to submit to you." Zhaofu coldly harumphed, but he did not let go of her neck. He stretched out his other hand and 6 orbs of demonic qi flowed out as if they were alive. They continuously wriggled in front of Zhaofu's hand, and Zhaofu pressed his hand against San Xuanyu's abdomen, causing the 6 orbs of demonic qi to enter her body. Only after setting down restrictions within her body did Zhaofu feel at ease. He then threw San Xuanyu to the ground and said coldly, "Hurry up and move the city heart. Relocate the city heart." Hearing that Zhaofu wanted her to relocate the city heart, San Xuanyu felt quite wronged. She let out a sigh of relief when she heard that Zhaofu wanted her to relocate the city heart. That way, the Blue Wolf Kingdom would be in her hands. Because it was only relocating the royal capital, it did not cause any abnormal signs. Zhaofu ordered his soldiers to search for everything before quickly retreating. Now that San Xuanyu had submitted, Zhaofu naturally took over her soldiers and city lords. Of course, this matter had to be done in secret. There were a few reasons why Zhaofu did not want to conquer the Blue Wolf Kingdom himself. One was because destroying a kingdom would cause too many abnormal signs and attract others. Now that they were outside the legacy land, there were many people more powerful than Qin, so Zhaofu wanted to keep a low profile. He did not want to reveal too much of his strength and cause the other factions to attack him, which would not be good. In actuality, allying with other factions to attack others was not a bad idea. With how weak the Lilai Kingdom was, it was the best choice. Later, Zhaofu sent out the news that the Lilai Kingdom had failed, and the Blue Wolf Kingdom's king had already taken the royal city and many people and escaped. After doing all of this, Zhaofu gave a pleased smile and gave the order to retreat, leaving this place as soon as possible. Following this, the 3 half-beast kings arrived and saw that there was only an empty city. They felt incredibly furious, and one of the kings furiously unleashed terrifying attacks, destroying the city. They had the same goal as San Xuanyu, which was to chase out the grassy people who were trying to take advantage of the situation before dealing with the Blue Wolf Kingdom. However, San Xuanyu had suddenly said that the royal city had been attacked, so she had hurried back. The 3 of them immediately felt that something was off and wanted to stop San Xuanyu. They had never trusted her, and they had been wary of her playing any tricks. They were worried that she would return to the royal city and escape. However, they hadn't been able to stop her. Under the cover of some generals and armies, they had still let her escape. The 3 of them had hurried over, and now it seemed that San Xuanyu had indeed tricked them. She had moved King City away. However, if it was them, they would have done the same thing. After all, this was an invasion by 7 kingdoms, and the Blue Wolf Kingdom was destined to be destroyed. The 3 other grassy armies also wanted to attack the royal city, but it was too difficult, so they gave up on it for now. Now that they heard that the Lilai Kingdom had failed and that the Blue Wolf Kingdom's king had run away, they did not pay too much attention to it. The 7 kingdoms were like wild beasts devouring everything within the Blue Wolf Kingdom's territory, and they did not hold back at all as they quickly conquered cities and regions. Facing these bandit-like people, the ones suffering were the Blue Wolf Kingdom's residents. Now, they could only flee in all directions in fear to avoid this calamity. This was the consequence of a country being destroyed. In the end, all of the Blue Wolf Kingdom's territory was divided by the 7 kingdoms, and the Blue Wolf Kingdom was destroyed, disappearing from the map and becoming history. The Blue Wolf Kingdom had 340 regions, and because the grassy people had attacked quite early and there was not much resistance, they had obtained many benefits. The grassy people had conquered 230 regions this time, and every kingdom had conquered 40 to 50 regions. The Lilai Kingdom was the smallest, and Zhao Fu had done this on purpose to reduce the threat of the kingdom's attention and to prepare for future development. The half-beast side had only conquered 110 regions, and they had suffered great losses. This made them feel quite angry. After spending so much effort, all of the benefits had been taken by others. The 2 armies quickly clashed, and the 2 terrifying oars clashed. Everyone felt as if they were submerged in icy water, and they couldn't help but tremble. The wild beasts and birds in the surroundings had long since fled, and not a single one of them dared to stay behind. "You shameless and despicable grassy people, we can give up everything you stole from us, but you better get the hell out of the half-beast world," a tall half-beast king said loudly with a furious expression as he looked at the grassy people across from him. The grassy people had the advantage in terms of soldiers, city lords, and core, so they naturally did not have to fear the other side. They had indeed taken a lot of resources from the Blue Wolf Kingdom, causing them to grin and feel quite happy. They could not return the things, but they wanted territory. After all, their kingdom only had 200 to 300 regions, and taking a single region would take a lot of effort. However, they had taken 40 to 50 regions, which was equivalent to 1/5 or even 1/6 of their kingdom's territory. How could they give away such massive benefits? Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers, so they were not afraid. On the grassy people's side, a long-faced king loudly laughed as he said, "This is what we deserve. We spent so much effort to take these things, and you want us to give them to you? Do you think we're stupid? Moreover, it's not just you 3 who are talking about territory. Everyone's status is the same, and we're also taking other people's things. Stop acting so righteous. If you want it, then come and take it. Do you think we grassy people are afraid of you?" The 3 half-beast kings felt furious, but they did not lose their rationality. After all, if the 2 sides fought, they would be at a disadvantage. It was possible that they would not be able to take back their things and would lose many soldiers. "This is our half-beast world's territory, and as half-beasts, we have the right to make our own decisions. You shameless bastards, you dare to take our territory? Aren't you afraid of starting a world war?" a slightly chubby half-beast yelled. The grassy people did not seem to mind and laughed. There were simply too many factions involved in a world war, and it was not that easy to start one. If they fought, neither side would benefit, and the other worlds would benefit. As such, they did not have to worry. Zhao Fu did not say anything in the air, acting like an unremarkable minor figure. He let the other 3 half-beast kings take charge and watched as the 2 sides cursed at each other. After facing off for a few days, the 2 sides still did not fight. Neither side wanted to make a big deal out of this. If an even more powerful faction got involved, it was possible that they would not be able to obtain anything. Following this, the 2 kingdoms started to construct their own great walls, planning to cover the entire region before slowly digesting it. After this, the Lilai Kingdom's relationship with the surrounding kingdoms became better. They welcomed Zhao Fu, the Lilai Kingdom's prince consort, and they even planned to invite Zhao Fu to a banquet to celebrate this victory. Zhao Fu humbly refused and kept a low profile as he returned to the Lilai Kingdom and started to take inventory of his gains. They had 1 royal city, 2 capital cities, and 300 or so great cities. They also had 300 million people and 10 million or so stage 1 soldiers. Xiaofu was quite satisfied with these gains. Of course, most of these were hidden by Xiaofu, and no one else knew about them. Xiaofu did not plan to bring these things back to Qin Kingdom, and he decided to stay in the Lilai Kingdom to strengthen it. After all, the Lilai Kingdom was an important chess piece that Qin Kingdom had planted, so he had to properly develop it. At the same time, Xiaofu secretly established the Blue Wolf Kingdom in the Lilai Kingdom in preparation for destroying the half-beast world in the future. Xiaofu gave her a detailed explanation and told her that he had controlled Xianxia and that she would not betray him, so Lu Yuyu did not have to worry about the Lilai Kingdom's safety. Hearing Xiaofu say that he had completely controlled Xianxia, Lu Yuyu did not look too happy and instead felt a bit jealous. She patted Xiaofu a few times and said, "You're too fickle. You're not satisfied with me and my daughter, and now you're looking for another woman." Xiaofu felt quite startled and did not understand what Lu Yuyu meant. After asking, he found out that Lu Yuyu thought that Xiaofu had forcefully taken Xianxia, using pure desire to control her. Just like her, she could not betray Xiaofu and had asked him to do it with her. Xiaofu could not help but laugh, and he explained that he was not a lecherous person and that he was quite pure. Lu Yuyu looked quite doubtful and disbelieving. Following this, Xiaofu told her to develop the Lilai Kingdom and quickly increase her strength, as well as help the Blue Wolf Kingdom recover. This was all so that after the Heaven Domain boundary disappeared, Qin could quickly conquer the grassy world and the half-beast world. However, there seemed to be something missing. Xiaofu found that he seemed to have missed something in the elf world next to the grassy world. Now that he could bury a chess piece in the half-beast world, he had to bury a chess piece in the elf world as well in preparation for the future. After all, once Qin attacked the grassy world, the two worlds next to the grassy world would not just stand by and watch, and they would definitely attack Qin. As such, he had to bury a chess piece in the elf world to prepare for the future. After leaving the Lilai Kingdom, Xiaofu headed to the elf world to gather information about the elf world. Burying a chess piece was not a simple matter and could not be done casually. First of all, there were all kinds of requirements. The first was potential. They must have a value to be cultivated by Qin, which was the qualification to be a chess piece of Qin. Now almost all of them were chess pieces of a country. Xiaofu almost didn't care about the forces under a country. Secondly, it could be concealed, which meant that it was not easy to be discovered. Qin could control it secretly, so that Qin could achieve his goal. Then there were the forces that were easier to control. If the forces were too stubborn, Qin would not be able to subdue them. Instead, the plan would be leaked. There were also many other conditions, such as geographical location, relations with neighboring countries, and the internal situation of the force. Therefore, finding a suitable chess piece was rather complicated. It was impossible to do so without preparation. You needed to collect a large amount of information. A few days later, Xiaofu made a detailed selection and found a target. Just as he was about to go, he passed by a city and found that it was quite chaotic. After asking around, he found out that there was an ancient tomb hundreds of kilometers away from the city, and it was said that there were many good things inside. It seemed that someone had obtained epic-grade equipment, which was worth millions of gold coins. This was quite attractive to even city lords, so it was no wonder why so many people were in a hurry to leave the city. Xiaofu understood and felt quite interested. However, because he had things to do, he did not want to go. Suddenly, the killing heart sword, which was the clear sable sword, slightly trembled within the sword mark, as if it wanted Xiaofu to go. This was the first time it had reacted like this. The clear sable sword was ranked second on China's 10 great swords, and it was a sword that had existed in history. It was not as legendary as the Xianyuan sword, but it was still a treasured sword of legends and had powerful spirituality. It seemed that there was something there that attracted it. After thinking about it, Xiaofu asked for the location and turned into a ray of light as he flew out. Within a valley, over 10,000 people were engaged in a chaotic battle. On the other side of the valley, there was a massive hole in a stone wall. From time to time, 10 or so rays of light would shoot out, and everyone would fight over them. These rays of light were all treasures, and they were all at least gold grade. There were also a few legendary grade treasures. In actuality, some people had already entered the cave, and the people outside were all unimportant people. 4 or 5 city lords gave off powerful auras as they guarded the entrance, stopping these people from trying to enter the cave. Boom! A powerful aura descended from the sky as an elf wearing golden clothes descended from the sky. Looking at the chaotic scene, his expression was cold as he said with a trace of arrogance, "I'm the Muse family's third young master. All of you scram, this place is under the Muse family's control." Hearing the Muse family's name, everyone's expressions fell. After all, the Muse family was the most prestigious family in this kingdom, and their power was not inferior to a true royal family. However, the Muse family's people were simply too domineering. This place was clearly an ownerless treasure zone, and they had not even entered. They were just waiting outside for some treasures, yet they did not allow them to enter and said that this was their place. Everyone felt quite furious, but thinking about how terrifying the Muse family was, they endured it. After all, going against the Muse family was going against the entire kingdom, and they would not dare to do such a thing unless they did not want to live anymore. Seeing that these people were so slow to react, a trace of killing intent flashed in the golden-clothed young man's eyes as he said, "You lowly commoners deserve to die." Swish, 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 the golden-clothed young man waved his hand, and dozens of massive leaves giving off sharp cold lights shot out. People were cut in half at the waist, and pained cries sounded out as blood flew everywhere. In just an instant, over 1,000 people had died. The remaining people were so scared that they did not dare to stay and hurriedly ran away. The city lords guarding the cave looked quite unsightly, and they looked at each other before one of them came up and bowed as he said, "Third young master, Sir Corey is searching for treasures inside." "Our Sir Corey is searching for treasures inside, and this place is also Sir Corey's territory." "Pa!" A loud slap sounded out as the city lord who had come up to speak flew back, his face red and swollen. The golden-clothed young man coldly laughed. "Who does that Corey think he is? Does he dare to compare to the Muse family? You dare to use him to scare this young master? If you dare to say such a thing again, this young master will take your dog life." The city lord who had been slapped flying had a reddened face, and he suppressed the humiliation and lowered his head, not daring to say anything. The remaining city lords also lowered their heads and retreated to the side. The golden-clothed young man disdainfully coldly laughed and was about to fly into the cave when something unexpected happened. Boom! A river-like aura descended from the sky, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into a demonic abyss. Their bodies and souls were filled with terror, and the golden-clothed young man's expression fell. He turned and saw a black-cloaked figure appear in the sky. The black-cloaked figure waved his hand, and the golden-clothed young man and the city lords were sent flying. They crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The golden-clothed young man fell to the ground and looked at Zhao Fu fiercely as he said, "Do you know who I am? You dared to injure me, the Muse family won't let you off. You're dead." Zhao Fu stood in the air and disdainfully laughed. Zhao Fu did not fear a large family from a barony kingdom. If it was an ordinary kingdom or dukedom, Zhao Fu might feel some fear, but this young man did not have the qualifications. Since he was seeking death, Zhao Fu would help him. Boom! Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. The space seemed to explode as a formless hand grabbed the golden-clothed young man. The golden-clothed young man looked terrified. He had been completely unrestrained in this kingdom, and he had never thought that someone would dare to kill him. Bang! The golden-clothed young man wanted to say something, but the formless hand crushed him, causing him to explode. His body turned into a bloody mist, and only an official seal remained. This official seal was useless to Zhao Fu, and it did not have the same effect as a wasted city lord seal. Otherwise, Zhao Fu could have fused city lord seals into beasts, making them even more powerful. The surrounding city lords looked terrified and obediently knelt on the ground, not moving at all. Since this person dared to kill the golden-clothed young man, he definitely looked down on the Muse family's power. How could they dare to offend such a person? Moreover, even if they wanted to attack, they did not have the strength to do so. After all, they were not as strong as the golden-clothed young man, and the golden-clothed young man had been instantly killed. Zhao Fu looked at them, and seeing that they were tactful, he did not attack. He did not have to worry about his identity being exposed, he was just passing by and would not come back again. Moreover, the people who had escaped already knew of Zhao Fu's existence. Facing Zhao Fu's demon-like gaze, the city lords trembled and felt incredibly terrified. How could such a terrifying person suddenly appear? It was simply too terrifying. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and flew past the city lords and into the cave. The ground was paved with stone bricks, and there were some faint carvings on the walls. A cold and gloomy aura surged out, and it seemed to be an ancient tomb. Zhao Fu did not mind these things and flew deeper into the ancient tomb. Finally, he arrived at a large hall that was hundreds of meters tall and thousands of meters wide. The walls were blood red as if they had been painted with blood, and they gave off a dense stench of blood. To Zhao Fu's surprise, Zhao Fu originally thought that he would meet a few more people here, such as the lord that those people mentioned before. But when he entered, there was only a pile of dismembered corpses. There was no living person. At the very center of the hall, there was a vertical crack, from which blood was constantly flowing out. Swish swish swish, 10 or so rays of light shot out from the crack, and Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a wave of energy flowed out, forming a formless wall that blocked the rays of light. The rays of light turned into treasures, all of which were gold-grade and incredibly ancient. The scene in front of him made Zhao Fu feel quite strange. Moreover, there were dismembered corpses all around him, proving that this place was not as safe as it seemed. Just as Zhao Fu was about to go up and take a look at the crack exploded out with a powerful suction force, sucking Zhao Fu into it. His vision blurred, and Zhao Fu arrived in another world. This world was completely blood-red, and the sky was covered with cracks as if it would collapse at any moment. The ground was also cracked, and thick blood flowed everywhere, creating a desolate and deathly silence. Suddenly, countless traces of blood-red qi seemed to have a mind of their own and flowed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became serious, and his emperor's domain spread out, blocking the blood-red qi outside. Kill, 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 kill. However, at that moment, an intense killing intent flooded into Zhao Fu's mind, and Zhao Fu felt as if his head had exploded. An intense killing intent exploded out from Zhao Fu's body like a wild gale, and Zhao Fu's eyes became blood-red as a blood-red flame appeared around his body. Within the sword mark, the clear sable sword excitedly trembled and gave off a clear sword hum as a powerful blood-red light filled the sword mark space. The other sword spirits' expressions fell because they could feel that the clear sable sword was absorbing that berserk killing intent and starting to corrode them. Roar! Roar, roar! Dragon's roars sounded out from Zhao Fu's body as the Qin royal seal automatically protected its owner, exploding out with a terrifying nation power. Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline quickly devoured the berserk killing intent, and the phoenix crystal within his body gave off large amounts of golden light. The swords within the sword mark space also gave off their own powers, and powerful sword lights shot out of the sword mark space. There seemed to be tens of thousands of sword lights shooting out from the back of Zhao Fu's right hand. Luckily, Zhao Fu was able to suppress the berserk killing intent, and his eyes became clear again. His back was covered with cold sweat, and he felt a lingering fear. That killing intent was simply too terrifying. He had resisted the blood-red qi, but that killing intent had still seeped in, almost causing Zhao Fu to lose his mind and turn into a monster filled with killing intent. Moreover, that killing intent was not something that just anyone could withstand. Ordinary people with low strength would have their bodies directly collapsed, and their souls would have been destroyed by that killing intent. This was the reason why there were a pile of corpses outside. They had most likely accidentally breathed in the blood-red qi, and their bodies had been unable to withstand that terrifying killing intent, causing them to collapse. Although Zhao Fu had calmed down, the clear sable sword within the sword mark was still abnormally excited, and it recklessly absorbed that berserk killing intent. The clear sable sword was a sword of benevolence, and it was not used to kill. However, because of its heart's eye, Zhao Fu could not kill people at all. Whenever he killed someone, his heart would feel intense pain, so Zhao Fu had changed its attributes, turning it into a sword of slaughter. There was a saying that only a tree that took root in hell could grow to heaven and bloom the purest flowers. Similarly, only a tree that grew in heaven could bear the evilest fruits. Zhao Fu understood this, and he understood why the clear sable sword was so excited. Xing, suddenly, a ferocious blood-red sword light containing immense power slashed towards Zhao Fu from the left, and the air seemed to be split in half. Zhao Fu's expression slightly changed, and he stretched out his left hand as 9 black dragons floated out of his body. His emperor's domain became 10 or so times more powerful. Boom, the blood-red sword light slammed against the black energy barrier, resulting in a massive explosion, and the impact turned into a wild gale that blew out. Crack, a clear sound rang out as a few small cracks appeared on Zhao Fu's emperor's domain, and the blood-red sword light's power gradually disappeared. Zhao Fu turned and saw a figure appear on his left. This figure was a middle-aged elf, but he looked quite strange. His eyes were blood-red, and there were fangs in his mouth. His expression was cold as he tilted his head and looked at Zhao Fu. His body gave off a powerful blood-red qi, and he held a blood-red sword. The blood-red sword had a few tentacles that stabbed into his arm, causing the sword to fuse with his body. At that moment, the golden dragon, who was within Zhao Fu's body, suddenly thought of something and said, "I understand what's going on, this is the killing sword world." Zhao Fu felt quite startled, he had never heard of such a thing before and wanted to ask about it. The elf once again attacked, and his body blurred as he suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He raised his blood-red sword and slashed down at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately retreated, and the terrifying sword slammed into the ground. It was as if a massive force had slammed into the ground, causing the ground to crumble and rocks to fly everywhere as a massive crater appeared. After missing, the elf kicked off the ground and continued to rush at Zhao Fu like a black blur. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and took out the Death Disaster sword. He sent massive amounts of Emperor's power into it, causing the Death Disaster sword to give off an intense deathly light as he slashed out with a shocking deathly aura. The elf completely disregarded this and gripped his sword as he rushed over and also slashed out, sending out a blood-red sword light towards Zhao Fu. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the elf was sent flying. Even though the blood-red qi could increase one's battle strength, Zhao Fu's strength was much greater than the elf's, so the elf was not a match for Zhao Fu. After being sent flying, the elf crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood before standing up again. Boom, a powerful aura exploded out as a blood-red flame erupted around the elf's body, and the blood-red qi in the surroundings started to flow towards him. The golden dragon hurriedly said, "Hurry and kill him, or else it'll be troublesome." Zhao Fu nodded and stretched out a hand towards the golden dragon. The golden pupil in his left eye widened and quickly spun. Clang, 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 the chains gave off massive power as they flew towards the elf. The elf dodged as she continuously slashed out with her blood-red sword, sending out blood-red arcs of sword light that destroyed the incoming chains. However, even more chains flew towards him, and the elf roared as the blood-red flame around his body burned even brighter. He vigorously slashed out, and thousands of sword lights shot out, cutting the countless chains into pieces. Puff, however, at this moment, Zhao Fu suddenly appeared behind him and pierced his heart with his sword. However, the elf turned around and slashed at Zhao Fu. This caused Zhao Fu to be astonished. "I clearly pierced his heart, so why is he still able to move? It's as if nothing happened to him. What's going on?" In the face of the elf's backhand slash, Zhao Fu wanted to jump back, but he retreated more than 10 meters. The golden dragon said, "He's only at the first transformation of sword obsession. You need to shatter his body to truly kill him, otherwise you won't be able to kill him." Whoosh, just as the golden dragon finished speaking, the fairy once again charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed as he raised the Death Disaster sword and exploded out with all of his power. A gray light shot into the sky, and Zhao Fu slashed down. Boom, a terrifying sword light slashed out, seeming to slash apart everything in the surroundings. The fairy's body was devoured by the sword light, and after everything settled, a 1,000-meter-long sword gash appeared on the ground. The fairy had already been turned into a pile of dismembered corpses. "What did you say about the killing sword world?" Now that he had killed the fairy, Zhao Fu had time to ask the golden dragon. The golden dragon replied, "It was something from a long time ago, before the Heaven Murder Empire rose up. The Heaven Awaken world was the main world, and above it was the godly spirit world and below it was the underworld. There were also many small worlds attached to the main world. Some of these small worlds were big and some were small, and they could be compared to ordinary worlds. However, they were not external worlds and had been split off from the Heaven Awaken world by some sort of power or had been created by some sort of existence. The Killing Sword world was originally called the Sword World, and legend said that it was formed from a celestial sword. It contained a supreme sword intent and was one of the cultivation holy lands for countless sword cultivators. The sword world also had a master, who was called the sword master. This was something that the sword world chose, and after a sword master died, it would choose a sword cultivator to become the next sword master. Those who could become sword masters naturally had great talent in the way of the sword and were peerless geniuses among sword cultivators. However, after the 137th sword master appeared, everything changed. The 137th sword master was a world-shaking genius who not only had a supreme sword body, but his comprehension of the way of the sword far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, for some reason, the 137th sword master fell into the demonic path and went completely mad. The sword world changed because of him, falling into the demonic path and giving birth to a killing essence, which fused with his own sword intent, forming a killing sword intent. This sword intent focused on killing, and the killing intent surpassed the sword intent, causing the sword world to become the killing sword world. The entire sword world had changed because of him, falling into the demonic path and giving birth to a killing essence. It then fused with his sword intent, forming a killing sword intent. This sword intent focused on killing, and the killing intent surpassed sword intent. The sword world had become a killing sword world. After the killing sword world was formed, it caused the Heaven Awakened world to go through abnormal changes. A blood-red color spread across hundreds of domains, and a massive sword aura spread out from the sky, causing countless worlds to feel terrified. The people in the sword world were all controlled by that killing sword intent, and they all fell into the demonic Tao, which is what happened to the elf you saw just now. That state is called sword obsession, where the person and the sword fuse into one, and their body is controlled by the sword. They become a monster that only knows how to kill, and they are even more terrifying than ordinary sword demons. The more powerful the killing sword intent you absorb, the more terrifying it is. As such, it is split into a few levels, from first transformation to ninth transformation. First transformation is when the body is controlled by the killing sword intent, and it is the weakest. However, as you can see, that elf is already quite difficult to kill. Even attacking its vitals did not kill it, only by destroying its body can it truly be killed. With every transformation, one's power will increase by many times, and the body will go through changes. Both the person and the sword will evolve. Those who go through the second transformation not only have to destroy their body, but they also have to destroy their soul, or else they can recover over a long period of time. Even if the body of those who go through the third transformation is destroyed, they can quickly recover and maintain an undying state. Their soul will also become incredibly powerful and will be difficult to kill. Those who go through the fourth transformation are almost unkillable and can only be sealed. Their body will quickly recover, and their soul will become a sword soul. It is said that the 137th sword master has gone through the ninth transformation and has terrifying power like that of a celestial. Hearing this, Jiaofu could not help but gulp. He actually had celestial power, and celestials were existences at the peak of this world. They were above countless godly spirits, and they could decide the life and death of billions of creatures. That power was unimaginably terrifying, and just thinking about it made Jiaofu feel quite excited. What about what happened afterwards? Why did the killing sword world end up like this? Jiaofu asked the golden dragon. The golden dragon slightly sighed and said, "As you can see, this is the end of the killing sword world. Those who go into sword obsession will only become monsters of slaughter." Back then, countless people who had gone into sword obsession had rushed out of the killing sword world and caused a catastrophe in the Heaven Awakened world. Tens of thousands of worlds had been affected, and a few true celestials had appeared to stop this catastrophe. Those who had gone into sword obsession had been killed, and even the 137th sword master had been killed by a few celestials. The killing sword world had also been blasted apart. This was most likely a small shard of the killing sword world, and it was most likely the only shard left. After all, with celestials' power, even the source of the world would collapse, and nothing would be left. The fact that this shard had survived was a miracle. After hearing the golden dragon's words, Jiaofu sank into his thoughts. What should he do now? His first thought was to leave this place and seal the crack. He would destroy the ancient tomb so that no one would be able to find this place. This killing sword intent had caused even Jiaofu to lose control, and even though Jiaofu's power was monstrous, he had almost been controlled. If it was an ordinary person, they would not have been able to resist at all. His second thought was about the benefits here. If he could use such a dangerous thing, it would be of great help to Qin. There were still some treasures left, which were things that had flown out through the crack. Zhao Fu did not care too much about them, as most of them were things that he did not care about. Now, even Zhao Fu could not make up his mind, so he asked the Golden Dragon for advice. After all, it knew much more about this than Zhao Fu. The Golden Dragon sank into his thoughts and was not in a hurry to reply to Zhao Fu. Only after a while did it say, "Zhao Fu, this is just a small fragment and shouldn't be too dangerous. This is just a small fragment, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. However, you still have to be careful and test it out. If it doesn't work, quickly retreat." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and thought about it before taking out the clear sable sword, which was incredibly excited. Just as the clear sable sword was taken out, it continuously trembled and gave off sword hums as it absorbed the surrounding blood-red qi. The blood-red qi quickly gathered towards the clear sable sword. An intense killing intent came from the clear sable sword. Even though this killing intent was incredibly berserk, it could be controlled, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps the clear sable sword would be useful later, so Zhao Fu took it out and unleashed his emperor's domain with all of his strength. The 9 black dragons surrounded Zhao Fu, protecting him as Zhao Fu started to carefully investigate the surrounding space. Zhao Fu first started to scout the outer regions. He could already defend against the blood-red qi's killing intent, so there shouldn't be much danger in the outer regions. In just a few hours, Zhao Fu quickly investigated the surroundings and found that this place was not very big. It was only a bit bigger than a region, and the surroundings were pretty much the same. There was a blood-red sky, a shattered ground, and blood flowed everywhere. There were no living creatures, only deathly silence. After not encountering any danger, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. The clear sable sword followed Zhao Fu around the surroundings, excitedly guiding Zhao Fu towards the inside. However, Zhao Fu returned to where he had been because he had been killing that golden-clothed young man for a while. He had never thought that he would be here for so long, and it was likely that the people from that kingdom would soon arrive. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to hide the matter of the killing sword world for now before thinking about his next step. Boom! 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 Massive sounds sounded out as not only did the cave entrance collapse, but the entire mountain also caved in. This caused the expressions of the city lords waiting outside to fall. Their Sir Corey was still inside, and it seemed that he had met with misfortune. That terrifying existence had not come out, so they did not know what had happened. In actuality, some people had sent news back, and many people were hurrying over. They were worried about Sir Corey's safety, and the Muse family's 3rd young master had died here. This was a big matter, and they had to report it to the higher-ups. However, now that the mountain had collapsed, they started to panic. Following this, a large group of soldiers arrived, and there were over 100 city lords. Before, this would have been a small matter, but because of the golden-clothed young man's death, the entire kingdom was shaken. For over 100 city lords to come, it could be seen just how powerful the Muse family was in this kingdom. Following this, they found the city lords and asked them about the situation in detail. They could not help but feel quite shocked, because according to what they said, that person had the power to instantly kill the golden-clothed young man, and the golden-clothed young man had the official seal of a capital city. That person was incredibly powerful, and he did not care about the Muse family at all. After all, the golden-clothed young man had already told them who he was, yet that person had still dared to kill him. That person's identity was not simple at all. Most of the Muse family's people knew their own limits. Even though they could do whatever they wanted within the Barony Kingdom, in front of true experts, they were not worth mentioning. Facing this matter, the Muse family's higher-ups felt quite troubled. They were furious that that person had killed someone from the Muse family without any qualms, and they were also afraid of offending someone that the Muse family could not afford to offend. If that happened, the entire Muse family would be doomed. They first carefully looked around and found that that person had most likely left through other methods, so they could only retreat. At the same time, they remembered this enmity and would take revenge in the future. They were only a bit curious about the ancient tomb, but they did not feel that there was anything good in it. Even if there was anything good, that person would have taken it. Zhao Fu then looked into the depths of the mountain. Zhao Fu had used a magic formation to hide this place, and the crack had been stabilized by Zhao Fu using many tools, making it easier to control it. Zhao Fu had no idea what had happened. Why had a shard of the Killing Sword world appeared here, and why a crack had appeared in an ancient tomb? Zhao Fu was not sure about any of this. After entering the crack, Zhao Fu started to look around the Killing Sword world. A day later, Zhao Fu had finished looking around. There was no danger, and there were still no living creatures. The surroundings were deathly silent, and he had obtained some gold-grade items. There were over 10,000 of them, as well as dozens of legendary grade items. These things had all been very powerful, but after countless years of corrosion, they had fallen to their current grades. It was like the underground passageway, but he had picked them up for free and did not need to fight. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to head to the innermost regions. At the same time, Zhao Fu once again became more careful. A massive amount of ghostly qi flowed out, forming a great defensive barrier. There were 6 diagrams on it, the 6 paths defensive barrier. After preparing everything, Zhao Fu carefully entered the depths of the Killing Sword world. There was dense blood-red qi all around him, and he could only see 3 or 4 meters around him. It was deathly silent inside, but it was even more terrifying than outside, and it gave off pure killing intent. Xing, 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 sword hums rang out as over 10 figures appeared within the blood mist. These figures were all semi-transparent, and everything else about them was blurry. However, a pair of blood-red eyes were particularly eye-catching, and they held a black and blood-red sword in their hands. The Golden Dragon said, "These are sword souls after going into sword obsession. Zhao Fu, you need to be careful." Zhao Fu nodded, and the 10 or so sword souls turned their blood-red eyes to look at Zhao Fu. In that instant, they charged at Zhao Fu incredibly quickly, seeming to appear in front of Zhao Fu in the next second. They slashed out with their swords, sending out crescent-shaped blood-red sword lights. At that moment, Zhao Fu gripped the clear sable sword, which was trembling excitedly, and slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red crescent giving off an incredibly sharp aura. Boom, the blood-red crescent flashed past, entering the blood-red fog. It was as if space itself had been slashed apart, and the sword lights from the sword souls, as well as their bodies, were all slashed apart. The sword souls' bodies started to become hazy before disappearing, leaving behind illusory swords that floated in the air. These illusory swords looked like normal swords, but they were illusory and looked different, as if they were all people. Zhao Fu was quite shocked that the clear sable sword had become so powerful. After absorbing so much of the berserk killing intent, the sword itself seemed to have grown many times stronger. Zhao Fu wanted to take a look at the illusory sword's information, but the Golden Dragon said, "These are all sword soul essences left behind by sword souls. They can be fused into swords, turning an ordinary sword into a sword of slaughter." The clear sable sword continuously trembled, seeming to want to devour these sword soul essences. Zhao Fu thought about it and pointed at the illusory swords floating in the air. Whoosh, a massive attractive force spread out, and the illusory swords were all sucked into the clear sable sword. In that instant, the clear sable sword exploded out with a powerful aura of slaughter and gave off a brilliant blood-red light. Zhao Fu held the clear sable sword, and a massive wave of killing intent flowed into Zhao Fu's mind, causing his eyes to become blood-red. The Golden Dragon could not help but say, "Zhao Fu, if the clear sable sword continues to evolve like this, it will be very difficult for you to control it. Even though the clear sable sword's heart has been implanted into your heart and you can control, the killing intent is too powerful, and you won't be able to in your current." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and asked, "Is there any way to increase my control over the clear sable sword?" The clear sable sword was incredibly powerful and seemed to be able to deal great damage to the sword souls here. It was the best item for exploring the depths of the Killing Sword world, and if he gave up on it, it would be quite difficult in the future. Zhao Fu did not want to give up on the clear sable sword, but he did not have enough power to resist that killing intent. As such, he could only ask the Golden Dragon what he could do. The Golden Dragon thought about it and said, "There are a few ways, but you'll have to pay a price." Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. It was good that there was a way to deal with this, and Zhao Fu continued to explore the depths of the Killing Sword world. Zhao Fu did not directly rush into the depths, as the deeper he went, the denser the blood-red qi became, to the point that it was almost liquefied. Zhao Fu's instinctive sense of danger became stronger, and he did not dare to directly go in. He planned to increase the clear sable sword's power. It was now Zhao Fu's strongest trump card. Xing, a blood-red crescent containing terrifying power slashed out, killing 10 or so sword souls. The sword souls dissipated, leaving behind 10 or so illusory swords floating in the air. Zhao Fu raised his sword and pointed, and the illusory swords were absorbed into the clear sable sword. In that instant, the clear sable sword gave off hundreds of sword hums, and thousands of meters of blood-red light shined out from the sword. The clear sable sword gave off an even greater killing intent, and Zhao Fu's eyes once again became blood-red, filled with pure killing intent. The golden dragon said, "You can start the first refinement." Zhao Fu suppressed the killing intent in his mind and his eyes returned to normal. Hearing the golden dragon's words, he nodded, and the first refinement was a blood refinement. Zhao Fu first used his power to cause the clear sable sword to hover in the air. Following this, Zhao Fu cut his wrist and let out his blood as he controlled it to flow into the clear sable sword. The clear sable sword absorbed Zhao Fu's blood and continuously trembled, giving off a joyful emotion. The sword itself slowly went through changes, and a black dragon inscription appeared on its spine. Apart from giving off a cold killing intent, the clear sable sword also gave off the noble aura of an emperor. Zhao Fu had let out quite a bit of blood, causing his face to become quite pale. However, holding the clear sable sword, he still gave a pleased smile. Because this place was filled with danger, Zhao Fu did not dare to continue onwards. He stayed where he was and ate a few spirit medicines to recover his strength. A few days later, a storm of sword qi giving off a ferocious and sharp aura inundated the hundreds of sword souls. Under such a massive amount of sword qi, their bodies gradually turned into nothingness, leaving behind illusory swords. Zhao Fu once again pointed with the clear sable sword, and this time, the clear sable sword did not give off any suction force. Instead, it was like a king among swords, giving off a king's aura. The hundreds of illusory swords slightly trembled and gave off an aura of submission as they automatically flew into the clear sable sword. By now, there were over 1,000 sword souls fused into the clear sable sword, and in that instant, the 1,000 swords hummed in unison, causing leaves to fall like rain. Boom! The clear sable sword once again exploded out with a powerful aura, and a blood-red flame appeared on the sword. A terrifying aura blew out like a wild gale, and the ground was unable to withstand this power and started to crack. At that moment, the golden dragon said, "Zhao Fu, begin the second refinement." Zhao Fu slightly hesitated about this second refinement, but he quickly made a decision. He controlled the clear sable sword to float in the air before taking out the royal wood sword and enduring the pain as he cut off one of his arms. Following this, he used the royal wood sword to quickly heal the wound and consumed a large number of regeneration pills, causing Zhao Fu's arm to quickly grow back. At that moment, Zhao Fu used his power to control the arm that he had just cut off and send it towards the clear sable sword. The second refinement required a certain part of the body, and this was the price that the golden dragon had to pay. At this moment, Zhao Fu felt as if the clear sable sword was a part of his body, and he felt incredibly familiar with it. Moreover, his control over the clear sable sword had become even stronger. That incredibly terrifying and berserk-killing intent was also under control. This was not something that Zhao Fu could directly control but something that he could only control through the clear sable sword. Otherwise, with Zhao Fu's current strength, he would have long since been corroded by the killing intent. After resting for half a month and recovering from his injuries, Zhao Fu continued to explore the interior. Xing, 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 Zhao Fu raised the clear sable sword and a massive killing intent exploded out. Blood-red flames appeared on the sword as sword souls holding swords appeared around Zhao Fu. There were over 1,000 of them, and they surrounded Zhao Fu like stars surrounding the moon. In front of him, there were also over 1,000 sword souls giving off cold killing intent as they rushed over. They gave off terrifying sounds, and they were like massive swords filled with killing intent. Boom, Zhao Fu slashed down, and the sword souls around him flooded out, giving off terrifying power as they rushed towards the incoming sword souls. Xing, 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 after the sword hums sounded out, only illusory swords were left floating in the air. Zhao Fu's sword souls were incredibly ferocious, and as soon as they surged over, they killed the ordinary sword souls with a single strike. Zhao Fu casually swung the clear sable sword, and it gave off a might that was a combination of an emperor's aura and killing intent. Under this terrifying might, the 1,000 illusory swords gave off mournful cries and flew towards the clear sable sword. Bang! The 1,000 sword souls fused into the clear sable sword, and at that moment, there were over 10,000 sword souls fused into the clear sable sword. It exploded out with a terrifying aura, and the air seemed to explode. Zhao Fu's hand, which was holding the clear sable sword, was blasted away. The clear sable sword floated in the air and gave off a powerful aura, causing wild gales to blow. The space around it started to twist, and a large crater appeared in the ground. Shing, 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 the 10,000 swords hummed in unison, and the sound seemed to corporeal as it spread out, destroying everything in the surrounding 10,000 meters. It resounded throughout the entire space, and even Zhao Fu was knocked back. Countless traces of blood-red qi madly gathered, forming blood-red crystals around the clear sable sword. They gave off a faint red light and gave off a devilish beauty. Zhao Fu, hurry up and start the third refinement and accept the clear sable sword's sword heart. Otherwise, the clear sable sword will completely break free from your control. When that happens, the sword heart will become a killing heart and devour you, the golden dragon hurriedly said. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and stretched out his hand towards the clear sable sword, which was floating in the air, and started to control it. Fortunately, he had sword heart and the 2 daos he had refined, so Zhao Fu was able to quickly control the clear sable sword. Following this, a pained expression appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he started to split his soul. The third refinement was soul refinement, which used Zhao Fu's soul to refine the clear sable sword. A black and gold mote of light that was as big as a mung bean flew out from between Zhao Fu's eyebrows and floated into the clear sable sword. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and calmed down as he accepted the sword heart, which was the eye in Zhao Fu's heart, and fused it into his soul. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded out as 2 terrifying auras exploded out. The clear sable sword gave off an incredibly domineering emperor's aura, while Zhao Fu gave off a terrifying sword intent. The clear sable sword went from being a sword of benevolence to an emperor's sword of slaughter. Zhao Fu was not a sword cultivator and only liked to use swords. He did not have much talent in the way of the sword, and compared to the number 1 swordsman Xianxia in the Qin Empire, Zhao Fu was much weaker. Now, he had obtained killing sword intent. Sword intent was something that only high-grade cultivators could comprehend, and even Xianxia had not comprehended it yet. However, Zhao Fu had obtained it before him. However, this sword intent was not something that Zhao Fu had comprehended but something that the clear sable sword had given him. It was a sword intent that came from his soul, and it was incredibly powerful. Zhao Fu felt as if the clear sable sword was his clone because Zhao Fu had fused his blood, flesh, and soul into it. Moreover, he had fused it with the clear sable sword's heart's eye. Out of all of Zhao Fu's swords, the clear sable sword was the sword that was the most compatible with Zhao Fu, and no other sword could compare to it. After resting for a while, Zhao Fu carefully headed towards his final destination. Within the dense blood-red mist, sword hums continuously sounded out as countless sword souls flooded over, giving off terrifying sounds. The sword aura they gave off was incredibly sharp, and it seemed as if nothing could stop them. There were many sword souls here, and they were even more powerful than the ones outside. However, now that Zhao Fu held the clear sable sword, he did not fear these sword souls or the killing sword intent at all. Facing the countless sword souls, Zhao Fu smirked and sent his power into the clear sable sword. Countless traces of blood-red qi condensed into blood-red crystals, and Zhao Fu stabbed the sword into the ground. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of sword qi exploded out from the ground. The terrifying power instantly spread out, and everything in the surrounding 10 kilometers was shattered by the sword qi. After everything settled, a 10-kilometer wide crater appeared in the ground, and there were illusory swords floating above it. Zhao Fu smiled and casually waved his sword, causing the countless illusory swords to fly towards the clear sable sword and fuse into it. Finally, Zhao Fu reached the depths of the crater, which was 100 kilometers wide. The ground had already turned into blood-red crystals, and there were massive crystals floating in the surroundings. Rays of sword light descended from the sky, creating a wondrous scene. Zhao Fu carefully stepped in, but a massive wave of killing intent flowed into his head from the soles of his feet. Zhao Fu's eyes once again became blood red, and drops of blood flowed out of his eyes. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and immediately used the clear sable sword. A blood-red sword chi barrier floated out from the clear sable sword and covered Zhao Fu's body. Only then did the killing intent slowly disappear, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and continued onwards. A blood-red crystal mountain appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was 10,000 meters tall and gave off a boundless cold aura. What Zhao Fu cared about was that there was a black and blood-red shard at the top of the mountain. This shard was most likely a shard of a sword, and it was only as big as 2 fingers. It was covered with cracks and seemed to have been corroded by time, and it looked quite ancient. It did not give off any powerful aura and only silently floated at the top of the mountain. The golden dragon said excitedly, "That's a killing sword world shard, and it's the core of this space. However, the shard's spirituality has been destroyed by a celestial's power, and after being corroded by time, its power has greatly weakened. Perhaps you can use it." Hearing the golden dragon's words, Zhao Fu felt quite happy. This was a power that had been destroyed by a celestial, and even though it had been greatly weakened, if Qin could use it, it would be even more useful to Qin than to Zhao Fu. Just thinking about it made him feel quite excited. As Zhao Fu came closer, the 4 blood coffins seemed to be about to open. The golden dragon said, "Zhao Fu, hand your body to me and seal them first. With your strength, you won't be able to kill them, they're most likely at least at the 4th transformation of sword obsession." Zhao Fu thought about it and handed his body to the golden dragon. The golden dragon took over Zhao Fu's body, and a powerful aura exploded out. A golden flame burned around Zhao Fu's body, and the 5 different colored pupils in Zhao Fu's left eye became pure gold, giving off the might of an emperor. The Qin royal seal continuously trembled, and massive amounts of Qin's kingdom power entered Zhao Fu's body. The 9 black dragons around Zhao Fu became golden dragon. At that moment, Zhao Fu's aura completely changed, and he seemed to become a different person. He was no longer as domineering, calm, and mysterious as before, but was instead noble, cold, and peerless. He gave off a transcendent aura. Boom, the golden dragon extended a hand, and a 2-meter-wide golden magic formation appeared in front of his palm. The 5 golden pupils in his left eye quickly spun, and over 1,000,000 golden chains surged forth from the golden magic formation, shooting toward the 4 blood crystal coffins with ferocious might. At that moment, the 4 blood crystal coffins continuously trembled as a massive wave of blood-red chi flowed out, and the coffin lids were about to open. Zhao Fu, who was controlled by the golden dragon, gave a trace of an arrogant smile, and the 6 gray dots in his right eye were dyed gold. They quickly spun and a massive wave of ghostly energy flowed out. Roar! 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 4 ghosts that were hundreds of meters tall and gave off golden light appeared next to the 4 blood crystal coffins. They pressed down with all of their strength, pressing down on the blood crystal coffins. A few rays of blood-red sword chi flowed out of the blood crystal coffins, and they were incredibly sharp. In just an instant, they sliced the ghosts into pieces, but at that moment, countless golden chains arrived and wrapped around the 4 blood crystal coffins before dragging them underground. The 4 people in the coffins suddenly opened their blood-red eyes, and an even greater blood chi surged out. Zhao Fu, who was controlled by the golden dragon, chuckled. He stretched out his hand and pulled forcefully. The golden chains also pulled forcefully, pulling the 4 blood crystal coffins into the sealed space. Boom, the 4 blood crystal coffins had just been pulled into the sealed space, but they were unable to seal the 4 people. The 4 people exploded out with terrifying power, causing the entire sealed space to collapse. Zhao Fu, who was under the control of the golden dragon, remained calm. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of gold quality swords and hundreds of legendary quality swords flew out. The swords hovered in the sky, and under the golden dragon's control, they moved in an orderly manner, forming a sword chi formation. A massive sword chi storm swept out and a sharp aura covered the entire space. Myriad sword seal. The golden dragon gave a loud shout and pointed his sword at the ground. Tens of thousands of swords descended, causing space to shatter. Time and space became chaotic and everything trembled. Swish, 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 the swords stabbed into the ground and waves of sword energy shot into the sealed space. The countless waves of sword energy formed a sword chi formation and fused with the sealed space, causing the cracked sealed space to once again stabilize. The 4 people in the blood crystal coffins let out sharp howls, and massive waves of blood-red chi attacked the sealed space. However, the blood-red chi was turned into strands by the sealed space and entered the swords stabbed into the ground. Alright, the sealing is complete. Not only can the 10,000 sword formation seal them, but it can also absorb their sword intent. When that time comes, you'll have tens of thousands of swords of the way of killing. The golden dragon said as he smiled to Zhao Fu before returning the body to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu grinned, and seeing that things had been resolved, he asked curiously, "How do I use the Killing Sword World Shard?" The golden dragon replied excitedly, "You can now fuse the clear sable sword with the Killing Sword World Shard and you will become the 138th Sword Master. You can also be called the Emperor Killing Sword World's first Sword Master. After all, the Killing Sword World has long since been destroyed and is just a small shard. Moreover, its power and spirituality are quite weak, and the core will be the clear sable sword instead of the original Killing Sword World Shard. As such, it can be called a new world. Because the clear sable sword has fused with your flesh, blood, and soul, it has become an Emperor's sword, and this space can be called the Emperor Killing Sword World. Of course, because it uses the Killing Sword World Shard as the foundation, all of the space's power belongs to the Killing Sword World, so you can continue to call it the Killing Sword World. You can also be called the 138th Sword Master. Zhao Fu laughed. It was said that the 137th Sword Master was incredibly terrifying and had even caused a few true immortals to descend. If he wanted to become the 138th Sword Master, wouldn't he be too weak? It seemed that becoming the Sword Master had been quite easy. In actuality, Zhao Fu had never thought that he would have such a relationship with the Killing Sword World and become the 138th Sword Master. However, if the Killing Sword World could be used by Qin, that would be an incredibly good thing. Zhao Fu flew up to the 10,000-meter-tall blood crystal mountain and followed the method that the golden dragon had given him. He first activated the clear sable sword's sword soul domain. The clear sable sword became even more excited and continuously trembled as it gave off waves of blood-red light. A 10,000-meter-wide blood-red barrier giving off lightning-like power spread out, giving off a powerful aura of suppression. At the same time, illusory sword souls holding blood-red swords appeared within the barrier. Their blood-red eyes gave off icy killing intent, causing people to feel despair. Zhao Fu first used his power to control the clear sable sword to move closer to the Killing Sword World Shard before cutting his wrist and letting out some blood. He fused the blood into the shard and strengthened their compatibility. Only then did he start to slowly fuse them together. Because the Killing Sword World had been heavily damaged and had been corroded over countless years, its power was incredibly weak. The shard started to shatter and fuse into the clear sable sword. If it wasn't for the fact that the Killing Sword World Shard did not have much power, Zhao Fu would not have been able to fuse it at all. After all, that level of power was not something that Zhao Fu could control. Not only was the clear sable sword unable to withstand the shard, but even Zhao Fu was unable to withstand that killing intent and would explode. Following this, the Killing Sword World Shard fused into the clear sable sword, and the countless sword souls within the domain flowed into the clear sable sword. The sword soul domain that the clear sable sword had spread out was also retracted into the sword. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, and it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Countless people outside heard this explosion, and a suffocating feeling of terror washed over them. The sky seemed to have been slashed apart by rays of sword chi, and boundless blood-red light covered the ground. Waves of icy killing intent flooded into the world, and in that moment, the heavens and earth fell into deathly silence as if all creatures were trembling. The ancient stem domain had 1,240 or so worlds in total, and it was split into 4 sides. Qin City was at the western boundary of the ancient stem domain. In the blood-red world, from the nobles to the ordinary people, under that terrifying killing intent, all of them collapsed to the ground and looked at the sky in terror. They did not know what was happening or why such terrifying abnormal signs had appeared. This killing intent could destroy all things and destroy the heavens and earth, and its power surpassed countless people's imaginations. Just the remnant might of the Killing Sword World had affected hundreds of worlds, and at its peak, it would be no exaggeration to say that it would devastate tens of thousands of worlds. No wonder Celestials would act to get rid of it, it was incredibly powerful. The ones in the worst state were the elf world. They were at the very bottom of that terrifying killing intent and bore the brunt of that killing intent's power. They all froze and their gazes became dull as their eyes became blood red, and blood continuously flowed out of their mouths. This was only because they had been affected by the killing intent and had not gone into sword obsession. The main thing was that the killing sword world shard did not have much power. Otherwise, if this killing intent caused everyone in the elf world to go into sword obsession, it would definitely lead to a heaven-toppling massacre. Just thinking about how many people there were in a world and how terrifying it was, one could imagine just how terrifying it was. Moreover, those who entered sword obsession would become much more powerful and would not be easy to kill. They would also evolve as they killed, and it would be a scene where not even a blade of grass would grow, leaving no living creatures behind. The countless elves in the elf world suffered from this killing intent, and their bodies would be corroded. There were both benefits and drawbacks. The benefit was that these elves could walk the path of slaughter, but the prerequisite was that they could control the corroding killing intent. If they could not control it, the killing intent would corrode their bodies and cause them to continuously weaken. Even the kings in the elf world were affected by the killing intent, and they all froze on the spot with blood-red eyes. However, they were kings and had their nation fate and fate dragons protecting them, so they did not suffer as much damage. At the same time, they tried to control this killing intent. The surrounding worlds were not affected as much as the elf world. Countless ordinary people collapsed to the ground, and the kings exploded out with their full strength to resist the killing intent. Their expressions were quite unsightly as they faced this abnormal sign. Now, the hundreds of worlds did not know what had caused such terrifying abnormal signs. Was it a natural phenomenon? Or was it caused by someone? Most people believed that this was a natural phenomenon, which was why there was such terrifying power. It was not something that a person could cause, as this was a power that could intimidate all creatures in the world. However, if it was caused by a person, that person was simply too terrifying and would definitely cause a catastrophe that would change the entire ancient STEM domain. However, at this moment, when faced with the killing intent that could destroy even the heavens and earth, no one dared to believe that it was done by a human, because they did not even dare to think about the consequences. The ancient STEM domain had 1,200 or so worlds in total, and among the surrounding domains, its strength was above average. This terrifying abnormal sign affected hundreds of worlds, so naturally, all of the ancient STEM domain's people, and even the nearby worlds could sense the terrifying ripples in the distance. In the western side of the ancient STEM domain, there were 5 kingdoms and one large sect, and the Bear Mountain Kingdom was one of them. A middle-aged man with thick hair stood on a high platform and looked at the devilish blood-red color in the sky. The terrifying killing intent that came from it caused his hands and feet to feel cold. He was the king of the Bear Mountain Kingdom, Xianxia. Facing such a terrifying abnormal sign, Xianxia's expression was quite serious. This abnormal sign was simply too shocking, and even an existence like him felt a trace of fear. Just what had caused this? Did something happen there? If this matter goes out of control, it will be a terrifying disaster in the ancient STEM domain. We can't allow this to continue, we have to understand the situation. Send out this king's orders to head towards the abnormal sign as quickly as possible and find out the reason for it. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's army is to await further orders. Orders were sent out as the Bear Mountain Kingdom's experts moved out and headed to the boundary of the ancient STEM domain. Soldiers were dressed in armor and held sharp weapons, and they were ready to enter battle at any moment. It could be seen how much importance the Bear Mountain Kingdom placed on this matter. After all, if a natural disaster erupted and they were not prepared, the Bear Mountain Kingdom would be heavily injured. Xianxia's intuition told him that this was dangerous. It was not just the Bear Mountain Kingdom, the other kingdoms and sects also did the same. They sent out experts to investigate and prepared their armies to fight at any moment. Since the kingdoms were acting like this, the other kingdoms did not dare to be careless and also prepared their armies. Because they were in the west, they could sense how terrifying that killing intent was. Once it went out of control, it would be a catastrophe. This caused the western side of the ancient STEM domain to be filled with an austere aura, and everyone prepared to deal with any danger. The factions in the eastern side of the ancient STEM domain also sensed the terrifying ripples coming from the west. Even though they were quite far away from the abnormal signs, they could still sense how terrifying the abnormal signs were. Their hairs stood on end as they felt an intense sense of danger. Just what has happened in the West? Why has such a terrifying abnormal sign appeared? Just what has caused it? The various factions also sent out their experts to the West to find out the reason. The factions in the northern side of the ancient STEM domain took this matter quite seriously, and they felt that it was a catastrophe. That pure killing intent could almost drag people into the demonic path. A few people slightly sighed. I'm afraid something big is about to happen in the ancient STEM domain. In the southern side of the ancient STEM domain, on a 10,000-meter tall mountain peak that gave off a majestic aura, an ordinary-looking gray-robed elder looked towards the west with a profound gaze. He was the sect master of the Tao Cultivation sect, which was the leader of the ancient STEM domain's 5 great sects. Its power was unfathomably deep, and if it wasn't number 1 in the ancient STEM domain, it was number 2. Sect Master. The various factions have sent out experts to investigate the reason for the abnormal signs. How should our sect respond? A beautiful young woman said as she respectfully bowed to the elder. The gray-robed elder's expression was serious as he shook his head. There's no need to go. Even if we go, we won't be able to find out what's going on. Right now, the heaven's secrets there have fallen into chaos and are filled with killing intent. All of the ancient STEM domain's fate, as well as the fate of the surrounding domains, has gathered there. I'm afraid that a peerless evil creature has appeared, and the ancient STEM domain's situation is truly going to change. Everyone will be dragged in, and unless we leave the ancient STEM domain, we will not be able to escape this massive vortex. I wonder what has happened at the western boundary of the ancient STEM domain in recent years for so many things to happen and for 10 or so higher beings to go. The ancient STEM domain will have many troubles in the future. No, this sovereign should personally go and take a look. Within the killing sword world, Zhao Fu felt incredibly shocked as he resisted the terrifying aura that the clear sable sword gave off. The clear sable sword gave off a 100-meter tall blood-red flame, giving off boundless blood-red light that covered the entire killing sword world. Waves of powerful aura blew out like wild gales, causing the surrounding space to continuously twist and collapse. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out throughout the entire killing sword world, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. In that moment, all of the blood-red qi madly flowed towards the clear sable sword, and some of the sword souls that Zhao Fu had not killed turned into illusory swords and flew over. The blood-red liquid on the ground was also absorbed into the clear sable sword. The blood-red crystal mountain and ground, as well as the floating blood-red crystals, all cracked and flew towards the clear sable sword in the sky. Boom, everything flowed into the clear sable sword, causing its power to reach its peak, and it exploded out with an aura that seemed to reign over the heavens and earth. The already damaged killing sword world started to gradually collapse, and the sky and ground were gradually reduced to nothingness. The killing sword world's source energy quickly gathered towards the clear sable sword. The clear sable sword was a sword of slaughter, and it had fused with countless sword souls, making it extremely compatible with the killing sword world. Otherwise, it would not have been able to become the core of the killing sword world so easily. The region that had been as big as a region completely collapsed, and Zhao Fu and the clear sable sword stood in the air, surrounded by primordial chaos and giving off an extremely primordial aura. The clear sable sword looked like a true divine sword, standing in the air and giving off a blood-red sword light that was tens of thousands of meters long. It dispelled the primordial chaos in the surroundings and gave off a transcendent sword aura. Swish, 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 sword souls with hazy bodies and blood-red eyes appeared in the surroundings. They held blood-red swords and gave off killing intent, and there were over 100,000 of them, giving off a massive aura. At that moment, all of the sword souls knelt towards the clear sable sword in the air, acknowledging it as the master of the countless sword souls. The golden dragon said somewhat excitedly, Zhao Fu, hurry up and hold the clear sable sword, that way, you'll become the sword master. Hearing this, Zhao Fu quickly walked forwards. Because the clear sable sword had been completely refined by Zhao Fu, the massive aura it gave off did not stop Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu arrived next to the clear sable sword and gripped its hilt. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt an unimaginable wave of killing intent enter his mind, causing his mind to rumble and go blank. The killing intent continuously corroded Zhao Fu's body, and this time, Zhao Fu's bloodline did not resist and instead absorbed the killing intent. Zhao Fu's eyes gradually became blood red, and drops of blood continuously flowed out. A pair of blood-red sword-like pupils appeared in Zhao Fu's eye sockets. His left eye now had 6 pupils, and his right eye had another pupil. Zhao Fu's long hair gradually became blood-red, and a blood-red sword mark appeared on his forehead. 2 fangs grew out of his mouth, and his body gave off a massive killing intent, causing the space around him to freeze. Kill! Zhao Fu's body uncontrollably raised the clear sable sword and pointed it at the sky as he roared, sounding out in the surrounding tens of thousands of meters. Boom! A massive blood-red light containing unimaginable power tore through the primal chaos space and blasted through the 9 heavens. The heavens and earth seemed to be destroyed, and everything in the world seemed to tremble. In that moment, the experts from the ancient STEM domain who had dared to go felt their bodies freeze under this terrifying power. They felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless pit of ice, and a coldness that seemed to seep into their souls. It was not just them, even some people at the center of the heaven-awakened world sensed this, especially the factions that had been paying attention to Zhao Fu. Not only that, but the godly spirit world above also gave off a blood-red color filled with killing intent, and the underworld below was the same. This caused the countless godly spirits and underworld officials' expressions to become serious. They did not know what was happening in the heaven-awakened world for it to affect them. I have something important to report. A person from the Heavenly Spirit Merchant Association said respectfully with a trace of fear on his face. His voice was also very anxious as he spoke respectfully from outside the door. Within the room, a green-clothed elder did not know what was going on, but his expression slightly changed. This was because the person outside was in charge of observing the mysterious sovereign bloodline. For him to be so anxious, something big must have happened to the mysterious sovereign bloodline. The green-clothed elder let that person in. Looking at that person's pale face and the blood on his lips, the elder asked, "What happened?" That person told the green-clothed elder what had just happened. He had been observing the sovereign bloodline the entire time, but a wave of killing intent had suddenly flowed into his body, and he had expended a great deal of effort to get rid of that killing intent. The green-clothed elder's expression once again fell. What had been left in the Heaven Spirit Financial Group was just a few drops of that person's blood, which contained terrifying power. As long as one did not touch it, its power would not be released. However, these few drops of blood had given off such a powerful sense of danger, and the killing intent had domineeringly invaded one's body. This matter was not simple at all. The green-clothed elder immediately reported this matter, and a few major figures soon arrived. They saw that the orb of blood in the air gave off an intense killing intent. This killing intent was berserk and incredibly corrosive, and ordinary people's bodies would be directly invaded by it, turning into monsters that only knew how to kill. What has happened to that person recently? That blood is giving off such terrifying killing intent, and that killing intent is one of the most terrifying concepts in the world. Its origins are most likely not simple, a major figure said seriously. A major figure nodded and said, This killing intent is definitely not simple, and it's incredibly corrosive. Not only is it pure killing intent, but it also contains sharp sword intent and a dark demonic intent. If someone were to consume these few drops of blood, that person would immediately fall into the demonic path and never be able to turn back. A major figure laughed as he said, "He didn't disappoint us, looks like our decision back then was correct. Resisting the pressure from some higher beings was worth it." However, wait. A major figure who had been in deep thought suddenly said, "I seem to have seen this killing intent somewhere before." That's right, it was recorded in the ancient records. This killing intent is called killing sword intent, and it can cause people to go into sword obsession. In ancient times, there was a catastrophe, and only a few celestials were able to suppress it. What? The others looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that this killing intent would have such a great background, and it could even cause true immortals to descend. What? Such intense killing intent has weakened, a major figure could not help but ask in shock. The person who had been speaking nodded and said, "It's said that a few celestials destroyed the killing sword world and used terrifying abilities to get rid of this terrifying domain. The killing intent is naturally not as strong as before. However, What I'm curious about is that this killing intent should not have appeared in this world, so why has it appeared now? And why is it on this person? Hearing this, everyone felt quite confused, but they could not think of a reason. There was another large faction that was constantly paying attention to Zhao Fu, and it was naturally the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion. They were incredibly curious about this person with 3 Emperor Star Fate stars. Many people had been trying to divine the path of Zhao Fu's fate, but the 3 Emperor stars did not give them a chance at all. They disrupted Heaven's secrets and prevented all prying into it, so everyone could only observe where Zhao Fu's fate went. On that day, everyone was within Heaven's secrets, observing the trajectory of the 3 Emperor stars from a distance. However, the 3 Emperor stars were suddenly covered by a blood-red light, and even though they were extremely far away, they could sense the icy killing intent. They immediately reported this to their superiors, and countless people came to take a look. Following this, the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion's Fate Sovereign, the young woman in white, personally came to the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion, taking this matter quite seriously. The young woman in white's consciousness entered the Heaven's Secrets instrument and tried to divine the reason, and everyone else silently waited by the side. A while later, blood leaked out of the young woman's lips and she looked quite shocked as she muttered to herself, "I never thought that he would be connected to this matter." Before, he had awakened a few Emperor stars and had the potential to become a son of Heaven's fate. Now, he has the qualifications to become a son of Heaven's fate. Fate Sovereign, are you alright? Seeing that the young woman in white was injured, everyone came over and asked in concern. The young woman in white came back to her senses and shook her head before saying seriously, "In the future, don't try to divine his fate. Right now, his fate is covered by a layer of killing intent, so be careful not to lose your lives. Also, this matter might be related to a celestial, so don't continue investigating it." Hearing this, everyone felt incredibly shocked and their expressions became incredibly serious. They had never thought that this matter would be related to a celestial. If anything was related to a celestial, it would shake the entire world. Fate Sovereign, what should we do now? Should we continue to observe the direction of his fate? Someone asked respectfully. The woman in white thought for a moment before nodding and saying, "We can continue to observe him. Now that he has the qualifications to become a son of Heaven's fate, he will definitely come to the center of the Heaven domain in the future. Everyone will know his name, and he might change the Heaven Awaken world." Yes. Everyone in the surroundings obeyed and understood how important this matter was. Children of Heaven's fate were blessed by the entire Heaven Awaken world's fate, and all of them were geniuses who could shake the world. However, this person only had the qualifications and was not a child of Heaven's will. However, this was enough to make them feel shocked because they knew how terrifying a child of Heaven's will was. As such, that person was worth them continuing to observe. Back in the Killing Sword world, Zhao Fu held the clear sable sword and a heaven-reaching blood-red pillar stood within the primal chaos. A massive blood-red energy barrier expanded out, covering the 100 kilometers of primal chaos. Clang, the clear sable sword once again gave off a massive sword hum, and a wave of source energy spread out from the clear sable sword. With Zhao Fu at the center, the blue sky and grass spread out, reaching the boundary of the blood-red barrier, forming a world that was 100 kilometers wide. The blood-red light around Zhao Fu's body gradually dissipated, and Zhao Fu's consciousness once again took control of his body. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds around him, he felt quite shocked. The current Killing Sword world was completely different to the Killing Sword world from before. The world that had been filled with blood and slaughter was now incredibly dilapidated and lifeless. Right now, the Killing Sword world was filled with life, but that did not mean that it was not dangerous. Every stone, every blade of grass, and every drop of water contained killing intent, but they did not reveal it. Instead, they hid it within themselves, making it so that ordinary people would not be able to sense it. Zhao Fu held the clear sable sword and looked at the new Killing Sword world with great interest. On the surface, it looked just like a normal world, and there was nothing different about it. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also found a sword graveyard. There were tens of thousands of swords stabbed into the grass, giving off powerful sword auras. Zhao Fu looked at these swords and found that they were the swords that the Golden Dragon had used to seal the 4 people who had gone into sword obsession. Back when the Killing Sword world had collapsed, everything had been sucked into the clear sable sword. Now, the four people who had gone into sword obsession had turned into four powerful sword souls within the clear sable sword. After going through the clear sable sword's power, the swords that had sealed them had fused with the killing sword world, becoming a part of it. Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to these swords, as he had heard from the golden dragon that if these swords were left here in the future, they would give birth to powerful sword souls. The space that had been as big as a region was now only 100 kilometers wide. The clear sable sword gathered all of its power to reforge the killing sword world, and even though it was smaller, it was more useful and powerful. However, should the reforged world continue to be called the Killing Sword World or the Emperor Killing Sword World, Zhao Fu chose to call it the Emperor Killing Sword World because the clear sable sword was the core of this brand new world. As for how to develop the Emperor Killing Sword World, Zhao Fu had asked the Golden Dragon in detail, and he had said that he could expand the Emperor Killing Sword World through slaughter. The current Emperor Killing Sword World could grow through slaughter. However, there were restrictions. Only people from the Emperor Killing Sword World could provide slaughtering power for the Emperor Killing Sword World. The Golden Dragon's method was to use the clear sable sword to create a slaughtering lake and have swordsmen enter it to become people from the Emperor Killing Sword World. However, even though it looked like the Emperor Killing Sword World had become gentle and did not seem dangerous at all, that was not actually the case. Even though the terrifying killing intent had been weakened and contained a trace of Emperor's Way power, it was still an uncontrollable power. Those who became people from the Emperor Killing Sword World would become killing machines, and they would still go into sword obsession. No one would be able to control them, and they would still be incredibly powerful. Now, Zhao Fu held the clear sable sword, the core of the Emperor Killing Sword World, and only then could he control the power of the killing intent. At the same time, because the clear sable sword had Emperor's Way power, the new Emperor Killing Sword World also had Emperor's Way power. This would allow Zhao Fu to control those who had gone into sword obsession. In other words, the Emperor Killing Sword World could be used by Zhao Fu, which was something that Zhao Fu was incredibly happy about. Now, the abnormal signs outside had disappeared, but the boundary region had fallen into chaos. Almost all of the ancient STEM domains experts had descended here, and even some experts from the surrounding domains had come. The killing intent that the Killing Sword World had exploded out with caused their souls to tremble. Now that such a big thing had happened, they had to come, or else they would not even know that a great calamity had descended. The various experts turned the boundary world upside down. The people in the boundary world had been affected by the abnormal signs and felt incredibly terrified. Now that so many experts had done this, they felt even more terrified, and some people even started to run to other worlds. The world was about to be destroyed, and a catastrophe was about to descend. Evil creatures descended, and all sorts of rumors spread, causing people to feel incredibly panicked and unable to live in peace. They did not know why such terrifying abnormal signs had appeared or what had caused them. They could only hope that none of this had happened because that killing intent made it so that they did not dare to stay here. They could only pray that nothing had happened. The experts could not find the reason, but they did not give up. They searched for a few more days before reluctantly leaving. At the same time, they did not give up and offered rewards. Anyone who could provide information about the reason for the abnormal signs would be rewarded with countless treasures and cities, and they would be able to become disciples of major figures. This made countless people feel quite tempted. After all, these experts had come from within the ancient STEM domain and had existed for much longer than them. Their abilities and resources were not things that boundary worlds could compare to. The rewards given by the various experts meant that it was a great opportunity, so many people took the risk to find the reason for the abnormal signs. After Zhao Fu came out of the Emperor Killing Sword World, the clear sable sword had been returned to the sword mark, and Zhao Fu's appearance had returned to normal. Now that the clear sable sword had become the core of the Emperor Killing Sword World, its grade could no longer be estimated. It only displayed the word source. As long as he held the clear sable sword, Zhao Fu would enter sword obsession, causing his power to greatly increase and allowing him to control that killing intent. Moreover, Zhao Fu controlled the Emperor Killing Sword World's core, so Zhao Fu could enter the Emperor Killing Sword World at any time. However, the prerequisite was that there were no disturbances. In actuality, the clear sable sword could be renamed to Emperor Killing Sword. This name was more suitable for the clear sable sword. At the same time, Zhao Fu had never thought that such a terrifying abnormal sign would appear. It had spread to hundreds of worlds, and Zhao Fu had thought that there would not be any abnormal signs because they were in different worlds. However, if Zhao Fu knew that even the godly spirit world and underworld had been affected, he would be even more shocked. He was the reason why countless people were searching for him. With so many experts searching for him, Zhao Fu naturally couldn't be too high profile. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. What surprised Zhao Fu even more was the change in the elf world. Under the influence of that terrifying killing intent, blood-haired elves with blood-red eyes and killing intent appeared. These elves had successfully accepted the baptism of killing intent and mastered it. The killing intent had also changed their elven bloodline. Now, they could be regarded as a mutated race. This was quite common in the Heaven Awaken world. Under unimaginable power, creatures could easily mutate. These mutated elves' personalities greatly changed as well. They all became cruel and bloodthirsty, and they all liked to use swords. At the same time, their power greatly increased. They called themselves Killing Sword Elves and worshipped the Killing Sword intent. They were willing to become the Killing Sword Master's servants, and they could faintly sense the Killing Sword Master's existence through the killing intent. They were certain that he was a peerless expert and that no one could rival him. Zhao Fu was the Killing Sword Master, and there were at least 10 million people who had mutated into Killing Sword Elves. With so many servants, Zhao Fu was naturally quite happy. Perhaps he would be able to perfectly accomplish his goal in the elf world. However, Zhao Fu found that they were just saying that. Zhao Fu did not have the power to control them. After all, their mutations did not come through Zhao Fu but through the abnormal signs. However, Zhao Fu controlled the source of the killing sword intent, so even though he could not control them, he could influence them. There was also something else that was quite good, which was that Zhao Fu's bloodline was now a lower stage 18 imperial bloodline, and his bloodline had once again become stronger. At this level, it was incredibly difficult to raise one's bloodline by even a little bit. Zhao Fu's goal in coming to the elf world was to find chess pieces, and he had never thought that such a thing would happen. Back then, if it wasn't for the clear sable sword's reaction, Zhao Fu would not have gone to that ancient tomb. This time, Zhao Fu's target was a small kingdom. A small faction would not attract as much attention, and this kingdom's king was quite old. A few princes were secretly trying to seize power, and Zhao Fu could take advantage of this. This kingdom was called the Full Moon Kingdom, and it was quite close to the grassy world. Zhao Fu had specially chosen this place because it was close and could provide powerful reinforcements. Zhao Fu could use this place as a spear to pierce through the elf world. Before, Zhao Fu had planned to go to this small kingdom, but things developed in a way that exceeded what Zhao Fu had expected. This was because the Killing Sword Elves were all incredibly bloodthirsty and did not obey any restrictions. They were not loyal to anyone, and they were all rebels. They killed people in various kingdoms, causing many commoners to panic. They were afraid that they would be killed by the Killing Sword Elves if they were not careful. The commoners started to reject the Killing Sword Elves, but the Killing Sword Elves continued to commit crimes without restraint, causing the kingdoms to feel quite uneasy. As such, those in power could not help but give the order to kill the Killing Sword Elves who were under their control. There were already a few kingdoms in the elf world that had done this, and it was becoming more and more common. It was possible that all of the kingdoms in the elf world would give the order to kill these elves who had just mutated. Chase them. The king has given the order to get rid of all of the Killing Sword Elves. They are now criminals of the kingdom. An elf general riding on a white horse led an army of 100,000 soldiers as they chased after a few thousand Killing Sword Elves. Because there were many of them and they had all kinds of soldiers, if the Killing Sword Elves stayed behind, they would definitely die. Even though the Killing Sword Elves were incredibly bloodthirsty, that did not mean they were stupid. As such, they could only desperately run away. In the end, the elf general used his cavalry to stop the Killing Sword Elves, and the soldiers behind him spread out, planning to surround and kill all of the Killing Sword Elves. Me. What should we do now? We've been surrounded, a ferocious-looking Killing Sword Elf asked a handsome Killing Sword Elf. Kill. 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 The Killing Sword spirits were incredibly ferocious, and facing the army surrounding them, they did not show any fear at all. Instead, they looked incredibly excited as they raised their blood-red swords and roared. The elf general felt quite surprised. These killing sword spirits did not run or choose a direction to break out from, and they instead wanted to attack them. There were only 7,000 or so of these killing sword spirits, while they had 100,000 soldiers and cavalry and shield-bearers. Facing these killing sword spirits, the elf general looked quite disdainful. Continue to surround these killing sword spirits, don't let a single one escape, kill them all. The elf general ordered, and a large number of soldiers flooded towards the killing sword spirits, preparing to surround them. That way, not a single one of them would be able to escape and they would all be killed. However, the killing sword spirits did not show any fear and activated the killing sword blood's power within their bodies, causing them to give off traces of blood-red chi. The blood-red swords in their hands gave off sharp sword lights as they ferociously rushed at the soldiers. Clang, 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 the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard as the two sides started to fight. What was unexpected was that these killing sword spirits were incredibly powerful and their attacks were incredibly ferocious. A killing sword spirit leapt up and disregarded everything else as it rushed into the group of soldiers. Its blood-red sword light slashed out, killing 5 or 6 soldiers, and its body was stabbed by countless weapons before it died. A killing sword spirit madly laughed and ignored the spears stabbing into its body. It ferociously stabbed its sword through a soldier's head before rushing towards another person. A killing sword spirit grabbed the incoming saber and slashed out with its blood-red sword, cutting off that soldier's arm. The soldier cried out and retreated, while the killing sword spirit savagely leapt up. A killing sword spirit with a broken arm and a few slashes on its face ferociously rushed into the group of soldiers and started to kill. Seeing this, the elf general could not help but curse, a bunch of madmen. They naturally could not go on like this because these killing sword spirits were not weak at all and were incredibly berserk. If this went on, even if they destroyed these killing sword spirits, they would suffer great losses. Infantry at the front, retreat. Archers, fire your arrows. Cavalry, charge forward. The elf general gave the order, and the soldiers at the front retreated to avoid being accidentally injured by the archers. However, even though they wanted to retreat, the killing sword elves continued to tie them down and madly attack. Seeing this, the elven general had no choice but to let the archers shoot freely while the cavalry charged forward to find an opportunity to kill. Xiao! An arrow shot out like a black shadow and pierced into a killing sword elf's heart, killing it. The cavalrymen charged up on their horses and slashed down with their sabers, killing one of the killing sword fairies. Even though the killing sword spirits were being killed one by one, their auras did not weaken at all and they continued to ferociously attack. Their bodies were covered with blood and their expressions were savage, making them look like devils. Seeing more and more people die, the elf general could not help but personally act. A powerful aura exploded out of his body as he charged at the killing sword elves. At that moment, Miya's elf devoured a crystal and exploded out with an aura that was not any weaker than the elf general's, and the two sides started to fight. The killing sword elves continuously died, and the soldiers continuously died as well. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the battlefield was incredibly intense. The killing sword elves madly attacked, and each one of them could take away many people's lives. Only 1,000 or so killing sword elves remained, and the soldiers had lost nearly 20,000 soldiers. Bang! Miyi was sent flying by the elf general's saber and crashed into the ground, opening up a large crater. The elf general stood in the air and seeing so many soldiers die, he looked furious. He raised his saber and prepared to rush up and kill Miyi, ending the battle as soon as possible. Miyi wildly laughed. He did not have much strength left in his body, but he still gripped his blood-red sword and stood up. He knew that he was going to die, but the fervor of his bloodline caused him to become addicted to killing. Bang! Miyi was once again sent flying, and a gash appeared on his chest, from which blood continuously flowed out. He looked like he was on the verge of death. The elf general coldly harumphed and said, "You bunch of madmen who only know how to kill should be gotten rid of as soon as possible. We definitely won't allow people like you to exist." Miyi fell to the ground and did not even have the strength to crawl up. His blood-red eyes glared at the elf general as if he wanted to kill him. The elf general was furious and was about to attack again to kill Miyi. Boom! An incredibly terrifying aura descended, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Everyone's bodies seemed to freeze as they looked at the sky in terror. The sky had become blood red, and a figure stood in the sky. He wore a black cloak and was surrounded by a blood-red flame. He held a black and blood-red sword, and even though it was impossible to see his appearance, the eyes under the cloak gave off a chilling blood-red light, as if he was the most terrifying evil being in the world. His body gave off an almost corporeal killing intent, causing the clouds to disappear and all creatures in the world to tremble in fear. Countless soldiers looked terrified as their bodies continuously trembled, and even their souls seemed to cry out. However, the remaining 1,000 or so killing sword elves were the complete opposite. They could sense the surge of their bloodlines. This was the source of their killing sword intent, and it was the power of the killing sword master. The sword in the cloaked figure's hand was the true killing sword that they worshipped. The elves stabbed their blood-red swords into the ground and knelt, looking at the godlike person in the sky with fervent and devout expressions. The general elf looked terrified, and his body was so stiff that he could not move at all. Everyone present had just experienced that terrifying abnormal sign, and that terrifying killing intent had been carved into their bones. Now, they had seen the true body. He was the source of all those abnormal signs. He was the person that all of the experts in the ancient STEM domain were looking for. He was the owner of that terrifying killing intent. How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Just who was this terrifying person, and where did he come from? Was the elf world going to perish? Shing, a crisp sword chime rang out, and many indistinct sword souls holding blood-red swords appeared, covering the entire sky. The soldiers felt an aura of death, but before they could do anything, the cloaked figure lightly swung his sword. Boom! The ground was covered with the corpses of soldiers, and blood flowed everywhere, giving off a pungent stench. The killing sword elves at the center of the corpses knelt on the ground and did not move. They looked pious and their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at the godlike person in the sky. Indeed, that person had not harmed the killing sword elves. So many sword souls had descended from the sky, and some had passed by them without harming them at all. This made them feel even more excited. The killing sword master had acknowledged their existence. Mi Yi, who had been heavily injured, looked incredibly excited as he struggled to crawl, looking pious as he faced the godlike person in their hearts. Zhao Fu's appearance had undoubtedly given these people true light, saving them from the darkness, and allowing them to find a direction to advance. The killing intent did not just corrode their bodies but also their minds. Now, the killing sword elves were not as savage as before, and they all looked like pious and loyal pets. It seemed that even if Zhao Fu killed them now, they would not have any complaints. After hearing about this and the information from that small kingdom, Zhao Fu had a clear plan. After doing these things, Zhao Fu did not say anything or express anything. His body blurred and disappeared as if he had never appeared. Only then did the killing sword elves come back to their senses and excitedly stand up. Today, they had seen the killing sword master, the source of all killing sword intent. This was a supreme glory for the killing sword elves. The killing sword elves who had been talking to Mi Yi took out various medicinal pills and fed them to Mi Yi, causing his injuries to quickly recover. Following this, the killing sword elves left. Through them, the news of the killing sword master spread throughout the entire elf world and shook the entire ancient STEM domain. What? That terrifying abnormal signs weren't caused by abnormal signs but by someone. The killing sword master that those people are talking about really exists? Just who is that person? He actually caused such terrifying abnormal signs. That person is too dangerous. Hurry and investigate him, or else the consequences will be terrifying. The ancient STEM domain really has produced a monster. I can't believe that a demon would appear in the ancient STEM domain. This demon is simply too terrifying. If he really is someone from our ancient STEM domain, will he cause a catastrophe? This matter is incredibly important. That berserk killing intent and the abnormal signs of hundreds of worlds are enough to show that this matter will definitely threaten the ancient STEM domain. In fact, this matter might even be related to the 10 higher beings heading to the boundary worlds. Countless people's expressions became serious as they hurried towards the elf world. They understood how serious this matter was, and they did their best to find all information about that monstrous genius. They had to get to the bottom of this, or else they would feel uneasy. That person might really cause a catastrophe. All sorts of experts gathered in the elf world, causing the entire elf world to feel incredibly nervous. They were worried that they would offend people if they were not careful. The people gathered here were all experts from the ancient STEM domain and had massive factions behind them. None of them could be offended. A middle-aged Confucian scholar stood in the sky and asked the others, a black cloak, a black-blooded sword, and a terrifying gaze. What other characteristics do you have? The other white-robed youth shook his head. That's all. Apart from that, there aren't any other special characteristics. However, based on the minute differences, this person isn't an elf. He might have come from another world. Where did this person come from? Is he someone from the ancient STEM domain? Did those higher beings also come for this matter? Why do I feel that something big is about to happen to the ancient STEM domain? A big man asked worriedly with an anxious expression. An elderly man sighed as he said, AI. That terrifying power caused even existences like us to tremble. It's evident just how terrifying it is. Those higher beings most likely really are related to this matter. That person's strength is not low, and it's most likely that he's from the heaven domain. Hearing the words heaven domain, everyone could not help but feel quite startled. After all, that was the center of the heaven awakened world, and it was not something that their outer domains could compare to. A valiant-looking middle-aged man said seriously, that person has most likely left the elf world, and we won't be able to find him. We can only hope that he really is someone from the heaven domain and doesn't come to the ancient STEM domain in the future. That person is simply too dangerous and might cause the ancient STEM domain to change. Hearing this, everyone nodded, agreeing with this person's words. Now that they could not find anything in the elf world, they could only leave. However, they had left some spies in the elf world. After all, that person had appeared in the elf world once and might be useful in the future. Seeing the countless experts leave, all of the elves in the elf world let out a sigh of relief. With so many experts gathered here, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even the various kings did not dare to make a sound. After all, it would only take a few minutes for those people to destroy the elf world. The ones who were the happiest about this were naturally the killing sword elves. Firstly, the path of the killing sword that they worshipped caused everyone to feel fear. Secondly, the killing sword master had appeared and acknowledged them. And thirdly, with a terrifying figure like the killing sword master backing them, the various factions in the elf world did not dare to wantonly slaughter them. Before, the elf kingdoms felt that the killing sword elves were too dangerous and caused all sorts of unrest, so they wanted to get rid of them. When that time came, the killing sword elves would face a disaster. However, now that the terrifying killing sword master had appeared and saved a group of killing sword elves, everyone could not help but reconsider. This person was simply too shocking, and even the ancient STEM domain's experts felt incredibly wary of him, let alone them. Now, they could only strengthen their management and restrict some of the killing sword elves. They did not dare to give the order to get rid of all of the killing sword elves, in fear of angering that terrifying killing sword master and offending someone they should not offend. Because of this, the countless killing sword elves were able to live, and their faith in the killing sword master became even more fervent. Zhao Fu had become their spiritual leader, and he gathered the scattered killing sword elves into one. This was Zhao Fu's goal. With such powerful battle power and numbers, it would be a pity if he did not use them. Zhao Fu wanted to use their power to help his faction quickly develop. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would not have the time to show himself and take such a great risk. With so many terrifying figures gathered in the elf world, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and even regretted making this plan. Now that Zhao Fu had completed the first step of his plan, Zhao Fu started to carry out the second step, which was to head to the Full Moon Kingdom. Before, Zhao Fu had planned to make the youngest prince a puppet king, as it would be easier to control. However, now, Zhao Fu had a new target, as one of the princes had also become a killing sword elf. Within the building, a cold and arrogant elf with blood-red hair and eyes said towards the barrier, "Who are you? Why do you want to see this prince? Do you really have the power to make this prince the king of the Full Moon Kingdom? Of course, this is a small matter, but you'll have to pay an equivalent price," a cold voice sounded out from within the barrier. Hearing this, the elf did not quite believe it. Becoming the king of a kingdom was not a small matter, and this person made it sound so easy, as if it was a small matter. "Haha, this prince doesn't believe your words, you're too arrogant," the elf prince said as he coldly laughed. He would not easily trust this person who had appeared out of nowhere, or else he would not even know how he died. However, right after he spoke, a killing intent that caused his blood to boil was emitted from the barrier. Sensing this terrifying killing intent, the elf prince was not afraid at all. Instead, his expression became excited as he looked at the barrier. A black-cloaked figure slowly walked out, and the elf prince looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He had never thought that the killing sword master that the killing sword elves worshipped would come to find him. However, with this terrifying killing sword master's help, becoming the king of the full moon kingdom would not be a problem at all. The elf prince immediately smiled and said, "Please help this prince become the king of the full moon kingdom, and this prince will definitely worship you." The elf prince's words were quite courteous, but he did not bow or kneel. Instead, he spoke in a tone that was slightly lower than Zhao Fu's and not like a servant's. It seemed that the royal bloodline within his body was somewhat useful and had gotten rid of some of the effects of the killing intent. Before, Zhao Fu had said that Zhao Fu did not have the power to control them, and their actions were completely up to them. Moreover, no matter what the elf prince did, Zhao Fu had already made his decision. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's naturally not a problem, but I also said that you'll have to pay an equivalent price." The elf prince said confidently, "No problem, as long as this prince becomes the king of the full moon kingdom, this prince can give you anything you want." "Is that so?" Zhao Fu gave a cold smile as he looked at the elf prince and walked towards him. The elf prince sensed that something was wrong and took a few steps back, a look of panic on his face as he asked, "What are you doing?" "I am the prince of the full moon kingdom. There are so many experts looking for you outside. If you dare to do anything, aren't you afraid that your identity will be exposed?" Zhao Fu did not say anything. His emperor's domain had already covered the room, making it so that no one outside could sense anything. A powerful power spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and it was as if there was a large, formless hand grabbing onto the elf prince. The elf prince looked terrified and desperately struggled, but he was unable to break free at all. With his strength, how could he resist Zhao Fu? Zhao Fu drew the emperor killing sword and stabbed it into the elf prince's chest, causing massive killing intent to flow into the elf prince's body. Ah! The elf prince howled as countless traces of blood-red light flowed out of his body. His body started to go through changes, as Zhao Fu was using his killing intent to corrode his body and soul. The elf prince's hands gradually became sharp claws and fangs grew out of his mouth. His blood-red eyes became even redder and gave off a chilling blood-red light. His blood-red hair madly grew until it reached his hips, and his appearance went through many changes. Seeing this, Zhao Fu pulled out the emperor killing sword and the wound quickly healed, forming a blood-red sword mark on his chest. The elf prince respectfully knelt on the ground and called out, "Master." Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. From the beginning, Zhao Fu had planned to turn the elf prince into this. After all, he wanted to take over his kingdom and make it Qin's possession. No one would agree to this. As such, Zhao Fu needed to completely control him. Only then would he be able to make him listen to him and work for him without ever betraying him. Right now, the elf prince could only be said to be half in sword obsession. Zhao Fu did not have him completely enter sword obsession, as that would cause him to lose all reason and become a monster that only knew how to kill. Even though Zhao Fu could control him, he could not become a puppet king. Following this, Zhao Fu had the elf prince return and waited for Zhao Fu's next step. Zhao Fu's next step was naturally to seize the throne. However, many people disliked the killing sword elves, and if he became the king, there would be many obstacles. There were also a few princes who were candidates, making it even more impossible for the elf prince to become the king. What Zhao Fu needed to do now was to get rid of all obstacles. The first thing he needed to do was assassinate the elderly king. Zhao Fu was waiting for a suitable opportunity because he could not do it too obviously. It would not be good to do it in the royal city, as not only would it attract too much attention, but it was also possible that he would not succeed. After all, the royal city was where all of the kingdom's fate gathered, and the king himself had a large amount of fate. Moreover, the king's fate dragon would fuse with the kingdom's fate, and if he faced danger, it would automatically protect him. As such, Zhao Fu had to wait for a good opportunity, which was to leave the royal city. The king could not stay within the royal city forever. Half a month later, Zhao Fu finally had an opportunity. The king and his people had planned to patrol their territory one last time before choosing a legatee to inherit the Full Moon Kingdom's throne. After patrolling the 6th region, Xiaofu could not help but act. He first set down an advanced isolation barrier to delay the reinforcements before directly attacking. Boom! Xiaofu held the Death Disaster sword and slashed out with all of his strength, sending out a massive wave of deathly aura towards the army that was resting. The army did not panic too much. They were the Full Moon Kingdom's elites, and they exploded out with their auras, wanting to defend against the incoming deathly aura. However, the deathly aura was unexpectedly ferocious, and it inundated the elites and corroded their life force. The expressions of the experts that the king had brought fell, and they also sent out shockwaves, wanting to blow away the massive wave of deathly aura. At that moment, Xiaofu suddenly attacked the elderly king. Because the king was old, his reactions were quite slow, and Xiaofu sealed him up with chains. He could not even use his nation armament. The king had an ancient face and his eyes were hazy as he looked at Xiaofu and said, "Who sent you?" Xiaofu did not waste any words with him. Time was of the essence, so he did not reply and directly killed him before taking the king's seal and quickly leaving. At the same time, undercurrents were moving in the Full Moon Kingdom. The factions supported by the princes were all trying to take the throne and become the king of the Full Moon Kingdom. However, the most important thing had disappeared with the death of the previous king, and that was the king's seal. Because the king's seal had been lost, the Full Moon Kingdom's nation protecting formation had automatically activated, and the city hall's defensive barrier had also been activated. The king's seal was the most important item of a kingdom, and if it was lost, it would be a massive problem. Of course, it was not like the city lord's seal, where whoever had the city lord's seal would be the city lord. After all, this was the seal of a kingdom, and if one wanted to use it, one had to conquer a royal city or have the royal bloodline of a kingdom. Now that the royal seal had been lost, it would be impossible to find it again. As such, the kingdom's ministers decided to reduce the level 2 barony city to level 1 and use that to create a new royal seal. The person who created the new royal seal naturally had to be a new king. But who will be the new king? Undercurrents were surging in the Full Moon Kingdom and various factions were gathering their forces at the royal city. The various ministers were also choosing their rulers, and the commoners all felt a trace of danger, making them feel quite uneasy. However, just a few days later, the new king ascended the throne. Everything was out of everyone's expectations, and the king's seal did not condense again. The new king was not the first prince with the greatest faction, nor was it the 4th prince with the greatest potential. Instead, it was the 8th prince who had become a killing sword elf and was the least likely to become the new king. Over the next few days, a few major events shook the Full Moon Kingdom. Not only had the old king been assassinated, but a few other princes had also been assassinated. At that moment, the 8th prince had taken the king's seal and forcefully ascended to the throne. Countless people couldn't help but think that the previous king's death, as well as the prince's deaths, were definitely related to the 8th prince. In order to seize the throne, the 8th prince had been unscrupulous, killing his own father and brothers. The 8th prince's personality wasn't very good to begin with, and he was vicious and merciless. He wasn't popular, so no one was surprised that he would do such a disgraceful thing. However, if such a person became the king of the Full Moon Kingdom, the commoners would suffer. However, the common people didn't expect that the 8th prince would change his previous style as soon as he ascended to the throne. He issued several policies that benefited the common people and stabilized the common people's hearts. However, at that moment, there were also a few rebellions. They had originally been supporters of the other princes, and they did not accept the fact that the 8th prince had become the new king. However, the 8th prince had already ascended to the throne and obtained the king's seal, so he directly mobilized troops to suppress them. After the initial instability, the situation in the Full Moon Kingdom gradually stabilized. The 8th prince also became the new king and gradually won the hearts of the people. The unrest also calmed down. Seeing that the killing sword fairies had become kings, the surrounding people felt quite surprised. Before, they had planned to completely wipe out the killing sword fairies, but now, there were killing sword fairies who had become kings. Following this, they heard a shocking piece of news. The Full Moon Kingdom's 8th prince announced to the world that the Full Moon Kingdom would be renamed to the Killing Sword Kingdom, and all Killing Sword elves in the elf world could go to the Killing Sword Kingdom. Here, their identities would be acknowledged, and their safety would be guaranteed. These words sent the entire elf world into an uproar. This was to gather all of the Killing Sword elves and establish a Killing Sword Kingdom. Because of the terrifying Killing Sword Master, all of the kingdoms did not want to have anything to do with the Killing Sword Fairies. Keeping them around was just a bunch of trouble, and yet the Full Moon Kingdom was willing to accept them. Was he not afraid of the Killing Sword Fairies causing trouble? This was most likely related to the Killing Sword Master, and all of the experts in the ancient STEM domain were paying attention to this matter. If it was not dealt with well, let alone a small barony kingdom, even the elf world would be doomed. However, hearing that the new king of the Full Moon Kingdom was also a Killing Sword elf, everyone understood a bit more. The Killing Sword Fairies were naturally overjoyed about this. They were scattered throughout the various kingdoms and received all sorts of strange gazes. They were like a plate of loose sand, and the Killing Sword Master's appearance gave them a spiritual leader. However, the Killing Sword Kingdom's appearance connected them together and formed a force. Moreover, the other party was also a Killing Sword elf and had the Killing Sword Master's name, which naturally attracted countless Killing Sword Fairies. In just a few days, the Killing Sword Kingdom had 20 million Killing Sword Fairies, giving the Killing Sword Kingdom a large group of powerful people. Moreover, the Killing Sword Kingdom had become the best place for Killing Sword Fairies, so there were still many Killing Sword Fairies hurrying over. As for the Killing Sword Fairies that had gathered, Xiaofu took good care of them in order to prevent them from harming the kingdom. After taking care of everything and stabilizing the situation, Xiaofu spent another month. However, he had already achieved his goal in coming to the elf world, which was to set up a powerful chess piece here. Now, he needed the world to properly develop and get rid of any obstacles so that Qin could shine in front of the world. Apart from this, Xiaofu's greatest gain this time was the Emperor Killing Sword world. After delaying it for a month, it was time to take care of it. If the Emperor Killing Sword world could be developed, it would be incredibly important to Qin. The Killing Sword Lake was quite simple. One only needed to use the Emperor Killing Sword to create one. However, it was not easy to find people who could go into sword obsession. Even though any living creature that could hold a sword could go into sword obsession, it was only sword obsession. In order to unleash the power of the Killing Sword intent, one had to be a sword cultivator. Only sword cultivators were suitable to become someone from the Emperor Killing Sword world. The more talented a sword cultivator was, the more they would be able to unleash the power of sword obsession, and the more potential they would have. In order to achieve a higher level of sword obsession, Xiaofu had to find a sword cultivator with exceptional talent. On the surface, the Killing Sword intent displayed killing intent, and its way of doing things was similar to demonic intent. However, sword intent was its foundation. Whether it was killing intent or demonic intent, they both used the sword as their foundation. Sword intent itself was a rather terrifying state in the world, which was why the Killing Sword intent was so terrifying. Moreover, the Emperor Killing Sword world had only just been recreated and was only 100 kilometers wide. The number of people that could be converted was limited, only 100. Now that Qin had billions of soldiers, 100 people was simply too few. As such, Xiaofu placed great importance on potential. After returning to Qin, Xiaofu thought about this matter. Gunia was the number one swordsman in Qin and had extraordinary talent for cultivating the sword. However, sword obsession could never be dispelled, and once one went into sword obsession, one would forever be a demon. There was no turning back, and one's consciousness would sink into an eternal cycle of killing. Xiaofu could not bear for Qin's people to end up like this, so he naturally could not target Qin's people. As such, he could only find people other than Qin. To them, Qin was not a burden at all. The world was so big and there were so many people. Moreover, the sword Dao was a relatively common cultivation path. It was naturally not a problem to find 100 talented swordsmen. Human world, sword sect, Xianxia. He started training with the sword at 5 years old and reached Grandmaster level at 20 years old. His sword techniques were crude, but they contained immense destructive power. Dark Demon World, Breaking Demon Sect, Luan Mingsan. He had an innate sword body and had learned all sorts of sword techniques since he was young. He had extremely deep comprehension of the way of the sword and was one of the most talented swordsmen in the Western continent. Elf World, Meath Kingdom, Kechny. He was a royal swordsman and had a deep understanding of the elf sword technique. His sword techniques gave off a noble and elegant aura. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the information he had gathered on the sword cultivators and gave the order to capture them. These sword cultivators were all quite powerful, so Zhao Fu naturally had to make some preparations. Zhao Fu first sent 30 city lords to form a team and prepared all sorts of items that countered sword cultivators to suppress them from afar. Zhao Fu understood that these people were quite dangerous, and if they were not careful, they could suffer heavy casualties. Zhao Fu gave the person in charge of this operation to Xianxia, and he gave him an official seal equivalent to a Marquis 8 city's strength to prevent anything unexpected from happening. If they could not defeat them, they could crush them with brute force. Clang, 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 on a piece of yellow soil, an ordinary-looking young man swung a large sword, sending out waves of sword wind that swept up sand. He was incredibly powerful, and no one dared to get close. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked up at the sky with a serious expression. Black-cloaked people appeared in the sky. Who are you? Zhang Xiaohua's expression was cold as he pointed his sword at the mysterious people in the sky because he could sense the ill intent from them. Boom! The dozens of people in the sky exploded out with their city lord seal's power, activating the pendants in front of their chests. The pendants gave off intense black lights. Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt that something was off. He had never thought that these dozens of people would all be city lords. He would only be able to deal with 20 of them at most, and this number far exceeded what he could accept. Moreover, the other side seemed to have come prepared. Zhang Xiaohua's first thought was to run, but it was too late. Just as Zhang Xiaohua moved, the mysterious people in the sky pointed at him. A black magic formation appeared around Zhang Xiaohua, and an incredibly powerful energy locked him down. No matter how much Zhang Xiaohua struggled, he was unable to break free. Soon, he was taken away by the mysterious people. Within a beautiful castle, a golden-haired middle-aged elf chuckled as he taught a few elf children how to practice swordsmanship. The children clumsily practiced, causing the middle-aged elf to laugh. But in the next moment, Kechny's expression changed, and he hurriedly said to the elven children, "Go back to your room." The children didn't know what was going on. Looking at Kechny's expression, they obediently returned to the room. A group of people wearing black cloaks appeared around Kechny and looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Kechny's expression was solemn. With an elegant movement, he pulled out the elven sword tied to his waist. The mysterious people did not say anything and directly chose to attack. Chains with great power flew out. With a few clanging sounds, Kechny was outnumbered and was taken away. The elven children once again ran out, but they could no longer see their uncle Kechny. Soon, others hurried over, and only then did they find out. Pooh! Luan Mingsan pierced through a person's heart with his sword and disdainfully harumphed. There was a pile of corpses on the ground, and it seemed that a battle had just occurred. Luan Mingsan had taken a fancy to a treasure, but these people were unwilling to give it to him. As such, he could only take it by force. These trash still wanted to resist him, so Luan Mingsan did not hold back at all and killed all of them, including a few elderly people and children. After taking the treasure, Luan Mingsan wiped off the blood on his sword and prepared to leave. However, a black-cloaked figure holding a sharp sword blocked his path. Luan Mingsan's expression became quite serious because he could sense that this person's aura was incredibly powerful and incredibly sharp. He was also a sword cultivator. The two sides did not say anything and directly drew their swords to fight. In the end, Xianxia carried the heavily injured and unconscious Luan Mingsan and walked back. The sudden disappearance of sword geniuses drew the attention of many people, and they felt quite confused. Why had these sword geniuses been captured, and what was their goal? They were quite curious, so they went to investigate but did not find any information about any factions. This caused a wave of panic in the sword cultivation world, as these sword geniuses were people they looked up to and admired. Now that they had been captured, would the same thing happen to others? However, because not many people had disappeared, there was not much panic, and things gradually calmed down. In the Emperor-killing sword world, Zhao Fu found a flat area and sent his power into the Emperor-killing sword, causing it to give off an intense blood-red light, and the killing intent it gave off became even more intense. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu stabbed the sword into the ground, causing a blood-red light to rush into the sky. Following this, the ground started to crumble, and the killing intent madly gathered within the crater, seeming to condense into water. As the ground continuously crumbled, more and more water gathered. Soon, all abnormal signs disappeared, and a lake appeared on the green grass. The lake was circular and 1,000 meters wide. The water was clear, and some stones could be seen at the bottom. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, creating a beautiful scene. This was the Lake of Slaughter, and the water within it was condensed from killing intent. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, their body would explode into a bloody mist, and it was quite dangerous. Following this, 100 people were brought in front of Zhao Fu. These were the sword geniuses that Qin had captured. Others did not know who Zhao Fu was, but some people in the human world did. "Emperor Qin, you tyrant, why did you bring us here?" a young man furiously cursed. Zhao Fu did not mind and lightly laughed as he replied, "Aren't you sword cultivators? We will now allow you to enter the path of sword cultivators." "You're the killing sword master?" Sensing the killing sword intent that was everywhere in the Emperor killing sword world, some people guessed at Zhao Fu's identity and cried out in terror. Hearing this, the expressions of the people outside the legacy land fell, while the people within the legacy land looked quite confused, not knowing what was going on. They did not know that Zhao Fu's name had long since shaken the ancient stem domain, and even people in the heaven domain knew about him. Zhao Fu did not directly reply. Now that these 100 people's power had been sealed, Zhao Fu said, "If you have any last words, speak quickly. Qin will do his best to satisfy them, or we will act." Zhao Fu looked at the 100 people in the lake. Their eyes were all tightly closed, and they had fallen into a deep sleep. Whether it was their bodies or souls, they were all being corroded by the terrifying killing intent. Now, he just had to wait. At that moment, Zhao Fu had prepared millions of different swords, and the lowest grade of these swords was gold grade. With Qin's wealth that spanned across a few worlds, this was not a problem at all. Zhao Fu had prepared so many swords, and they were stabbed into the ground next to the lake. Together with the grass, the lake, and the blue sky, they formed an incredibly majestic scene. These swords were all for those who had gone into sword obsession. Of course, those who went into sword obsession needed swords, and the swords themselves would be corroded by the powerful killing intent. They would become swords of slaughter and fuse with those who went into sword obsession. 9 days later, the people in the lake slowly opened their eyes. Their appearances had greatly changed, their hair had become blood red, and their eyes had become blood red. However, their pupils were sword-shaped, and they had 2 fangs in their mouths. Their hands had become sharp claws, and blood-red sword marks had appeared on the backs of their hands. They no longer breathed, and their hearts no longer beat. Their eyes were cold, and they gave off pure killing intent. Their bodies floated up from the bottom of the lake, and they grabbed at the air. The 100 swords stabbed into the ground next to the lake continuously trembled and gave off sword hums before flying into their hands. The sword marks on the backs of their hands gave off blood-red light, and countless thin blood-red tentacles grew out of their hands, wrapping around the swords in their hands. The blood-red tentacles then slowly fused into the swords, and the swords all became blood-red swords as if they had a life of their own. Swish, 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 these people leapt out of the lake, and massive waves of blood-red chi rose up from their bodies. The water that had been condensed from killing intent also disappeared. Zhao Fu looked at the 100 people in front of him with satisfaction. Their auras were extremely powerful, and even without city lord seals, their auras could compare to a minor city lord's. Now, as they stood in front of Zhao Fu, they no longer had any thoughts, only killing. No matter what they had been like before, they could only obey Zhao Fu. No matter what he did, they would obey him. Zhao Fu took 100 people and descended on an orc city. This was a small orc city in the wilderness, and Qin hadn't cleared this place yet. Zhao Fu just wanted to see the true power of sword obsession. Kill. Zhao Fu waved his hand and gave the order to kill. The 100 cultivators behind him transformed into streaks of blood-red light and shot into the small city. Then, they began a frenzied massacre. In front of them, the orcs were unable to resist at all, and with a swing of their swords, they killed a large number of them. The countless orcs could only run in terror, and the city lord had only appeared for a few minutes before being easily killed. 10 or so minutes later, everything calmed down. There was blood everywhere in the orc city, and there were corpses lying on the ground. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and only a small number of orcs had escaped. The people in sword obsession stood next to the corpses, their swords giving off a faint blood-red light. The countless corpses' blood was absorbed by a formless energy and entered their blood-red swords, causing the people in sword obsession to gradually become stronger. Perhaps because these people were too weak, Xiaofu only saw killing and did not see anything special. The people in sword obsession were not injured at all, so he naturally did not know their true power. Xiaofu left the orc city in disappointment. After all, people in sword obsession grew through killing, and the emperor killing sword world also needed killing to grow. As such, Xiaofu could not keep these people by his side, and Xiaofu sent them to the front lines. There, the killing would never stop. After returning to Qin City, Xiaofu did not take care of administrative matters and instead sent people to gather information about the ancient STEM domain. Xiaofu had never thought that this matter would cause such terrifying ripples and draw countless experts from the ancient STEM domain over. Facing them, Xiaofu naturally felt quite wary because he could not defeat them at all. As such, he had to be careful, and Xiaofu knew who was looking for him. Back then, because of various matters, he had temporarily put them aside and only now did he have time to deal with them. He had to treat this matter cautiously. Right now, Xiaofu was wearing a mysterious cloak, making them all feel quite fearful. However, if this cloak was torn apart, they would not hold back at all. Before, Xiaofu could not see that far, and he could only see the surrounding dozens of worlds. Qin City was still a newbie, so he naturally did not have to look too far. However, with Qin City's strength across a few worlds, there were not many people who could call him a newbie. It could be said that almost no one in the ancient STEM domain would be able to expand so quickly, especially when the novice barrier had not disappeared yet. Great Qin could still use it to defend against the dangers outside. This was the most shameless novice. Now that he had caused such a big thing, Xiaofu had to gain some understanding of the ancient STEM domain and make preparations, or else he would not even know how he died. Following this, Xiaofu called over Medicine Stone, the little fatty that Xiaofu had brought back from the outside world. He came from the Medicine King world, which was the inner domain of the ancient STEM domain, so he most likely had some understanding of the inner domains. Heavens, big bro, did you cause such a big commotion outside? Even the ancient STEM domain's experts have come? Big bro, you're simply too terrifying. Medicine Stone had put on some weight and looked at Xiaofu in shock. In front of others, he would call Xiaofu Your Majesty, but in private, he would shamelessly call Xiaofu Big Bro. At first, he did not know why Xiaofu had called him over, but after Xiaofu told him what had happened outside, Medicine Stone was so shocked that he did not know what to say. He felt that following this Big Bro was simply too awesome, and it far surpassed anything he had expected. Back in the Elf Kingdom, he had sensed that Xiaofu's identity was not simple at all, so he had shamelessly pestered Xiaofu. Later, he was shocked to find that Xiaofu was just someone from the newbie world. However, Qin City's strength had greatly shocked him. There were very few people who had such strength in the newbie world. Afterwards, Qin City's rapid development had made Medicine Stone incredibly happy, and he felt that he had not followed the wrong Big Bro. However, Medicine Stone had underestimated his Big Bro. Before the newbie world had even appeared, he had done something that had shaken the entire ancient STEM domain. His potential was simply unparalleled. To be able to get such a cheap Big Bro, Medicine Stone felt incredibly happy because he would definitely follow this cheap Big Bro to the peak of the world. Take military types as an example. Right now, the outer domains were mostly made up of Stage 1 soldiers, with Stage 2 soldiers as support. There were very few Stage 3 soldiers, and most of the Stage 4 soldiers were generals. Even though the ancient STEM domain was just a small, desolate domain in the Heaven Awakened world, it was definitely much more powerful than the New World. The kingdoms in the inner domains were mostly made up of Stage 2 soldiers, with Stage 3 soldiers as support. There were also many Stage 4 soldiers, and only those with Stage 5 cultivation could become generals. The difference in strength between Stage 1 and Stage 2 soldiers was 7 or 8 times, and if they fought, the result would be obvious. Moreover, the longer a faction existed, the more powerful its foundation and the more tricks it would have. It could be said that the factions in the inner domains were far more powerful than those in the outer domains, as their strength was on a completely different level. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Even if it was a kingdom of the same level, if they fought, it would be very difficult for Qin to win. Moreover, the ancient stem domain was just a small, desolate domain, while the heaven domain was at the center of the heaven-awakened world. Just how powerful was it? Thinking about that, Zhao Fu could not help but gulp and put away his arrogance and carelessness. In comparison, Qin was still quite weak. After talking for a while, Zhao Fu learned about the ancient stem domain's matters. He decided to use the emperor-killing sword less in the future, as it would cause too much trouble and drag down Qin. Zhao Fu did not want people from the inner domains to attack Qin because of this. At the same time, Zhao Fu learned about the most powerful factions in the ancient stem domain, and he gained a deeper understanding of the Bear Mountain Kingdom. After all, the person who had fought with Zhao Fu before was the Bear Mountain Kingdom's third prince, and he had some enmity with Zhao Fu. Moreover, Qin did not lack stage 1 corpses, as he still had 2 billion or so. However, he lacked high-grade corpses, such as stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 corpses, which Qin desperately needed. If he went to the inner domains of the ancient stem domain, he might be able to obtain many high-grade corpses. These corpses could be refined into blood god pills, which were medicinal pills refined from corpses. They contained large amounts of cultivation power and could greatly increase one's cultivation, but they could only be used once. Blood god pills were split into different grades, as they were refined from corpses of different cultivations. They could raise a stage 0 soldier's cultivation to stage 4, a stage 5 soldier's cultivation to stage 8, and a stage 8 soldier's cultivation to stage 1. All of the blood god pills had the same effect. They could greatly increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. One of the main reasons why Great Qin was so powerful was because of the blood god pills. They could be said to be one of Great Qin's greatest cheat-like weapons. With the blood god pills, Zhao Fu would be able to close the gap between him and the people from the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, and he would no longer have to fear the people from the inner regions. At the same time, because of the great orbs, all of Qin's soldiers' grades were higher than ordinary people's. Their cultivation speed and comprehension were naturally faster than ordinary people's, and this reduced the distance between them and the inner domains, making up for their lack of foundations. After thinking for a while, Zhao Lord decided to go to the inner domains and obtain a large number of high-grade corpses. Qin had to quickly close the gap between him and others. However, this required him to cross over 100 worlds. Even though there were teleportation channels, the journey was incredibly long and would take a lot of time. Moreover, there might be dangers, so Zhao Lord started to make preparations for going to the inner domains. A month or so later, it started to snow lightly, and a cold wind blew, seeming to be able to cut one's skin. All of the leaves had fallen, and there were no birds chirping. A thin layer of ice had formed on the creek, and it was a cold scene. It was now winter, and this was the 5th winter that Zhao Lord had experienced. Zhao Lord brought the travel-worn Gania to a restaurant and asked for 2 good rooms. During that month or so, Zhao Lord and Gania continued to travel. Because the various kingdoms did not provide teleportation channels, Zhao Lord had to rely on himself to build teleportation channels to reach the inner domains of the ancient stem domain. However, the next time he came, it would be much easier. Zhao Fu built these teleportation channels in some hidden places to ensure his safety. After washing up, Zhao Lord and Gania went to the first floor and prepared to eat. This place was now in the inner domains, and just as the medicinal pill had said, the basic soldiers here were all at stage 2. Some of the commoners had stage 1 cultivation, and they were much more powerful than those in the outer domains. Zhao Lord mainly wanted to find a merchant group to work with. As long as there was money, a merchant group would do anything. With the merchant group's abilities, they were most suited to collecting things, and there was no need for Zhao Lord to personally collect things. Moreover, it was possible that he would not be able to collect them, and it would not be easy for his identity to be exposed. There were a few very powerful merchant groups in the ancient stem domain that had existed for a long time and had deep foundations. They were even more powerful than ordinary dukedom kingdoms, and if Zhao Lord worked with them, he would most likely not encounter the same situation as the Kershi kingdom. They would be able to provide corpses for Zhao Lord for a long time, but the prerequisite was that he had money. This city was a barony city, and it belonged to a faction called the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. Most of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's factions were in the western part of the inner domains, and they were the closest to the Qin kingdom. If Zhao Lord did not work with them, he would have to spend a month or so traveling to other places. Xianxia, sit down and eat. Zhao Lord ordered a table of delicious food and planned to have a good meal to make up for his hard work over the past month. Looking at Xianxia, who was obediently standing behind him, Zhao Fu did not put on any airs and smiled as he spoke. In actuality, Zhao Fu's strength far surpassed Xianxia's, and he did not need Xianxia's protection at all. Zhao Fu had brought Xianxia here to take care of some things that he could not do. Moreover, Zhao Fu's strength was limited, so he needed Xianxia to do some things. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded and sat down, and the two of them started to eat. At this moment, an elegant young master dressed in white with an exquisite silver sword strapped to his belt walked in from outside the door with 2 guards. The guards were a man and a woman. The man looked cold and handsome and gave off a sharp aura of a swordsman, and it was obvious that he was an expert in the way of the sword. The woman's aura was also extremely powerful, and she wore black clothes. She had a graceful figure and was quite beautiful. Waiter! Prepare a table of good food and wine. The young man in white smiled as he sat down at the table next to Zhao Fu and called out. Following this, a waiter came over to greet them. The waiter called for the food to be served, and the young man in white and the other 2 sat down to wait. At that moment, the cold-looking man sensed something and looked at Xianxia, his pupils constricting. The young man in white felt quite curious and looked over at the 2 cloaked figures at the table next to him. However, he was not looking at Xianxia, but rather at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sensed this gaze and looked up at the young man in white. When their gazes met, the young man's gentle smile froze. Interesting. The white-robed young man suddenly laughed and looked at Zhao Fu. He then stood up and went to Zhao Fu's table. The cold-looking young man by the side could not help but say, "Young master. It was better not to go. That person is not to be trifled with. His comprehension of the way of the sword is probably above mine. He is an extremely dangerous person, so there is no need to have any other connections." His words were directed at Xianxia because he could sense the formless sword aura that Xianxia was giving off. As someone who practiced the way of the sword, he knew very well how terrifying someone who could release such an aura was. I know. However, the person he was looking at was not Xianxia but Zhao Fu next to him. He felt that Zhao Fu was more terrifying than Xianxia. The black-clothed woman, who didn't care at first, was also attracted by the conversation between the 2. She looked at the table next to them and faintly felt that these 2 people weren't simple. Brother. My name is Bing Qixue. I wonder if we can get to know each other. The white-robed young man stood up and walked over to Zhao Fu's table as he cupped his hands. Zhao Fu shook his head and refused. He had come all the way here for important business. Furthermore, this was the inner reaches, and there were many people more powerful than him. Zhao Fu didn't want to cause any trouble, and therefore, he wanted to keep a low profile. Bing Qixue's expression immediately became awkward. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would not give him any face at all. The woman in black coldly harumphed and was about to say something, but Bing Qixue glanced at her, so she could only swallow her words. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Bing Qixue did not feel angry and only had an awkward smile on his face as he cupped his hands towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite surprised by Bing Qixue's attitude. Most people would have been angry and ignored Zhao Fu, but he had never thought that he would apologize. Zhao Fu's impression of him was quite good. I'm fine. Seeing how polite and humble the other party was, Zhao Fu could not refuse to say anything, so he simply replied. He did not speak Chinese but one of the common languages in the ancient STEM domain. Zhao Fu had been prepared. Bing Qixue lightly laughed and returned to the table. At that moment, the waiter brought out the dishes. This young master is reserving this place. Everyone else, scram. A brash voice sounded out from outside as a young man walked in with 7 peerlessly beautiful women. Zhao Fu looked over and found that these people's auras were quite familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. This voice caused the surrounding guests to feel quite displeased, and they all looked towards the young man. Anyone who was chased out like this would not be in a good mood. Seeing this, the innkeeper immediately walked out from behind the counter and said with a smile, "Young master, our inn superior rooms are not full yet. You don't need to spend money." The purple-clothed young man snorted coldly at everyone's gazes and threw out a bag of coins. "Do you think this young master lacks that bit of money? This young master will book this inn. This young master will not stay with this group of people and lower my status. This Fuji Fu and the master's lord, and the Fu, he. This master, Jiao, Fu master, this, Jiao. It's just that the inn already has some guests, and there are still many people eating, it's quite inconvenient." The violet-clothed young man's gaze became cold and he exploded out with a terrifying aura, causing the entire inn to become serious. "This young master is the 8 Dragons Essence Sect's young sect master, Long Yang." "What? He's Long Yang, the 19th ranked Long Yang?" Everyone felt quite shocked. They had never thought that the violet-clothed young man would have such an illustrious identity. The Ancient STEM Rankings was a list of the geniuses of the ancient STEM domain. It was a list created by many top-tier factions, and it did not only exist in the ancient STEM domain but also in other domains. This was because it represented a domain's image. Only by having many powerful geniuses would a domain have hope, and it represented potential. The people on the ancient STEM rankings were a topic of discussion for countless people, and almost everyone in the inner regions of the ancient STEM domains knew about them. As such, everyone present had heard of Long Yang's name. Feeling that terrifying aura, everyone felt terror in their hearts. They could not afford to offend such a person. As such, they all got up and prepared to leave. The innkeeper was quite shocked at Long Yang's identity, and looking at the people preparing to leave, he could only helplessly tell the waiter to pack up. "Humph. What big words. You're just 19th ranked on the ancient STEM rankings, who do you think our young master is?" "Our young master is the Ice Origin Kingdom's crown prince, the 9th ranked Bing Qixue." The woman in black coldly harumphed as she stood up and spoke loudly. She could not bear to see their crown prince being chased out. "What? Bing Qixue? The 9th ranked Bing Qixue?" Everyone was sent into an uproar. They had never thought that another major figure would appear, and this one was even more prestigious than Long Yang. Not only was there a difference of 10 ranks between the ancient STEM rankings, but the Ice Origin Kingdom was also one of the ancient STEM domain's 20 royal kingdoms. After speaking, the woman in black gave a trace of a pleased smile as she looked at Zhao Fu and thought to herself, "Now you know our young master's true identity. You still dare to treat our young master like that? You'll be currying favor with him later." After hearing Long Yang's reminder, Zhao Fu realized that it was he who had brought people to the Lolai Kingdom and activated the nation-protecting formation. Back then, they had turned into rays of light and left, and Zhao Fu had only glanced over them and did not look down on them. Now that they were talking about the 8 Dragons Essence sect, Zhao Fu realized that it was them. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked about Bing Qixue's identity. He had never thought that he would be able to meet someone from a royal kingdom so easily, and it was a major figure from the ancient STEM domain. In the future, it was possible that he would take over the Ice Origin Kingdom and become a true king. "Lil and don't be too presumptuous." Bing Qixue slightly frowned as he warmly warned her, looking like a well-mannered scholar. The woman in black lightly harumphed and returned to her seat. Looking at Zhao Fu's shocked expression, she gave a trace of a smile and thought to herself, "I knew it would be like this. Now that I know their young master's identity, I'll definitely be scared." Long Yang's expression became quite unsightly. He had never thought that he would meet Bing Qixue here. Bing Qixue was stronger than him, and the faction behind him was greater as well. Long Yang naturally could not say anything and could only coldly harumph as he said, "Bing Qixue, after this young master cultivates the 8 Dragons' divine art, I'll definitely challenge you." Following this, Long Yang took his people and left. Staying here would only make him look bad and make a joke of himself. Bing Qixue sighed and did not say anything. Everyone in the inn looked at Bing Qixue with admiration and respect. They had never thought that such a prestigious person would not mind staying in the same inn as them. His friendliness made them feel quite shocked. The woman in black waited for a while and looked at Zhao Fu and Bing Qixue in surprise. They had not come to curry favor with their young master. Her young master was the crown prince of the Ice Origin Kingdom, and he was ranked 9th in the ancient STEM domain, Bing Qixue. If his identity was revealed, it would be terrifying. In the entire ancient STEM domain, there were only a few people who could compare to their young master. With such a prestigious identity, ordinary people would be incredibly lucky to meet him. Anyone who could curry favor with their young master would be connected to the ancient STEM domain's geniuses. Moreover, their young master had the Ice Origin Kingdom behind him, which meant massive benefits. Moreover, their young master had taken the initiative to greet them, yet this person had not taken the opportunity to curry favor with their young master. Was this person stupid to miss out on such a good opportunity? Bing Qixue felt slightly surprised. After this person had found out about his identity, he had been quite surprised, but after that, there was nothing else. This person might not be simple at all. Bing Qixue suddenly thought of his goal here and thought about it. He could not help but ask, "Brother, are you here for the Cosmos Medallion? Are you also here for the Cosmos Medallion?" Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He did not know what a Cosmos Medallion was, but this person's goal was most likely the Cosmos Medallion. As such, he simply replied, "No." Bing Qixue felt even more curious. This person's identity was not simple, and he was not here for the Cosmos Medallion. As such, he could not possibly guess Zhao Fu's identity. His goal was to buy corpses. However, this person's coldness made him feel quite awkward. It was the first time someone had treated him like this. If it was an ordinary person, he would not have bothered to pay attention to them. "What is a Cosmos Medallion?" Zhao Fu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Bing Qixue could not help but laugh. It seemed that this person was quite interested in the Cosmos Medallion, so he explained, "Cosmos Medallions are necessary to enter the Cosmos Historical Remnant. The Cosmos Historical Remnant is the largest and most ancient historical remnant in the surrounding 10 or so domains. It contains countless treasures, so it naturally attracts countless people. Legends said that the Cosmos Historical Remnant belonged to an ancient higher being and had existed before the ancient STEM domain was created. It would open every 10 years, and each time, a Cosmos Medallion would fly out from the historical remnant. Anyone who obtained a Cosmos Medallion would be able to enter. It was now the 8th year, and there were still 2 years before the Cosmos Historical Remnant would open. Only those below Stage 9 could enter, and City Lord seals and other seals would be useless, so one could only rely on one's own cultivation. This time, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group has sold 362 Cosmos Medallions. If you're interested, you should be able to get one. Hearing that the Cosmos Historical Remnant was so famous, it would be a lie for Zhao Fu to not be interested. He made a mental note of this and thanked Bing Qixue. Bing Qixue smiled and shook his head, indicating that there was no need. He had wanted to chat with Zhao Fu for a bit and try to guess Zhao Fu's identity, but Zhao Fu had become cold again. After eating, he went to his room, and Bing Qixue could only bitterly laugh. "Young master, this person is looking down on you too much. Shouldn't you teach him a lesson? With young master's strength, you will definitely be able to crush this fellow who doesn't know what's good for him." Seeing Zhao Fu leave, the woman in black could not help but angrily say, no one had ever dared to treat their young master like this before. Bing Qixue felt quite startled and replied somewhat seriously, "That's not necessarily true. That person is extremely dangerous, and I don't have much confidence unless I use my world seal. Also, that person's identity is not simple at all. Did you know that when I first met his gaze, his eyes were the most terrifying eyes I've ever seen? They definitely aren't something that an ordinary race can have, and they caused my bloodline to cool down, making me feel a deep chill." The woman in black looked quite shocked as she said, "Young master, your bloodline is a true royal bloodline and has powerful king's power. How could you feel fear? How could someone from the ancient STEM domain do such a thing?" Bing Qixue breathed out and lightly laughed as he said, "This world is quite big, and the ancient STEM domain is just a small domain at the boundary of the desolate domain. There are many people more powerful than me, so it's not too surprising." Following this, Bing Qixue and the others ate some food before leaving the tavern. The next day, Zhao Fu came to the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, and the person who received Zhao Fu was a middle-aged man in gray robes. Zhao Fu directly said, "I need a large number of stage 2 and above corpses. Would the financial group be able to provide them?" The middle-aged man in gray felt quite surprised because very few people would come to buy corpses, and they would buy them in large quantities. As one of the largest financial groups in the ancient STEM domain, they had all sorts of goods, and corpses could also be sold. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Of course, how many do you need, sir?" "The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group will satisfy all of our customers' requests." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I wonder how many the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group can provide." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in gray realized that Zhao Fu was a big customer, so his smile became even brighter and his tone became more courteous as he said, "Ordinary financial groups rarely store corpses, unless they have other uses. Ordinary stage 2 corpses are quite rare, but we can provide sir with 1 million stage 2 corpses, 100,000 stage 3 corpses, and 10,000 stage 4 corpses. As for the price, stage 2 corpses are 10 gold coins each, stage 3 corpses are 100 gold coins each, and stage 4 corpses are 1,000 gold coins each." Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded. This price was actually quite cheap. Before, when Zhao Fu had bought corpses in the Kershi Kingdom, stage 1 corpses had cost 20 gold coins, stage 2 corpses had cost 100 gold coins, and stage 3 corpses had cost 500 gold coins. However, the higher the grade of the corpses, the higher the price. Zhao Fu could understand this, but he could not afford it. For example, stage 4 corpses were 1,000 gold coins each, so 10 corpses would be 10,000 gold coins, 100 corpses would be 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 corpses would be 1 million gold coins, and 10,000 corpses would be 10 million gold coins. Of course, he needed a large number of corpses. That way, he would be able to provide a large number of blood god pills. In the future, most of Qin City's finances would be spent on this, and Qin City lacked talisman stones as well. Thinking about how Qin City had billions of soldiers, if they bought both talisman stones and corpses, Qin City's finances would not be able to support them at all. As such, they could only focus on corpses and buy fewer talisman stones. This was because blood god pills increased one's strength, while talisman stones increased one's external strength. 1 million stage 2 corpses, 100,000 stage 3 corpses, and 10,000 stage 4 corpses, that was 30 million gold coins in total. To Zhao Fu, this was not much. Zhao Fu took out the money and gave it to the middle-aged man in gray before receiving the corpses. "In the future, I will come every once in a while. I would be very grateful if the financial group could provide me with corpses in the long term." Following this, Zhao Fu asked, "What is the price of a Cosmos medallion?" "I would like to buy one." Hearing this, the gray-robed middle-aged man said apologetically, "Cosmos medallions are auctioned items and cannot be sold here. Sir needs to go to the auction house, which has already started. This is our merchant group's VIP card, so Sir should go as soon as possible, or else it might be auctioned off." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and had never thought that things would turn out like this. He took the silver dragon inscription card from the gray-robed middle-aged man and quickly left, planning to go to the auction house. Seeing that Zhao Fu was in such a hurry, the gray-robed middle-aged man said, "Sir, since you're in such a hurry, I'll have someone bring it to you. That way, you won't have to look for it again." Following this, the gray-robed middle-aged man called over a pleasant-looking young man, who respectfully bowed to Zhao Fu a few times. Following this, Zhao Fu followed him to the auction house. However, by the time they arrived, the auction had already concluded, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. He had wanted to obtain a Cosmos medallion and go to the Cosmos historical remnant to see what he could obtain. That historical remnant was evidently not simple, and it seemed that it was impossible. Zhao Fu sighed and prepared to leave with Gania. At that moment, a light laugh sounded out from behind Zhao Fu. "Brother, you're too late. You're a step too late. The auction has already ended, and all the items have been auctioned off." Zhao Fu turned and looked at Bing Qixue walk out of the auction house, and he helplessly nodded. Zhao Fu had never thought that the Cosmos medallion he had heard about yesterday would be gone today. This was simply too fast, and it completely surpassed what Zhao Fu had expected. This lowly one bought two. Does brother want them? This lowly one can gift one to you, Bing Qixue said as he smiled at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not say anything. Even though it was just a simple question, if he accepted it, he would owe him a favor. Zhao Fu did not want to owe others favors, as he would have to repay them in the future. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would feel quite guilty. Humph. This young master bought 3, do you want them? Come and make this young master happy and I'll reward you. Long Yang arrogantly walked out with 7 beautiful women. Long Yang was quite wary of Bing Qixue, but he did not care about anyone else. He still remembered the humiliation he had suffered yesterday, and it had made him feel quite displeased. Seeing that Zhao Fu seemed to be related to Bing Qixue, he had found an outlet to vent his anger. In actuality, the 8 Dragons Essence sect had existed for a long time and was a very powerful faction. It had 6 worlds, so it wasn't too afraid of kingdoms. He knew all of the major figures in the ancient STEM domain, but he had never seen someone like Zhao Fu before. However, it was evident that his status was quite low, so he did not place Zhao Fu in his eyes. Zhao Fu's expression was somewhat displeased, but he didn't say anything. Bing Qixue slightly frowned. He truly disliked this Long Yang, but he also had some misgivings. Yeah. Our young master is the young sect master of the 8 Dragons Essence sect. If you curry favor with our young master, you'll receive unimaginable benefits, a peerlessly beautiful woman in red said proudly as she hugged Long Yang. She had not heard what Bing Qixue had said. If Zhao Fu wanted one, he would give it to him for free. If he could directly ask Bing Qixue for it, why would he curry favor with Long Yang? The surrounding people all gathered around, as if they were watching a good show. In the auction just now, they already knew how distinguished the identities of these 2 people were, and they were far from people they could afford to offend. So, now that something was happening, many people gathered around. Facing everyone's gazes, Long Yang gave a trace of a domineering smile as he threw a palm-sized wooden medallion in front of Zhao Fu. He spread out his arms and hugged 4 beautiful women as he said, "If you want it, take it. This young master will reward it to you." This caused everyone to be sent into an uproar. That was a Cosmos medallion, and each one was worth 20 million gold coins. He had given it away just like that. Looking at the Cosmos medallion on the ground, everyone wanted to immediately pick it up and stuff it into their pockets. However, they feared Long Yang's strength and status, so they did not dare to do so. Long Yang, don't go too far. A trace of anger appeared on Bing Qixue's face because Long Yang was evidently insulting Zhao Fu, which was also insulting him. Seeing Bing Qixue angry, Long Yang felt quite pleased. He understood that he could not continue like this, or else things would not end well. As such, he loudly laughed and prepared to leave with his people. The young man next to Zhao Fu, the attendant who had brought Zhao Fu here, felt quite nervous because he had never thought that such a big thing would happen. Is there any other way to obtain a Cosmos medallion? Zhao Fu suddenly asked. Since the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group sold so many Cosmos medallions, perhaps they still had some left. The attendant immediately replied, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group still has one, but it's on the 10,000 Dragon stage. You need to go up there. After saying this, the attendant regretted it. After all, no one could go up to the 10,000 Dragon stage, so he would have been wasting his words. In the end, he might make Zhao Fu unhappy, and he could not afford to offend anyone. Let's go. Take me to the 10,000 Dragon stage. Zhao Fu said calmly. Since he did not want to owe Bing Qixue a favor or be insulted by Long Yang, he could only go to the 10,000 Dragon stage and try. The attendant looked quite regretful as he said, Sir, the 10,000 Dragon stage is extremely difficult to ascend. It has extremely high requirements for one's bloodline and fate. Ever since the 10,000 Dragon stage was constructed, not a single person has been able to ascend it. Hearing about bloodline and fate, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. If it was anything else, Zhao Fu would not feel confident, but Zhao Fu was completely confident in these 2 things. I know, take me there. Seeing that there was nothing else the attendant could do, he could only agree to Zhao Fu's request and plan to take Zhao Fu to the 10,000 Dragon stage. Hearing that Zhao Fu wanted to ascend the 10,000 Dragon stage, the people in the surroundings looked quite shocked before they could not help but laugh. They felt that Zhao Fu did not know the immensity of the heavens and earth, and the 10,000 Dragon Stage was an interesting event in the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain. There were countless treasures there, and anyone who could ascend the 10,000 Dragon Stage would obtain all of them. Moreover, that person would become an esteemed guest of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. Countless people dreamed about ascending it, but no one had ever succeeded. Bing Qixue had tried once and found that it was impossible. Bing Qixue could not help but say, "Brother, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I just want to befriend you, and this Cosmos medallion is just a small gift. You don't need to mind it at all." Ha ha ha, he wants to ascend the 10,000 Dragon Stage? What an arrogant and ignorant person. Long Yang, who was about to leave, laughed mockingly. The 7 peerlessly beautiful women beside him also covered their mouths and laughed, not believing him at all. Seeing how ungrateful Zhao Fu was, the woman in black angrily harumphed and said, "Our young master treated him so well, yet he didn't accept it. He really doesn't know what's good for him. How could an ordinary person climb up the 10,000 Dragon Stage? Our young master has a pure king's bloodline, but he couldn't do it. How could he do it? He's going to make a fool of himself." Bing Qixue could not understand why Zhao Fu was so stubborn. Did he hate being friends with him that much? As for whether or not Zhao Fu could climb up the 10,000 Dragon Stage, Bing Qixue's answer was that it was impossible. He had personally tried it and knew that ordinary kings could not climb it. That terrifying power was something that even people with sovereign bloodlines would find difficult. Apart from bloodlines, there was also a person's fate, which required a massive amount of fate. It was not something that ordinary kings could have. No one knew why the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had built such a stage. It was said that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had built it right after it had been established. No one knew what their goal was, but it seemed to be to verify a prophecy. Let's go and watch the show. There's actually someone who wants to climb up the 10,000 Dragon Stage. He's looking to be humiliated. Let's see how high the heavens are. The people in the surroundings laughed as they said. Long Yang had a look of mockery and disdain. He had tried the 10,000 Dragon Stage and knew how terrifying it was. Zhao Fu was simply dreaming if he wanted to climb it. He did not know how Bing Qixue knew such an arrogant person. However, he didn't pick up the Cosmos medallion that he threw at him. It looks like he has some backbone. Let's see how he'll be humiliated. Thinking about that, Long Yang laughed as he said, "Let's go. You guys come with this young master to have a look." A beautiful woman next to him harumphed as she said, "Husband already knows the result, what's there to see? No matter how he can't compare to my husband. Wait until husband finds a final sister and cultivates the 8 dragons' divine art. You'll definitely be able to defeat that Bing Qixue." That's right. We believe that husband is the best. He hasn't even cultivated the divine art and is already ranked 19th. If he cultivates it, he'll definitely be in the top 5, another beautiful woman said. A dainty woman also said, "What a pity. Last time, I finally found a suitable one, but unfortunately, my virginity was taken by that bastard. What a pity, otherwise, my husband would have been able to cultivate the saint art long ago. I've waited for a long time. I've always wanted to do it with you. I want you to do it with me. I want you to play with me. It's best if you don't get out of bed for 3 days." A seductive woman licked her red lips and said. Long Yang laughed as he hugged the woman and kissed her, saying in a comforting tone, "This young master also wants to. Later, we'll continue to look for the 8th princess, and then this young master will let you all know what true bliss is." Zhao Fu followed the attendant towards the 10,000 Dragon Stage, and the others followed behind them. Not only did Long Yang go, but Bing Qixue also wanted to go and see what had happened. At the same time, he felt more and more curious about Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu, he definitely did not seem to be from the ancient STEM domain, as he did not know many things. However, most people in the ancient STEM domain knew about these things. The news of someone wanting to ascend the 10,000 Dragon Stage spread throughout the entire city, but no one reacted at all. After all, countless people had wanted to ascend the 10,000 Dragon Stage, but no one had been able to do so. No one paid too much attention to this, as everyone knew what the outcome would be. It was most likely another whimsical fellow who wanted to give it a try. After all, there were countless treasures on the 10,000 dragon stage, and anyone who could ascend it would obtain all of them. Just thinking about this made anyone feel excited, as this was something that would be incredibly profitable. There were many people who wanted to ascend the 10,000 dragon stage, so they naturally did not care about this news. After all, they could not possibly go to every single person who wanted to ascend the 10,000 dragon stage, right? They did not have the leisure to watch an ignorant minor figure lose face. However, when they heard that this person was related to the 9th-ranked Bing Qixue on the ancient STEM rankings, they immediately became interested. They also heard that he was related to the 19th-ranked Long Yang, making them unable to hold themselves back. They wondered what their relationship was and what that person's identity was. Since he was related to a major figure on the ancient STEM rankings, could he also be a major figure on the ancient STEM rankings? As such, everyone headed over to see those two major figures. As for Zhao Fu, he was just an extra. They did not have the mood to care about a nameless person. After walking for a while, everyone arrived in front of a large stone platform. This stone platform was 1,000 meters tall and several hundred meters wide. It was circular, and there were massive stone steps on it. Each step was 3 meters long and half a meter tall. There were also stone pillars on each flight of stone steps. Lifelike dragons were carved on them, and each dragon seemed to be different. The stone stage was covered with terrifying restrictions, and it gave off an extremely dangerous aura. However, the restrictions gave off treasure lights, making it seem like a treasure trove, making countless people feel tempted. The 10,000 dragon stage gave off a majestic and domineering feeling, as if it really did have the might of 10,000 dragons. It seemed to shake the surroundings and cause all creatures to submit. The attendant brought Zhao Fu here and apologized to Zhao Fu before hurriedly leaving. He had never thought that such a big matter would occur, and he had to quickly report this matter. Before, he had only come to lead the way, and the manager had said that this was a big customer and that he had to take good care of him. On the way, he had tried his best to curry favor with Zhao Fu, but he had never thought that this matter would involve two geniuses on the ancient STEM rankings. This was completely beyond what he could accept, and he had to immediately report this matter. After hearing about this, the manager looked quite surprised. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. That mysterious person's identity was not simple at all. What was his goal in buying so many corpses? Since he was related to two people on the ancient STEM rankings, the manager could not help but feel quite concerned. Since Zhao Fu was buying corpses, perhaps he came from a large faction. It seemed that he had to take good care of this person in the future. Manager, what should we do now? That esteemed guest is about to step onto the 10,000 dragon stage, the attendant said as he looked at the contemplating manager. Hearing this, the manager lightly laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry about it. If he wants to try, let him try. The result will be the same anyway." Ever since the 10,000 dragon stage was built, no one has ever stepped onto it, as it's impossible. Back then, even the first president, who built the 10,000 dragon stage, couldn't do it. Who do you think can? As such, let him be. Just take good care of him in the future. Also, if he wants a Cosmos medallion, just look around the other branches and help him collect one in the future. Seeing that the manager was like this, the attendant felt much more at ease and nodded. Zhao Fu stood on the 10,000 dragon stage and calmly looked at the grand 10,000 dragon stage. He slowly breathed out and took his first step. The instant Zhao Fu's foot landed on the first step, a massive and ferocious aura rushed towards Zhao Fu. It was as if a river was surging towards him, and he was powerless to block it. Zhao Fu's gaze became serious as he exploded out with his own aura. It was like a massive mountain that split the river in half, and Zhao Fu's body did not move at all, looking like a statue. Following this, Zhao Fu's second foot stepped onto the first step. The people in the surroundings immediately felt quite interested. The first step was not so easy to climb, and the terrifying aura coming from the first step had stumped countless people. Most people would have been blasted away by that aura and crashed to the ground. Moreover, it was impossible to use City Lord Seal's power here, so one could only rely on one's own strength to ascend the 10,000 dragon stage. Now, everyone was quite interested because Zhao Fu had only climbed one step. There were 240 steps on the 10,000 dragon stage, and they were split into 8 difficulties, with one difficulty every 30 steps. It could be said that it was quite monstrous. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. When Zhao Fu first stepped onto the first step, it was quite slow, but he quickly sped up. Second step, third step, fourth step, fifth step, Zhao Fu's speed was incredibly fast, and he continuously climbed up 29 steps. He was now in front of the 30th step, which was the first difficulty. Now, everyone felt quite curious and wondered if Zhao Fu would be able to pass. With their strength, they definitely would not be able to. Bing Qixue watched seriously, and Long Yang and the 7 beauties next to him disdainfully laughed. Zhao Fu stopped here and understood that the 30th step was not simple at all. It gave off an even more powerful pressure, and it was many times more powerful than before. At that moment, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless, and his expression became serious as he slowly stepped forwards. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt an enormous dragon pillar weighing down on his body. Everyone else saw this as well, and they saw an illusory dragon pillar that was dozens of meters long and gave off a silver light suddenly appear and ferociously press down on Zhao Fu's body. These dragon pillars were extremely powerful and not something that ordinary people could withstand. There had been people who had been crushed to death by these dragon pillars in the past, and this was the 10,000 Dragon Stage's #1 ordeal. Everyone stared at Zhao Fu, not knowing how Zhao Fu would pass through. However, it would be quite difficult, as the dragon pillar's power was too great, causing Zhao Fu's waist to bend slightly. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was. Boom! Suddenly, a massive aura spread out as a black flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body. A wild gale blew out, and the illusory silver pillar of light was blasted away by the aura before dissipating. Everyone cried out, and they found that that person had not used his full strength just then. Sensing that terrifying aura, everyone felt quite shocked. This was definitely not something that a weakling could do. Ordinary people would forcibly resist the dragon pillar and step onto the 30th step. After stepping onto the 30th step, the dragon pillar would naturally disappear. However, this person had exploded out with such a terrifying aura and sent the dragon pillar flying. Very few people could do such a thing. This person was also an expert, and everyone became even more interested. Bing Qixue's expression remained serious, while Long Yang still looked quite disdainful. With his strength, he could also easily step onto the 30th step, and there was nothing much to say about this. The 31st step, the 32nd step, the 33rd step, the 34th step, after exploding out with that terrifying aura, Zhao Fu's speed once again increased, and he continuously stepped onto the 29th step, arriving at the 59th step. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats as they watched how Zhao Fu would pass the second danger zone. Zhao Fu stepped out and the 10,000 Dragon Stage gave off a boundless aura, forming a 100-meter-long golden dragon claw that slammed towards Zhao Fu. The scene was incredibly terrifying. Just as the dragon claw was about to descend towards Zhao Fu, wanting to turn him into meat paste, Zhao Fu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, Zhao Fu gripped his fist and gave off a shocking aura as he vigorously punched towards the dragon claw. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the dragon claw and Zhao Fu's fist collided and were instantly blasted apart by Zhao Fu's fist. The dragon claw turned into a powerful gale and blew away. So powerful! Everyone once again cried out as they stared at the scene on the 10,000 Dragon Stage in shock. There were no other words that could describe what they were seeing. Bing Qixue's serious expression also revealed a trace of shock, and the woman in black next to him was also quite shocked. Long Yang's expression also became more serious. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he would not be able to do anything to him. After stepping onto the 60th step, Zhao Fu's speed did not change, and he easily continued onwards without any obstructions. The 61st step, the 62nd step, the 63rd step, the 64th step, following this, Zhao Fu came to the 89th step, which was the 90th step, the third danger zone. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu as he once again took that step. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out in all directions as the dragon pillar gave off countless golden lights, forming a 100-meter-long golden dragon that gave off a terrifying aura as it ferociously rushed at Zhao Fu. Right now, nothing could be used on the 10,000 Dragon Stage, including Zhao Fu's sword and other equipment. He could only rely on his own power. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out from within Zhao Fu's body as a savage and domineering black dragon came out of Zhao Fu's body, giving off a shocking aura as it rushed at the golden dragon, and the two dragons started to fight. Soon, the black dragon savagely tore apart the golden dragon and domineeringly roared before returning to Zhao Fu's body. So ferocious. So powerful. Everyone looked incredibly excited, and some people could not help but clap and cheer. Bing Qishua's expression became slightly serious, and the woman in black and the cold-looking young man also became serious as they looked at Zhao Fu on the 10,000 Dragon stage. The condescension on Long Yang's face was no longer there. Back when he had stepped onto the third danger zone, it had not been so easy. The 7 women looked at Zhao Fu seriously and did not say anything. The 91st step, the 92nd step, the 93rd step, the 94th step, Zhao Fu once again stepped onto the 4th danger zone, which was the 119th step. He stepped out. Will that person be able to pass? This power is simply too shocking. Sensing this terrifying power, everyone felt quite nervous and did not have the confidence from before. They did not know if Zhao Fu would be able to pass. Bing Qishue, the woman in black, and the cold-looking young man watched seriously, wanting to see how Zhao Fu would deal with such terrifying power. This power was something that ordinary people on the ancient STEM rankings would not be able to withstand. Long Yang's expression was also quite serious. He had only broken through the 4th danger zone and had stopped before the 5th danger zone. If Zhao Fu could pass the 4th danger zone, he would have enough power to rival him. The 7 beautiful women beside him looked quite unsightly. Their husband was the young sect master of the 8 Dragons Essence sect, and he was one of the top geniuses in the ancient STEM domain. Not many people could compare to him, so how could this person who had suddenly appeared have such power? The attendant quickly went back to report to the steward that the esteemed guest had arrived at the 4th danger zone. The manager looked quite shocked. Zhao Fu had once again surpassed his expectations. However, after thinking about it, since that person had challenged the 10,000 Dragon stage and was related to 2 geniuses on the ancient STEM rankings, he most likely would not be too weak. Thinking about that, the manager's expression became calm as he said, "Don't worry about it. He'll most likely retreat after reaching the 4th danger zone." Seeing this, the attendant did not feel too confident. He had already seen Zhao Fu's power, so perhaps he could pass the 4th danger zone. As such, he quickly rushed to the 10,000 Dragon stage. The golden dragon pearl in the sky expanded out a dragon domain that looked like a golden semicircle, and there was a golden dragon swimming within it. The dragon domain was extremely powerful and gave off a massive aura of suppression as it blasted towards Zhao Fu like a hot knife through butter. Its power seemed to be able to destroy everything, and it was not something that anyone could defend against. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu exploded out with his full strength and spread out his emperor's domain. The golden domain and black domain ferociously clashed, resulting in a shocking shockwave. The people below the stage were all affected by the shockwaves, and some people were forced back a few steps while others fell to the ground. The scene became quite chaotic, and everyone looked quite shocked. Bang! The golden dragon orb gave off an even more intense light, and the golden dragon domain became many times stronger, bringing with it even greater power as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's emperor's domain started to crack, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying backwards. Is it going to fail? When everyone saw this, they thought to themselves that the 4th danger zone was simply too powerful. However, in the next moment, 2 dragon roars rang out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body ignited with black flames, followed by purple flames. His body's power rapidly increased. Bang! The black domain suddenly exploded out with a terrifying power that slammed into the dragon domain like lightning, shattering the dragon domain into countless pieces. What's going on? Just then, 2 dragons' roars sounded out from his body, and that sudden burst of power. Why is there an emperor's aura that makes them want to kneel? Before anyone could understand what was going on, Zhao Fu shattered the dragon domain and continued forward. 121st steps, 122nd step, 123 steps, 124th step. Soon, Zhao Fu reached the 149th step. In front of him was the 10,000 Dragon stage's 5th danger zone, and everyone nervously looked at Zhao Fu. Bing Qishue's expression became slightly serious. He had only broken through the 5th danger zone and had not broken through the 6th. If Zhao Fu could also break through the 5th danger zone, that would mean that Zhao Fu had the same power as him. Bing Qixue had already expected this, so he was not too surprised. What he cared about was the Emperor's aura that Zhao Fu had just released. This was not an ordinary matter. Long Yang's expression was quite unsightly. Zhao Fu actually had the power to rival him. He had been so disdainful before, but now, he had been slapping his face because Zhao Fu was not any weaker than him. The 7 beauties beside him quickly comforted him. At most, Zhao Fu would only be able to break through the 4th danger zone. Boom! When Zhao Fu's foot landed on the 150th step, the 10,000 dragon stage exploded out with a terrifying aura. The countless dragon pillars continuously trembled as half-human half-dragon figures appeared in front of him, giving off powerful auras. There were over 10,000 of them. After these half-human half-dragon monsters appeared, they ferociously charged at Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast and looked like a torrent. Zhao Fu expressionlessly stood there and did not move. He stretched out a hand and exploded out with a terrifying aura as 2 aura flames appeared around his body. The 10,000 dragon stage seemed to be dyed black, and with Zhao Fu at the center, it was over 1,000 meters wide. Swish, 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 as the half-human half-dragon monsters rushed in, black spikes containing immense power stabbed out from the ground, piercing through the monsters. In that instant, it was as if countless black spikes had grown on the 10,000 dragon stage, creating a shocking scene. Zhao Fu used his king's profoundness, which he had not used in a long time. All of the monsters were instantly killed, and Zhao Fu continued onwards. He's broken through the 5th danger zone. Someone cried out. By now, everyone no longer looked down on Zhao Fu. With Zhao Fu's current strength, no one doubted that he had the ability to stand on the genius rankings. Bing Qixue and the others' expressions became even more serious, while Long Yang and the 7 beauties' expressions became quite unsightly. It seemed that Zhao Fu's strength had already surpassed theirs. Manager, this is bad. That esteemed guest has broken through the 5th danger zone and is heading towards the 6th danger zone. The attendant could not help but quickly go back to report, and the manager looked quite shocked. Was that person really that powerful? It seemed that he had underestimated him. He had to go and take a look. Following this, the attendant and manager hurried towards the 10,000 dragon stage. Step 151 ST, Step 152 ND, Step 153 RD, Step 154 TH. At that moment, Zhao Fu felt a great deal of pressure, and he slowed down. He walked up the stairs step by step and came to the 6th danger zone, which was before the 179th step. Everyone felt incredibly nervous and excited, hoping that Zhao Fu would be able to break through another danger zone. The 6th danger zone was something that only the top 3 people on the ancient STEM rankings could break through. It was impossible for anyone else. If Zhao Fu could break through the 6th danger zone, Zhao Fu would be able to enter the top 3 of the ancient STEM rankings and become a peerless genius that billions of people in the ancient STEM domain looked up to. Boom, Zhao Fu took another step, and the 10,000 dragon stage exploded out with an intense golden light. The heavens and earth dimmed as clouds swirled. Under this terrifying aura, everyone's bodies felt a chill and a wave of fear. Facing such terrifying eyes, everyone in the surroundings felt quite afraid and could not help but retreat. Their bodies slightly trembled. This was how terrifying the 6th danger zone was. This pair of dragon eyes is called the Dragon Eyes of Annihilation, and they were created by the 10,000 dragon stage after the Annihilation Dragon. The Annihilation Dragon is one of the most terrifying dragons in the world, and even though the 10,000 dragon stage is just an imitation, it can make even geniuses bow. The manager's eyes widened as he looked at the silver dragon eyes in the sky and could not help but explain. It could be seen just how shocked he was. Bing Qixue's expression became even more serious as he tried to guess at Zhao Fu's identity. Zhao Fu's power had already surpassed his, and he wondered if he would be able to break through the 6th danger zone and enter the top 3 of the genius rankings. The woman in black also looked quite fearful. She had never thought that this person's power would surpass her young master's. This was simply too shocking. However, no matter how powerful he was, his status was not as prestigious as her young master's. After all, her young master had a true royal bloodline, which reigned above all other bloodlines. In the ancient STEM domain, there was no one more prestigious than her young master. At most, Zhao Fu was a top-tier expert, while her young master was a sovereign king. They were not on the same level at all. Long Yang and the others' expressions became one of shock because Zhao Fu's power not only surpassed their own but also surpassed Bing Qishue's. This made them feel much better, but they were still shocked by Zhao Fu's terrifying power. The pair of dragon eyes of annihilation slowly turned towards Zhao Fu, giving off an arrogant and condescending gaze. Space immediately started to collapse, causing yin and yang to reverse and laws to break. Zhao Fu immediately unleashed his emperor's domain to protect his body. However, under that terrifying gaze, the emperor's domain was unable to withstand it and started to crack and shatter. That terrifying power seeped in through the cracks and gradually tore at Zhao Fu's body. A trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's mouth, causing Zhao Fu's gaze to become cold. Roar! 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 3 dragons' roars resounded through the sky, and the spiritual energy of the world quickly gathered. Then, a domineering black flame burned on Zhao Fu's body, followed by a mysterious purple flame, and then a cold gray flame. The 3 terrifying auras gathered together, causing Zhao Fu's power to rise to the extreme. Zhao Fu first closed his eyes, gathering all of his power into his eyes before slowly opening them. At that moment, the space within a 10,000-meter radius seemed to freeze. Countless people's hair stood on end as they felt a chill in their hearts. The sky was torn apart and a pair of terrifying eyes appeared in the sky. The left eye actually had 6 pupils, each of which contained different powers and different auras. There was the aura of the devil race, the aura of slaughter, the aura of the heavenly Tao, the aura of disaster, the aura of destruction, and the aura of sealing. His right eye was just as terrifying, and it was a vertical pupil with 6 gray dots around it. It gave off an extremely cold and eerie aura, as if he was facing the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could there be such a terrifying pair of eyes in the world? The appearance of the dragon eye of annihilation had only caused everyone to feel fear and terror, but this pair of eyes was even more terrifying. It caused everyone to feel despair and their souls to tremble. It was as if under this gaze, not only would their bodies collapse, but their souls would also scatter. Bing Qishua's body also gave off a chilling intent. He was quite familiar with this chilling intent. It was the same feeling he had when he had first met Zhao Fu's gaze. This pair of terrifying eyes came from Zhao Fu. Now that he sensed his power, Bing Qishue felt a trace of fear, and the woman in black beside him looked quite terrified. Long Yang and the others also had looks of terror on their faces. How could that mysterious cloaked person have such terrifying power? They had a feeling that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. The experienced steward couldn't help but shiver. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of eye is that? They're even more terrifying than the dragon eye of annihilation. The dragon eye of annihilation in the sky did not dare to look at that pair of terrifying eyes at all. It felt a sense of fear and automatically collapsed. In the end, Zhao Fu successfully stepped onto the 180th step, breaking through the 10,000 Dragon Seal's 6th danger zone, and he walked towards the 7th danger zone step by step. By now, Zhao Fu's body was under immense pressure with every step he took, and his speed became incredibly slow. He could only take 1 step every few minutes, and even though Zhao Fu's speed was slow, the countless people below held their breaths as they watched. If this person could really break through the 6th danger zone, his strength would be unimaginably terrifying. With those terrifying eyes, everyone felt that if this person wasn't number 1 on the ancient STEM rankings, he would be number 2, he definitely would not be number 3. Everyone felt boundless hope towards Zhao Fu. If he could break through the 7th danger zone, he would definitely be number 1 on the ancient STEM rankings. However, no one had broken through the 7th danger zone in hundreds of years. Could this person really break through it? Everyone thought about it and felt quite uncertain. At that moment, Bing Qishue, Long Yang, and the manager did not say anything as they stared at Zhao Fu. 181st step, 182 ND step, 183 RD step, 184 TH step. After a difficult process, Zhao Fu arrived at the 209th step. Ahead of him was the 7th danger zone, a place that no one had come to in hundreds of years. Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and raised his foot before slowly stepping on it. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 10,000 Dragon stage exploded out with intense golden light, forming a golden pillar of light that gave off an unstoppable aura as it shot into the sky. The heavens and earth gradually darkened as wild gales started to blow. The clouds swirled as countless traces of spirit chi quickly gathered, forming a massive vortex in the sky that gave off an intense aura of suppression. From a distance, this place seemed to be covered by a layer of haze, and terrifying ripples spread out like shockwaves, causing countless people's bodies to feel a chill. Is this the 7th danger zone? Below the 10,000 dragon stage, countless people looked at the sky in shock. They had never seen what the 7th danger zone was like before, as no one had come to the 7th danger zone in hundreds of years. Even the number 1 person on the ancient STEM rankings had not been able to do so. Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out from the center of the vortex, following which boundless golden light shot out. The clouds at the center of the vortex were dyed gold, and a figure giving off golden light slowly descended. This figure had a humanoid shape but a dragon's head. Its hands and legs were dragon claws, and its body was covered with golden dragon scales and a dragon tail. It was 6 meters tall and had a powerful body, and it held a dragon halberd. It's a dragon god. The 7th danger zone is actually a dragon god. Sensing that terrifying aura, everyone could not help but cry out. Of course, this was not a true dragon god nor was it a godly spirit clone, it was something condensed from the heaven and earth power on the 10,000 dragon stage. The dragon god in the sky gave off an incredibly powerful aura, causing the space around it to freeze. It coldly looked at Zhao Fu and actually spoke, "Lowly mortal, you're not a match for us. If you retreat, you can live." Everyone felt quite surprised that the dragon god could speak. However, facing such a powerful dragon god, would that person still choose to continue? If it was them, they definitely would not continue. After all, being able to see the 7th danger zone was already enough. The dragon god's power was unimaginable, and it was not inferior to a true godly spirit descending. Bing Qixue hoped that Zhao Fu would continue because he wanted to see just how powerful Zhao Fu was. Thinking about that, even with his steady personality, he felt quite excited. He already admitted that he was inferior to Zhao Fu, and today, Zhao Fu's name would resound throughout the ancient STEM domain. The woman in black's expression was quite unsightly. She had never thought that a random person she had met in a restaurant would have such terrifying power. Thinking about what she had just said to Zhao Fu, her face became quite pale. The cold-looking young man inwardly cursed at himself for being completely attracted by Gunia. The other person was the truly terrifying one, no wonder their young master cared so much about him. Long Yang and the others all wanted to stealthily leave because Zhao Fu was simply too powerful. Perhaps he had quite a high status, and after what they had done to Zhao Fu, they had completely offended him. As such, it was best to leave as soon as possible. However, they also wanted to see if Zhao Fu had the ability to break through the 7th danger zone. They had long since felt that they were inferior to Zhao Fu, and they felt even more afraid of Zhao Fu. The manager focused his mind and looked at the figure on the stone steps. Once he broke through the 7th danger zone, it would be an incredibly important matter and would far surpass what he could handle. After all, no one had broken through in hundreds of years. Humph. You're just something condensed from a magic formation. I've even killed a true godly spirit before. A cold harumph sounded out in the surroundings, causing everyone to be sent into an uproar as they looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Did he just say that he had killed a godly spirit before? Is that true? That's impossible, right? Of course, Zhao Fu had killed 2 gods before. One was the demon god and the other was the beast god. Of course, they were just clones. Zhao Fu had also obtained the god-killer profession, but he had fused it into his emperor profession. Arrogant. The dragon god in the sky roared, causing everyone's ears to feel pain. Following this, the dragon god swung its halberd, causing space to seem to explode as a terrifying energy blasted towards Zhao Fu like a superstorm. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. Immediately, all of the magic formations around the 10,000 dragon stage were activated, protecting the city. Otherwise, the dragon god might destroy the entire city. Facing this terrifying wind, Zhao Fu immediately unleashed his emperor's domain. However, in front of this terrifying wind, Zhao Fu's emperor's domain was instantly shattered, and the wind caused Zhao Fu's body to feel as if it was going to be blown away. Boom! An explosion sounded out as 3 aura flames simultaneously burst forth, giving off powerful auras. The emperor's domain once again spread out, defending against that terrifying gale. Lowly mortal! You shall suffer the wrath of a godly spirit. Seeing that Zhao Fu had blocked that attack, a trace of anger appeared on the dragon god's face. He once again attacked, raising his halberd and stabbing it towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A sharp light tore through space, bringing with it a destructive power as it slammed into Zhao Fu's emperor's domain like a bolt of lightning. Crack! A clear sound rang out as the terrifying sharp light slammed into Zhao Fu's emperor's domain, causing countless cracks to appear. Zhao Fu's body was forced back 5 or 6 steps before stopping. That dragon god is so terrifying. Seeing the dragon god's terrifying power, everyone felt incredibly shocked. If it was them, they would have long since been blasted into dust, and even their souls would have been destroyed. They would not have been able to resist at all. That person was indeed powerful, but it seemed that he was going to lose. No wonder no one had broken through the 7th danger zone in hundreds of years. Now, everyone understood. However, for that person to be able to stand in front of the 7th danger zone was something to be proud of. It was likely that the number 1 person on the ancient STEM rankings would change. That person was definitely the number 1 person in the ancient STEM domain, and no one present had any objections to this. Is he really going to fail? Bing Qishua looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite undecided. The dragon god's power was simply too great. Hurry up and give up! Long Yang inwardly yelled. Zhao Fu was already dangerous enough and could rank first on the ancient STEM rankings. If he could break through the 7th danger zone, he would be many times more dangerous, and they did not want to offend such a terrifying person. The manager anxiously waited for the result because this matter was incredibly important and could shake the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's upper echelons. Roar! The dragon god once again attacked. He raised his halberd and a golden dragon giving off a powerful aura appeared. Boom! The dragon god once again swung his halberd, and the golden dragon gave off destructive power, causing the space around it to tremble. It rushed towards Zhao Fu as if it could destroy everything. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu raised his head and a golden aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body. This aura flame was incredibly noble and destructive, and Zhao Fu's aura once again rose to its peak. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu still had such power, and it was so terrifying. Facing the golden dragon, Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and the 4-colored aura flame around his body gathered, forming a 4-colored spear. Zhao Fu grabbed the 4-colored spear and vigorously threw it out. Boom! The spear gave off an unstoppable aura as it slashed out, piercing through the golden dragon and giving off destructive power as it flew towards the dragon god. The dragon god coldly harumphed and slashed out with his halberd, sending out a golden crescent that split the 4-colored spear in half, causing it to turn into 4-colored flames and disappear. Foolish mortal, with your power, it's impossible for you to harm us. The dragon god raised his proud head and said condescendingly. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes looked at the dragon god in the sky and he gave a trace of a cold smile as he said, "Is that so?" Boom! At that moment, Zhao Fu exploded out with the power of the 4 fate dragons, and the 4-colored aura flame around his body rose hundreds of meters into the air. An incredibly powerful aura spread out like a tornado, sweeping out in all directions and seeming unstoppable. It was not just everyone who sensed Zhao Fu's terrifying power and shock, even the dragon god looked quite shocked. By now, Zhao Fu had become the center of the storm, and wild gales blew over. His body was a few centimeters off the ground, and his black cloak fluttered in the wind, causing the weather to change and clouds to swirl. Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes coldly looked at the dragon god in the sky as he slowly raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon god was greatly startled and wanted to dodge, but there were chains everywhere and there was nowhere to dodge. He could only explode out with a powerful aura and continuously swing the dragon halberd in his hand, sending out golden crescent moons that destroyed the incoming chains. However, the chains seemed to be boundless, and they flooded towards the dragon god like a black tide. In the end, the dragon god was unable to resist and was bound up by the countless chains and hung in the sky. Because the king's crown had fused with Zhao Fu's bloodline and had become one of Zhao Fu's eyes, it could be counted as Zhao Fu's bloodline power. As such, the chains could be used. Everyone was dumbfounded. The dragon god, who was as powerful as a godly spirit, had been hung in the air by that person with countless chains. It could be said that he had lost all face, and to a godly spirit, this was a great humiliation. However, the scene of change shooting out from the sky just now was extremely shocking. That person's strength was off the charts, and he had only just exploded out with his full strength, yet he could fight against a godly spirit. They were incredibly shocked, and they would never have such power in their entire lives. Boom! At that moment, a shocking explosion sounded out as the dragon god looked furious and exploded out with all of its power. Boundless golden light shined out from its body, covering the ground. From a distance, this place seemed to be covered by a layer of golden light, making it look like a land made of gold. The golden light flashed, looking quite shocking. The dragon god gave off boundless golden light, looking like a golden sun. Golden flames appeared around its body, and its aura could not be described with words. Even space started to twist and crack. Even with the magic formations, the people below the stage felt their bodies sink and their breathing become difficult. They could feel death approaching, and they could not help but retreat in terror. Bing Qixue and the others could not help but take a few steps back and look at the dragon god seriously. Its power had exceeded their expectations. Long Yan stared at the dragon god, hoping that it would become more powerful and kill that person here. That way, it would help him get rid of a threat. Facing such a powerful dragon god, that person would most likely lose. The manager watched on in shock, unable to say anything. Clang! The sound of metal shattering could be heard as the countless chains binding the dragon god started to break one by one, unable to withstand that terrifying power. Boom! Xiaofu's expression did not change as he stretched out a hand and pointed it at the sky. A four-colored pillar of light containing terrifying power rushed into the sky, and the four colors started to spread across the sky. One was gold, one was black, one was gray, and one was violet, each taking up a side. Roar! 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 Four dragon roars resounded through the sky, causing blood to surge. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, four dragons of fate emerged from Xiaofu's body and flew towards the four-colored pillar of light. Then, they slowly condensed into a dragon sword. The dragon sword was also four-colored, and there were four dragons coiled around the hilt. The sword was 1 meter long and was covered with dragon scales. It gave off an aura of annihilation, as if it could destroy the world. Xiaofu raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword. In that moment, everyone felt an incredibly dangerous feeling in their hearts. All of their hairs stood on end, and they felt as if their bodies had been submerged in icy water. They instinctively trembled and involuntarily retreated in fear. Sensing that sword's power, the dragon god in the sky looked terrified and exploded out with all of its power, wanting to break free from the chains. Boom! At that moment, Xiaofu slashed out with his sword, causing a massive sword light to fly out with unimaginable power. The sun and moon dimmed, and time and space became chaotic. It was as if the heavens and earth were going to be split apart, and the golden sun was instantly slashed in half. The dragon god looked on in disbelief as its body had been slashed in half and turned into motes of golden light before disappearing. He's broken through the 7th danger zone. The people below the stage cried out excitedly, their voices echoing throughout the entire city. No one had broken through the 7th danger zone in hundreds of years, and now, someone had done so. He was the first person to do so in hundreds of years. Just who is this person? He's too powerful. So powerful, I feel incredibly excited just watching. That person is undoubtedly the top genius on the ancient STEM rankings, everyone else should obediently make way. Today, this person will definitely be recorded in the ancient STEM domain's history. Not only will there be no one in the ancient STEM domain who can compare to him, but there won't be anyone in the surrounding domains who can either. I don't want to say anything. How can there be such a powerful person? He's definitely a peerless genius. Any other genius would pale in comparison to him. Bing Qixue also looked quite shocked. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression. Even though he had expected Xiaofu to display such terrifying power, Xiaofu had still exceeded his expectations. At the same time, Bing Qixue felt quite discouraged because he found that he was not on the same level as Xiaofu. No wonder Xiaofu did not want to be friends with him, he did not have the qualifications. The black-robed woman's face was filled with horror, and she didn't dare to say anything else. One of the 7 peerlessly beautiful women could not help but say in a soft voice, "Husband, there's no need to worry. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." Long Yang's expression was quite unsightly. Zhao Fu was simply too powerful and too dangerous, and if a conflict erupted, the outcome would be unimaginable. He might have made a massive enemy for the 8 Dragons Essence sect, so it was best to leave as soon as possible to prevent things from becoming too big. However, Long Yang still felt quite dissatisfied. There was actually such a huge disparity between him and Zhao Fu. The 10,000 Dragon stage still had the final danger zone, which no one had ever broken through before. It had always been a legend in the ancient STEM domain, and Long Yang did not believe that Zhao Fu would be able to break through it. Thinking about that, he decided to stay. The manager looked incredibly shocked and excited, and his voice trembled as he watched Zhao Fu break through the 7th danger zone. He said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry and report to the higher-ups of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group that someone has broken through the 7th danger zone. We have to report this at all costs. I'll take responsibility for any consequences." The attendant felt that the matter was quite serious, so he hurriedly nodded and quickly left. Within the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's headquarters, a group of powerful figures had been discussing matters in a large hall. One of them was an elegant-looking middle-aged man, and just as he was about to take a sip of his tea, a person suddenly rushed in from outside. The major figure slightly frowned. They were in the middle of a meeting, and someone had barged in like this. They naturally felt quite displeased. However, that person nervously said in shock, "Sir, someone has broken through the 7th danger zone. The 10,000 Dragon stage has broken through the 7th danger zone and is heading towards the 8th danger zone." What? Someone has broken through the 7th danger zone? This was something that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. Who was that person? Which faction's genius is he? They were naturally quite shocked and quite concerned about this. Just who could break through the 10,000 Dragon stage's 7th danger zone? Is he the person that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group has been waiting for? The attendant nervously replied, "We don't know who he is, but he's related to 2 geniuses on the ancient STEM rankings. We don't know anything else." The elegant-looking middle-aged man was so shocked by this news that he almost dropped his teacup. At that moment, he looked at the others with a serious expression. Everyone understood what he meant and hurriedly turned into powerful rays of light and flew towards the 10,000 Dragon stage. Now that such a big thing had happened, they had to personally go and take a look. After all, the 10,000 Dragon stage was incredibly important to the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. At that moment, Zhao Fu walked up step by step with great difficulty towards the final danger zone. Here, every step gave off an immense pressure, and ordinary people would be crushed into meat paste by this pressure. Powerful auras descended as the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's higher-ups arrived. Looking at the black-cloaked figure on the steps, their expressions became serious and a trace of anticipation appeared in their eyes. Zhao Fu was the only person in the past few hundred years who had a trace of hope of breaking through the 8th danger zone. However, even if Zhao Fu could not break through the 8th danger zone, with his status as someone who had broken through the 7th danger zone, he was worth their attention. Seeing that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's higher-ups had arrived, everyone cried out. At the same time, news of the 10,000 Dragon stage's 7th danger zone quickly spread, shocking countless people and causing them to hurry over. More and more people gathered, forming a sea of people. There were at least 10 million people here. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhao Fu arrived before the 8th danger zone and stepped onto the final step. Immediately, everything in the heavens and earth froze in that instant, falling into deathly silence. Countless people felt as if they had been bound by a boundless, formless energy, and they could not move at all. They were as small and powerless as a grain of sand in an ocean. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's higher-ups looked incredibly shocked. Sensing the shocking ripples coming from the 10,000 Dragon stage, they were also bound. Boom, boom. Boom, the 10,000 Dragon stage gave off a large amount of golden light and the dragon pillars on it continuously trembled before exploding out with pillars of light that shot into the sky. Tens of thousands of pillars of light shot into the sky together, giving off sounds that shook the surroundings and caused countless people to feel quite shocked. From afar, it was even more shocking. Over 10,000 pillars of light gave off a world-shaking aura, standing tall between the heavens and the earth. Ao ao ao, dragon roars sounded out from the stone pillars, and the dragons carved on the stone pillars seemed to come to life. They left the stone pillars and turned into different divine dragons that flew into the sky. Tens of thousands of dragons spiraled in the air, and the pressure of the dragons, which was like a vast sea of stars, pressed down on the countless people's bodies. They were unable to endure it, and they felt as if their bones were about to break. They could not help but continue to retreat. Now, no one dared to step within 1,000 meters of the 10,000 dragon stage, including Bing Qixue and the 10,000 dragon financial group's higher-ups. Fortunately, they were protected by the array formation, and the power was reduced by who knew how many times. However, it was still very terrifying, and it was not something they could withstand. Yet, Zhao Fu had to face this terrifying pressure alone. The 10,000 dragon stage was the 8th danger zone, and it was the final danger zone. Its power greatly surpassed that of a dragon god. Zhao Fu had already exploded out with the power of 4 fate dragons, but he still felt an immense pressure. His legs were bent, and it seemed like he was going to kneel on the stone steps. Blood leaked out of his body. Roar! The 10,000 dragons in the sky stopped and looked at Zhao Fu before giving off a heaven-shaking roar at Zhao Fu. The roar seemed corporeal and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Zhao Fu's emperor's domain was instantly shattered, and his body flew back 10 or so meters before crashing on the stone steps and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He's done for? Everyone looked slightly disappointed. Seeing how heavily injured Zhao Fu was, it seemed that he would not be able to break through the 8th danger zone. The power of the 8th danger zone was something that even a true godly spirit would not be able to break through. However, for that person to break through the 7th danger zone was quite shocking. Bing Qixue did not say anything and looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Long Yang inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He was quite shocked that the 8th danger zone was truly terrifying. Zhao Fu still could not break through it, and it was not as terrifying as he had imagined. The 10,000 dragon financial group's higher-ups could not help but feel disappointed. Looks like we've failed again. Ever since the 10,000 dragon stage was constructed, it has been impossible to step onto it. Arg! Under the might of the 10,000 dragons, Zhao Fu felt his blood boil, and he could not help but roar. The emperor's aura that he had been suppressing erupted out like a volcano. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, seeming to shatter the heavens and earth. The surrounding space continuously collapsed, and a black and blood-red flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body. This was Zhao Fu's blood, and an emperor's aura, as if he was the sovereign of the 9 heavens and 10 earth, pressed down like a massive hand. The people below the 10,000 dragon stage felt as if their minds had exploded, and their minds went blank. Their legs weakened as they knelt to the ground. Only Bing Qixue, Long Yang, and the higher-ups of the 10,000 dragon financial group were barely able to resist this emperor's aura. No one else was able to resist at all. How is this possible? In front of this supreme emperor's aura, everyone looked incredibly shocked. Their souls were as weak as glass, and they were shattered by that emperor's aura. That terrifying emperor's aura flooded out in all directions, inundating region after region, and nothing could stop it. The emperor's aura that seemed to rule the world and cause all creatures to submit covered the heavens and earth. Even the 10,000 dragons' aura seemed a few levels weaker in front of it, and it could not compare to it at all. Right now, it was the supreme emperor in everyone's hearts. Bing Qixue's face was pale, and he could guess at Zhao Fu's identity. With such a pure emperor's bloodline flowing through his body, he was definitely the legatee of an empire. His status was not something that Bing Qixue could compare to. In front of him, a prince of a royal kingdom was not much at all. No wonder he was so powerful, and no wonder he did not want to be friends with him even after knowing his identity. Now, Bing Qixue understood everything. Long Yang's expression was incredibly unsightly. Why had such a terrifying existence suddenly appeared? He had caused trouble this time, and it was possible that it would be a disaster. Why had he offended such a person? Long Yang felt incredibly regretful. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu took a step forwards, and his massive emperor's might weighed down on the 10,000 dragons' bodies like the might of the heavens. Roar, 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 that terrifying power caused the 10,000 dragons to look terrified, and their bodies slightly trembled. However, they were still unwilling to give up as they roared at Zhao Fu. Their roars caused the heavens and earth to tremble, but they were unable to stop Zhao Fu at all. Zhao Fu walked step by step as if he was taking a stroll, and when he reached the final step, the 10,000 dragons started to ferociously attack Zhao Fu. Boom! 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 The dragons exploded out with terrifying power, and their auras tore through the 9 heavens. At that moment, the 10,000 dragons all simultaneously attacked, rushing at Zhao Fu like a raging river. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all as he raised his other foot and landed on the final step. Boom! In that moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. An unimaginable might weighed down on the 10,000 dragons' bodies, causing them to howl as their bodies were directly crushed by that might. In just an instant, the 10,000 dragons were completely crushed by that shocking might, turning into motes of light that floated down, creating a beautiful scene. All of this signified that the 10,000 dragon stage had broken through the 8th danger zone. Zhao Fu's body was now completely on the 10,000 dragon stage. The aura flame and might around his body had completely disappeared, and he stood there like an ordinary person. However, the scene was deathly silent, and most people were still kneeling on the ground, not getting up. They looked at that person on the 10,000 dragon stage in shock. Even though he no longer had any aura, everyone still felt a formless pressure, and the image of a supreme emperor in their hearts could not be erased. Moreover, they were shocked that that person had broken through the 8th danger zone, and the identity that that person had revealed was not something that they could bear. It had been a long time since the 10,000 dragon stage had been constructed, but someone had finally broken through the 8th danger zone, breaking the legend of not being able to ascend the 10,000 dragon stage. However, only Zhao Fu could reach this step. It was almost impossible for the ancient stem domain to do so. The ancient stem domain did not have any empires, nor did the surrounding domains. This meant that Zhao Fu came from another place. The ancient stem rankings did not change at all. The number 1 person was still number 1, and the number 2 person was still number 2. Zhao Fu was not on the ancient stem rankings. It was not that Zhao Fu was not worthy of being on the ancient stem rankings, but that the ancient stem rankings were not worthy of his status. Countless royal kingdoms were existences that no one could reach, and an empire reigned above millions of royal kingdoms. They could not imagine just how terrifying an empire was, and even if he was asked to kneel down and pay his respects to the legatee, many people would willingly do so. Bing Qixue looked incredibly shocked, and he had not calmed down yet. After all, Zhao Fu had caused massive waves, and this time, he was completely convinced. Not only was Zhao Fu's status much more noble than his, but he was also much more powerful than him. Now, Bing Qixue understood his own limitations and understood that he did not have the qualifications to befriend Zhao Fu, so he did not plan to bother Zhao Fu anymore. The woman in black looked quite afraid. Thinking about how she had treated Zhao Fu, she felt that she had courted a great disaster. She had thought that Zhao Fu only had good talent and that he could not compare to her young master in terms of bloodline or status. In actuality, this was not wrong. There were only a few royal kingdoms in the ancient stem domain, and those people were equal at most. No one could surpass her young master. However, an imperial prince had suddenly appeared, which was quite terrifying. With such a terrifying status, he could be considered to have a noble status in the heaven-awakened world, and he was much more powerful than her young master. This was a massive slap to her face. The cold-looking young man turned to look at Xianxia and could not help but sigh. No wonder he was so powerful in the way of the sword and was only a bodyguard. His master was simply too terrifying. Long Yang and the 7 women had long since left. Before anyone could react, it was best for them to leave. Otherwise, if Zhao Fu came to make trouble for them, they would be doomed. Zhao Fu's performance had surpassed Long Yang's expectations time and time again, and he had revealed such a terrifying identity. This had given him a big fright, and he could only dejectedly leave with his people. The manager also looked quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful and have such a prestigious status. He had even broken through the 10,000 dragon stage's 8th danger zone, and even the ancient stem rankings could not contain such a grand figure. The 10 or so higher-ups of the 10,000 dragon financial group also looked incredibly shocked, and they could not calm down for a long time. Someone had finally broken through the 10,000 dragon stage, and that prophecy was about to come true. Moreover, with Zhao Fu's status, they felt that he was too high for them. Looking at Zhao Fu on the 10,000 dragon stage and looking at the countless treasures around him, Zhao Fu felt quite tempted. The intense light from the treasures caused Zhao Fu to feel quite panicked. Zhao Fu casually looked around and saw all sorts of legendary grade equipment, epic grade equipment, and saint armaments. There were also all sorts of spirit medicines, jewels with all sorts of stats, and many special items. The value of the things here was probably 6 or 7 billion gold coins, and they all belonged to him? This was simply too great of a surprise, and Zhao Fu almost did not dare to believe it was true. However, who cared? With so many treasures in front of him, he would be an idiot if he did not take them. Zhao Fu did not care about his image as he searched through the countless treasures on the stage. Large amounts of treasures disappeared from the 10,000 dragon stage and were all put into Zhao Fu's spatial ring. Even though Zhao Fu was incredibly fast, it took him half an hour to put all of the treasures into his spatial ring. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to wildly laugh, the benefits were simply too great. Climbing up a stage and obtaining a treasure trove was simply too great. Zhao Fu was willing to do this no matter how many times he had to do it. At that moment, no one said anything as they silently watched Zhao Fu loot the treasures. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's higher-ups also silently waited, allowing Zhao Fu to loot the treasures. After all, these treasures belonged to those who had passed the 8th danger zone. Back then, they had obeyed the orders of the previous generation and sent all sorts of treasures to the 10,000 Dragon stage to attract people. As such, the 10,000 Dragon stage stone was quite famous. After looting the countless treasures, Zhao Fu walked to the center of the 10,000 Dragon stage. There was a fist-sized silver dragon pearl floating there. It was most likely the core of the 10,000 Dragon stage. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not want to go over. After all, he had already taken all of their treasures, and if he wanted to destroy their stage, wouldn't that be too much? However, even though Zhao Fu did not want to go, the 10,000 Dragon stage gave off a will, telling him to go over. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before walking over and placing his hand on the dragon pearl. Roar! 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 Another dragon's roar sounded out from the dragon pillars on the 10,000 Dragon stage. The dragon pillars violently trembled before cracking and turning into pieces of rubble. Dragon images flew out from within and flew towards the 10,000 Dragon stage. The dragon pearl gave off an intense silver light that shined in all directions. Countless illusory dragons circled in the sky, and the scene of 10,000 dragons once again appeared. The aura they gave off was incredibly terrifying, causing everyone's bodies to stiffen. Suddenly, the silver dragon pearl broke free from Zhao Fu's hand and quickly entered Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled and not do anything. At that moment, the countless dragons circling in the sky, giving off terrifying auras, rushed down and entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of dragon energy enter his body. This process was quite short, and after everything settled, Zhao Fu found that there was a silver dragon mark on his chest. Other than that, there were no other changes. The 10,000 Dragon stage had lost all of its power and turned into an ordinary stone stage. One of the legends of the inner regions had disappeared. At that moment, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's people respectfully walked over and bowed to Zhao Fu. This was because Zhao Fu had broken through the 8th danger zone and obtained the 10,000 Dragon Devil Pearl. It was also because of Zhao Fu's prestigious status that they had to bow to him. After all, an empire's power was not something they could resist. However, they did not know that Zhao Fu was not an imperial prince of an empire but a king of a marquisate kingdom. It was just that his bloodline was higher than theirs. This was all thanks to Zhao Fu's bloodline, which could instantly frighten a large group of people. Because of how terrifying his bloodline was, countless people were convinced that Zhao Fu was the imperial prince of an empire. Facing these people, Zhao Fu felt quite wary because these people all had powerful auras and were not people who could be easily offended. Only after seeing them bow did Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. There most likely would not be a battle. I am the president of the 10,000 Dragon Association. It is my honor to meet the emperor, the elegant middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Xiaofu nodded and thought about the dragon pearl and countless other treasures, and he asked guiltily, those treasures should be able to be taken by the people on the 10,000 dragon stage, right? The middle-aged man laughed, this does indeed belong to Emperor. I also have a request, and I wonder if Emperor will agree to become an elder of the 10,000 dragon financial group. This is one of the benefits of ascending the 10,000 dragon stage. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely feel incredibly delighted about becoming an elder, as there would be unimaginable benefits. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group was one of the largest financial groups in the ancient STEM domain, and its power was terrifying. However, now that the 10,000 Dragon Stage's higher-ups believed that Zhao Fu was an imperial prince, he naturally looked down on the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, so they could only beg. Because Zhao Fu had obtained the 10,000 Dragon Devil Pearl, he had a great connection with the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, so they wanted to get closer to him. At that moment, Zhao Fu inwardly laughed, he had never thought that there would be such benefits. If he became an elder of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, he would be able to use the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's power to obtain a large number of corpses for him, allowing Qin's strength to quickly rise. With such great benefits, Zhao Fu definitely had to agree. However, he still calmly nodded on the surface. This caused everyone in the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group to smile. They felt incredibly happy that Zhao Fu had agreed to become an elder of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. This was because they already had a great connection with Zhao Fu and because of his prestigious status. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elegant middle-aged man took out a silver dragon medallion and handed it to Zhao Fu, saying that this was a token of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group and could be used to prove his identity. Zhao Fu accepted it, and the elegant middle-aged man said that he would entertain Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu refused because he did not like to entertain people. As everyone watched on, Zhao Fu came down from the 10,000 Dragon stage, and Gania returned to Zhao Fu's side, doing his duty as a bodyguard. The people in the surroundings automatically made way for him, not daring to block him. Their gazes were filled with respect and worship, this was the legendary emperor. Bing Qixue tactfully led his people to the side and did not dare to block him. Zhao Fu walked to his side and gave a trace of a smile as he said, apologies, I was helpless before. Previously, I had no choice. Since Brother Bing has such a character, I actually want to make friends with you. Before, Zhao Fu did not want to make trouble, but he had still caused such a big commotion. Bing Qixue was quite a good person, especially since he was a prince of a royal kingdom. Perhaps he would be useful to Qin City in the future, so Zhao Fu wanted to make friends with him. Now, Bing Qixue felt quite flattered, he had never thought that Zhao Fu, who had not been interested in him before, would suddenly have a 180-degree change in attitude and take the initiative to make friends with him. Bing Qixue smiled and expressed his understanding. The woman in black next to him did not dare to say anything and obediently lowered her head, and the cold-looking young man did the same. Following this, the two of them returned to the restaurant and talked for a while, getting to know each other. Zhao Fu had the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group collect a large number of corpses for him, and they were very cheap. After dealing with this, Zhao Fu brought the countless treasures and corpses back to Qin City. At the same time, news of what had happened here quickly spread throughout the ancient STEM domain, causing the surroundings to shake. What? Not only has someone passed through the 10,000 Dragon Stage's 7th danger zone, but someone has also passed through the 8th danger zone? How is that possible? Is that something a human can do? After all, the 10,000 Dragon Stage was a wondrous thing in the ancient STEM domain, and many people knew about it and had personally tried it. They knew how terrifying the 10,000 Dragon Stage was. Now, someone had passed all of them, that person was simply too terrifying. The countless geniuses from the ancient STEM domain who had been to the 10,000 Dragon Stage were no longer as arrogant as before, and their expressions fell. How could that person have passed all of the danger zone? Even with their talent, they could not do it, so how could that person do it? These geniuses did not believe this at all and felt that it was just a rumor. However, after sending people to investigate, they found out that it was actually true. What shocked them even more was that that person's true identity was an imperial prince of an empire. Why had such a prestigious person come to a small, remote domain like theirs? Everyone naturally did not understand. However, they accepted their loss wholeheartedly and did not throw a tantrum. After all, that person was an imperial prince, and the sovereign bloodline that flowed through his veins was enough to suppress countless kings. Countless people paid close attention to this matter and sent people over to investigate all the information. They also obtained all the information about what had happened. However, they did not have the 10,000 dragon stage. In actuality, they were quite curious as to why it had been built. There was definitely a great secret behind it, or else the 10,000 dragon financial group would not place such importance on it. However, the 10,000 dragon financial group kept it strictly confidential, and no one knew about it. After the Ice Origin Kingdom's higher-ups heard about this, they hurriedly summoned Bing Qixue and personally asked him about this matter. They treated this matter with great importance and greatly praised Bing Qixue for being able to befriend that person. The opposite happened in the Eight Dragons Essence sect. When they found out that their young sect master had dared to insult an empire's emperor, they were so scared that they immediately called Long Yan back to reprimand him, forbidding him from leaving the sect for a year. He had made too big of a deal. In front of an imperial prince, even royal kingdoms were quite pitiful, and the Eight Dragons Essence sect did not have the strength of a royal kingdom. Now, everyone in the Eight Dragons Essence sect was afraid that the emperor's son would descend upon the Eight Dragons Essence sect and wreak havoc. Countless people were incredibly shocked by this matter, and it became a hot topic. However, the past few years had not been very peaceful, and many big things had happened, affecting some people's minds. Zhao Fu did not know about any of this, and after returning to Qin, he happily smiled and started to count his gains from the 10,000 dragon stage. There were so many treasures that they formed small mountains, and it was impossible for Zhao Fu to count them all by himself. As such, he could only call some other people to help him. Those people looked quite shocked. They did not know where their majesty had found such a treasure trove to obtain so many treasures. Zhao Fu first put away the Cosmos Medallion. In 2 years, he would be able to enter the Cosmos Historical Remnant, and perhaps there would be some gains there. After all, the Cosmos Medallion was one of the reasons why Zhao Fu had come to the 10,000 dragon stage. A few hours later, all of the treasures had been counted, and they were worth 8 billion gold coins. This completely exceeded what Zhao Fu had expected, and it was simply too shocking. This amount of gold coins was not a small amount for the entirety of Qin. Zhao Fu also found a few good things. The first item was a blueprint for the dragon-slaying ballistae. When combined with high-grade talisman bolts, the dragon-slaying ballistae's terrifying power could instantly kill city lords. Qin only had 100 of them, and after many battles, 10 or so of them had been destroyed. These were things that Qin couldn't make. They could only be obtained by opening treasure chests. They were also on the stone steel of troubled times. Unfortunately, he didn't exchange for them at that time. Now that he had it, Qin could create his own dragon-slaying ballistae. With it, Qin would have another powerful attack method. The second type was a type of bead formed from powder. It was as big as a longan fruit and gave off a strange fragrance. It was called a flower spirit bead and could help flowers grow. This could be used by the world flower. Zhao Fu had been nurturing the world flower this entire time, but it had never bloomed. Zhao Fu could not do anything about it, as the flower spirit pearl's effects were many times better than the 1,000 flower liquids. He hoped that it would be effective on the world flower and make it bloom sooner. The third type was a white dragon-shaped jade that was as big as a palm. It gave off a faint dragon's might, and it looked as if there really was a dragon within it. This was a dragon soul jade, which was said to be a jade condensed after a dragon died. It contained powerful dragon's power and could be used everywhere. Zhao Fu planned to use it on the Wyvern Den. It would most likely be quite effective. Because the dragon soul jade was quite powerful and matched the Wyvern Den's stats, fusing it into the Wyvern Den would definitely increase the Wyvern's power and the number of Wyverns they could spawn. Now that Qin had used the Wyvern Den on the battlefield, its effects were quite outstanding. It had suppressive power and had a great advantage in the air, making many things much more convenient. They had become Qin's representative war beasts, and it was necessary to continue developing them. There was also a horn that was 2 meters long and was quite thick. It looked like a beast's horn and gave off an aura of battle intent. This was the Berserk Beast Battle Horn, and it was a war treasure. During battle, it could greatly raise morale and allow soldiers to fight without fear of death. The last item was a white crystal the size of a grain of rice. Although it was very small, it gave off a weak white light. It did not look like a treasure, but rather an ordinary item. However, it was one of the most precious treasures out of all of them. Xiaofu realized that this grain-sized crystal was actually a divinity shard and gave off a dense godly spirit aura. Even though its power was quite weak, it gave off a heartwarming feeling, and it was most likely a holy light divinity. Because Xiaofu had the god-killer profession, he was incredibly sensitive to godly spirit auras, and he found that there was still a trace of consciousness within this shard. The golden dragon suddenly said, "Xiaofu, you can nurture this as a godly spirit. Use incense and faith power to recover it, and it can become Qin's personal godly spirit. You should know the benefits of having a godly spirit. For example, the water god you nurtured gave all sorts of blessings. Also, the water god core will become stronger as she becomes stronger, and it will definitely become a top-tier core. Nurture Qin's personal godly spirit?" A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's face. He thought about it and felt quite interested, so he agreed. He first gave the blueprints for the dragon-slaying ballistae to Bai Shan and had them research them, and Qin would do his best to support the dragon-slaying ballistae. Following this, Xiaofu used the flower spirit pearl to cause the world flower to grow another 100 or so meters. The flower bud became even larger and greener, and it grew even bigger. However, the world flower was quite difficult to nurture, and Xiaofu had spent a lot of effort and had even built a fountain of life around it to provide it with life force. However, it was still not enough. Following this, Xiaofu fused the dragon's soul jade into the wyvern den, strengthening the wyvern's body and allowing it to spawn 2 more wyverns every day. Finally, there was the divinity shard. According to the method that the golden dragon had given him, Xiaofu first built a god temple and prepared a 2-meter-wide light crystal. This crystal contained a large amount of holy light energy, and such a large piece was quite rare. Xiaofu carefully fused the divinity shard into it, and the large light crystal immediately became extraordinary. It gave off a faint white light and a holy and pure aura. The crystal was now 2 meters tall and had an irregular shape. Xiaofu did not know what the godly spirit would look like, as it needed the divinity to form its own shape. Now, he just had to wait for the faith power. Now that Qin's population had reached tens of billions, the amount of faith power he could gather would be massive. As long as Qin nurtured it, the divinity shard would develop quickly. Snowflakes danced in the air, and Qin City seemed to be covered by a layer of snow. Festive red lanterns were hung all over the streets, and every household had couplets and pictures of happy reunion. People walked to and fro on the streets, and their faces were filled with smiles. Xiaofu stood on a tall building and looked down at the majestic scene of Qin City. The more he looked, the more he felt. Looking at the warm and happy families, Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a trace of loneliness. It was the New Year, and on this day, Qin City stopped all activities. The New Year was one of the last festivals that Qin City would celebrate, and everything carried on China's traditions. Now that Qin City had unified China, it could only become a thing of the past. However, some survivors had escaped to other continents, and the countries and territories around China were all under the name of Qin City. It could be said that no one had been able to accomplish this almost impossible feat without the Land of Legacy and other worlds. Everything would have come to an end. Now, Qin City's regions had not been cleared out yet. Once the regions were cleared out, Qin City would launch the final war of unification, and the world would be at peace. "Your Majesty." Hug. Little Nine, who was wearing a snow-white jacket, brought little Rose up to a tall building. She held a rattle drum in one hand as she happily rushed over. Xiaofu lightly smiled as he picked her up, and little Rose, who was behind her, started to play in Xiaofu's arms. Xiaofu felt as if he had 2 little sisters, and this dispelled the trace of loneliness in Xiaofu's heart. "Your Majesty. The New Year's banquet is ready, and the ministers and generals have already arrived. Please return to the palace," Li Si said as he bowed. Xiaofu nodded and suddenly asked, "How are our grandpa and grandma?" Li Si smiled as he replied, "They're healthy and there's nothing wrong with them. I've been secretly taking care of them. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." Xiaofu lightly nodded as he said, "Then invite them to the palace to celebrate the New Year together." Li Si smiled as he cupped his hands and replied, "Yes. I'll immediately send people to invite them." In actuality, Li Si had long since expected Zhao Fu to do this. Even though Zhao Fu had said that he had cut off all ties with his grandmother's family, they were still related by blood. What Zhao Fu hated was his uncle's family, and it had nothing to do with his grandparents. Li Si had been secretly taking care of his grandparents. During this special festival, Li Si understood that Zhao Fu would feel lonely. He could not fill this loneliness, and no one else could fill this loneliness. He could not fill this of Fu of Qin. Everyone in the outside world said that His Majesty was cruel, bloodthirsty, and sometimes, His Majesty was indeed like this. He could do anything to those outside of Great Qin, but he would always be soft-hearted towards those within Great Qin. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to the palace and celebrated the new year with the generals and ministers. He was incredibly happy and almost got drunk. 4 days later, Zhao Fu calmed himself down and headed to the fish scale world. Qin had signed a contract with the fish scale world that they would not start a war for 3 years. It was now the 6th year, and the contract would end next year. Zhao Fu's goal this time was to deal with the Darkwater continent. Qin now controlled 4,200 city lords, and 3,200 of them were controlled by brain bugs. There were 1,000 that were not controlled by brain bugs. The Darkwater continent had 6,000 regions in total and 19,000 or so city lords. Qin's 4,000 or so city lords took up almost a quarter of the total, and he had 2,000 or so territories. Zhao Fu felt that he could start a war to unify the Darkwater continent again. Because this was an internal war in the fish scale world, it would not cause as much of a commotion as the invasion, and the factions of the other continents would not interfere too much. This made it much easier for Zhao Fu to unify the Darkwater continent. Of course, because of the contract, Qin's forces could not enter the fish scale world, so Qin would not be able to do anything and could only rely on the Darkwater continent's own forces. Now, it was time to talk about the situation in the Darkwater continent. Almost 80% of system city lords had already joined the system factions that Great Qin secretly controlled. After all, having the status of a system main city gave them quite an advantage. After all, the world was split into 2 factions. One was the player faction, and the other was the system faction. By now, it was the players who had the advantage and conquered system main cities. If they wanted to be safe and not be destroyed by players, they could only band together. As such, Qin's faction had developed quite quickly in the Darkwater continent. Moreover, they did not suffer many losses in battle and could obtain all of the other side's forces, and the city lords could work for them. However, there were still 1,000 city lords that were not controlled, which was quite a big threat. However, there was nothing Zhao Fu could do about it. Without brain bugs, the Heaven Spirit Steel could only be used to trade, and ordinary gold coins had lost their value. Within the Heaven Spirit Steel, gold coins were just fees and could not be used to buy anything else. Zhao Fu did not want to pretend to be a higher being in the Heaven Spirit Steel, because without that kind of cultivation, it would be quite easy for him to be exposed. Moreover, Zhao Fu had never thought that he would attract the attention of a higher being. Zhao Fu had already added that higher being as a friend, but he did not dare to disturb him for no reason. As such, he collected all sorts of books for him. At first, he only collected books for comprehension, such as scriptures and Taoist scriptures. Afterwards, Zhao Fu found that this higher being loved to read all sorts of books, so Zhao Fu sent him China's 4 great classical novels, Dream of the Red Chamber, Journey to the West, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, and Water Margin. Zhao Fu had never thought that the higher being would love to read Journey to the West, and he even asked Zhao Fu who had written it and wanted to meet him. There was nothing that Zhao Fu could do about this. The person who had written Journey to the West was someone from the Ming dynasty, so how could Zhao Fu find him? However, Journey to the West was the most popular of the 4 great classical novels, and it was the most popular book in the world. It had its own charm. Since he could not use his previous methods to obtain brain bugs, Zhao Fu could only use other things to exchange for them. With Qin's current wealth, this was not a big problem. Following this, Zhao Fu spent a great deal of effort to obtain 1,000 brain bugs and control the remaining 1,000 city lords. Now, this faction completely belonged to Qin. 4,200 city lords and 400 million soldiers, just thinking about this could make anyone feel excited. With this kind of strength, unifying the Darkwater continent would not be very difficult. Even though it was only a quarter of the Darkwater continent's strength, Zhao Fu's faction was a group, while the other factions were still scattered. In fact, some factions did not even put in any effort and wanted to wait for the other factions to act. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to slow down on unifying the Darkwater continent just in case, as he was worried that the other continents would interfere. This was mainly for safety reasons. Even if Qin's faction could unify the Darkwater continent, whether or not it would be able to defend and prevent others from attacking was another matter. Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that he needed a more detailed plan. As such, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and discussed this with his generals before returning to the fish-scale world. Zhao Fu immediately sent people to the various continents to send letters to the system main cities. The contents of the letters were naturally about how good Zhao Fu's faction was and how vicious the player faction was. He hoped that the various factions could unite together. Most people were still unwilling to leave their own continents. Everyone only knew of the existence of this faction. At the same time, they had never thought that a system faction in the Darkwater continent would become so powerful. This was simply too shocking, and they had no idea why. Zhao Fu had expected this, so he sent out countless letters. In the end, only 20 or so cities were willing to join Zhao Fu's faction, which was quite surprising. The reason these factions joined Zhao Fu's faction was because they could no longer stay in their original places. Some places had already been conquered by players, so they could only escape or submit to players. Some places were no longer peaceful, and they were worried about their safety, so they left early. Now, Zhao Fu was going to make it so that these system factions could no longer stay in their original places, so they would naturally join Zhao Fu's faction. As for what he was going to do, Zhao Fu had already thought of a way to make it seem like players were attacking system main cities. After scaring them, they would naturally obediently follow Zhao Fu's words. This would cost a lot of gold coins, as he needed to hire a large number of players. Even though Qin City's faction had a large number of players, most of them were the 4 billion fish-scale players that Zhao Fu had taken back from the southern continent. If he used so many players, it would definitely cause a massive commotion in the fish-scale world, and Zhao Fu's plan would be able to bear great fruit. However, these people already belonged to Qin City, so if he used them, others would naturally know that it was Qin City that had done this. There was also the issue of the contract. These fish-scale players were now Qin's subjects and could not go to other continents. Of course, other fish-scale people could not step into the Netherwater continent. By now, 80% of the Netherwater continent's regions had been cleared out by Qin, and this had taken a long time. After all, humans were land creatures, and it was inconvenient for them to enter the water. As such, many things had to be taken care of by the fish-scale people. Because there had been a crack, the fate of the fish-scale world had not melted, and the fate of the fish-scale world had been secretly absorbed by Qin. This time, Zhao Fu had brought over 1 billion gold coins, which was more than enough to hire players. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 copper coins, so it was quite tempting. Moreover, Zhao Fu didn't need them to do anything, so it should be quite easy to hire players. A small faction that had 10 or so system main cities gathered together and peacefully lived out their days, not wanting to have any disputes. However, on that day, the sounds of battle suddenly rang out in the surrounding 10 or so kilometers. A massive aura exploded out and spread out like a flood, causing all of the creatures in the surroundings to feel terrified and quickly run for their lives. Not good. A few million players are attacking. Seeing the dark mass of fish-scale players, the defending soldiers' faces paled as they cried out. Everyone else was the same. After all, they only had 1 million or so soldiers, and even though they had an advantage in cultivation, facing a few million players would be quite difficult. Even if they could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This immediately caused the entire city to go on alert. Soldiers rushed to the city walls and looked at the dark mass of fish-scale players seriously. The city lords also hurried over, and all of the residents started to worry. What's going on? Why are there so many players attacking? We've already hidden in such a remote place, and yet these players are still bothering us? They're going too far, a bearded city lord said angrily. Another city lord sighed as he said, no matter which continent or world it is, this is the trend. In the end, the players will be the ones to unify the world. After all, they have a massive amount of fate, and they are the main characters of this world. A fish-scale woman's expression was cold as she said, "Are we really going to be destroyed by the players just like that? I don't want to accept this. Even if we're destroyed by them, we'll drag a few of them down with us." The elder standing next to her also sighed as he said, "So what if you don't want to accept this? In the face of such a situation, all resistance is futile. Let's think about how to deal with these millions of players." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, now was not the time to discuss this. The city lords on the defensive walls had serious expressions on their faces as they prepared for a tough battle. However, what happened next exceeded their expectations because the ferocious army suddenly retreated halfway, causing the city lords to feel quite surprised. What was going on? Why did the army retreat again? The city lords looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. However, they felt that it was most likely a trap, so they did not leave the defensive walls. However, after waiting for a while and seeing that there was no reaction, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other side had truly retreated. Even though they did not know why, they had won without any losses, making everyone feel quite delighted. However, just as they were about to retreat and let down their guards, the player army once again ferociously charged out, loudly roaring and giving off a shocking aura. This caused the countless system main city soldiers to return to the defensive walls, waiting for the enemy army to arrive. The 10 or so city lords also focused and stared at the player army, making sure that they didn't use any other methods. However, in the next second, the player army once again retreated. This caused the system main city lords to frown, not knowing what the player army's goal was. However, they definitely would not take the initiative to charge out. After all, they had the terrain advantage, and if they charged out, they would not have this advantage. Instead, they would be ambushed. This time, they waited on the defensive walls for a while, and after confirming that the player army would not come again, they decided to retreat. Kill. A terrifying aura once again swept out, causing the system main city soldiers to once again return to the defensive walls. They all became serious and on guard, but they also felt a trace of anger within their hearts. These people are so annoying. The 10 or so city lords all looked quite displeased. After being harassed like this again and again, no one would be in a good mood. This time, the player army once again retreated, and the 10 or so city lords could not help but fly out of the defensive walls to see what was going on. However, before they could even get close, 20 or so terrifying auras exploded out. The 10 or so city lords thought that there was an ambush, so they ran back in fear. Following this, the player army once again attacked and retreated, making the system main city lords feel quite angry. As for the people that Qin had hired, they did not directly participate in the battle. They only had to go over and say a few words before doing their own things. Some lay on the ground and slept, others ate, and others chatted. After a while, someone shouted that the time was up. The people who were originally doing their own things gathered together again, roaring loudly as they charged towards the defensive wall. This time, the system side was prepared and did not retreat. Instead, they remained on the defensive wall, and some of the soldiers had already returned because it was impossible for all of them to remain on the defensive wall. Moreover, they needed to eat, as they had been fighting the player army for almost an entire day without eating anything. They also thought that this army was just a miscellaneous army that did not dare to attack them and would retreat after a while. They just wanted to harass them. This time, the person in charge of commanding the players saw that the system main city still hadn't responded, so he yelled, "Charge forward a bit more and retreat when you get close to the city walls. Everyone will be rewarded with 10 silver coins. Kill." Hearing that there were rewards, everyone became spirited and roared as they charged forwards, their auras even more ferocious than before. This gave the system side a big fright, and all of the soldiers once again gathered on the defensive wall, preparing to fight. However, the player army once again retreated. "I'm so angry. How about we charge out and fight with them? Let's kill all of these players," a city lord said angrily. He had had enough of being continuously harassed and provoked like this. An elder immediately said, "We can't. There were 20 or so city lords hidden in that army, this is clearly a trap. If we charge out, we'll definitely fall into a trap and suffer heavy losses. When they thought about that, they could only suppress their anger and think that everything would be fine. However, they had never thought that they would be angered to death in the next few days. Over the past few days, this group of soldiers had repeatedly harassed them, even coming out to challenge them to a fight. They loudly cursed the people in the city for being cowards, saying that they were a bunch of scoundrels who only knew how to hide in the city, not daring to come out and fight with them. This made the city lords feel incredibly angry, and they were even more certain that there was a trap outside. As such, they could not charge out. However, this group of people were like flies that continuously harassed them, making it difficult for the city lords to live, and they felt as if their heads were going to explode. They didn't know that as long as they rushed out, the motley army that Zhao Fu had gathered would scatter. These people were mainly here for money, and they didn't need to fight to obtain money. If their lives were in danger, they would have run away long ago. However, Zhao Fu also had other plans. If these people rushed out, then Zhao Fu would directly attack the city. Because Zhao Fu was using the forces of the Darkwater continent, this was not within the scope of the contract, so there was no problem. Is there any way to deal with these hateful players? I can't take it anymore. I want to rush out and kill those players. Not a single one of them is coming, or else I'm going to die from anger, a city lord said with a sullen expression. The surrounding city lords looked quite furious, wanting to kill the player army outside. However, it was quite dangerous outside, and if they charged out, they would be doomed. Just as the city lords were feeling vexed, a warm letter was delivered to them. This was naturally a letter from the Darkwater continent, and looking at this letter, the city lords felt quite tempted. A young man smiled as he said, "Do you think we should go to the Darkwater continent? Right now, the system main cities are madly suppressing players. If we go, we won't be harassed by players anymore, and we'll be the ones suppressing players in the future." Another city lord said in agreement, "I think that's a good idea. That's the world of system main cities, so it should be the best choice. Didn't we gather together for safety? Now that it's not safe here, we should move to the Darkwater continent." Yes, yes. That's the best option right now. We can't afford to offend those players outside, so we can only hide. I completely agree with going to the Darkwater continent, another person said. After some discussion, the city lords decided to go to the Darkwater continent. However, there was a player army outside the city, so it would be difficult for them to move. It was possible that they would be attacked while they were moving. They were quite worried about this, and someone suggested, "Since we've decided to join the Darkwater continent, we'll be part of it in the future. How about we ask the Darkwater continent's people to help us? We'll see how they treat us. If they treat us well, it'll be better for us to go than to stay here. If they don't treat us well, we'll think of something else and not go to the Darkwater continent." Everyone nodded, agreeing with this suggestion. Following this, everyone wrote a letter. The Darkwater continent's system main city faction was incredibly enthusiastic, and people came the next day. This shocked everyone, and they had never thought that the Darkwater continent would take them so seriously. The people who came were even more enthusiastic and made a series of promises as if they were the masters of this place and they were the guests. Now that the Darkwater continent was taking them seriously, they were naturally quite happy and felt that joining the Darkwater continent was the right decision. Of course, they did not know that the mastermind behind all of this was Jean. With the Darkwater continent's people defending them, they did not have to worry about anything else and just needed to move to the Darkwater continent. Following this, even more people from the Darkwater continent arrived, and the people here were able to relax and move to the Darkwater continent. The player army, which had been harassing the system main cities, pretended to charge a few times, but they were all scared off by the Darkwater continent's people. This allowed everyone to relax and not have any more worries. After coming to the Darkwater continent and seeing how united and harmonious the system main cities were, they felt even more delighted. They had never thought that things would be so good, and they regretted coming too late. They did not know what they would face in the future. This was Zhao Fu's plan. He would be the bad guy in the dark while pretending to be the good guy in the open. He would harass and annoy the system main cities so that they would obediently enter Qin's mouth. Zhao Fu had spent 1 billion gold coins, but of course, he had not just hired these few people. Similar things were happening in other places, and he continued to harass and scare system main cities. Of course, Zhao did not dare to offend the larger system factions, as they were quite powerful and could easily spiral out of control. As such, Zhao specifically targeted smaller factions. It was also easier for these factions to succeed. Firstly, they were weak. Secondly, they were isolated and had no help. When faced with this kind of troublesome and unsolvable problem, there was nothing they could do. Seeing that Zhao faction was becoming stronger and stronger, the Darkwada continent's people felt quite uneasy. On the second day, they decided to take the initiative and ally together to attack Zhao faction. After all, at this rate, Zhao faction would destroy them sooner or later. They had to act first, or else it would be too late. The remaining Darkwada city lords gathered together to discuss how to destroy Zhao faction. Now that Zhao faction had occupied a corner of the Darkwada continent, the remaining factions could split into 3 armies and simultaneously attack Zhao faction. This time, there were 10,000 or so city lords gathered, and they had 800 million soldiers. They had a great advantage. Because of this, the various factions felt much more confident, and they began to discuss their strategies and how to attack. Things are bad. The system main army is attacking the eastern side of the Darkwada continent, a soldier hurriedly rushed in and reported. What? Everyone was greatly shocked. They had never thought that the system main army would be the first to attack. They had gathered everyone to discuss how to destroy Zhao faction, and Zhao naturally knew about such a big move. He understood that he could not wait any longer and had to act first. Most of the other faction city lords were still discussing. Without city lords, their cities were quite empty, making them feel quite panicked. This was especially so for the eastern side that Zhao faction was attacking, and the city lords hurried back. The other factions also hurried back, preparing to gather their armies and head to the eastern side to destroy Zhao faction. However, just as they wanted to return to their cities, they found that there were many temporary isolation barriers, making it impossible for them to use teleportation channels to return to their cities. They could only rely on flying back. In the eastern side, Zhao gave a trace of a cold smile. Qin had been ganged up on many times, so he had some countermeasures. Now, he had the strength to set up isolation barriers. Most of the city lords in the eastern side had not returned yet, and only a small portion of them remained. This was a great opportunity. First of all, their core members weren't there, so their morale wasn't very high. Secondly, they hadn't gathered together yet, and were still like a plate of loose sand. It would be a pity if they didn't attack at such a good opportunity. Zhao directly brought 4,000 city lords and 400 million soldiers. 80% of their forces were gathered at the eastern side, and they planned to take down the eastern side as quickly as possible. That way, the pressure on them would be much lighter. There had originally been 2,000 or so city lords guarding the eastern side, but only 1,000 of them had hurried over. However, they could only mobilize 100 million soldiers. Time was of the essence, and Zhao did not hesitate to give the order to attack. Because of the contract, Zhao could not act personally, but he had brought 80 dragon-slaying ballistae. Right now, Qin was hurriedly building more dragon-slaying ballistae. However, dragon-slaying ballistae weren't things that could be made in a short period of time. These 80 dragon-slaying ballistae were from before. Apart from the dragon-slaying ballistae, Zhao also had 120 destruction crystals. Kill. After receiving Zhao order, the city lords exploded out with terrifying auras as they rushed forwards. The countless soldiers below roared as they flooded forwards, giving off a shocking aura. The soldiers on the defensive wall waited, and the city lords in the sky became serious. The other side's forces were many times larger than theirs, and they could only stall for time until reinforcements arrived. As long as they arrived, victory would still be theirs. Boom, boom. Boom, massive streaks of golden light tore through the sky with terrifying power. They were extremely fast, and they flashed by, leaving faint traces in the air. Chi! Chi! Before the 90 or so city lords could react, their chests were pierced by massive arrows. Some arrows even pierced through 2 city lords, nailing them to the ground a few kilometers away. The remaining city lords were dumbfounded. Before they could understand what had happened, nearly 100 city lords had died. However, in the next moment, something even more shocking happened. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as the rainbow-colored crystals smashed into the defensive wall, resulting in massive explosions. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out, destroying everything in their path. In just an instant, the majestic defensive wall completely collapsed. The soldiers on the defensive wall were either dead or heavily injured, and blood dyed the surrounding water red. The scene was incredibly tragic and chilling. Charge! Zhao Fu's side gave off an unstoppable aura as they ferociously charged at the enemy. The eastern side had been heavily injured, and they did not even have a defensive wall left, so they could not resist at all. In the sky, Zhao Fu's city lords surrounded the enemy city lords, and behind them were the dragon-slaying ballistae, which continuously shot out terrifying arrows and gave off dangerous auras. Because both sides were already fighting, the dragon-slaying ballistae could only scatter the arrows and could not fire them all at once. The soldiers below started to fight with the remaining soldiers, but the other side could not resist at all. They had suffered heavy losses, and Zhao Fu's side had the advantage in numbers. More and more city lords and soldiers died, and their morale completely collapsed, and they started to run for their lives. Zhao Fu's side ferociously chased after them, not letting a single person escape. After these forces were destroyed by Zhao Fu's side, the remaining cities and regions naturally could not resist at all. Regions were easily destroyed by Zhao Fu's side, and after hearing that the front lines had been completely defeated, the eastern side's city lords hurriedly ran back. The eastern side did not dare to stay any longer and ran in other directions, and some people even ran to other continents. There were also many city lords who surrendered. Because Zhao Fu's side was a system faction, it was much more reliable than player factions, and most of the city lords who surrendered were system city lords. A day or so later, Zhao Fu's side had completely conquered the eastern side, and the other city lords had also broken through the defensive lines. They hurriedly led their soldiers to attack, but it was too late. There were 8,000 or so city lords and 600 million soldiers who had hurried over, but Zhao Fu's side quickly devoured the conquered regions and fused the surrendered factions into the army. The city lords and soldiers who had been staying at home also quickly rushed over. In total, Zhao Fu's side had 9,000 or so city lords and 600 million or so soldiers. Seeing that the system army had prepared, the various factions, which had been quite aggressive, did not have much confidence. If they fought now, they would not have any advantage at all, and they would be at a disadvantage. As the two armies faced off, Zhao Fu did not reveal himself and instead controlled everything from behind the scenes. The one commanding the battle was a mighty-looking fish-scale city lord, and he was the temporary leader of the system faction. His name was Vagrant, and he had long since been controlled by the brain bug. Because he had been chosen as the temporary leader and was an important item to hide his identity, Zhao Fu had increased the brain bug's power. He stood in the sky and gave off a massive aura as he looked at the opposing armies and gave a confident smile as he said loudly, "The Darkwada continent will belong to our system main cities sooner or later. You players should leave the Darkwada continent as soon as possible. Also, the system main cities on the other side, could it be that you're willing to work with those players? Or are you willing to join us? We're your system main cities, and we're your true friends. Leave those players and join us." A big man with a powerful aura coldly harumphed as he said, "Don't try to sow discord. Right now, you're the ones in the greatest danger, and we should work together. Also, this world belongs to players, so your system faction should submit to players instead of acting like this." Vagrant loudly laughed, "Ha ha ha, it's just the strong preying on the weak. What trend? Isn't it our system main cities conquering you players?" The big man felt quite furious. If they had a big advantage, they would have long since started fighting. However, they did not have any confidence, so they could only continue to stand like this. Both sides had about the same number of soldiers, and neither side could do anything to the other. Zhao Fu's side had the geographical advantage, so they naturally would not take the initiative to attack. They understood that if they fought, they would suffer great losses. Because of the contract, they could not attack, so they could not interfere in the battle. Both sides continued to face off, and the atmosphere became cold. It was as if neither side wanted to continue. A white-haired elder stepped out and tried to mediate, saying, "All right, we're all fish-scale people. We're all fish scale people, so we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves and cause unnecessary losses. Do you still remember the owner of the Netherwater continent? Hearing this, the atmosphere became deathly silent. Everyone's expressions became serious, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The owner of the Netherwater continent was Qin, the incredibly powerful kingdom that had once caused the entire fish-scale world to fall into crisis. The Netherwater continent had been given to Qin after the fish-scale world had signed an unfair treaty. This could be said to be a humiliation to the fish-scale world, but no one dared to say anything. After all, Qin's power was incredibly terrifying. Now, Qin was said to be the fish-scale world's greatest threat, and no one could compare to him. This was something that everyone in the fish-scale world agreed with. That was why they had such expressions on their faces when they heard those words. Next to them was Qin. Although they had signed a 3-year contract and the two sides could not start a war, the contract would be invalid next year. Then, the Darkwater continent would have to face Qin directly. Thinking of Qin, who was so terrifying, no one felt confident. The old man looked at everyone in silence and continued in a serious tone, "That's right. It's Qin, the human world's Qin. With such a terrifying monster next to us, why are we fighting among ourselves? When Qin attacks, will we have the strength to resist?" Another middle-aged man in green also stepped out, saying, "That's right. Next to us is Qin, and when the 3-year contract expires next year, what should we do? Under Qin's ferocious might, the entire Darkwater continent might be destroyed. When that time comes, no one will be able to escape. We'll all die together, or we'll all become Qin's slaves. Is that what everyone wants to see?" These words caused everyone to agree, they indeed did not want to end up like that. They're right, our true enemy is the human world's Qin. That Qin is so terrifying, and with our strength, it will be very difficult to resist him. We should band together. I think we should stop fighting. The human world's Qin attacked our fish-scale world and caused us to suffer such humiliation, we should resist him. Let's band together and stop fighting among ourselves. If we don't band together, under Qin's threat, we might all die. When that time comes, we'll be the sinners of the fish-scale world. That's right, let's band together and stop fighting. That Qin is too terrifying, and we're not a match for him at all. Thinking about how he wanted to destroy the fish-scale world back then, I feel quite afraid. The scene was incredibly noisy, and many people could not help but speak up. They felt that Qin's threat was too terrifying, and the person they feared, Qin's ruler, was currently standing awkwardly within the crowd. In actuality, neither side wanted to continue fighting. The other side did not dare to attack, as it was quite disadvantageous, and Zhao Fu did not want to go either, as the losses would be too great. In actuality, Zhao Fu wanted to wait a bit longer, as there were still many system cities from other continents moving to the Darkwater continent. He would become stronger and stronger, and he would be able to convince the remaining system factions in the Darkwater continent, making the players weaker and weaker. When that time came, it would be incredibly easy for Zhao Fu to destroy them, and he would not have to pay such a heavy price. Zhao Fu knew that they would not be able to fight, but he had never thought that it would end like this. Seeing everyone talk about Qin, as the ruler of Qin, Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. Luli, the city lord that Zhao Fu controlled, coldly harumphed and said, "For the future of the fish-scale world and for all fish-scale people, I can stop attacking for now, but some people shouldn't start fighting." Zhao Fu had Luli speak first, which was to stand on the side of righteousness and give off a righteous and benevolent light. This made the players inwardly curse Luli for being shameless. They had wanted to speak as well, as that would make others feel that they were on the side of righteousness and that they were taking a step back for the sake of the fish-scale world. Saying this would make them look even more arrogant, and those who spoke later naturally would not have such an effect. If they still objected, they would be called stupid, selfish, evil, and vile. The players could only follow Zhao Fu's lead and say a few words. They did not want to continue fighting, and this was to give themselves a way out of this embarrassing situation. The two sides did not continue to talk in detail, and they drew a line between the two factions. In the future, neither side would offend the other, and both sides retreated. That being said, well, water does not interfere with river water, but after returning, both sides greatly increased their own strength. Zhao Fu set up a large number of soldiers at the border and did not bother with them anymore. He understood that the other side would not dare to attack, and he could only focus on expanding his own faction. After Zhao Fu continuously used those despicable methods, the effects were quite effective, and there were hundreds of city lords joining every day. Even though the other side was desperately trying to pull people into their faction, their expansion speed could not compare to Zhao Fu's. Zhao Fu's faction would definitely far surpass theirs, and unifying the Darkwada continent was already a foregone conclusion, so there was nothing to worry about. Zhao Fu stayed here for a few more days, and seeing that the situation had stabilized, he once again returned to Qin. By now, Qin had finished celebrating the new year, and it was now in full swing. The soldiers started to clear out regions, and the various departments were doing their jobs. There was nothing to do in many places, so they settled down and started to take care of matters. Zhao Fu looked through the memorials that he had accumulated over the past few days and found that a few of the ministers had suggested improving the commoner system. The reason was that even though they were punishing the commoners, it would not be beneficial to the unity of the country. There were also many loopholes in the process of raising the commoners from untouchables to commoners, and there was no effective supervision. Many people used this for profit, causing some resentment among the commoners. As such, the ministers requested that Your Majesty reconsider the commoner system. After looking through the memorials, Zhao Fu frowned. Even though the memorials said that they wanted to improve the commoner system, they wanted to abolish the commoner system. It was just that they did not dare to directly suggest this to him, so they used this tactful method. Should we abolish the commoner system? Zhao Fu sat on his throne and fell into deep thought. Zhao Fu felt quite hesitant. Back then, the commoner system had been established to punish the resisting races and factions. Their resistance had caused Qin to suffer heavy losses, but Zhao Fu had not killed them or treated them as slaves. This was already quite good. They had to be punished, or else the blood of Qin's soldiers would have been spilled for nothing. Zhao Fu naturally felt quite angry towards these people. However, from the contents of the memorials, there were indeed all sorts of problems and hidden dangers. In the end, Zhao Fu could not make a decision, so he gathered the ministers to discuss and gather their opinions. Most of the ministers were civil officials, while the generals were fighting at the front lines. The ministers' opinions were divided into two sides. One side supported Zhao Fu's idea, and most of them were outlanders and of outlanders, with Giri as the leader. Giri was from the cat race and was originally a city lord of a small city. He had been after Qin's city, and he had been promoted over the past few years. He had become an important minister of Qin. A Fu of Giri was of Fu. Their opinion was that the criminals wanted to resist Great Qin, making Great Qin spend more effort to conquer them. They deserved it, so they should be punished accordingly. Instead of enslaving them, His Majesty has given them the opportunity to rise in ranks, which is already quite merciful. From how we see it, they should forever be commoners, and their children should also be commoners. The weak should submit to the strong. Moreover, those who have not resisted and joined Qin will receive the status of ordinary commoners in Qin. However, those who have resisted and joined Qin will receive the same treatment, which will be unfair to those who have not resisted. In the future, they would be met with even greater resistance. They knew that if they resisted, they would become Great Qin's peasants, so seeing how powerful Great Qin was, they would obediently submit. However, if they knew that they would receive the same treatment if they resisted, they would definitely try to resist. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. This was what he was thinking. However, slavery was different from Zhao Fu's, so he would not establish it. However, if they knew that they would receive the same treatment if they resisted, they would definitely try to resist. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. He agreed with Zhao Fu. However, the slavery system was different from Zhao Fu's, so it was impossible to establish it. Zhao Fu had his own bottom line. Seeing Zhao Fu agree to not abolish the commoner system, the ministers who supported the abolition of the commoner system changed their expressions. They immediately stood out to express their opinions. Most of the ministers were from Xianxia, and they were from various sections. Because Qin gave up on punishing the Confucian school, the Maoist school, and the Buddhist school, some important figures from the three sects had returned to Xianxia from other continents and were willing to serve Qin. Their opinions were that His Majesty was a wise king. Historically speaking, the primitive society started with slavery, and then with feudalism. The reason why slavery was eventually replaced by feudalism was that slavery would make the country unstable and cause all kinds of class conflicts, which would lead to constant resistance and the country's demise. Although His Majesty's commoner system wasn't slavery, it would cause many conflicts, which wouldn't make the people completely loyal to Qin, and it wouldn't be good for the unity of the country. As such, everyone who served Qin should be treated the same way. I think that His Majesty should abolish the commoner system, which would be a great hidden danger for Qin. As for what Minister Gu said, there was another way to solve it. After hearing what Minister Gu said, Zhao Fu felt that Minister Gu's words made sense. Now that both sides were in the right, which side should he listen to? Zhao Fu couldn't help but look at Li Si, who was Qin's prime minister. Li Si cupped his hands and said with a faint smile, "Everything is up to your majesty." Li Si threw the ball back to Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu to glare at him. At this moment, Li Muqing stood out and said, "Your Majesty, please leave the throne and go to the common people to have a look. You should have a decision by then, instead of hesitating here." "How dare you? His Majesty's status is so noble, how can he be with those commoners? Minister Li dares to blaspheme His Majesty? Do you know what punishment you deserve?" A minister immediately berated before saying, "This isn't the democratic system in the real world, it's an imperial system where His Majesty is the leader. His Majesty is the leader, and the commoners are secondary. If Minister Li wants to do things through a democratic system, he might be subverting the Qin Empire." This caused some of the players' expressions to become serious. This was quite a big accusation, and they had wanted to do things through a democratic system, which was not suitable. The expressions of Li Muqing and the players' ministers slightly changed, and the indigenous residents' ministers also looked at these people. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and looked at everyone present. He found that he had not paid much attention to politics, and there seemed to be many factions in the imperial court. Because of the minister's words, the palace fell silent, and the atmosphere became quite tense. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, none of the ministers present dared to object. They all nodded and accepted all of Zhao Fu's orders. Li Muqing and the other players let out sighs of relief. Luckily, Zhao Fu wasn't a member of a big family or an indigenous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an attitude. Following this, Zhao Fu changed into simple clothes and left the palace with Li Muqing. At a construction site for building a canal, Zhao Fu watched sweaty men digging the canal and carrying stones and soil. Now that he had a storage ring, it was more convenient for him to deal with these things. After picking out the stones and soil, he could put them into a storage ring and carry them away. The materials for building the canal were also put aside through the storage ring. The canal was being built in full swing. According to the hierarchy system in Qin, untouchables could work for the Qin government and help the Qin government with various constructions to earn points, which could be used to raise their status and level. These people were all untouchables, and they wanted to earn points by building the canal for the Qin government. Of course, the Qin government would also pay them accordingly. Suddenly, an honest-looking man who was carrying a pole bumped into Zhao Fu by accident, and some soil fell on Zhao Fu. The man's face turned pale, and he immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. Sir, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll clean it up immediately." "Humph. How can an untouchable commoner like you touch the sir's clothes?" A man who looked like a foreman walked over and coldly harumphed. Although Zhao Fu thought that his clothes were ordinary, in the eyes of others, his clothes were luxurious, and he had an extraordinary aura. The honest-looking man didn't expect that he would disturb the foreman, and his face became even paler. He wanted to explain that he really didn't do it on purpose. However, the foreman cut off the honest-looking man and said, "Do you know who this young master is? He's definitely a noble of Great Qin. With your status as peasants, hurry up and kneel down, or I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing this, the simple and honest man looked at Zhao Fu's clothes and immediately knelt on the ground. He cowed out and said, "I'm sorry, young master. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive this lowly one." The foreman smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, please let him go this time. I'll help you clean the mud off your body." Zhao Fu was a little surprised. This foreman looked fierce and barbaric, but he didn't expect him to be helping a simple and honest man. "It's fine. It's just a small matter. I don't mind. Also, why are you all so afraid? Xiaofu was quite confused. It was just a small matter, but the other party seemed to be too afraid, as if he was worried about something. The foreman didn't know how to answer. He could tell that Xiaofu was a rich young master who didn't know much about the world and didn't understand the current situation in Qin. However, he was slightly relieved by Xiaofu's kind attitude. Fortunately, Xiaofu was easy to deal with. Li Muqing explained, untouchables like him will be punished more if they cause trouble. They may also be recorded in the files and won't be able to get any points. They may be untouchables for the rest of their lives. That's why they are afraid. They are especially afraid of nobles like you, because they can't afford to offend you. The foreman said with a smile, this beautiful lady is very sensible. I spent a lot of effort to be promoted from an untouchable to a commoner. If I cause trouble, it will all be in vain. In Qin, we are all labeled, and any mistake we make will be more serious. Xiaofu nodded. It seemed that he was the one who had given the order. He had to punish them severely in order to make them afraid and obedient. It was mainly because they had resisted so fiercely, so Xiaofu had to deal with them in various ways. The foreman said, then why did you come here? With your status, you shouldn't come here, lest people laugh at you. Xiaofu was startled and asked, why do you say that? Why do you want to be laughed at? The foreman was also startled, he didn't expect Xiaofu to ask this question. He thought that Xiaofu was really a rich young master and didn't understand this. He smiled and replied, this is a place where untouchables gather. Nobles like you will be infected with bad luck if you come here. Xiaofu frowned and turned to look at Li Muqing as he asked, why has the hierarchy in Qin become so strict? Upper-class people are upper-class people, and lower-class people are lower-class people. Xiaofu didn't expect that this wasn't his original goal. As long as they became Qin's subjects, Xiaofu would treat them equally. Xiaofu wanted to punish these untouchables and then become Qin's subjects. As long as they sincerely submitted to Qin, Xiaofu would treat them with sincerity. However, the current situation in Qin had become like this, just like the outside world. This was not what Xiaofu wanted to see in Qin. Thinking about this, Xiaofu's expression became quite unsightly as he said, can you show me around? I want to know more about this place. The foreman looked surprised and smiled as he said, sir, you're quite interesting. Why do you want to know more about us untouchables? Xiaofu lightly nodded as he said, I just want to know more about this place. I'll give you a reward afterwards. The foreman immediately agreed, saying, very well. Sir, I'll show you around. Following this, the foreman took Xiaofu to look around the construction site. Xiaofu looked around and saw a few children playing in an open space next to the construction site. They were all wearing coarse clothes, and one of them was wearing ordinary clothes. At that moment, a woman forcefully pulled the child away. The child cried and did not want to leave. A few children in coarse clothes looked at the scene in front of them innocently. They didn't understand why the woman would take her children away when they were having fun. The woman angrily raised a hand and shouted, if you cry again, I'll hit you. They're the children of untouchables, and they're also untouchables. You can't play with them, or you might become like them in the future. Our Majesty doesn't like these people. Do you want to be someone Our Majesty doesn't like? Do you want to be a high-ranking official in the future? These words caused the child to stop crying. At their age, they did not understand what untouchables were, but they did not want to be someone their Majesty didn't like. Even though they were reluctant, they could only leave. The children in coarse clothes had smiles on their faces, but sensing the strange gazes around them, they lowered their heads and felt so wrong that they almost started to cry. Xiaofu could not help but walk over and hand over a gold coin as he smiled and said, good children, be strong. Take this money and sell it for some good food. Big brother. If you really give it to us, we can buy a lot of things with it, a little girl with pigtails said as she looked at Xiaofu with her eyes wide open. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Just as the little girl was about to take the gold coins, an older child pulled her back and said earnestly, don't forget what Dad and Mom said. Don't get close to well-dressed people. They're important people, and we can't take their things, or we'll cause trouble for Dad and Mom. Think about why Dad and Mom are working so hard. Hearing this, the little girl immediately took her hand back because she thought about how hard her father and mother were working. Zhao Fu looked a bit awkward, and the foreman next to him smiled as he took out a few copper coins and gave them to the children, telling them to go and play. The children obviously knew the foreman, and they smiled as they took the money and quickly said, "Thank you, uncle." Then they ran away. Zhao Fu threw the gold coins to the foreman, and the foreman smiled as he thanked Zhao Fu. After that, the foreman took Zhao Fu to walk around the construction site. Zhao Fu saw some elderly people who were also working and helping to build the river. "Why are these elderly people here?" Zhao Fu asked curiously. Zhao Fu treated these elderly people well. Even though they were untouchables, Zhao Fu gave them easy jobs, so they shouldn't have come here. The foreman sighed and replied, "They mainly want to get more points so that they can raise their children's status. Ordinary untouchables' children can't go to school, and even if they do, they'll be discriminated against. Only by raising their status can they get normal treatment in Qin. However, points can be bought with money. These families are quite poor, so they can only come to help." Zhao Fu thought about how some people used points for profit, and he couldn't help but feel a bit angry as he asked, "Points can be bought with money?" The reason why Zhao Fu established the point system was that he wanted these people to work for Qin and be truly loyal to Qin. They would not resist. In this way, they would belong to Qin's people, and Zhao Fu would truly recognize them. This was Zhao Fu's original intention. Using money to buy points completely went against Zhao Fu's original intention. Zhao Fu also remembered that this was prohibited. Only family members could trade points. He couldn't help but ask the foreman. The foreman smiled and said, "That's easy to solve. When you trade points, just say that he's your relative." "Won't the government investigate?" Zhao Fu said angrily. The foreman didn't expect Zhao Fu to be angry and explained, "How are we going to investigate? The world is very chaotic now, and the things that used to record one's identity are all gone. Moreover, in a completely new environment, no one knows anyone, so it's impossible to investigate clearly. The government can only give them a deal." Zhao Fu's anger gradually subsided. He looked at the elderly people and walked over as he said, "You can go back now. You don't have to come here anymore, your children can be normal children." All of the elderly people present looked at Zhao Fu in disbelief. After all, the only person who could casually raise someone else's status was Great Qin's Majesty, and even some of Great Qin's high-ranking officials had to find a reason to do so. After all, Great Qin had its own laws. Even though the young man in front of them was dressed luxuriously, it was evident that he was not a high-ranking official. He was too young, and since he didn't have that status, no one believed him. "Young master, you should follow the foreman and look around. We appreciate your kindness, but please don't disturb us." As he spoke, the elderly person picked up the shoulder pole that was full of stones and walked forward with difficulty. The foreman next to him said, "That's right. Young master, where do you want to go? I'll take you there. Don't disturb them, they all need to work here to earn money and points." Zhao Fu didn't reply to the foreman's words. He thought about something and said loudly, "Now let me ask you, Qin treated you like this. Do you hate Qin? Do you hate Emperor Qin? Don't you want to resist Qin?" Zhao Fu's voice was very loud and clear, but it caused everyone to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. How could someone dare to say such a rebellious thing here? Does that person want to die? This is Qin state. Isn't he trying to incite a rebellion by asking them if they want to resist? Everyone was afraid to stay away from Zhao Fu, because the consequences of Zhao Fu's words were too serious. Anyone who touched them would die. They didn't want to lose their lives because of this, so they didn't want to have any contact with Zhao Fu. The foreman's face also turned pale. He didn't expect that Zhao Fu would be so reckless and say such words. Wasn't he afraid of offending Emperor Qin and having his whole family executed? "Young master, run away from Qin. I'm afraid that the soldiers will come later. Or you can kneel down now and admit to Emperor Qin that you're wrong and that you're just talking nonsense. Maybe you can live. Otherwise, you'll die," the foreman reminded him. He didn't want to have any contact with Zhao Fu, but he had brought Zhao Fu here, so Zhao Fu already had a relationship with him. He couldn't run away. Now, he could only hope that Zhao Fu would be fine so that he could be safe. Looking at the terrified people around him, Zhao Fu's expression didn't change as he asked again, "I'll ask you again. Do you hate Qin for treating you like this?" Everyone was deathly silent, and no one dared to answer Zhao Fu's question. They might die without a complete corpse. An old man next to him sighed and said, "Alas. Do we have the right to hate him? After all, we resisted so fiercely that Emperor Qin was displeased and ended up like this. Although it's a bit hard in Qin and we can't enjoy some special treatment, we can at least live a stable life here. We don't lack food or drink, and our safety is guaranteed. Emperor Qin has been very good to us. Now, we just hope that he'll be happy one day and slightly lower the conditions for promotion." Clatter, clatter, clatter. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the sound of hooves sounded. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they shouted, "Oh, no. Qin's soldiers are here to arrest someone. If you don't want to die, stay away from that person." The people within 1,000 meters of Zhao Fu were so scared that they automatically ran to the side. It could be seen how big of a commotion Zhao Fu had caused. "Who is it? How dare you openly incite the people to rebel? This is a capital crime." A powerful aura suddenly descended. It was an official wearing a court uniform, and hundreds of cavalrymen also arrived. Feeling this terrifying aura, the surrounding people felt incredibly scared. They all looked at Zhao Fu and thought to themselves, "This person is too bold. I don't even know how I'll die." The official looked furious. Someone had dared to say such words in the area he was in charge of. If things went south, he would be heavily punished for his improper governance. Following his gaze, the official looked at the person in the crowd. Immediately, the official's face became deathly pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately flew down from the sky and knelt on the ground as he called out, "This official greets your majesty." Everyone looked incredibly shocked and couldn't believe what they were seeing. This noble official was kneeling on the ground, trembling, and calling the young man "Your Majesty." Was this young man the Emperor of Qin? Thinking about this, countless people hurriedly knelt on the ground and yelled, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." The foreman who had led the way for Zhao Fu was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. He had never thought that the young man next to him was the Emperor of Qin, the most noble person in Qin. And now, he had come here to look at them, a group of commoners. The elderly people were also so scared that they knelt on the ground, not daring to even raise their heads. No wonder he said that he could give commoner status. He was the Emperor of Qin. Zhao Fu glanced at them and coldly harumphed before swinging his hand and leaving. Only after Zhao Fu had left for a long time did the official and the people dare to stand up. They had never thought that their majesty would come here. Following this, news that Zhao Fu had come here quickly spread, causing another uproar. They had never thought that the emperor, who was enjoying a luxurious life in Qin's imperial palace, would come to such a remote place. "Prime Minister. His Majesty has returned to the imperial palace, and he doesn't seem to be in a good mood," a guard respectfully reported to Li Si. Li Si smiled and nodded, saying, "I got it. You can leave now." Li Si had stayed by Zhao Fu's side for a long time, so he understood Zhao Fu's personality very well. Afterwards, he called Xianxia over and headed towards Qin's imperial palace. After all, Qin needed to make some new laws. After hearing about this, the ministers hurriedly headed towards Qin's imperial palace. Seeing Li Si bring Xianxia over, Zhao Fu couldn't help but glare at him. Li Si was becoming more and more tactful, and he didn't want to interfere in anything. Li Si dryly laughed and said, "Your Majesty, I brought Xianxia over. I believe that you're preparing to make new laws, and some civil officials have also arrived." Zhao Fu nodded and went to discuss this matter with the other ministers. First of all, there was a clear hierarchy. Upper-class people were upper-class people. They had their own social circles and disdained to have any contact with lower-class people. They also looked down on lower-class people. Meanwhile, lower-class people also had their own social circles and felt inferior, so they didn't dare to have any contact with upper-class people. The way they handled things was also different. The upper-class people were arrogant and not afraid of anything, while the lower-class people were timid and afraid of offending others. The situation in the outside world was like this, but Zhao Fu did not want Great Qin to be like this. After all, Great Qin was his life's work, and he wanted to create a powerful and peaceful Great Qin Empire. Article 1 Zhao Fu strictly forbade any form of discrimination. Previously, Zhao Fu had issued corresponding orders, but that was to prohibit discrimination against any race. Now, with the rapid development of Qin, the phenomenon of class was becoming more and more obvious. This was not only because of the civilian hierarchy, but also an inevitable phenomenon. It wasn't just the feudal system, even the democratic system in the real world, where everyone was equal, was unable to avoid dividing people into different classes. Zhao Fu wanted to weaken this phenomenon as much as possible, hoping that all of Qin's residents would have equal rights. However, no matter if it was in the real world or the heaven-awakened world, absolute equality did not exist, so Zhao Fu could only maintain relative equality. This was what Zhao Fu wanted, and it was what Zhao Fu wanted to do. The second thing was to make the household registration system more comprehensive. Not only did all residents have to be registered, but they also had to have some basic information, such as where they lived and who their relatives were. The third thing was to investigate those who dared to fool the government in Qin. This time, Qin had made it clear that points could not be used for trading, but there were still people who took the risk and coveted the massive benefits. Zhao Fu had done some research on this. Now, 10 points could be sold for 1 gold coin. Even though a few gold coins were not much to Zhao Fu, it was a large sum to ordinary people. Normally, 10 points could only be obtained by helping Qin for 10 days, and 100 points could be used to raise one's status. This time, they had dared to fool the government in Qin and did something that Qin had clearly forbidden. As such, they had to be investigated and punished severely. Those who should be killed would be killed, and those who should be imprisoned would be imprisoned. There was no mercy at all. Finally, there was the issue of whether or not to abolish the civilian hierarchy. What surprised Li Muqing and the other player ministers was that Zhao Fu did not abolish the civilian hierarchy. A minister dressed in court clothes and giving off a scholarly aura stood out and cupped his hands as he lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, the civilian hierarchy is a hidden danger. May I ask why you haven't abolished it?" Zhao Fu glanced at the minister and replied simply, "I have my own plans, there's no need for you to say anything else." This caused a trace of a smile to appear on the faces of the ministers who supported the commoner system. It seemed that they would be the ones to win in the end. In actuality, Zhao Fu wanted to abolish the civilian hierarchy. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to give up. After all, the system could indeed bring practical benefits and could deter a large number of people. Ideals were beautiful, but he had to consider the reality. Now that Qin had been waging wars and clearing out regions and facing world wars in the future, this system was indeed useful. Zhao Fu did not plan to abolish it, but he would reform it now. The points needed to raise one's status would be lowered to 90 points, and the elderly and children would only need 20 points. Zhao Fu also created a review system, and if one sincerely worked for Qin and was willing to submit to Qin, he would reduce the required points. If one still had thoughts of rebelling, the required points would be increased, and those who were more serious would be killed, eliminating any future troubles from Qin. Zhao Fu abolished the rule that if the untouchables committed a crime, they would be punished the same way and would not be punished more severely. At the same time, they could also obtain points, but they had to be reviewed. Since they dared to cause trouble, they might have thoughts of rebelling, so they had to be reviewed. Zhao Fu could accept those who sincerely submitted to Qin, but he had to deal with those who rebelled against Qin, and he couldn't allow them to cause any hidden dangers to Qin. Kindness and killing were equally important, which was the biggest reason why Zhao Fu gave up on abolishing the civilian hierarchy. Li Muqing and the other ministers all let out sighs of relief. Although Zhao Fu did not abolish the civilian hierarchy, he had made major reforms, which they were happy to see. After everyone finished discussing, the new rules were spread throughout Great Qin. The ones who were the happiest were, of course, those who had been labeled as criminals. Seeing Great Qin's reforms, their lives seemed to have gained a trace of hope and color. After the reforms were announced, Zhao Fu personally went to see how they were being carried out and felt quite satisfied. Zhao Fu then returned to government affairs. For the next few days, Zhao Fu continued to read through memorials and felt quite bored. He suddenly remembered that there was a historical remnant that he had not been to in a long time. This historical remnant was the assassin historical remnant, and Zhao Fu had not been able to pass the final trial. Now, he felt that there was no problem, because even if he could not pass the final trial, he could forcefully open the historical remnant and obtain the final reward. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he could do this. The assassin historical remnant was one of the earliest historical remnants that Qin had obtained. Back then, the underworld ghosts had caused Zhao Fu quite a bit of trouble, and back then, Zhao Fu did not even have a basic city seal. Now, things had changed, and Zhao Fu was the ruler of a level 11 Marquisate kingdom. His strength was unimaginable to ordinary people. Zhao Fu once again went to the assassin historical remnant and directly entered the final trial, starting the final trial. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and found that he was in a gloomy market. There were many people coming and going around him, and they all had Western faces. They were tall and wore ancient European clothes, and the atmosphere was quite oppressive. Zhao Fu had become a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Zhao Fu had already gone through the trials a few times, so he had a good understanding of this. Zhao Fu's mission had been to help a major figure deliver a letter and assassinate the city lord, allowing that major figure to take control of the city and allow the commoners to live better lives. However, this was not the end. Zhao Fu also had to help him influence the entire country, causing a wave of revolution. Right now, Zhao Fu did not have any strength, and he only had the strength of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. If he fought with an adult, he definitely would not be able to defeat them. The higher-ups here were not ordinary people, and they all had battle chi or magic. Moreover, it was not a one-on-one fight but a one-on-one fight against the entire world. How could Zhao Fu pass this trial? This time, Zhao Fu did not intend to follow the original mission mode. That would take too long. First, he needed to master magic or do chi. Then, he would have to assassinate others one by one. He estimated that he would have to stay here for dozens of years. It was impossible for Zhao Fu to stay here for so long, so now Zhao Fu planned to use other means to forcefully break this illusion world. Standing at the center of the bazaar, Xianxia allowed the crowd to pass by as he sensed the strength in his body. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out as a large amount of blood-red light shot out from Zhao Fu's body, turning into a blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. The sky was gradually dyed blood-red as an aura of killing intent spread out. Zhao Fu became the center of the storm, causing massive gusts of wind to blow people and items to the ground. The scene was completely chaotic, and everyone ran in terror. Clang! A clear sword hum sounded out as a black and blood-red sword giving off a simple and unadorned aura appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was the Emperor Killing Sword. Zhao Fu gripped the Emperor Killing Sword and a massive wave of killing intent flowed into Zhao Fu's mind, causing Zhao Fu's body to go through massive changes. His eyes and hair became blood-red, and he grew fangs. A blood-red sword mark appeared on his forehead, and his entire body gave off terrifying killing intent. Swish, 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 Zhao Fu swung the Emperor Killing Sword and illusory sword souls with blood-red eyes and blood-red swords appeared around Zhao Fu. Clang! Zhao Fu once again swung the sword, and the countless sword souls obeyed. They flooded out in all directions and started a massacre, killing all living creatures in the surroundings. Since this was an illusion, Zhao Fu did not have any worries and started a massacre. Blood continuously sprayed everywhere and cries continuously sounded out as Zhao Fu coldly walked towards the city hall. Bang! Before Zhao Fu could even walk through the doors, a 2-meter-tall, chubby man holding 2 short axes smashed through the doors and rushed out. He had just heard that someone was making trouble in his city, but right after rushing out, he encountered Zhao Fu. The chubby man looked incredibly shocked, as if he was someone without stage 1 cultivation seeing a stage 9 expert. Who are you? How can you be so terrifying? This chubby man was the city lord, and Zhao Fu did not reply to him because there was no need to reply to a dead person. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, and an enormous sword light containing destructive power slashed out. In that instant, the chubby man was inundated by the sword light and turned into a dismembered corpse. After killing the city lord, Zhao Fu rushed into a castle and grabbed a handsome-looking young man. This was that major figure, the person who would become a great figure in the future. Now, Zhao Fu was going to take him to conquer everywhere and would not use any slow methods. The young man looked terrified and continuously resisted, calling out Zhao Fu for being a demon and a monster who killed without batting an eye. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he grabbed him and flew to another city, landing in the city hall. A terrifying aura landed on the city, and Zhao Fu's voice sounded out like thunder as he said, "This person is the owner of this city, do you have any objections?" The skinny and weak-looking city lord had never thought that such a terrifying person would appear. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground and agreed to submit to the young man in Zhao Fu's hand. The young man looked quite confused, he had never thought that this person would do such a thing. Zhao Fu did not have the time to bother with him and flew to the next city. If they were willing to submit, they could stay, if they were not willing, he would massacre them. In just a few days, Zhao Fu had destroyed 300 or so cities and made the young man the new leader. Following this, the illusion collapsed, and he successfully broke through the final stage. His vision blurred and Zhao Fu once again returned to the passageway. It was completely dark around him, and Zhao Fu took out an illuminating pearl to light up the surroundings before continuing onwards. Finally, he came to a very large space that was filled with skeletons and gave off a dense deathly aura. There were also 13 massive stone steels. These stone steels were black and were square. There were 12 of them that were 100 meters tall, and the one in the middle was 150 meters tall. They were spread out in a fan shape and gave off a cold and dangerous aura. There were also things on the stone steels. The 12 stone steels each had a black jade stone, and the one in the middle had an exquisite black sword stabbed into it. The 13 items all gave off a black light and gave off powerful auras as if they were kings looking down on their surroundings. They gave off the majesty of a prince, making people want to kneel and submit. This power was naturally quite weak to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu took a step forwards, wanting to see what these things were. Suddenly, the black jade stones on the 12 stone steels exploded out with intense black light as powerful auras spread out like wild gales, and a terrifying killing intent locked onto Zhao Fu. "You're not someone who has passed the trial, you can't enter here," the 12 figures said in unison, their voices cold and ethereal. Zhao Fu ignored their words and once again took a step forwards. Swish, 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 the 12 figures simultaneously attacked, turning into black blurs as they shot forwards. In the blink of an eye, they arrived 100 meters away from Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu held the Emperor Killing Sword and did not move as he looked at the incoming figures. A trace of disdain appeared on his face as he slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red crescent. The 12 figures were greatly startled and quickly retreated, luckily dodging Zhao Fu's attack. They had underestimated Zhao Fu's strength. The 12 figures spread out with serious expressions and surrounded Zhao Fu. They exploded out with powerful auras and stabbed their weapons into the ground. The black aura flowed into the ground, forming 12 points that resonated with each other. A black magic formation floated out from under Zhao Fu's feet as a massive barrier formed. This was the assassin domain, and it had been used by Zhao Fu and the others before. Anyone within this domain would be greatly restricted in terms of strength, speed, and agility. The 12 figures' strength greatly increased, but they were still not a match for Zhao Fu. They once again attacked together, holding their weapons as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not want to continue fighting with them. Even though he felt a massive power restricting his body, Zhao Fu still raised the Emperor Killing Sword and unleashed his full power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Emperor Killing Sword exploded out with a large amount of blood-red light. A destructive power spread out, causing the ground to crack and covering the 12 figures. After everything calmed down, a crater that was hundreds of meters wide appeared in the ground. Above the crater, there were 12 black jades floating. Zhao Fu waved his hand and grabbed those jades. Assassin, Darkness Soul Jade, a bloodline legacy item left behind by a powerful assassin. After using it, one can obtain a darkness bloodline and obtain all sorts of powerful skills and abilities. Looking at the Darkness Soul Jade, Zhao Fu smiled. This would be perfect for the 12 assassins in Qin to increase their strength. In the future, they would be able to assassinate some major figures. This darkness bloodline did not seem to be weak and was a relatively high-grade bloodline. Shing, a sword hum suddenly sounded out as the sword on the stone steel at the center turned into a ray of light and shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. It was like a black line as it shot towards Zhao Fu's throat. At that moment, Zhao Fu's sword slashed, sending out a sharp blood-red light, and it was sent flying. The exquisite black sword flew out and gave off a powerful aura as it flew through the air. The sword gave off a faint black light as a woman with a graceful figure wearing a hooded garment appeared. Even though it was impossible to see her appearance, from the side of her face, one could tell that she was quite beautiful. Suddenly, the woman held the exquisite sword and disappeared, reappearing behind Zhao Fu in an instant. She slashed towards the back of Zhao Fu's neck. Bang! In that instant, Zhao Fu's emperor's domain spread out with immense power, sending the woman flying back 10 or so meters. The woman used her foot to stop herself from flying back and wanted to attack Zhao Fu again. However, Zhao Fu did not even look at her. He stretched out a hand behind him, and countless chains containing terrifying power shot out. The woman continuously dodged, but in the end, she was bound by the chains and hung in the air. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he walked over to her. The woman vigorously struggled, and seeing Zhao Fu walk over, she glared at Zhao Fu and said, "You didn't pass the trial, you destroyed it with brute force. You can't obtain the legacy." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I don't want to go through so much trouble. With the killing intent I obtained, I could have easily passed. Now that my strength far surpasses yours, why should I follow your rules?" The woman coldly replied, "Then you can't obtain the legacy." Zhao Fu ignored her and stretched out his hand towards her chest. She knew that Zhao Fu was not acting like a pervert. Zhao Fu's hand gave off countless traces of Emperor's domain's aura, covering the woman. She slowly disappeared, leaving behind an exquisite sword. The sword was bound by countless chains and continuously struggled. Zhao Fu grabbed the hilt and sent his emperor's power into the sword, forcing it to submit. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the sword's information with interest. This sword was called the Assassination, Sword of the Way of Kings, and it was the weapon of the King of Assassins. It had King's power and greatly boosted one's agility and aura concealment. The sword itself was a level 1 saint armament, and it was quite powerful. However, facing Zhao Fu, it was unable to retaliate at all and was easily subdued by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked around and found that the 13 massive stone steels were also treasures. Every day, they would condense darkness soul jades. These darkness soul jades were not as powerful as the 12 from before, and they were weaker versions. Moreover, Zhao Fu also found a platform behind the 13 stone steels. There was a black orb floating on it, which was most likely the core of the historical remnant. If one could control it, they would be able to control everything in the historical remnant. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and stretched out his hand to conquer it. However, what Zhao Fu did not expect was that a massive wave of energy flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and a large amount of information flowed into Zhao Fu's mind. All of this information was related to the assassin profession. This was most likely the legacy that the woman had mentioned. Zhao Fu looked through the information and found that there was an introduction to the assassin profession. He found that the assassin legacy had belonged to a large faction in the central domain, but in the end, it had fallen to such a state. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he very rarely used the assassin profession. However, it was quite convenient in certain situations, and it would be much easier to use the assassin profession. As such, Zhao Fu decided to properly use this power. Now that Zhao Fu had the core of the historical remnant, he had complete control over the historical remnant. Zhao Fu found that the underworld ghost domain's underworld ghosts could only rely on the historical remnant and could not be nurtured, making him feel quite disappointed. After all, if he nurtured the underworld ghosts, they would become a powerful offensive force for the Qin government. However, it seemed that this would not be possible. However, now that he had completely conquered the assassin legacy, he had resolved one of his worries. After taking care of everything, Zhao Fu returned to the Qin government and called over Zhao Sha, Lu Mei, Wu Qian, and the others. He gave them the darkness soul jades that he had just obtained, which would allow their strength to increase by many times and allow them to obtain even more powerful assassin skills. Only 11 people had come, and there was still an assassin soul jade that he had not used yet. There were only 11 assassin legatees left, and Tuoba Qing had been one of them. However, she had left the Qin government and no one knew where she was. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu did not continue to deal with political matters. This was already the 6th year, and Zhao Fu felt that the heaven domain boundary was getting closer and closer to disappearing. Zhao Fu felt quite uneasy. After clearing out all of the regions in the human world, they would be able to launch a war to unify the world. The fish-scale world was also developing quite well, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. The dark demon world could only remain as it was and could not do much else. Right now, the weakest areas in Qin City were the factions outside the legacy lands. They felt that they were still too weak, and if the heaven domain boundary disappeared, they would not be able to play a big role. Zhaofu felt that he should develop the Lilai Kingdom and the Blue Wolf Kingdom. The Lilai Kingdom was the grassy kingdom, and it was a world above the human world. It was an enemy that they had to face head-on, and it was the most dangerous. They had to firmly control it to prevent it from going out of control. The Blue Wolf Kingdom had already been destroyed, and it was now residing in the Lilai Kingdom. Zhaofu wanted to help it rebuild its kingdom and use it as a chess piece to do something for the half-beast world in the future. Zhaofu gathered his generals to see what they should do. Of course, he also gathered information about the Lilai Kingdom and its surroundings. Right now, the Lilai Kingdom and the 3 surrounding kingdoms were working together to occupy the Blue Wolf Kingdom's territory, opposing the 3 half-beast kingdoms. Now, the 3 half-beast kingdoms hated Zhaofu's 4 kingdoms to death. Last time, they had expended so much effort and suffered many casualties, but in the end, they had not obtained as much as the 4 kingdoms, and they had been enraged by Zhaofu's 4 kingdoms. They had been preparing to attack Zhaofu's 4 kingdoms, but Zhaofu and the 4 kingdoms were not afraid at all. After all, the 4 kingdoms combined were definitely more powerful than the 3 of them, and they had been facing off against each other for quite some time. Right now, Zhaofu had 2 choices. The first was to ally with the other 3 kingdoms to destroy the 3 half-beast kingdoms, and the second was to ally with the other 3 kingdoms to trap the grassy kingdom and have the half-beast kingdoms fight with them before reaping the benefits. The first option was to destroy the 3 half-beast kingdoms, which was quite a big move. It would be an official invasion of the half-beast world, which would definitely attract the attention of the half-beast world, and they might even send troops to chase them away. This was what Zhaofu was most worried about. A world's power was simply too great, and even Qin had to be careful. Moreover, he could not reveal Qin's identity, as the Lilai Kingdom might be destroyed in the end. As such, Zhaofu could only give up on this chess piece. Since the first method didn't work, he could only use the second method. Because of this, Zhaofu and his generals discussed in detail before Zhaofu left Qin City with a big smile and a large number of city lords and wyverns. In the deep blue night sky, a bright moon hung in the sky, giving off bright moonlight that dispelled the darkness of the land. The surroundings were completely silent, as if everything had fallen into a deep sleep. Zhaofu arrived at a royal city, and he had never thought that he would be able to use the assassin legacy he had just obtained. This was the center of a kingdom's fate, and the king had the kingdom's fate. It was almost impossible to assassinate a king here, as even the slightest bit of danger would be detected by the king, making it almost impossible to succeed. Before, Zhaofu had attempted to assassinate a king, but he had waited until he was patrolling and not in a royal city. Otherwise, if he stayed in a royal city, as soon as there was danger, he would activate the kingdom defensive formation, and the various city lords and officials would sense it. If he had countless corps, they would be able to force Zhaofu into retreat, making it impossible to assassinate a king. However, things were different now. Assassins naturally focused on assassination, and they had all sorts of methods to assassinate kings. The assassin legacy that Zhaofu had obtained included how to assassinate a king. He needed a prince from a kingdom, and Zhaofu had secretly captured him. There were many princes in a kingdom, so Zhaofu naturally did not have to expend much effort. Back then, the prince had been doing it with 5 or 6 flirtatious women in a brothel, but he could not last for a few minutes and collapsed on the bed, gasping for breath. The flirtatious women were not satisfied at all, and they continued to moan in the prince's embrace, but the prince did not react at all. Zhaofu snuck in and knocked those women unconscious before silently bringing the prince here. Looking at the unconscious prince, Zhaofu's expression did not change, and he took out the assassination sword that he had just obtained. The assassination sword had already been tamed by Zhaofu, but its resistance had been quite intense, and it had taken quite a bit of effort for Zhaofu to subdue it. Zhaofu stabbed the assassination sword into the prince's chest, and the assassination sword gave off a suction force that sucked away a large amount of the prince's blood. His body gradually withered until he became a desiccated corpse. The assassination sword absorbed a large amount of blood, and countless blood-red runes appeared on its body. After these blood-red runes appeared, they swam into Zhao Fu's body like tadpoles, and more runes appeared on Zhao Fu's body before hiding within Zhao Fu's body. Now, Zhao Fu had used that method, using the prince's blood as a disguise to trick the kingdom's fate. Now, Zhao Fu's aura was that of the prince's, and it also contained a small portion of the prince's fate. This fate was temporarily kept by the assassination sword, and it could be used many times. It was an extremely exquisite assassination technique, and it was specially prepared for assassinating a king. After temporarily putting away the prince's desiccated corpse, Zhao Fu could now enter the palace without worry. With this layer of aura covering him, there was nothing for Zhao Fu to worry about. There were 8 high-grade soldiers standing guard outside the palace. In order to not alert the king within the palace, Zhao Fu had to silently kill the 8 of them. Zhao Fu thought about it and did not hesitate to use the assassination sword skill. Zhao Fu held the assassination sword and closed his eyes, sending his emperor's power into it. The assassination sword slightly trembled, and Zhao Fu suddenly opened his eyes. The assassination sword gave off a black light, and a formless aura spread out as 8 black figures rushed out of Zhao Fu's body. The 8 figures shot out, and in the next second they appeared behind the 8 guards. The 8 guards sensed danger and looked incredibly shocked. Before they could do anything, the 8 figures were like shadows as they took out daggers and slit their throats. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he pushed open the door and entered. A while later, a system announcement shook the entire kingdom. Countless people were woken up from their dreams, looking incredibly shocked. Their king had died? What was going on? Countless people could not understand what had happened, but the sudden death of a king would shake the entire kingdom, and their fate would go through massive changes. The ministers and generals, as well as members of the royal family, all rushed to the palace. The death of their king caused them to fall into a state of panic. Who would be the next king? None of this was certain, but anyone wanted to sit on the throne, and everyone wanted to try. After Zhao Fu succeeded, he immediately went to another grassy kingdom, which was one of the 3 kingdoms around the Lilai kingdom. Before, these 3 kingdoms had been waiting for the Lilai kingdom to be destroyed, so their relationship with the Lilai kingdom was quite strained. After Zhao Fu took control of the Lilai kingdom, he had taken a step back and lowered his tone, causing his relationship with the 3 kingdoms to improve. At most, they were just partners, so Zhao Fu did not feel any guilt killing them. After coming to the 2nd kingdom, Zhao Fu used the same method to assassinate the king of this kingdom, once again sending the kingdom into chaos. Various factions tried to seize power, causing the commoners to feel uneasy, and the kingdom fell into chaos. The kingdom's fate fell into chaos. It could be seen just how important a king was to a kingdom. The kings of 2 kingdoms had been assassinated in a row, and they had both been in the royal palace. This caused the surrounding kingdoms to panic, and countless cities and corps were moved to the royal cities, afraid that they would become the next target. Just who had done this? To be able to assassinate a king in a royal palace, where the kingdom's fate was gathered, this was not something that an ordinary person could do. It seemed that no one in the surrounding 10 or so worlds had this ability, so where had such a terrifying person suddenly appeared? Why had he assassinated 2 kings in a row, and what was the relationship between them? Everyone was very unclear about this. Now, they could only feel fear and went into a defensive state. A kingdom's king was undoubtedly the most important thing to a kingdom, and if something happened to him, it would be terrible. The surrounding 10 or so kingdoms were all like this, and it was evident how important this matter was. After all, that assassin was simply too terrifying. He had been able to assassinate a king in a royal palace. Right now, even the kings did not dare to leave the royal city, as even with the royal city's protection, they could still be assassinated. The 2 kings next to the Lilai kingdom had been assassinated, causing Lu Yuyu's face to become pale. She knew the 2 kings who had died, and they had been right next to the Lilai kingdom. It was highly likely that the Lilai kingdom would be the next target. Lu Yuyu had already sent a large number of city lords back to the royal city, and the various corps were stationed in the surroundings. However, Lu Yuyu was still worried that with the Lilai kingdom's current strength, they would not be able to stop that terrifying person. The Lilai kingdom did not have much strength left, and they had used everything they could. If that person found the Lilai kingdom, there would be nothing they could do. Their only hope was for Zhao Fu to return to the Lilai kingdom. With Zhao Fu's terrifying power, he would definitely protect them, and Lu Yuyu was completely confident. However, the crux was that Zhao Fu was not here, and she did not know that the terrifying person who could assassinate a king in the royal palace was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had originally planned to assassinate the third king after assassinating the second king, but the commotion caused by the news brought him great inconvenience. Because the defenses were so tight, it made it much more difficult for him to assassinate them. With his current strength, would he be able to forcefully destroy an entire kingdom? Zhao Fu wasn't sure if he had the ability to do so, but if he did, it would probably cause another sensation. There were too many variables to this plan, and it could cause a lot of trouble for his future plans. If there was a better way, he definitely would not use it. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu looked towards the half-beast kingdom. Zhao Fu's original plan was to assassinate the three grassy kings and cause chaos in the three kingdoms so that the half-beast kingdom would attack them. Afterwards, he would wait for the half-beast kingdom to attack them. Now, he could only carry out his plan ahead of time and allow things to settle down for a few days. Zhao Fu returned to the Lilai kingdom and started to prepare for the future. At first, Lu Yuyu was overjoyed when she saw Zhao Fu return to the Lilai kingdom. With Zhao Fu there, the Lilai kingdom would be safe, and she would no longer have to worry about that terrifying assassin. Her son's life would also be safe. However, when she found out that Zhao Fu was that terrifying assassin, she was so scared that her legs became weak. Afterwards, Zhao Fu told her about his plan, and Lu Yuyu could not help but feel excited. If Zhao Fu could do it, the Lilai kingdom would become a Marquisate kingdom. Marquisate kingdoms were incredibly rare, and they were many times more powerful than ordinary barony kingdoms. When ordinary barony kingdoms saw Marquisate kingdoms, they would have to lower their heads and not dare to offend them. Before, Lu Yuyu did not even dare to think about it. With her strength, maintaining the Lilai kingdom's current state would already be quite good. However, now that the impossible was about to happen, Lu Yuyu naturally felt incredibly excited. At the same time, she understood that all of this was because of Zhao Fu. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu, none of this would have been possible. She was incredibly curious as to just what Zhao Fu's true identity was. However, she did not even need to think about it to know that Zhao Fu's identity was absolutely terrifying, and it surpassed what she could accept. Otherwise, he would not have the ability to do such a thing. Lu Yuyu did her best to cooperate with Zhao Fu, and she trusted that Zhao Fu would be able to do it. After a few days of peace, the disturbance from the assassination of a king gradually died down. Nothing had happened over the past few days, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. They felt that they had made a big deal out of nothing, just a random person could scare them to such an extent. Seeing that the situation was about right, Zhao Fu started to carry out his plan. Before, the four grassy kingdoms had attacked the Blue Wolf Kingdom together, and they had agreed to jointly build defenses to defend against the three half-beast kingdoms. Now, the four kingdoms were each defending a part of the defensive line. What Zhao Fu needed to do was to open up his own defensive line and let the three half-beast kingdoms in. Zhao Fu had built a second defensive line, and he had 90% of the Lilai kingdom's soldiers there. There were also a large number of Qin city lords hiding nearby, or else Zhao Fu would not have dared to do this. After all, the three kingdoms could directly attack the Lilai kingdom and not the other kingdoms. With the Lilai kingdom's former strength, it was almost impossible for it to defend against the three kingdoms, so what Zhao Fu was doing was incredibly dangerous. However, now that the two kingdoms near the Lilai kingdom had fallen into chaos, and the other kingdoms had opened up their defensive line, the other side would not have made any preparations. Attacking them would be unexpected, and it would be very effective. Moreover, the Lilai kingdom had long since made preparations, and adding on their firm defenses, it was obvious that attacking the other two kingdoms would be quite easy. Zhao Fu ordered the soldiers at the front lines to retreat to the second defensive line, and he secretly leaked this information to the half-beast kingdom's spies, letting them know that the Lilai kingdom was retreating. As expected, the half-beast people were like wolves that had seen delicious food. Their gazes were savage, and they drooled as they entered through the opening that Zhao Fu had made. At first, they had wanted to attack the Lilai kingdom first, but seeing that the Lilai kingdom had made preparations, they immediately turned to the other two kingdoms. The kings of these two kingdoms had just died, and their kingdoms were in mourning. There was an intense competition for a new king, and the kingdoms in this state were definitely weaker than normal. The two kingdoms' defenses were quite weak, so the three armies split into two armies and simultaneously attacked the two kingdoms. They were finally going to take revenge for what had happened that day, and they had been holding back for a long time. The three armies looked incredibly excited as they attacked the two kingdoms. They planned to first destroy the two kingdoms before destroying the Lolai kingdom and the other kingdom. Even though they did not know why the Lolai kingdom would do such a stupid thing, this was clearly beneficial to them. More importantly, the Lolai kingdom could not defeat the three of them at all, so they did not have to worry about any schemes from the Lolai kingdom. After the two armies of half-beasts attacked the two kingdoms, they started a massacre and looted everything. The two kingdoms were greatly shocked and quickly mobilized their armies to defend. Under such a great crisis, the new king ascended to the throne. However, the fate of the two kingdoms was not stable yet, and the people were quite unsettled. Morale was also quite low. The two armies suddenly attacked from the sides with unstoppable momentum. They continuously conquered region after region, and the two kingdoms continuously sent reinforcements, but they were still unable to stop the three armies. In the end, they paid a great price to temporarily stop the three armies outside the third defensive line. The situation was quite urgent, and if the third defensive line was broken through, the two kingdoms would not be able to defend against the three armies in the future. The two kingdoms immediately sent people to the surrounding kingdoms to ask for reinforcements, but it was not very effective. By now, they had experienced what it felt like to be completely alone. They hated the person who had assassinated their king to death, and they hated the shameless Lolai kingdom to death. Their ugly faces were simply infuriating. The three half-beast kingdoms were afraid that the two kingdoms would receive reinforcements, and they would not be able to destroy the two kingdoms. As such, they had to finish this battle quickly and furiously attack at all costs. In order to seize this time, the three half-beast kings personally attacked, sending terrifying attacks towards the grassy city lords. The defensive line was almost broken through, and the two new kings were forced to act. Below, countless soldiers clashed. A half-beast held a large saber and cruelly rushed up, chopping a grassy city lord in half. Another grassy city lord roared as he stabbed his spear into a half-beast's chest. A half-beast madly howled as his hands turned into claws and tore apart a grassy city lord. Another grassy city lord looked terrified, but he still rushed up with his saber. One of the half-beasts chopped off a grassy person's head with a savage look on his face as he wildly laughed. Another grassy person attacked without any regard for his life, and in the end, he died together with the half-beast. The sounds of battle were deafening, and the sounds of metal clanging rang out incessantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses lay on the ground. The battlefield on the ground was extremely tragic. However, the half-beastmen were clearly in an advantageous position. Not only did they have more people, but their morale was also high. On the other hand, the grassy people's morale was quite low, and their numbers were smaller. More and more grassy people were dying. In the air, the city lords and generals from both sides started to fight. Their battle was quite terrifying, and powerful gales were kicked up as they fought intensely in the air. No one dared to get close. The battle between the two kings was abnormally intense as well, giving off terrifying ripples that could cause people to feel terror. However, it was still the half-beast king who was stronger. After all, he had powerful cultivation and rich battle experience, while the grassy king was weaker. Clang, a half-beast king slashed out with his claws, sending a grassy king flying. The new grassy king flew back dozens of meters before stopping. There were now 5 claw marks on his chest, and blood flowed out. Boom! A massive aura exploded out as the new king used his nation armament. A log that gave off intense green light appeared, dyeing the sky green as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Seeing the new king use his nation armament, the half-beast king coldly laughed and also used his nation armament. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky as a half-beast statue giving off terrifying power appeared, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze. Boom! The two of them once again started a massive battle, resulting in a terrifying gale. Terrifying auras spread out, causing everyone in the surroundings to feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Roar! An hour or so later, the half-beast king gave off an intense light and turned into a massive wolf that was hundreds of meters long. It raised its head to the sky and roared before rushing at the new grassy king. The new grassy king's expression fell and he swung his sword, sending out a massive green gale that ferociously slashed towards the massive wolf. The massive wolf roared and exploded out with even more intense light as it smashed towards the green storm. It ferociously charged forwards, causing the green storm to scatter in all directions, and the massive wolf charged towards the new grassy king. Bang! The grassy king was smashed back into the ground, creating a massive crater. The new king was covered with blood, and his aura became much weaker. It was not just the grassy king's side that had lost, the grassy city lords and soldiers had also suffered heavy losses. The ground was littered with grassy people's corpses, and the new grassy king could only turn and run. The half-beast army broke through the third defensive line and suffered heavy losses. However, they were still victorious in the end, and the army started to rampage through the grassy kingdom. By now, the grassy kingdom could not resist at all, and its residents ran in all directions. Even the king was about to relocate the royal city and escape to another place. The grassy kingdom had been destroyed. The other grassy kingdom had also been destroyed, and it was in an even more miserable state. The new king had to face the attacks of two half-beast kings and was unable to escape. He was killed by the two kings, and the grassy army was completely routed. After these two kingdoms were destroyed, the surrounding kingdoms did not hold back and took this opportunity to take the territory of these two kingdoms. They also pretended to be kind and accepted the residents of these two kingdoms. This was the reason why they did not send troops to help. After all, in this world, profit was the most important thing. No one cared if you were of the same race or something else. Sending troops to help the grassy kingdom would not bring them any benefits, and they might even suffer heavy losses. It was a thankless task, so how could they go back to help? Wouldn't it be better to reap benefits for free here? Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the report in his hands. From the very beginning, Zhao Fu had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. He had seen the three half-beast armies wreak havoc in the grassy kingdom, and they had already conquered a large amount of land and cities. They were now deep into the grassy kingdom, and it was time for Zhao Fu to act. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order for all of his soldiers to attack and cut off the three kingdoms' armies' retreat. This time, Zhao Fu could mobilize 60 million soldiers and 10,000 or so city lords, including Qin City's city lord. However, his identity was still hidden, and he did not reveal himself. He also had the Blue Wolf Kingdom's soldiers. This kingdom was most likely furious at Zhao Fu for letting the half-beasts in, and it was possible that they wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the Lilai Kingdom. As such, they had to be on guard. The three half-beast kingdoms had each sent 40 million soldiers, which added up to 120 million soldiers. After destroying two kingdoms, they had lost 40 million or so soldiers, and they only had around 80 million soldiers. Zhao Fu's army quickly blocked off the half-beast kingdom's path of retreat, causing the half-beast army to feel quite startled. They had never thought that the Lilai Kingdom would have hidden so much power. After all, this was the grassy world, and the three of them did not dare to stay here for too long. Moreover, if their path of retreat was blocked, the consequences would be severe, so they immediately turned around and tried to break through the blockade before sending another army to take control of the conquered regions. The two armies soon officially clashed, each giving off a powerful aura, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Not a single creature could resist the two massive auras wreaking havoc. On the Lilai Kingdom's side, Zhao Fu was in charge. Zhao Fu stood in the sky with thousands of city lords and generals behind him. On the half-beast kingdom's side, there were 3 half-beast kings and 3,000 or so city lords. Comparatively speaking, this side was much more powerful. Not only did they have more soldiers, but they also had more city lords than the Lilai Kingdom. One of the half-beast king's eyes became slightly cold as he looked at the half-beast woman standing behind Zhao Fu. She was actually the king of the Blue Wolf Kingdom, and he coldly harumphed, "This king thought that you ran off to somewhere and joined with the grassy people. It seems that they were the biggest reason why your Blue Wolf Kingdom was destroyed." Song Xuanu did not reply to him and coldly looked at the 3 people in front of her. They were the main culprits behind the Blue Wolf Kingdom's destruction, and because they had submitted to Zhao Fu, they naturally could not feel any hatred towards Zhao Fu. However, their hatred towards the three people in front of them continued to surge. A slightly chubby half-beast king coldly laughed as he said, "This king already said that if you come and serve this king will take care of you in the future. Right now, you're still this king's people." The third half-beast king looked at Zhao Fu. They had met Zhao Fu before, but at that time, Zhao Fu had been standing to the side and hadn't said anything. At first, the three of them hadn't paid much attention to him and felt that he wasn't a very powerful person. However, now, Zhao Fu had dared to bring soldiers to block their path of retreat. He was the one who had let the three of them in and destroyed the two grassy kingdoms. It could be said that Zhao Fu was the greatest contributor to this battle. The king lightly laughed as he said, "With the Lilai kingdom's current strength, do you think you can defeat the three of us? What wishful thinking. You're the one courting death. If you kneel down and surrender now, the three of us can spare you." The three of them did not directly attack. Firstly, they wanted to take back the Lilai kingdom, and secondly, they had already given the order for all of the soldiers stationed in the three kingdoms to attack the Lilai kingdom from behind. This way, the Lilai kingdom would definitely lose, and they would be able to destroy the Lilai kingdom as well. Just thinking about devouring three kingdoms made them feel quite happy. The three kingdoms still had around 30 million soldiers left, and they were quickly heading over. They would arrive soon. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "It should be the three of you kneeling down and submitting to me." "You." One of the half-beast kings was infuriated and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by the people beside him. They were just stalling for time. Zhao Fu did not want to continue talking with them, so he gave the order to attack. Even though Zhao Fu had brought a large number of city lord wyverns, Zhao Fu did not want to reveal too much of his strength. As such, he did not use them too much. Currently, Zhao Fu only had 2,000 or so city lords appear, which was the same number as the enemy city lords. As for the other city lords, they went to destroy the reinforcements. Boom! 10 skeleton cavalrymen giving off an aura of disaster raised their black swords, exploding out with 10 pillars of black light that shot into the sky. Clouds swirled as large amounts of heaven and earth essence chi gathered, and a massive black magic formation appeared, giving off a boundless aura of death. Roar! Roar, roar! Ear-piercing roars sounded out as skeletons suddenly appeared around the half-beast army. Sensing the aura of life, they madly rushed at the half-beast army. There were at least 20 to 30 million of them, and they attacked like a white wave. Zhao Fu could not reveal too much of his strength right now, as that would attract too much attention. Zhao Fu used the undead disaster that he had not used in a long time. These skeletons were from the legacy world, as most people in the outside world were affected by the curse of rest and could not become undead. Seeing so many undead appear, the three half-beast kings were given a big fright, and the soldiers hurriedly defended. Shield-bearers walked up and formed a shield wall, while the spearmen and attackers prepared to attack. However, at that moment, the half-beast soldiers and grassy people under Zhao Fu's control started to attack. The infantry and cavalrymen gave off a massive aura as they ferociously flooded towards the half-beast army. The half-beast shield-bearers also stepped out, and the infantry and archers worked together to form a defensive formation as they waited for Zhao Fu's army to charge. Boom, boom. Boom, waves of powerful auras gathered together, forming massive creatures that gave off terrifying mites. The core creation appeared. This time, Zhao Fu had brought out 7 core, while the other side had brought 5 core condensation and 2 had stayed behind. Adding them together, there were still 15 core condensation. Zhao Fu's core condensation was surrounded by a few core condensation, and the city lords turned into rays of terrifying light as they clashed, unleashing a terrifying battle. "Go and meddle with the core condensation, leave those 3 to me." Zhao Fu looked around and found that the core condensation was the weakest, so he ordered Song Xuanu to go and help. Song Xuanu nodded and rushed towards the core condensation. Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster Sword and looked at the 3 half-beast kings. He did not hesitate to explode out with his full power, and a terrifying aura spread out like a storm. This caused the 3 half-beast kings' expressions to fall because they felt terror. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a massive gray crescent that sent the 3 half-beast kings flying back with shocking momentum. The three half-beast kings flew back 100 or so meters before stopping and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, looking incredibly shocked. They looked at each other and immediately used their nation armaments with their full power, or else they would not be a match for Zhao Fu. Sensing these three massive auras, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided not to use his nation armament's power. Once he used it, information about Zhao Fu's identity would be revealed, so Zhao Fu decided to use the Six Paths Demon Image's power instead. With the three kings releasing their nation armament's power, if Zhao Fu only used his royal seal's power, he would not be able to quickly end the battle. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not dare to release the full power of his royal seals, as that might reveal his identity. A massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as an eerie aura spread out. Zhao Fu did not hold back at all with the Six Paths Demon Image's power, and he used its full power. The ghostly qi flooded out, covering the surrounding 10,000 meters, and a massive might spread out from Zhao Fu's body. The three kings looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to explode out with such terrifying power. However, they immediately acted, not wanting to allow Zhao Fu's power to continue to increase. Three massive rays of light containing terrifying power and powerful gales blasted into the region filled with ghostly qi. Xing, a clear sword hum sounded out as a sharp gray arc of light flashed within the ghostly qi. A massive storm of sword qi slashed out, not only destroying the three rays of light but also dispersing the ghostly qi in the surroundings. Zhao Fu appeared at the center, gray flames burning around his body. His body gave off a terrifying might, and his aura was as cold and eerie as a ghost's. This caused the three kings to feel a chill in their hearts. How could this person be so powerful without using his nation armament? Boom! Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out of his hand, turning into countless ghosts that flooded towards the three half-beast kings. The three half-beast kings hurriedly swung their weapons, slashing out large amounts of sharp light that created a sharp storm that destroyed the countless ghosts. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared in front of a king, and his sword gave off an intense sword light as it slashed towards that king. The king looked quite shocked as a fate dragon came out of his body, and his king's domain spread out with immense power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's sword slashed down, splitting the king's domain in two. The half-beast king stared in disbelief as his body was split in two, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Seeing this scene, the two remaining kings felt a chill on their backs. How could Zhao Fu have such terrifying power? They had both used their nation armaments, but they had been killed by a single sword strike. Zhao Fu not only used the Six Paths Demon Image's power but also the King's Seal's power. When the two of them combined, they were naturally abnormally terrifying. At that moment, Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes turned to the two remaining half-beast kings, causing their hairs to stand on end. They felt terror and instinctively wanted to run. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu's body flashed and he appeared in front of one of the kings. His sword gave off a cold light as it stabbed towards the king, and the king was given a big fright and used his nation armament to block. Bang! The sword slammed against the nation armament with immense power, sending it flying. The king was also sent flying back, but he was not heavily injured, and his expression was one of joy. However, in the next second, his expression became one of terror because Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards him, and countless chains containing immense power shot out. The king hurriedly tried to recall his nation armament, but it was already too late. Chi, 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 the chains gave off terrifying power as they pierced through the king's body, causing blood to spurt everywhere. The king's body was like a pile of mud as he hung on the chains, no longer breathing. The final king's mind went blank, and his body trembled. He only wanted to escape. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. However, in the end, the king was unable to escape, and Zhao Fu caught up to him and pierced through his chest, killing him. Seeing Zhao Fu forcefully kill three kings, the half-beast army below fell into terror. Now that their kings were dead, their morale plummeted, and some people directly turned to run. It was not just the soldiers, even a few city lords started to run. They could sense that they had lost this battle. Of course, there were also many people who were furious and ferociously attacked Zhao Fu's side, roaring that they would take revenge for their kings. Zhao Fu fulfilled their wishes. He held the Death Disaster Sword and gave off a deathly mist as he rushed towards the group of people. the outcome was obvious. Over at the three half-beast kingdoms' reinforcements, just as they walked into a valley, countless Qin city lords started to mercilessly slaughter them. They unleashed terrifying attacks, instantly killing countless half-beast people. The wyverns circled in the sky and grasped opportunities to breathe out flames and icy blasts, burning or freezing people to death. There were 8,000 city lords and 3,000 wyverns here. Even though there were not many of them, the 30 million soldiers were unable to resist at all, and the core formations that they had formed were instantly destroyed. It was a complete massacre, and a large number of half-beast people died. Some people started to run, but those people started to kill those who tried to run. They even set up a massive death barrier, trapping countless people within it. No one was able to escape, and some people knelt in surrender, but they were still unable to escape death. In the end, the ground was dyed red with blood and corpses littered the ground. Everyone's expressions were filled with despair and terror. This massacre was incredibly shocking, and the dense stench of blood could make anyone want to vomit. These people had to be killed because news of Zhao Fu mobilizing so many city lords and wyverns could not be leaked. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would face a massive threat, and his identity might be completely exposed. However, on the other side of the battlefield, Zhao Fu treated captives well. As long as they surrendered, they would not be killed. After the king died and a group of loyalists were killed, the fighting quickly calmed down. Hurry up and take over the 5 kingdoms. Zhao Fu grinned. He had made massive gains this time. He had instantly destroyed 5 kingdoms, and the 2 grassy kingdoms just had to take over. They would not be able to resist at all. On the other side, 90% of the 3 half-beast kingdoms' soldiers had died here, and they would not be able to resist much. Song Xuanyu stood next to Zhao Fu, looking quite afraid. Only now did she know how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was. No wonder she had not been able to resist at all back then. Even if the 3 kings had arrived, she would not have been able to escape. After quickly conquering the 5 kingdoms, Zhao Fu went into a defensive state. With the Lulai kingdom's strength, it was impossible for it to control such a large area with 5 kingdoms, so it had to go into a defensive state to prevent other kingdoms from spying on it. However, it was impossible for the surrounding kingdoms to take back the territory that they had taken, and Zhao Fu could not start a war with them over this. As such, he could only let them take advantage of him. At the same time, Zhao Fu helped the Blue Wolf Kingdom restore its kingdom. The Blue Wolf Kingdom was a half-beast kingdom, so if it controlled the 3 half-beast kingdoms, there would not be much resistance, and the surrounding kingdoms would not be able to do much. However, if the Grassy Kingdom took over the 3 half-beast kingdoms, the situation would be quite dangerous. The Lulai Kingdom had also devoured 2 Grassy Kingdoms, causing their strength to more than double. As for the Grassy Kingdom next to it, they could only leave it there for now. After the situation stabilized, they would find a good opportunity to destroy it. Zhao Fu stayed here for another month or so, and the situation had completely stabilized. What made Zhao Fu quite happy was that the 2 kingdoms had both become level 1 Marquis kingdoms. Because they were kingdom territories, they did not have to be cleared out like in the wilderness, and they could just directly conquer them. The Blue Wolf Kingdom had 1,020 regions in total, had 3,100 city lords, and had 1.4 billion people. They did not have enough soldiers, because the half-beast kingdom had suffered heavy losses during the war, and they only had 30 million soldiers. The Lulai Kingdom had 1,080 regions in total, had 3,230 city lords, and had 1.5 billion people. Their army was the same as before, and they only had 50 million soldiers, so they were still recruiting soldiers. Marquis kingdoms were many times more powerful than barony kingdoms, and with 2 Marquis kingdoms as chess pieces, Zhao Fu was in a good mood, and Lu Yuyu looked quite happy. With Zhao Fu's help, they had actually succeeded in achieving this goal, and they were incredibly grateful to Zhao Fu. Song Xuanyu was also incredibly grateful to Zhao Fu. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would really help her restore her kingdom, and he had even given it a Marquis kingdom. She had not done much, and she had obtained it so easily. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Zhao Fu once again returned to Qin City. Of course, he left some city lords outside in case anything unexpected happened. This time, Zhao Fu had brought back 4 nation armaments and 3 barony royal cities. 2 of the kingdoms had moved quite quickly and moved their royal cities away. However, obtaining 4 nation armaments and 3 barony royal cities was already quite good, as this was the first time Qin had obtained so much. These nation armaments were all true nation armaments, and they were much more powerful than the nation armaments that had been passed down. Refining them would be quite troublesome, but Zhao Fu had already prepared everything. Following this, he refined the 4 nation armaments and placed them in the city hall. In the end, he conferred the titles of concubines and socialites from the various countries as concubines and provided a large amount of atmosphere for the Emperor Phoenix statue. By now, Zhao Fu had come to the front lines, where he was clearing out regions. I wonder how the 100 people in Sword Obsession are doing. Zhao Fu was quite concerned about them. These 100 people had been captured by Qin City with great difficulty, and they all had terrifying talent in the way of the sword. They would most likely be able to unleash the power of Sword Obsession. When Zhao Fu saw them again, they had gone through great changes. The killing sword intent around their bodies was even more intense, and the blood-red qi around their bodies was even denser. Their eyes gave off a bright blood-red light, and their bodies seemed to become illusory. They were now in the second transformation of Sword Obsession, and not only did they have to destroy their bodies, but they also had to destroy their souls. Otherwise, they would be able to recover over a long period of time. In the end, they would become unkillable and indestructible existences, so their bodies already seemed to become illusory. This was an unkillable and indestructible power, and Zhao Fu quite wanted to have it. However, he would have to give up his consciousness, so he could only give it up. Zhao Fu did not want to become a monster like that. The Emperor Killing Sword World had obtained the killing power from them, and it had become much stronger. The second stage of the Emperor Killing Sword World needed to expand by 10,000 kilometers and could nurture 1,000 people in Sword Obsession. After looking at the Sword Obsession, Zhao Fu wanted to rest for a few days. It was now February, and flowers were blooming, but at that moment, Zhao Fu received a piece of news. This news was about the Western continent. Under Qin City's terrifying threat, the Western continent was incredibly united, and they desperately wanted to obtain the power to resist Qin City. Right now, they could only support Tina Pendragon, as there was only one kingdom in the Western continent, which was the Great British Empire. They could only support Tina Pendragon, as only Tina Pendragon had a trace of hope of resisting that terrifying Qin City's legatee. With the support of various factions, Tina Pendragon's kingdom naturally developed incredibly quickly. It had originally been a level 1 Marquisate kingdom, but it was now a level 4 Marquisate kingdom. It had 4,000 or so regions, while the Western continent only had 7,000 regions. Zhao Fu felt that he could not allow this to continue, or else it would be even more difficult for Qin City to destroy them after they unified the Western continent. It was not just the Western continent, the situation in the Eastern continent was the same. The 8th-ranked legatee of the Inca Empire, Ramus, had established a kingdom, becoming the 3rd kingdom in the human world. It was now a level 5 barony kingdom. The Eastern continent was not actually a continent because it had many islands and had 6,000 regions. Now, the Midland continent's northern continent and southern continent had been conquered by Qin City. The two continents were separated by Qin City, so it was almost impossible for them to ally together. At most, they could pincer Qin City from above and below. However, with Qin City's current strength, Zhao Fu did not fear them at all. Instead, he wanted to wait for them to come so that they would suffer less losses. By now, only 80% of Qin City's regions had been cleared out, and some parts of the Great Wall had not been constructed yet. However, the Western continent had gathered 50,000 city lords and 4 billion soldiers, not including the Eastern continent. The Eastern continent also had 20,000 city lords and 1 billion soldiers. Once Zhao Fu started to attack the Western continent, the Eastern continent would definitely act as well. Great Qin's population was now 42 billion, and it had 4 billion soldiers. There were 9 billion Stage 1 soldiers, 100 million Stage 2 soldiers, 6 million Stage 3 soldiers, and 200,000 Stage 4 soldiers. This did not include those who did not have Stage 1 cultivation yet. He controlled 27,570 regions, and this was all of them. Adding on the southern continent and netherwater continent, the northern continent's 7,000 regions, and the dark demon's southern continent's 12,000 regions, there were 46,570 regions in total. Finally, Qin had 4 billion soldiers, so he had 40,000 basic general seals, 4,000 general seals, 400 general seals, 40 marquis general seals, and 4 army earl seals. Qin's city lords' strength far surpassed the other two sides, but their military strength was slightly weaker, and they had a difference of 1 billion or so soldiers. Now that they were going to unify the world, Zhao did not hide anything. The 1 billion or so soldiers that he lacked could be gathered from the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. Zhao goal was to conquer the western continent and then destroy the eastern continent. He did not need to attack, he only needed to defend against the eastern continent's attacks on Qin. What Zhao was worried about was the Great British Empire. After all, 17,000 city lords had joined the Great British Empire, and it had 7 billion people and 700 million soldiers. It also had 7,000 basic general seals, 700 general seals, 70 general seals, and 7 marquis general seals. Every kingdom had a limit to its population, which was determined by how many cities it had. The more buildings a kingdom had, the more people it could have, and any excess population would not be counted as a kingdom's population. Cities were also limited by region. A region could only be split into 5 to 7 counties, which meant that there could only be 5 to 7 cities. Any additional cities would not be counted as a kingdom's cities. The Great British Empire now had 4,000 regions, which meant that it had at least 20,000 cities. This limited the number of general seals that could be obtained by increasing a country's population. The more a country's population was, the more soldiers it would have, and the more general seals it would have. However, now that there was a population limit, it was impossible for there to be no general seals. As such, it was impossible for a small kingdom to suddenly obtain 10 billion people, 1 billion soldiers, and 10,000 general seals. Zhao thought about it for a long time before making up his mind to unify the world. As such, he immediately gathered countless ministers to discuss this matter. The entire Qin Empire seemed to be covered in a solemn and tense atmosphere, and the various factions in Qin were preparing. This was a war to unify the world, and it would definitely be the largest war that had ever happened in the human world. The consequences would be unimaginably tragic, and corpses would pile up into mountains, blood would flow into rivers, and even the heavens would weep. In such an important war, Qin did not dare to be careless at all. One careless mistake might cause the death of countless people. For this reason, Zhao and many ministers discussed in detail for a week and did not end. All of Qin's departments entered a highly efficient state of operation, collecting all kinds of materials needed for war, and manufacturing ordnance was also wantonly. Is it finally here? The Western continent and the Eastern continent also received the news that Qin was ready to launch the last war of the human world, the War of Unification. If Qin won, the human world would be unified. In the future, there would be no more wars in the human world. There would only be one country in the human world, and all the races would be united as the Qin people. The Western continent and Eastern continent faced immense pressure, which concerned their survival. They did not dare to be careless, and they nervously started to make preparations. In the second month, orchids began to bloom. In the third month, peach blossoms blossomed. In order to prepare for this war, Qin had prepared for an entire month. At the same time, the Western continent and Eastern continent had also prepared for an entire month. It could be seen how much importance they placed on this war. During this period of time, the Li family once again tried to lure Zhao out, but Zhao ignored them. After all, in the face of such a massive war, Zhao definitely would not let his emotions affect his decisions. On March 7, Qin officially sent out his army. Both sides had set up countless isolation zones in the ocean to prevent the other side from using despicable methods. Qin had already set up a large number of ice islands in the middle of the ocean, and they just needed to destroy the isolation zones. Soldiers wearing black armor and holding weapons walked out of teleportation channels in an orderly manner. City lords giving off powerful auras also arrived, and they stood in the air, giving off a boundless aura. In front of them was the large number of isolation zones that the Western continent had set up. Because they were in the ocean, Zhao sent the 8 aquatic beast kings to scout ahead in case there were any ambushes. He then ordered formation masters to destroy the isolation zones. On the other side, after hearing that Qin was attacking the Western continent, the eastern continent started to gather an army to attack Qin. Because the situation was the same, both sides had set up a large number of isolation zones, and the eastern continent factions used Zhao Fu's method to first use ice crystal powder to create massive ice islands and teleport soldiers over. Just as Zhao Fu was about to send city lords to scout ahead while he destroyed the isolation zones, something unexpected happened. Swish, 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 arrows shot out from under the water, tearing through the air as they shot towards the eastern continent soldiers on the ice islands. The black wave of arrows caused the soldiers on the ice islands to feel greatly startled, and they hurriedly went into defensive mode. Shield bearers walked up and held their large shields, sending out semicircular barriers. The semicircular barriers formed a massive semicircular barrier that blocked the incoming arrows. This sudden attack had only caused very little damage. It could be seen that both sides had made preparations. The city lords in the sky looked over and found that there were figures swimming in the water. They were the fish scale people. The fish scale people were skilled at fighting underwater, and in order to unify the eastern continent, Qin had prepared for a long time. He had stayed here to form the first line of defense. The eastern continent had sent out 1.8 billion soldiers and 20,000 or so city lords. They understood that this was their last chance, and if they did not use their full strength, they would be destroyed. There were only 1 billion fish scale people underwater, and 400 million of them were soldiers while the remaining 600 million were militia. The eastern continent city lords knew that the fish scale people were quite powerful underwater, so they gave the order to counterattack on the ice islands. They also wanted to join forces with the soldiers to repel the fish scale people and head to the midland continent. However, the city lords on Qin's side gave off terrifying auras as they appeared. In terms of soldiers, Qin's side was weaker, but in terms of city lords, Qin's side had slightly more city lords. This forced the eastern continent's city lords to stop, and their expressions became quite unsightly. Swish, 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 the eastern continent's archers drew their bows and shot out arrows, which arced through the air and flew towards the countless fish scale people. At that moment, the fish scale people immediately dove down and used the water's resistance to block the arrows, causing them to miss. The 5 people who had appeared were Xianxia, Zhao Sha, Zhao Mo, Elise, and Mo Yaoer. They all wielded 5 sect armaments, which were as powerful as nation armaments. The 5 legatees of the eastern faction had never thought that Great Qin would have such power. Great Qin had never shown it before. It seemed that they had underestimated Great Qin. Before, they had thought that Great Qin's legatee could use many nation armaments, but now that everyone else had the same power, Great Qin's power was simply too terrifying. After Xianxia and the others appeared, they did not waste any words and directly attacked. Terrifying attacks flew towards the 5 legatees of the eastern faction. The strongest, Zhao Mo, faced off against Ramus, who had already established a kingdom, while the other 4 found their own legatees. 5 nation armaments against 5 sect armaments, and the terrifying shockwaves were not any weaker than the shockwaves from a battle between thousands of city lords. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and they felt terror from the bottom of their hearts. The soldiers in the surroundings unconsciously distanced themselves from this region because it was simply too terrifying. Otherwise, they might be caught up in the shockwaves and die. Xianxia and the others were incredibly powerful, and they were able to suppress the 5 legatees from the very beginning. Zhao Mo turned into a 100-meter-tall demon and gave off a heaven-toppling demonic qi as he ferociously attacked Ramus. Before, even without a nation armament, just the demon king's power within his body would have been enough to kill people with nation armaments. Now that he had a nation armament, he was even more powerful. Even though Ramus had established a kingdom and obtained the true power of a kingdom, he was still not a match for the ferocious Zhao Mo. Xianxia's sword technique was incredibly sharp and gave off cold light, forcing the legatee to continuously retreat. If he was not careful, he would be injured. Zhao Sha held the demon blade Muramasa in both hands. Because his main profession was an assassin, his movements were incredibly swift and unpredictable, and he could attack from all sorts of angles. Moreover, each of his attacks was incredibly vicious, making it difficult for the eastern legatee. Elise continuously shot out countless spiderweb threads and did not take the initiative to get close. If she did, she would unleash a ferocious attack, causing the eastern legatee to feel a chill down his spine. Mo. Yaoer swung her demonic sword and continuously attacked the eastern legatee. Even though her attacks were terrifying, Mo Yao Er gave off an alluring aura and her devilish figure made people burn with desire. The Eastern legatee was a man, and when he fought with Mo Yao Er, his eyes became red as if he was about to be bewitched by Mo Yao Er. If he could do it with Mo Yao Er, he would be willing to die. In the sky, Xianxia and the others had a great advantage. In the battle between the city lords, Great Qin had a slight advantage by relying on their superior equipment. However, on the battlefield below, Great Qin's side was at a great disadvantage. There were 11 massive creatures, including birds, bears, and devils, ferociously attacking the Great Wall, causing many deaths. These 11 massive creatures were the core formations. This was because Great Qin's soldiers were mainly militia, and under the ferocious attacks of the Eastern legatee, they had suffered great losses, and the Great Wall was about to be breached. On the other side, the undead army was continuously being killed by the Eastern legatee, and it seemed that they would soon be destroyed. The fish scale people were also attacking from the ocean, while the Eastern legatee was mainly defending, and the battle was also quite intense. In terms of military strength, the Eastern legatee had a great advantage. If this went on, they would definitely break through Great Qin's Great Wall and invade Great Qin's territory. However, Great Qin did not have any soldiers here. According to the plan, the southern continent's Night Dynasty would defend, but the Night Dynasty did not come. Even though it was quite difficult for the 5 Eastern legatees to face Great Qin's attacks, looking at the situation below, they felt quite delighted. As long as the soldiers below could break through Great Qin's Great Wall and deal with Xianxia and the others, they would be able to obtain victory. Kill. If we break through Great Qin's Great Wall, we'll win. Ramus exploded out with a terrifying aura, forcing Zhao Mo back a step. He loudly roared, causing the Eastern Continent's army's morale to rise, and the Eastern Continent's city lords attacked even harder. Wei Liao's expression did not change as he watched the battle. He was not worried at all, nor did he give any orders. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the Eastern Continent's void barrier was forcefully broken through, and a young man giving off terrifying demonic qi appeared in the sky. Following this, soldiers giving off powerful demonic qi were sent to the Eastern Continent through teleportation channels and started to attack. The Eastern Continent's defending factions were greatly shocked. They had never thought that the Dark Demon race would attack from the north. The various factions quickly sent soldiers to defend, but most of their forces were used to attack Great Qin, and only a small portion remained. Yizong had brought 20,000 city lords and 1 billion soldiers, and they gave off an incredibly ferocious aura as they rampaged through the Eastern Continent. Cities and regions were unable to resist at all and were conquered. After hearing that the Eastern Continent's factions had mobilized almost all of their forces, Great Qin changed its strategy. They did not know that the Dark Demon World's southern continent belonged to Great Qin, so they naturally did not know that Great Qin could use the Night Dynasty's power. This was a big advantage, as Great Qin could use the Night Dynasty to suddenly attack the Eastern Continent. This would catch them off guard and allow them to make massive gains. At the Midland Continent, the Eastern Continent's factions were about to break through Great Qin's Great Wall. However, after hearing about the situation in the Eastern Continent, their expressions fell, and their joy turned into sorrow. They had never thought that the Dark Demon race would also participate. What should they do now? Facing the scene of their rear being swept away, the leaders of the Eastern Continent who came to attack panicked, because they were about to lose. Now, they only had 2 choices: continue to attack Great Qin or immediately return to defend. The second choice was that they would not be able to return in time, and with Great Qin's countless soldiers delaying them, they could not retreat at all. As such, they hardened their hearts and gave the order to continue attacking. If they could break through the Midland Continent, they would have a trace of hope. The Eastern Continent's aura rose and they started to attack even more ferociously. A few hours later, the sun set in the west, and the golden sunlight covered the ground with a layer of gold. After paying a massive price, the Eastern Continent's factions had broken through Great Qin's Great Walls, and there was blood and corpses everywhere. However, the Eastern Continent's side was at a disadvantage. Countless city lords had lost their strength and had been killed, and Great Qin's city lords had turned to attack countless soldiers. Now, only 2 of the Eastern Continent's 5 legatees remained. Even though Great Qin's side had suffered heavy losses, it was still Great Qin who had won in the end. Now, the eastern continent's side was doomed. In the end, Wei Liao let out a sigh of relief and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Now, countless factions from the 3 continents had gathered in the western side. There were system factions, player factions, and countless dynasty legatees that Great Qin had not destroyed, such as China's remaining dynasty legatees. There was also Akhenaten and Babylon, who controlled the last 2 clan armaments in the human world. The western continent was incredibly dangerous, but they did not dare to directly face off against Qin because Qin's power was simply too terrifying. Now that Qin was about to break through their defenses, they had to do something. What should we do then? How can we avoid a direct confrontation and attack Qin's army from the side? Tina sat on her golden throne and thought to herself. This day had finally come, and even though she wanted to face off against Zhao Fu, she understood that with her current strength, she was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. She would not directly face off against Qin, as she would most likely lose. Only by attacking from the side would they have an advantage in the battle. Xianxia walked out and said, "If we want to weaken Qin's power without facing him head-on, this old man has an idea. However, I'll need the various espers and espers to help us." Hearing this, everyone felt delighted and nodded in agreement. They greatly trusted Xianxia, the most famous figure in history. If he had an idea, it would definitely not be an ordinary one. As such, everyone worked together, and countless espers and espers gathered together. One of the most important figures by Tina Pendragon's side, the western continent's legendary wizard Merlin, also participated. There were many flags on the massive platform built by the sea, and the flags fluttered in the wind. There were all sorts of magic tools on the ground, including swords, sabers, drums, bells, zither, staffs, and axes, and they were all lined up in an orderly fashion. Xianxia was dressed in white clothes and stood at the center, giving off an ethereal and celestial feeling. He slowly closed his eyes and spread out his hands, causing a vast, formless energy to spread out. The countless magic tools in the surroundings seemed to sense something and continuously trembled. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the countless magic tools continuously trembled and gave off all sorts of lights before turning into rays of light that shot into the sky, forming a massive magic formation. Immediately, the heavens and earth seemed to dim as the weather changed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered there as if it was solid, forming a violent gale that blew up countless sand and stones, making it hard for people to open their eyes. An immense pressure came from the magic formation. It was almost tangible, and everything in the surroundings seemed to be pressed down by something heavy. There were also smaller platforms around them, numbering in the thousands. There were people standing on them, and there were all sorts of magic tools on the platforms. They also started to cast their spells. Waves of formless energy spread out, and the various small platforms also shone brightly. Boom boom boom, suddenly, massive waves of aura flowed out from the platform and into the massive magic formation in the sky. The massive magic formation received immense power and expanded from 10,000 meters to 100,000 meters. The terrifying aura seemed to break through the 9 heavens, causing the heavens and earth to dim and the sun and moon to dim. The weather in the surroundings started to change, berserk gales, lightning flashed, thunder roared, rain poured, and the earth shook as if a natural disaster was about to descend. On the other side, Zhao Fu had already broken through the second defensive line and was about to destroy the third defensive line when a wild gale blew towards him. Zhao Fu looked ahead and saw a thick layer of black clouds rushing towards him, and there was lightning within the black clouds. This gave off an oppressive feeling, as if a storm was about to arrive. It was incredibly dangerous. The weather had suddenly changed on such a massive scale, and it was not natural at all. It was because someone had done something, and Zhao Fu shouted, "Send a message to the 100 schools of thought and the various sects and factions, tell them to come and deal with this." Qin was not proficient at calling the wind and summoning the rain, reversing yin and yang, and so on. However, the other side had people with abilities, and so did Qin. Zhao Fu did not want to waste too much power, because the true battle had not even begun yet. It would not be good to suffer losses now, and this battle was incredibly important. As such, he could not afford to underestimate it, so he had to be careful. Following this, Qin's countless mystics and aberrations hurried over. Looking at the abnormal signs, they quickly thought of a way to deal with it. The Taoist sect master bowed to Zhao Fu and said, "Your Majesty, the other side has forcibly used the heaven and earth essence qi to create many abnormal signs. The other party forcibly manipulated the world's origin qi to create many phenomenons that are extremely powerful, but we just need to use the same method to calm the world's origin qi." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and ordered them to immediately start. The various sects and factions started to build platforms on the island of ice before carving out their own magic formations. At this time, the thick dark clouds had already covered the sky, and the wind was blowing fiercely, making it impossible for people to stand still. Heavy rain was also pouring down, and bolts of lightning struck the island of ice. There were even bull-sized hailstones falling down. Zhao Fu frowned. This was just the beginning. The destruction after this would be many times greater than this. They had to stop it, or else they would suffer great losses. Boom, boom. Boom. At that moment, multicolored pillars of light shot into the sky, giving off massive sounds and shaking the heavens and earth. The scene of hundreds of huge pillars of light standing tall gave off a vast and majestic aura, and it was extremely shocking. These pillars of light shot into the sky, dyeing the sky multicolored. Heaven and earth essence qi madly gathered, but it did not cause any abnormal signs. Instead, it gave off a peaceful and stable aura. Rainbow-colored clouds condensed in the sky, forming a layer of rainbow-colored clouds that gave off a rainbow-colored light and swam towards the thick, dark clouds. When the dark clouds that gave off a terrifying destructive aura met the auspicious rainbow-colored clouds, they automatically disappeared. The abnormal signs quickly disappeared and everything calmed down. Xianxia and the others from the western continent sensed Qin's interference, and their expressions became serious as they unleashed their full power. His body gave off a faint white light as he rose into the air and flew below the massive magic formation in the sky. He stretched out a hand and vigorously pressed down. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the countless magic tools within the magic formation continuously trembled and exploded out with a terrifying power. The massive magic formation started to spin, tearing apart the space around it. The dark clouds on Zhao Fu's side started to change, giving off an even more intense and dangerous aura. The color of the clouds became even darker, and the wind became even stronger. Thunder and lightning rampaged as countless hailstones fell like rain. The countless rainbow-colored clouds in the sky were constantly surging and condensing. Rays of beautiful rainbow-colored light shot out from the clouds and landed on the black clouds, causing them to dissipate. Xianxia's expression did not change as he yelled, "Everyone, listen to my commands and activate 10,000 spirits." Hearing Xianxia's words, the people on the platforms took out sharp blades and cut their palms, allowing their blood to flow onto the platforms. The platforms absorbed the blood and gave off faint blood-red lights as images of people flew out from the platforms and shot into the magic formation in the sky. The figures entered the massive magic formation in the sky, and the magic formation seemed to have a life of its own. Xianxia raised his hand and vigorously pressed down, causing a massive wave of energy to spread out from the magic formation. Roar, roar, roar. Countless roars sounded out from Zhao Fu's side as countless massive figures appeared within the thick black clouds and roared at the rainbow-colored clouds. The black clouds' power increased by many times, and they seemed to have a life of their own as they flowed towards the rainbow-colored clouds. When the rainbow-colored clouds came into contact with the black clouds, they gradually dissipated, causing the 100 schools of thought's expressions to once again fall, and they exploded out with even greater power. The aura that the pillars of light gave off became even more powerful, and the rainbow-colored clouds continuously surged as the rainbow-colored light became even more intense. The black clouds and rainbow-colored clouds clashed in the sky, and either the black clouds disappeared or the rainbow-colored clouds disappeared. After a few hours, the black clouds suddenly became even more ferocious, and the rainbow-colored clouds started to lose ground and continuously disappeared. The abnormal signs that had disappeared once again appeared. Wild gales and lightning once again exploded, creating a terrifying scene. Shanru, who was beside Zhao Fu, said, "Your Majesty, we're going to lose this time. The other side has gathered all of the ability users and espers from 3 continents, as well as the people from the west. There are simply too many of them, and even the sect masters can't do anything about it. Is there any way to resolve this?" Zhao Fu stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the thick black cloud seriously. Xianru gave a slight smile as she said, I'm here because of this matter. His Majesty started this unification war, causing the entire human world's fate to fall into chaos. Those espers and espers have changed the yin-yang heavenly signs to stop His Majesty, but they've already gone against the heavens. Your Majesty, you need this war to be acknowledged by the heavens and earth. Then, you can use karmic luck to counterattack these people, and the matter will naturally be resolved. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he asked Xianru what to do. After that, Zhao Fu also stood on a high platform. However, this time, Zhao Fu was already wearing a black dragon robe and a black golden dragon crown on his head. In front of him was a tribute table with all sorts of offerings. Zhao Fu took out the Qin royal seal. The royal seal slowly rose from Zhao Fu's hand and rose into the sky. Ao ao ao, 9 dragons' roars sounded out as the Qin royal seal gave off intense black light, and 9 black dragons flew out, giving off massive dragon's might. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he stretched out a hand towards the sky and shouted, We are the ruler of the Qin Empire and have unified the central continent, northern continent, and southern continent, becoming the first dynasty to unify the 3 continents. This unification war is the mandate of the heavens. As his voice fell, countless traces of fate from the central continent, southern continent, and northern continent gathered towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive pillar of black light rushed into the sky. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the pillar of light, looking holy and dignified. His raised hand descended, pointing at the 100 schools of thought's sect masters as he said in a thunderous voice, We bestow upon you the mandate of the heavens. The countless sect masters' bodies trembled as they felt an unimaginable power flow into their bodies, and a black dragon's image appeared in their eyes. Boom, boom. Boom, the hundreds of pillars of light seemed to receive immense power and exploded out with even more intense light. The rainbow-colored clouds in the sky gave off blinding light and gave off a massive aura as they rushed forwards. The countless black clouds instantly dissipated, and the countless people in the western continent felt as if they had been hit by a massive force. They crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Xianxia was the most heavily injured. After coughing up a large mouthful of blood, he was unable to stand in the sky and fell from the sky. This was the final battle of the human world, and the first clash ended with the western continent's defeat. Qin's army continued to advance towards the western continent. On the other side, the eastern continent had broken through the 4th void barrier that Qin had set up and was advancing towards the midland continent. Right now, there was only a temporary void barrier that Qin had set up. This temporary void barrier was naturally quite weak and could be easily destroyed. The ice islands gave off terrifying auras as they swam forwards like battleships, giving off immense pressure. The fish scale people were unable to stop them at all, and if they charged forwards, they would be smashed to death. As such, they could only think of other methods. Qin had prepared a large amount of ice crystal powder, and Qin's fish scale people immediately used a large amount of ice crystal powder to create a zone of ice. This zone of ice was tens of thousands of meters wide, and it was impossible for the ice islands to directly smash through it. In order to stall for time, the formation masters set up another temporary void barrier to stall for time. As long as they could stall for time, it would be fine. The more Qin's side tried to stall for time, the more anxious the eastern continent people became, because they could sense that they did not have much time left. Seeing Great Qin's icebound belt, the eastern continent faction used another method. Fiery red pearls that were as big as watermelons shot out, giving off countless searing flames and turning into massive flaming beasts. Roar! Roar! These flame beasts looked like rhinoceroses, and they roared as they gave off intense heat as they charged towards the void barrier. The flame beasts were incredibly fast, and they were like fiery rays of light as they shot towards the void barrier. The terrifying heat caused the ice to instantly melt. The flaming beast continued to charge forward, melting more and more ice. Fiery streaks appeared on the surface of the ice. Although it didn't melt the ice in the end, the ice was already broken, and there were huge cracks on the ice. Countless ice islands slammed into the rift ferociously. With a series of loud noises, the long frozen zone was smashed into pieces. Then, all the ice was shattered into pieces. The ice island continued to advance and easily broke through the 5th temporary isolation zone. The fish-scale people on Qin's side also used their final method. They poured barrels of flaming oil into the water and lit them on fire, causing the water to turn into a sea of flames. The sea of flames was incredibly hot, and the seawater started to bubble. This made it so that the fish-scale people did not dare to get close. If the countless ice islands charged in, not only would many of the ice islands melt, but there would also be many casualties. After entering the sea of flames, the island quickly collapsed, and the eastern side could only toss out countless ice crystals. They also constructed ice walls to block the terrifying heat waves. In the end, they charged out of the sea of flames without suffering any losses and destroyed all of Qin's defenses. They then started to construct teleportation channels to head to the central continent and attack Qin. Now, the fish-scale people could no longer stop them, so they could only quickly retreat and defend. On the Midland continent's Great Wall, Qin had left 1 billion soldiers here. However, only 200 million of them were regular soldiers, while 800 million of them were militia. Militia were just temporary residents, so they were naturally not as strong as regular soldiers. The fish-scale people only had 400 million regular soldiers and 600 million militia, which added up to 2 billion soldiers. However, they only had 600 million regular soldiers, so if they fought against the 1.8 billion soldiers of the eastern side, it was very likely that Qin's side would lose. Of course, Zhao Fu had other methods, or else he would not have been so confident in attacking the western continent. After the eastern side stepped onto the central continent's territory, they did not immediately attack. They did not dare to be careless in this battle. Soldiers gathered, and the eastern continent's legatees also appeared. There were now 5 people with nation armaments. They had also frozen the coastal regions to prevent the fish-scale people from attacking in the water. It could be said that they had made ample preparations. Without hesitating, the eastern side's legatees gave the order to attack. If they broke through the central continent, Qin would definitely retreat, and Qin's unification would fail. Kill! Countless eastern side soldiers roared as they charged towards the Great Wall, giving off shocking sounds. At the same time, the eastern side left many soldiers behind to prevent the fish-scale people from attacking from the rear. On Qin's side, Wei Liao was the highest commander. Facing the countless eastern side soldiers, he immediately gave the order to counterattack. Swish, 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 arrows containing terrifying power flew out, drawing out arcs in the sky as they rained down like torrential rain. Some of the eastern side soldiers swung their weapons, sending out sharp lights that knocked the arrows away. Some used shields to block, while others used bows and arrows to shoot at Qin's soldiers on the Great Wall. Just like that, the battle between the two sides began. The various city lords had already started fighting in the sky, sending out terrifying gales. The scene was quite terrifying. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as 10 black pillars of light shot into the sky, and a magic formation with a boundless deathly aura appeared. Undead disaster, activate. Roar, countless skeletons rushed out from one side, letting out roars. There were more than 200 million of them. With so many skeletons, Qin was a little worried about being devoured by them, so he didn't arrange for them to stay close. The countless skeletons formed a sea of bones that gave off a boundless undead aura as they ferociously charged towards the eastern side, giving off terrifying sounds that shook the surroundings. Ordinary people would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly in front of the sea of bones. However, the expressions of the eastern soldiers didn't change at all. Qin had used the undead disaster a few years ago. Everyone knew about it, and they had ways to deal with it. Squads of soldiers in white armor walked out and formed a defensive wall. Their equipment emitted a faint white light, with a strong holy aura. They were equipped with the power of the holy light to deal with Qin's undead scourge. Not only that, but the archers also shot arrows with white crystals tied to them. Bang! Bang! Explosions sounded out as the white crystals exploded, causing white light to shine and searing holy light to spread out. Countless skeletons howled as they died. This wave of attacks caused the sea of bones to weaken, but because of the undead's nature, they still fearlessly roared and rushed towards the eastern side soldiers. The sea of bones slammed into the white defensive wall. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, but the white defensive wall blocked the sea of bones. The countless shield bearers gripped their shields, and the infantrymen behind them started to attack, sending out sharp lights with holy light attributes. The skeletons didn't resist much and were quickly killed, unable to harm the eastern side's soldiers at all. Seeing this, Wei Liao's expression did not change. These skeletons were used as cannon fodder to stall the eastern side's soldiers. Under Wei Liao's orders, barrels of kerosene were tossed out and set ablaze. Many of the eastern side's soldiers were set ablaze, and they screamed before being burned alive. Swish, 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 countless arrows containing immense power flew towards the defensive wall, and it was difficult for the militia to defend against them. Blood flew everywhere, and some people were injured while others directly died. The fish-scale people in the water were also fighting with the eastern side's soldiers at the back. The battle was quite intense, but they mainly used ranged attacks. The eastern side soldiers didn't want to fight in the water, and the fish-scale people didn't want to fight on land either. After all, both sides were at a disadvantage. The eastern side had a slight advantage, as they were all regular soldiers. Most of them had stage 1 cultivation, and they were much stronger than Qin's militia. Boom! 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 5 explosions sounded out as 5 powerful waves of power exploded out. The eastern side's 5 legatees with nation armaments wanted to break through Qin's defenses, so they directly used their nation armament's power. The 5 of them stood in the sky, 5 aura flames burning around their bodies, causing wild gales to blow. They gave off a mountainous might as if they were peerless experts. Now that Qin's legatee was heading to the western side, no one could stop the 5 of them. After all, the power of a nation armament was not that easy to defend against, and this was especially so for Ramus, who was a true king. The 5 of them gave confident smiles. They would definitely be able to break through Qin's defenses and force Qin to retreat, causing Qin to fail in unifying the human world. Qin had been too overconfident this time, wanting to unify the human world. However, he did not have the ability to do so, and they had only been able to do so because of the western continent. 70% of Qin's forces had been sent to the western continent to fight, which was why the 5 of them were invincible. The 5 of them did not waste any time, and just as they were about to attack, the next scene caused their expressions to fall. Boom! 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 5 terrifying waves of power exploded out, and their massive auras spread out, shaking the heavens and earth. A white-clothed swordsman, a teenager, a beautiful and cruel woman, a demon covered in demonic qi, and an incredibly seductive woman appeared. The 5 of them gave off powerful auras as they appeared. The 5 people who appeared were Xianxia, Xiaoxia, Zhao Mo, Elise, and Mo Yaoer. They wielded 5 sect armaments, which were on par with nation armaments. The 5 legatees of the eastern faction had never thought that Qin would have such power. Qin had never shown it before. They had underestimated Qin this time. They had thought that Qin's legatee could use many nation armaments, and now that the others had the same power, Qin's power was simply too terrifying. After Xianxia and the others appeared, they did not waste any words and directly attacked. Terrifying attacks flew towards the 5 eastern faction legatees. The strongest of them, Zhao Mo, dealt with Ramus, who had already established a kingdom, while the other 4 found their own legatees. 5 nation armaments against 5 sect armaments, and the terrifying shockwaves were no weaker than the shockwaves from a battle between thousands of city lords. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and they felt terror from the bottom of their hearts. The soldiers in the surroundings unconsciously distanced themselves from this region because it was simply too terrifying. Otherwise, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Xianxia and the others were incredibly powerful, and they were able to suppress the 5 eastern faction legatees from the very beginning. Zhao Mo turned into a 100-meter-tall demon and gave off a heaven-toppling demonic qi as he ferociously attacked Ramus. Before, even without a nation armament, Zhao Mo could kill people with nation armaments with just his demon king's power. Now that he had a nation armament, he was even more powerful. Even though Ramus had established a kingdom and obtained the true power of a kingdom, he was still no match for the ferocious Zhao Mo. Xianxia's sword technique was incredibly sharp and gave off cold light, forcing the eastern faction legatees to continuously retreat. If they were not careful, they would be injured. Xiaoxia held the demon blade Muramasa in both hands. Because his main profession was an assassin, his movements were incredibly swift and unpredictable, and he could attack from all sorts of angles. Moreover, each of his attacks was incredibly vicious, making it difficult for the Eastern faction legatees. Elise continuously shot out countless spider webs and did not take the initiative to get close. Once she did, she would unleash a ferocious attack, causing the Eastern faction legatees to feel a chill on their backs. Mo Yao Er swung her demon sword and continuously attacked the Eastern legatee. Even though her attacks were terrifying, Mo Yao Er gave off an alluring aura and her devilish figure made people burn with desire. This Eastern legatee was also a man, and as he fought with Mo Yao Er, his eyes became bloodshot as if he was about to be bewitched by Mo Yao Er. If he could do it with Mo Yao Er, he would be willing to die. In the sky, Gania's group of 5 had many advantages. In the battle between the city lords, Qin relied on his equipment and had a slight advantage. However, on the battlefield below, Qin's side was in a very disadvantageous position. At this time, 11 gigantic creatures, including birds, bears, and evil spirits, were fiercely attacking the city walls, causing many deaths. These 11 gigantic creatures were the product of the 11 armies. Qin's main force was the militia. Under the fierce attacks of the Eastern forces, they had suffered great losses, and the Great Wall was about to be breached. On the other side, the undead army was also getting weaker and weaker under the continuous attacks of the Eastern forces. It looked like it was about to be annihilated. The fish scale people were also attacking from the ocean, while the Eastern forces were mainly defending, and the battle was also quite intense. In terms of military strength, the Eastern forces had a great advantage. If this went on, they would definitely be able to break through Qin's Great Wall and enter Qin's territory. Here, Qin did not have any soldiers at all. According to the plan, the southern continent's Night Dynasty would defend, but the Night Dynasty had not come to defend. Even though it was quite difficult for the 5 Eastern legatees to face Qin's attacks, looking at the situation below, they felt quite delighted. As long as the soldiers below could break through Qin's Great Wall and deal with Gania's group of 5, they would be able to obtain victory. Kill. If we break through Qin's Great Wall, we'll win. Ramus exploded out with a terrifying aura, forcing Zhao Mo back a step. He loudly roared, causing the Eastern forces' morale to rise, and the Eastern city lords attacked even harder. Wei Liao's expression did not change as he watched the battle. He was not worried about the situation and did not give any orders. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the Eastern continent's void barrier was forcefully broken through, and a young man giving off terrifying demonic qi appeared in the sky. Following this, soldiers giving off powerful demonic qi were sent to the Eastern continent through teleportation channels and started to attack. The Eastern continent's defending forces were greatly startled. They had never thought that the dark demon race would attack from the north. The various factions hurriedly sent soldiers to defend, but most of their forces had been used to attack Qin, and only a small portion of their forces remained. Yizan had brought 20,000 city lords and 1 billion soldiers, and they gave off a ferocious aura as they started to wreak havoc in the Eastern continent. Cities and regions were unable to resist at all, and they were conquered. After hearing that the Eastern continent's forces had all been mobilized, Qin had changed his strategy. They did not know that the southern continent belonged to Qin, so they naturally did not know that Qin could use the Night Dynasty's power. This was a great advantage. Qin could use the Night Dynasty to suddenly attack the Eastern continent. This would catch them off guard and allow them to make massive gains. On the central continent's side, the Eastern continent's forces had almost broken through Qin's Great Wall. However, after hearing about the situation in the Eastern continent, their expressions fell, and their joy turned to grief. They had never thought that the dark demon race would also join in. What should they do now? Facing the scene of their rear being swept away, the leaders of the Eastern continent who came to attack panicked, because they were about to lose. Now, they only had 2 choices: continue to attack Great Qin or immediately return to defend. The second choice was that they would not be able to return in time, and with Qin's countless soldiers holding them back, they could not retreat at all. Everyone hardened their hearts and gave the order to continue attacking. If they could break through the central continent, they would have a trace of hope. The Eastern continent's forces became even more ferocious as they attacked. A few hours later, the sun set in the west, and the golden sunlight covered the ground with a layer of gold. After paying a massive price, the Eastern continent's forces had finally broken through Qin's Great Wall, and there was blood and corpses everywhere. However, in the end, the Eastern Continent's forces were at a disadvantage. Countless city lords had been killed, and Qin's city lords had turned to attack countless soldiers. Of the Eastern Continent's 5 legatees, only 2 remained. Even though Qin's forces had suffered heavy losses, in the end, it was still Qin who had won. By now, the Eastern Continent's forces were doomed. In the end, Wei Liao let out a sigh of relief and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The 2 sides from the Western Continent clashed. There were countless armies below, and they were densely packed with people, looking like 2 massive oceans. One was wearing all sorts of armor and looked like a colorful ocean, giving off terrifying auras. The other was wearing black armor and looked like a black ocean, giving off a destructive and murderous aura. The 2 auras gathered here, causing the air in the entire human world to seem quite heavy. Not a single creature dared to stay here. There were also powerful figures standing in the sky. All of them were city lords, and their auras shook the heavens and earth. It could be said that it was the first time that so many city lords had gathered in the human world. The armies on the ground and the city lords in the sky seemed to be able to lock down the heavens and earth, causing everything to collapse. Even those far away could sense the danger ahead. Zhao Fu stood in the sky and looked at the people in front of him with a serious expression as he said, "It's time for everything to end. The human world needs to be unified, only then will there be hope for humanity. I am the chosen one, if you submit to me, I will let bygones be bygones." The leaders of the various Chinese factions looked at Zhao Fu with complicated expressions. They had never thought that Qin would have such a day. If they had known, they would have destroyed him as soon as possible, and they would not have ended up like this. Facing Zhao Fu's offer of amnesty, they did not even think about it before rejecting. Firstly, they had formed deep enmity with Qin, and they did not believe that Zhao Fu would let it go so easily. Secondly, as the legatees of the various empires, none of them were willing to submit to anyone else. Li Baiqing's expression was the most complicated. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be Qin's legatee. Moreover, in terms of bloodline, Zhao Fu was his big brother. Now, he was the person who was going to unify the world and destroy the Li family. It was not just the Chinese people, the people from the southern continent and the northern continent all looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. It was all because of Qin that they had become like this. The people from the western continent all looked at Tina Pendragon, who was wearing a silver knight's dress and holding a golden sword. Tina Pendragon said with a serious expression, "Legatee Qin. I don't want to start a war, and I can promise that the British Empire will never invade Qin. Perhaps we can coexist peacefully." Zhao Fu glanced at the crowd and said coldly, "The human world needs to be unified. Only in this way can there be no wars and can we resist other worlds. Qin has to unify the human world no matter what. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to surrender?" Hearing Zhao Fu's cold and murderous voice, Tina Pendragon replied seriously, "Even if I refuse, the Great British Empire will not submit to anyone. If Prince Qin wants to fight, I will accompany you to the end. You should really want to kill me, right? Today, I will give you a chance." Zhao Fu coldly laughed and took out 2 swords, one was the Emperor Killing Sword and the other was the Death Sword. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura exploded out, sending out wild gales. The Emperor Killing Sword's terrifying killing intent flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's eyes to give off a blood-red light. His long hair became blood red, and a sword mark appeared on his forehead. The Qin royal seal continuously trembled as 9 black dragons rose up from Zhao Fu's body, and an eerie ghostly qi spread out. In that moment, Zhao Fu used the Emperor Killing Sword's power, the Qin royal seal's power, and the 6 Paths demon image's power, allowing him to explode out with his full power. 3 ferocious aura flames burst forth from his body, completely covering Zhao Fu's body. Only his blood-red eyes gave off a bright blood-red light within the aura flames, making them seem quite eye-catching. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand this terrifying power and was continuously collapsing. That vast aura, which was like a river of stars, caused everyone in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers to feel their bodies sink, as if they were tiny grains of sand. By now, Zhao Fu had to use his full power because he was facing countless legatees, and there were 27 people with nation armaments. Facing Zhao Fu's full power attack, the legatees' expressions became serious. They understood that this was the final battle, so they did not hold back and exploded out with their full power. Aura flames burst forth from their bodies, and their terrifying auras shook the heavens and earth. Boom! Zhao Fu held his two swords and rushed out, giving off terrifying power as he tore through space and shot towards Tina Pendragon, who was the most powerful person here. Even though Zhao Fu's attack had officially drawn the curtains to this massive battle, Zhao Fu's aura was still extremely powerful. Boom! Boom! Powerful auras exploded out as the city lords exploded out with terrifying power. They turned into rays of light and rushed out, and a massive battle unfolded in the sky. With so many city lords fighting, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart. The soldiers on the ground also started to attack. The first wave was talisman arrows, which looked like white rays of light and gave off terrifying and sharp auras as they flew towards the western continent's defensive walls. In the face of these terrifying arrows, the western continent's people immediately activated their defensive barriers to protect the defensive walls. With how terrifying Qin's talisman arrows were, it was possible that they would be able to pierce through the defensive walls. The countless talisman arrows landed on the defensive barriers with immense force, looking like a white rain of light. Massive explosions sounded out, and the defensive barriers were covered with cracks. However, they were still able to block Qin's attacks. The western continent's people immediately dispelled the defensive barriers and started to repair them. At the same time, the soldiers on the defensive walls drew their bows and shot out arrows. The countless arrows covered Qin before descending like rain. Qin's soldiers loudly roared and gave off powerful auras as they swung their weapons, sending out countless sharp lights that blasted away the incoming arrows. Swish, 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 another ray of white light tore through the sky, and the arrows that seemed to be able to pierce through everything covered the defensive walls, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The defensive barrier once again spread out, but it was unable to block this time. The defensive barrier was already covered with many cracks, and after this attack, the countless rays of white light pierced through the defensive barrier and shot towards the countless soldiers. Arg, arg. Countless cries sounded out as the rays of white light descended, giving off power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The soldiers' bodies were pierced, and large holes appeared on the defensive walls, causing countless casualties. The western continent's people were infuriated and shot out different colored pearls. These pearls gave off different auras of disaster. They were disaster pearls, which Qin had obtained before. Qin had once used disaster pearls to deal with his enemies, and now, his enemies were using disaster pearls to deal with Qin. These disaster pearls caused many casualties to Qin. Bai Qi's gaze became cold as he said, "Give the order for all corps to move out." Boom! Boom! The 56 corps rushed towards the Great Wall from different directions, roaring as they exploded out with terrifying auras. Auras flowed out and formed massive creatures. The Demon King Corps formed a Demon King that gave off evil demonic chi. The Sword Mountain Corps formed a sharp sword that gave off countless sharp sword chi. The Water God Corps formed a water god that gave off countless traces of mist. The Ice Corps formed an ice woman that gave off countless traces of icy chi. The Fire Corps formed a fire woman that gave off countless scorching flames. The Spider Corps formed a massive spider that gave off a ferocious aura. The 56 massive creatures were formed and gave off terrifying power as they rushed towards the Great Wall with unstoppable momentum. Boom, boom. Boom! The Great British Empire's commander also gave the order for all corps to move out. A total of 33 corps gave off terrifying auras as they appeared. Gee! A snow-white fox gave off an ear-piercing cry as it gave off a massive wave of ice and snow power, causing snowflakes to fall in the surroundings. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out as a blue western dragon appeared, giving off a massive dragon's might that shook the surroundings and caused countless people to feel terror. Boom! Boundless golden light shined out as a golden staff condensed, giving off an incredibly noble king's aura and causing tens of thousands of people to submit. Great Britain's 33 corps also formed 33 terrifying massive creatures that gave off terrifying auras as they rushed towards Qin's corps. Bang, bang. Bang! The air seemed to explode as the massive creatures from both sides ferociously clashed. A world-destroying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to collapse. Countless trees were uprooted and countless people were sent flying. Boom, boom. Boom! The massive creatures from both sides disregarded everything as they fought intensely. The terrifying scene seemed to be as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and everything was about to be destroyed. However, Qin's side had a great advantage. They had many soldiers, and Qin's soldiers were all special corps, while the Western continent only had 12 special corps. Moreover, Qin's army was much more powerful and had more soldiers. The Great British Empire's army was viciously beaten up by Qin's army, but the Great British Empire's army also fought with all their might. The Great British Empire's army was viciously beaten up by Qin's army, but the Great British Empire's army also fought with all their might. The doors were 10 or so meters tall and 7 or 8 meters wide, and they gave off terrifying power. There were 100 doors of each type, and 1,000 doors in total. The commander-in-chief ordered the doors to be opened. It was completely dark inside the doors, and a terrifying aura surged out, causing people to feel somewhat afraid. Roar! Countless roars sounded out from within the doors as countless goblins rushed out with weapons in their hands, countless orcs, countless ogres, and countless elves. These creatures charged at Qin, looking incredibly ferocious and bloodthirsty. There were tens of millions of them, and they gave off a shocking aura. Bai Qi did not hesitate to give the order to use the destruction crystals. Bang! Bang! Countless destruction crystals landed among the goblins and elves, causing massive explosions to sound out. The surroundings were filled with blinding white light, and a terrifying explosive power devoured everything, causing the ground to continuously tremble. Almost 70% of the tens of millions of Outlanders were killed, and the ground was covered with corpses, creating a bloody scene. Roar! Dragons' roars sounded throughout the sky as countless massive wyverns appeared in the sky, giving off powerful auras. Their eyes were filled with savagery as they looked at the Western continent's army on the defensive walls. Roar! At that moment, humanoid monsters that were 100 meters tall and covered in heavy armor roared as they gave off bloody and bloodthirsty auras. The countless wyverns flapped their wings and brought with them wild gales as they swooped down. Their bellies bulged as they gathered countless flames and icy chi, preparing to spit out countless flames and icy blasts to attack the Western continent's army on the defensive walls. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as over 100 massive arrows shot out, giving off terrifying ripples that could cause anyone's heart to tremble. Chi, chi, chi. Some of the wyverns were caught off guard and were hit by the arrows. The arrows were 10 or so meters long and contained terrifying force, easily piercing through the wyvern's defenses and piercing 4 or 5 meters into the ground. Roar! Countless pained dragons' roars sounded out as some of the wyverns were lightly injured and others were hit in the body. Some wyverns were hit in the head and died on the spot, and their massive bodies fell from the sky. At a hidden location, 150 dragon-slaying ballistae were brought out. Qin had obtained 100 or so dragon-slaying ballistae from his region treasure chest, and the Western continent had obtained more dragon-slaying ballistae to deal with Qin's wyverns. The countless wyverns became cautious and did not dare to rashly attack. The 3,000 corpse soul leaders held heavy weapons as they rushed to the bottom of the defensive walls and ferociously attacked. These corpse soul leaders had heavy armor and shields, so the dragon-slaying ballistae were unable to harm them. The battle in the sky was also incredibly intense, and it was not any weaker than the battle on the ground. The city lords were desperately fighting, and terrifying shockwaves rippled out, causing people's hands and feet to feel cold. At the same time, more and more people died, and city lords' corpses continuously fell from the sky. The most terrifying battle was on Zhao Fu's side. Right now, Zhao Fu was fighting against hundreds of legatees by himself, and the battle was incredibly terrifying. Only those with nation armaments had the qualifications to fight with Zhao Fu, those without could only attack from afar. True King's Sword. Tina Pendragon raised her sword, and the Marquis King's seal within her body continuously trembled as a massive wave of King's power flowed into the sword. A golden sword light rushed into the sky and dyed half the sky gold. Boom! Tina Pendragon slashed out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The golden sword light was filled with a king's aura, and it seemed to be able to slash apart anything as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu immediately unleashed his emperor's domain, protecting his body. As the golden sword light slashed against Zhao Fu's emperor's domain, a massive explosion sounded out. The golden sword light seemed to have struck something incredibly tough and exploded, turning into a golden storm of sword chi. Crack, a clear cracking sound rang out as countless cracks appeared on the emperor's domain, and Zhao Fu's body was forced back a few steps. This shout caused hundreds of legatees to appear, and nearly 1,000 people surrounded Zhao Fu. There were 20 or so dynasty legatees with nation armaments in the inner circle, and there were all sorts of legatees outside. They loudly roared and used all of their strength to activate their fate dragons, causing different auras to flow out of their bodies. There were red, white, black, green, and all sorts of other colors. Roar! Roar, roar! Dragons' roars sounded throughout the sky as rays of light shot out from their bodies, giving off massive power as they shot into the sky, almost tearing it apart. The sky above the human world gradually darkened as the entire world's fate madly gathered like wild gales. Everyone sensed this and looked towards the west because the shockwaves from that direction were simply too powerful. The shockwaves here were indeed quite terrifying. Over 1,000 fate dragons gave off intense light as they spiraled in the sky, and their terrifying auras inundated everything like tsunamis. Everyone present could be said to be important figures in the human world, and with the human world's fate, each of their fate dragons could cause the heavens and earth to go through changes. Now that they were working together to cause changes to the heavens and earth, it was naturally quite terrifying. The terrifying shockwaves spread throughout the entire battlefield, and many people could not help but look over. How could there be such terrifying power in the world? Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 1,000 fate dragons spiraling in the sky formed a massive dragon-shaped magic formation. An even more powerful might suddenly descended, causing the ground to instantly crumble. Some of the unlucky people within the magic formation were suddenly hit by a weight of 10,000 kilograms, causing their bodies to explode, causing blood and corpses to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu was below the magic formation, and his body seemed to be locked down by that terrifying power. Dragon images appeared around Zhao Fu and wrapped around Zhao Fu's body, making it so that Zhao Fu could not move at all. This made Zhao Fu feel quite startled, and he vigorously struggled but found that he could not break free at all. The dragon images tightly wrapped around Zhao Fu's body. The countless legatees in the surroundings grinned. This was something they had prepared for Zhao Fu, and their goal was to kill Zhao Fu. They had even burned their fate dragon's power. The fate dragon was one of the most important things to a person, and it affected a person's fate. The price to burn it was not small, and it was very difficult to recover the fate dragon's power. Everyone, let's kill this crown Prince Qin together. Seeing that Zhao Fu was trapped and unable to break free, one of the legatees could not help but shout out in joy. The surrounding people also attacked at this moment. All sorts of powerful attacks blasted towards Zhao Fu, causing the space around them to seemingly explode. In order to successfully kill Zhao Fu, the various legatees continuously attacked. The 20 or so dynasty legatees all used a large portion of their nation armament's power to attack Zhao Fu, causing explosions to continuously sound out in the sky. Seeing so many terrifying attacks continuously blast towards Zhao Fu, Bai Qi, who was commanding the legatees, could not help but feel a trace of worry. 10 minutes later, the countless legatees stopped and let out a sigh of relief. Now that they had unleashed so many terrifying attacks, they would definitely be able to blast Zhao Fu into pieces. Gradually, the light dissipated, and everyone looked terrified. They saw 6 chains coming out of Zhao Fu's chest, and 6 terrifying figures that were 4 meters tall appeared around him. One had a savage-looking face and a mouth full of fangs. There were 2 horns on its head, and it had a muscular body. Its hands were like sharp claws, and it wore black battle armor. It held a metal spear, and its body gave off a terrifying demonic flame. One looked like a demon and had a muscular body. Its skin was black, and it was naked. Tongues of flames occasionally appeared on its body, and it gave off a dense smell of sulfur. It had a demon's head and 2 black horns, and it held a pitchfork. One looked like a skinny human and did not have any flesh on its body at all. Its limbs were very long and thin, and it had a large round belly. It had gray skin and an ugly face. Its ears were quite sharp, and its gray eyes were filled with savagery. There was a piece of cloth wrapped around its waist, covering its lower body, and it held a large bone cleaver. One of them looked no different from a human. He had a handsome face and a well-built body. He wore white clothes and had a blood-red sword at his waist. His eyes were blood red and gave off a dense killing intent. One looked like a devil and had a pair of pure black eyes, a mouth full of fangs, a pair of wide wings, and a tail. It wore black armor and held a large halberd. The other was also humanoid and had a body of powerful muscles. He was tall and sturdy and had grayish-white skin. He had 3 heads, one was a chicken head, one was a duck head, and one was a pig head. There was a piece of beast skin wrapped around his waist, and he had great physical strength. These were the 6 paths demon images, and they each stretched out a hand and expanded out their domains, forming a 6 paths defensive barrier. The 6 paths defensive barrier was gray, and it was made up of 6 complicated and mysterious compasses. The barrier gave off a boundless 6 paths of reincarnation power, and the eerie ghostly chi swept out like a flood. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted, and countless people's hair stood on end. Their bodies uncontrollably trembled, and their surroundings became eerie and terrifying. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had unsealed the 6 paths demon images' power, allowing them to once again appear in the human world. Because the 6 paths demon images could easily go out of control, Zhao Fu had not dared to use them. Now, Zhao Fu had nothing to worry about, and he only had one goal, which was to kill everyone. Arg! Zhao Fu raised his head to the sky and roared, and 4 dragons' roars sounded out from Zhao Fu's body. A 4-colored aura flame rushed out from Zhao Fu's body, and a terrifying power exploded out. At that moment, Zhao Fu had used his fate dragon. Roar! Roar, roar! Countless mournful cries sounded out as the dragon images around Zhao Fu started to crumble under that terrifying power. This caused everyone's expressions to fall, as Zhao Fu was about to break free. Boom, boom. Boom, the dynasty legatees did not hesitate and unleashed all of their nation armament's power, paying any price and even burning their life force. Aura flames rose up, and massive gales spread out. The 9 bronze cauldrons descended first, bringing with them a world-suppressing aura. Then, a spear appeared, bringing with it a boundless conquering aura. Then, a sunlight crown appeared, and a rose-like flower blossomed, bringing with it a world-shaking power. Boom! All of the Pharaoh Kingdom's people sensed this because this scepter was the Pharaoh Kingdom's clan armament, the Staff of Celestial Right. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as boundless white light covered the sky. Pure white feathers slowly floated down from the sky, and a white book descended from the sky. An unimaginably massive power spread out, and under this power, everything in the heavens and earth seemed to turn into nothingness and chaos, looking incredibly terrifying. This book was Babylon's clan armament, the Book of God. The power of 20 or so nation armaments and 2 clan armaments caused the entire human world to feel an aura of destruction. Under this terrifying aura, countless people's bodies froze in fear, and countless wild beasts ran away in terror. The dynasty legatees acted, and the surrounding 1,000 legatees also acted. They cut their wrists and raised their hands. Blood flowed out of their wrists, but it was attracted by a formless energy and flew into the massive dragon-shaped magic formation in the sky. Boom! The magic formation exploded out with a shocking power, causing space to be torn apart. Thousands of dragon-shaped chains shot out from the sky, giving off immense power as they flew towards Zhao Fu. These chains were incredibly terrifying, and they shot into the 6 paths defensive barrier without any resistance, binding up Zhao Fu. The dragon-shaped chains were not corporeal and were condensed from fate. Facing the fate chains, the 6 paths demon images were unable to defend against them. Of course, this also consumed a lot of fate. Zhao Fu's upper body was bound up by the chains, and there were countless dragon images around him. He desperately struggled, but he was unable to break free. Kill! The dynasty legatees did not hesitate at all and raised their nation armaments as they smashed towards Zhao Fu. With so many nation armaments tearing through the sky, the world-shaking power seemed to be able to kill even the heavens. Before that terrifying power even came close, everything started to collapse. Yin and Yang disappeared, and all things withered. Time and space shattered, and the heavens and earth came to an end. Zhao Fu's body was injured by that power, and blood flowed out of his body, and a few wounds appeared on his face. Arg! Zhao Fu felt immense pain, and he raised his head to the sky and roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Boom, 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 explosions sounded out as powerful auras exploded out. The 12 metal colossi, stone rods giving off ferocious killing intent, and the jade seal giving off emperor's might all appeared. The 20 or so nation armaments and 2 clan armaments that Qin had refined were all released by Zhao Fu. With the buffs from many nation armaments, Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense black light as a pillar of destructive light shot into the sky. The terrifying power seemed to tear open a large hole in the sky, and boundless dark destructive aura flooded out like a fountain. The legatees did not hold back and roared as they unleashed all of their nation armaments' power, blasting towards Zhao Fu with heaven-destroying power. The countless nation armaments around Zhao Fu continuously trembled and gave off intense light as terrifying auras spread out. They gave off world-destroying power as they madly smashed against the countless incoming nation armaments. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the sky above the battlefield was shattered, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. 10 or so regions were razed to the ground, and everything within them was turned into nothingness. The entire human world trembled as the sky to the west of the human world was torn apart, and an aura of destruction spread throughout the world. The northern sky was covered by a layer of azure light, making it seem as if everything had been dyed azure. A massive dragon's might, bringing with it a power that could suppress an entire world, appeared, and countless creatures felt a massive pressure weighing down on their bodies. A massive azure dragon appeared in the sky. Its body was covered with azure jade-like scales and had many forked horns. Its claws were incredibly powerful, and it looked incredibly mighty. It was the northern guardian beast, the sky desolation azure dragon. The broken sky in the west was covered by a layer of fiery red, and a searing heat spread out from the sky. Countless traces of water vapor instantly evaporated, and a world-destroying power appeared, causing countless people to feel terror. A massive bird covered in flames appeared in the sky. This bird looked like a phoenix, but it was not a phoenix. Its eyes and beak were like red gems and gave off an intense red light. It was the divine sun fire bird. The eastern sky was covered by a layer of white light, and the sound of water splashing could be heard as an unimaginably powerful might descended, causing countless people in the eastern side to feel as if they had fallen into darkness. A massive whale appeared in the sky. Its body was snow white, and its eyes were blue, making it look incredibly beautiful. It also had a pair of pure white wings. It was the Eastern Guardian Beast, the Emperor's sovereign white whale. Boundless multicolored light descended from the southern sky, seeming to give off a rainbow-colored coat, making the world seem incredibly beautiful. A massive might descended, and even though it was powerful, it did not make people feel fear, and it instead made people feel at ease. A massive deer appeared in the sky. Its fur was rainbow-colored, and its antlers were platinum-colored. It gave off a gentle aura, and it was the southern guardian beast, the 9 celestial enchanting deer. The shocking destructive power spread out, causing the human world's 4 guardian beasts to simultaneously appear. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that power was, and it could almost destroy the entire world. This was the human world's final battle. The western divine sun fire bird spoke first, and it had a coarse man's voice. These humans want to destroy the world, are we not going to interfere? If this continues, the human world's fate and source energy might be heavily damaged. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon's ancient figure said, we can't interfere. This is a battle to unify the human world, and the human world will become one. When that time comes, everything that has been lost will slowly be restored. The Emperor's sovereign white whale laughed as it said, if the human world is unified, our mission will be completed early, and we can leave the human world. The 9 celestial enchanting deer's voice was that of a young girl, and it lightly laughed as it said, After this battle, we'll be able to head to the Devil Domain. Great Qin's legatee is quite terrifying to be able to fight against so many people by himself. If he can unify the human world, that would be the best outcome. At that moment, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon said, let's stabilize the human world first. If these humans really destroy the world, we'll be greatly affected. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the nation armaments madly clashed with terrifying power, resulting in explosions. The sky was continuously torn apart, and the shockwaves turned into wild gales that destroyed everything in the surroundings. At that moment, Zhao Fu was still bound by the countless dragon-shaped chains, and he loudly roared as he exploded out with immense power. The countless chains and dragon images were gradually pushed aside by Zhao Fu. The expressions of the 1,000 or so legatees fell. Right now, they were only able to gain a slight advantage by binding Zhao Fu and allowing the dynasty legatees to use their nation armaments to attack. If Zhao Fu broke free, the first to die would definitely be those without nation armaments. As the legatee of the Southern Kingdom, order all of the Southern Kingdom's fate to gather in the Dragon Formation. As the legatee of the Wei Kingdom, order all of the Wei Kingdom's fate to gather in the Dragon Formation. As the legatee of the Tian Kingdom, order all of the Tian Kingdom's fate to gather in the Dragon Formation. As the legatee of the Rose Kingdom, order all of the Rose Kingdom's fate to gather in the Dragon Formation. At this moment of life and death, the countless legatees disregarded everything and raised their bleeding hands as they roared. Not only did they send all of their power into the dragon-shaped magic formation, but they also sent all of the kingdom's fate into it. Boom! As countless traces of fate flowed in, the dragon-shaped magic formation instantly became more than 10 times bigger. Its power once again rose to a new peak, and an even greater might exploded out. The chains also gained immense power and bound Zhao Fu even more tightly, seeming to want to tear Zhao Fu into pieces. The various dynasty legatees also used their nation armaments to madly attack. Because Zhao Fu's body was bound, his power was gradually suppressed, making it so that Qin's nation armament could not hold up against Zhao Fu. This caused countless people to look delighted. It was still possible for them to kill Qin's legatee. If they could kill Qin's legatee, this battle would immediately end, and all of them would have hope in the future. The various legatees attacked Zhao Fu even more ferociously, and the morale of the soldiers on the ground rose as they desperately defended against Qin's attacks. Meanwhile, Qin's side's morale started to weaken. Zhao Fu's roar shook the entire world, causing the world to lose its color and the wind and clouds to surge. Boom! 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 Of the 3 massive stars, one gave off boundless blood-red light, one gave off boundless golden light, and one gave off boundless gray light. They turned the world into 3 different colors, and the boundless might seem to be unbearable for the human world. It continuously trembled and tore apart before recovering. Right now, the 4 guardian beasts were doing their best to protect the source of the human world. Otherwise, the damage caused by both sides would take a long time to recover. Boom! The 3 massive stars gave off intense starlight and gave off world-destroying might. A terrifying pillar of starlight landed on Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's aura to continuously rise. A terrifying aura of death enveloped everyone. Everyone's bodies stiffened as boundless fear surged in their hearts. They felt as if they were going to die in the next second. Boom boom boom, at that moment, they sensed something and felt as if their minds were going to explode. Terrifying auras flowed out of the legatees' bodies and rushed into the sky. Stars giving off different starlight gave off terrifying might as they broke through the restrictions of the sky and descended into the human world. Some of these stars gave off red light, some gave off blue light, some gave off violet light, and some gave off yellow light. Even though they gave off different lights, they all had one thing in common, which was that they were all king stars. Under the pressure of Zhao Fu's 3 powerful emperor stars, these people had actually summoned their king stars. Thousands of massive king stars hung in the sky, giving off different starlight and different auras. With the dark blue sky as the backdrop, everyone felt incredibly shocked. What happened next was even more shocking. The thousands of king stars gave off terrifying might as they quickly moved and surrounded the 3 emperor stars. They all exploded out with intense starlight and powerful king's auras shot into the sky, forming an extraordinary king's aura that covered the heavens and earth. At that moment, countless people wanted to kneel down and submit to this king's aura. The king's aura that caused the heavens and earth to submit did not hide at all and directly pressed down towards the 3 emperor stars, seeming incredibly ferocious and powerful as it challenged the 3 emperor stars. The 4 guardian beasts were all quite shocked as they watched 1,000 king stars simultaneously descend. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. What shocked them even more was that these 1,000 king stars gave off powerful king's aura as they challenged the emperor stars. This was something that was almost impossible to see, and they could not help but feel nervous. Right now, they did not have much confidence in Zhao Fu because the aura of 1,000 king stars simultaneously descending was simply too terrifying and could cause even the heavens and earth to submit. Just who will win the final battle of the human world? If Qin won, the human world would be unified, and a new age would begin. If the Western faction won, the human world would continue to be like before, and everyone would ally together to resist Qin. The human world would welcome a short period of peace because if Qin lost, he would not be able to launch such a large-scale battle in a short period of time. When that time came, who knew when the human world would be unified again? By now, Zhao Fu's body was being held in the air by dragon-shaped chains. The various legatees controlled their nation armaments and madly attacked. Without Zhao Fu's control, Qin's nation armaments were continuously pushed back. The king's stars exploded out with even more intense starlight and gave off a king's aura that seemed to make even the heavens and earth submit. They moved towards the three emperors' stars and started their formal challenge. They wanted to destroy the three emperors' stars. Zhao Fu looked incredibly pained. There was the damage from the various legatees, the backlash from unsealing the six paths demon images, and the unbearable pain from summoning the three emperors' stars. This immense pain caused Zhao Fu's consciousness to sink, and his body became powerless. The countless legatees felt incredibly delighted and even excited. Now, they really could kill Qin's legatee. If they could kill him, everything would be over. The Western faction's morale once again rose, and Qin's side's morale started to fall. By now, Qin had lost control of his nation armament and was unable to defend against the attacks of the various dynasty legatees. The dynasty legatees raised their nation armaments and gave off terrifying might as they attacked towards Zhao Fu, vowing to blast Zhao Fu into smithereens. At that moment, Bai Qi could not help but feel startled and was about to give the order to save Zhao Fu. Suddenly, Zhao Fu, who had been powerlessly lowering his head, once again raised his head and looked at the various legatees, causing them to feel a bone-chilling coldness. Their bodies froze because Zhao Fu's pupils had completely split open. Boom! In the sky, the Chaos Imperial Star gave off a blinding blood-red light that tore through the sky, causing the entire human world to be covered in a blood-red color. The aura of massacre and disaster flooded out. It made people feel as if they had fallen into an abyss and felt terror in their hearts. The Celestial Emperor Star was like a golden sun, giving off boundless golden light that illuminated the world. Under this light, all creatures instinctively wanted to submit, and the scene was like a sovereign descending upon the world. The Nether Emperor Star gave off bright starlight, causing countless traces of Yin Qi to rise up from the ground. The world was filled with a cold and eerie aura, and ghostly figures appeared and gathered towards the Nether Emperor Star. The three stars each gave off world-shaking power, and their light seemed to be able to pierce through the world. The thousands of King's stars, which gave off terrifying auras, continuously trembled because they felt a sense of fear. Just then, they had exploded out with their king's might and formally challenged the three Emperor Stars, believing that they had the power to destroy the three Emperor Stars. However, now that the three Emperor Stars had released their might, their starlight covered the entire human world. The Emperor's might was unstoppable, and under the Emperor's might, the 1,000 King stars became dim. Boom! A shocking explosion once again sounded out as the three Emperor Stars started to retaliate against the King stars that had just challenged them. The three Emperor Stars combined together to give off a world-destroying Emperor Star power, which turned into a shockwave that swept out incredibly quickly. In just an instant, the 1,000 King stars were blasted back by that massive force. Some of the closer King stars shattered, and some cracks appeared on the King stars in the center. The King stars on the outskirts were also greatly affected. How could these measly King stars resist the might of an emperor? The King stars hid in the sky in fear and disappeared. The countless legatees in the surroundings also received a powerful backlash. They felt as if they had been hit by an unimaginable power and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies powerlessly fell from the sky, and it was unknown if they were dead or alive. The four guardian beasts also looked slightly afraid. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful to the point that even they had been injured. They did not know that Zhao Fu had once violently suppressed the spirit light world's four guardian beasts. At that moment, the restrictions on Zhao Fu's body automatically dissipated after losing the support of the legatees. In the sky, Zhao Fu looked down at the battlefield and slowly raised the Emperor Killing Sword. Boom! Zhao Fu's sword descended, and a shocking blood-red light slashed out, seeming to want to split the world apart. The great wall on the ground was directly slashed apart, and a sword gash that was 10,000 meters wide appeared on the ground. The terrifying power caused the Western Alliance army to sink into boundless terror. The three emperor stars gradually disappeared, and Zhao Fu powerlessly fell from the sky. Shanru suddenly appeared and caught Zhao Fu. Bai Qi looked away with a cold expression as he drew the seven murder sword and pointed it at the sky. The other 14 people who had general armaments also raised their general armaments. 7 killing stars, Alcade, Greedy Wolf Star, Lunar Star. Loud shouts sounded out as streams of aura containing terrifying power rushed into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Following this, stars giving off terrifying auras descended. There were 15 stars in total, and they all gave off different starlight. They were different from the Emperor stars and King stars from before. They all gave off general aura and were general stars. The 15 general stars gave off terrifying might as they covered the entire battlefield, causing the surrounding air to become much heavier. The starlight dyed the world with different colors, and under these general stars, everyone felt a sense of terror. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Qi and the others simultaneously activated their general armament's 6 forms, and auras continuously flowed out from the soldiers. The soldiers' eyes became blood red, and they felt a boundless power flow out of their bodies. A wave of battle intent flowed into their minds, and they lost control of their bodies. Kill. Countless Qin's soldiers gave off different auras, and they looked like a multicolored ocean as they gave off a destructive aura as they charged towards the Great Wall. Under this terrifying aura, the Western Alliance army instinctively felt terror. They did not know if the legatees were dead or alive, causing their morale to plummet. They were no longer a match for Qin's ferocious aura. Corps soul leaders that were 100 meters tall climbed up the Great Wall and destroyed the dragon-slaying ballistae before randomly smashing down with their weapons, turning soldiers into meat paste. The scene was incredibly bloody and could cause anyone to feel shocked. Without any threat, the wyverns in the sky became even more unrestrained. They spewed out large amounts of flames and icy blasts, burning or freezing soldiers alive. After spewing out ice and fire, some wyverns leapt up and used their massive bodies to send people flying. The wyverns wantonly slaughtered in order to take revenge. The 20,000 generals that had been hiding suddenly appeared and ferociously attacked the Western Alliance Army's city lords, causing them to continuously retreat. Finally, Qin's army on the ground charged up the defensive Great Wall like an ocean. In just a few moments, they had reached the Great Wall and broken through the Western Alliance Army's defenses. This meant that the Western Alliance Army had lost, and Qin had won the final battle of the human world. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, countless soldiers and city lords started to retreat. Some city lords and soldiers completely gave up and knelt on the ground, willing to submit to Qin. The battle that had lasted for half a month finally concluded, and Qin's soldiers and city lords continued to kill their way inland. Now, all that was left was to conquer the Western continent. When that time came, the human world would belong to Qin. Boom! Boom! 2 massive explosions sounded out as 2 rays of light containing terrifying power shot into the sky. 2 massive doors appeared. One of the doors had a picture of a divine sun fire bird engraved on it, and it gave off a fiery light. The other door had a picture of an emperor sovereign white whale engraved on it, and it gave off a white light. Su Yan turned to look at the mountains and rivers and sighed as he shook his head. He gave off a trace of bitterness and dejection as he walked into one of the doors. Following this, some people also entered and disappeared. A few days later, Zhao Fu woke up from his coma. This time, Zhao Fu's injuries were not very heavy. By now, Qin had conquered the eastern continent and western continent, and all that was left was to clear out the regions. It could be said that Qin had completed his goal of unifying the world. Following this, Zhao Fu found out about some things, and he could not help but frown. It was about the 2 doors. Those 2 doors were called doors to another world, and they could normally be used to summon creatures. The Western continent's people had used them before to summon many outlander creatures, but these 2 doors were different. They were created with the divine sun fire bird egg and the emperor sovereign white whale egg as the cores. The price of this method was naturally the loss of 2 guardian beast eggs. Guardian beast eggs were incredibly precious, and such a loss was quite painful. Zhao Fu did not care about the 2 eggs but that some people had used this method to escape from the human world. This included many of Qin's enemies, such as Akhenaten, Cixi, Su Yan, and others. Zhao Fu had never thought that these people would have already prepared a way out. However, this made sense. If Qin won the final battle, the entire human world would belong to Qin. They would have no way out, so they would naturally escape from the human world. Zhao Fu's mood, which had been quite good at unifying the human world, fell. He thought about it and asked, "Do you know where these people escaped to? Could it be in the grassy world?" Li Si replied in detail. Back then, General Bai Qi sensed some abnormalities and immediately sent people to chase after them. However, they also sensed danger and immediately closed the two doors before disappearing. We are not sure where they teleported to. In the grassy world, I sent out countless spies to gather information and found that they did not go to the grassy world. Following this, I ordered many formation masters to investigate the traces of magic formations at the scene and found that the door they used was a random teleportation door. This random teleportation door can teleport across many worlds at random, and it is impossible to track the teleportation location. They were most likely afraid that Qin would find their location. Hearing this, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. If these people had gone to the grassy world and announced what had happened in the human world, Qin would have been at a disadvantage, and Qin would have been in great danger. All of Zhao Fu's previous plans would have failed. Even though they had escaped, they had not caused too much trouble. With Zhao Fu's status as the ruler of the human world, Zhao Fu did not care about them at all. Li Si said, "Your Majesty, only a small number of people escaped. Only a small portion of them escaped, and most of them were stopped by Great Qin. Not only were there the Buddhist sect, Confucians, and Mahists, but there were also half of dynasty legatees and Great Tangsli family." Hearing that there were still many people who had been stopped, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. These people had dared to oppose Great Qin, and in unifying the battlefield, Great Qin had suffered massive losses. 70% of Great Qin's forces had been injured, 600 million people had died, and 100 wyverns had died. Such massive losses were a heavy blow to Qin. All of this had been caused by these people, and it would be too easy for them to escape. Now that they had been stopped, Zhao Fu would properly punish them. As such, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. However, after hearing about Great Tangsli family, Zhao Fu's smile faded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he asked, "What are the specifics?" Li Si sensed the change in Zhao Fu's expression and replied seriously, "The Li family was one of Qin's main targets, so when Great Tang's army retreated, Qin sent people to hunt them down. When he arrived at their legacy city, he found that they had already moved the city and escaped, abandoning countless soldiers and residents. Qin's general quickly chased after them and successfully stopped the Li family. Following this, they desperately resisted but were still captured by Qin's soldiers. However, Great Tang's legatee, Li Baiqing, escaped with his nation armament and Great Tang's royal city. It seems that he entered the door to another world." Hearing that Li Baiqing had escaped with his nation armament and Great Tang's royal city, Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. Seeing this, Li Si immediately replied, "Your Majesty. Out of the Li family's many branches, only he escaped, everyone else was captured by Qin, including his woman, his father, and that Li family's old patriarch. None of them escaped, and they are all locked up in the great prison." Zhao Fu nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Even though he did not want to admit it, his little brother escaping with his nation armament and Great Tang's royal city would definitely be a scourge in the future, and it was best to get rid of scourges. Li Si cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty. Great Qin has also attacked the Great British Kingdom. Out of all of the legatees, Tina Pendragon most likely suffered the heaviest backlash. She hasn't woken up yet and her life is in danger. We've already arranged for her to be taken care of in a good room. What will your Majesty do with her? Will you heal her injuries or let her die? Tina Pendragon?" Zhao Fu thought about the things that had happened in the past and felt some admiration for this woman. If it wasn't for the fact that they were destined to stand on opposing sides, perhaps they could have become good friends. In the final battle, not only had she been the leader of the western side, but she was also the most powerful and had the most fate. Back then, when Zhao Fu's 3 Emperor stars had released their might, they had caused countless cracks to appear on Tina Pendragon's royal star. Comparatively speaking, Babylon had not been so lucky. Back then, his royal star had been shattered, and he had died from the backlash. The Book of God had most likely fallen into Qin's hands. "Do your best to heal her," Zhao Fu said to Li Si, No matter if it was because of their past relationship, internal affairs, or her own value, she was worth saving. Li Si nodded before asking, what about the other dynasty legatees and the leaders of some other factions? We've captured 16 dynasty legatees and 150 or so dynasty legatees, as well as countless sect leaders. Zhao Fu did not reply and instead asked, do they choose to submit or resist? Who hates Qin the most and who has done the most evil things to Qin? Li Si did not know how to answer because he did not have a complete count. He could only give a rough answer. Now, these people were quite rebellious, and many of them tactfully expressed that they were willing to submit to Qin. Zhao Fu did not show any mercy and said, later, make a list based on the situation. There is no need to ask us about the people on the list, they will all be executed. The people on the list were definitely the ones who resisted the most and had done the most evil things to Qin. There was no need to keep them alive, so they were all to be killed. There was no need for Zhao Fu to look through them. Yes, Your Majesty. This lowly official understands. Li Si obeyed and then reported other things to Zhao Fu. Most of these things were small and not very important, and there were some things that Zhao Fu had almost forgotten. For example, Heavenstone City's city lord's son, Shi Wen, had escaped after Zhao Fu had personally killed his father, Shi Jian. This time, he had not been able to escape and had been caught by Qin. He had developed a faction and wanted to take revenge on Qin, which was quite funny. After recovering from his injuries, Zhao Fu headed to a prison. Zhao Fu had been waiting there for a long time and it was time to end everything. Zhao Fu's expression was cold and he did not bring anyone with him. He ordered the guards to leave the prison, leaving Zhao Fu by himself. Zhao Fu did not hide his appearance and came to a large prison. An elderly man immediately recognized Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, wanting to cut Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces. He was Li Shan, the leader of the Li family. His face was pale and he looked haggard, as if he had aged 10 or so years. Others noticed Zhao Fu's arrival. Some people did not know Zhao Fu's identity and thought that Zhao Fu was just an official. The Li family's old patriarch coldly said, "You unfilial son of the Li family, you're here for revenge, right? If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. My Qing heir will take revenge for me sooner or later and take your head as a sacrifice." Only then did everyone realize that this young man was the world-shaking imperial Prince Qin. Their gazes were filled with terror and hatred as they stared at Zhao Fu. Li Jia furiously leapt over and cursed, "You bastard, you destroyed the Li family. It's because of you that the Li family is in such a state. I'm going to kill you for daring to do such a thing to the Li family." The prison door had already been opened, and Li Jia leapt in front of Zhao Fu and grabbed Zhao Fu's collar as he cursed at Zhao Fu and punched Zhao Fu's face. Zhao Fu did not retaliate or block, allowing Li Jia, his father, to hit him. His expression was incredibly calm, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Li Jia ignored everything and continued to punch Zhao Fu. Just as he was about to continue, Zhao Fu slapped him, sending him flying back and crashing to the ground. Half of his face was red and swollen, and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. Immediately, Li Jia looked like he was about to explode. He crawled up from the ground and glared at Zhao Fu as if he wanted to kill him. "You bastard, you dare to hit me? I'll definitely slaughter you and feed you to the dogs today. I really regret not killing you and that piece of trash." Bang! Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he waved his hand, and a massive force once again sent Li Jia flying. He crashed to the ground and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Li Jia furiously tried to get up and rush at Zhao Fu, but he was immediately held back by the others. If Li Jia rushed up like this, he would only be asking for trouble. However, even though Li Jia was stopped, he still cursed at Zhao Fu, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I want you to die a horrible death. I'm going to turn you into mincemeat." Ah, a howl sounded out from Li Jia. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and a cold light shot out, cutting off one of Li Jia's ears, causing blood to fly everywhere. Only then did Li Jia's cursing stop. Zhao Fu would not hold back at all. He had allowed Li Jia to punch him a few times because Zhao Fu wanted to wipe out the Li family's final bit of hesitation and ties. The people in the surroundings looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, while Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked, "What do you think I should do with all of you? Should I kill all of you bit by bit, or should I extract your souls and refine them? I can satisfy all of you. The Li family's old patriarch said angrily, if you want to kill us, then kill us. After all, you're my grandson. One of them is your father, one is your grandmother, one is your stepmother, and one is your sister-in-law. If you're really that cruel, aren't you afraid of being scolded by the world? The elderly woman, who was helping Xianxia stop the bleeding, also spoke. She was the Li family's old patriarch's wife and Xianxia's mother. She looked to be in her 40s and had a mature figure. She was incredibly charming, and it could be imagined that she had been a top-tier beauty in the past. Her name was Lui Wuxian, and she said with a worried expression, "It's our Li family that has wronged you and your mother. The old patriarch and I will take responsibility for everything. You can kill us to vent your anger, but please spare the others. After all, Zhi's your father, I'm begging you." Seeing his mother beg Xiao Fu, Xianxia could not help but angrily call out, "Don't beg this bastard, if he wants to kill us, then kill us. Your elder isn't afraid of him, even if I become a ghost, I won't let him off." Arg, Xianxia once again cried out because traces of Emperor's aura entered Xia's body from Xiao Fu's body. It was as if countless bugs were eating at his body, causing him immense pain. His wife, Xianxia, knelt in front of Xiao Fu and cried, "Please don't torture Xia, I'm willing to do anything you want." Seeing that his wife was begging Xiao Fu, Xianxia felt even more furious. He endured the pain and continued to curse at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu found that Xianxia truly cared about the woman in front of him, and he tentatively stroked her beautiful face. Xianxia was so afraid that she did not dare to dodge, and she allowed Xiao Fu to caress her. This scene caused Xianxia to be angered to death, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into 10,000 pieces. I'm going to feed you to dogs." Xiao Fu happily laughed. This was a laugh that came from the bottom of his heart. The anger that he had been suppressing for 20 or so years had finally been released today. He ignored Xia's words and continued to stroke Xianxi's face as he warmly smiled and said, "You should know what to do now. As long as you properly serve me, not only will the Li family's people not die, but Xianxia will also not die. I'll also spare your son in the future." Xianxia started to cry and turned to look at Xianxia, who was lying on the ground in pain, and she nodded and agreed. Thinking about his beloved woman serving someone else, adding on the immense pain he was already suffering, Xianxia gave a heart-wrenching howl. The Li family's old master was infuriated, and he glared as he pointed at Xiao Fu with a trembling hand and cursed, "Bastard! To think that you could do such a thing, you." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Fu waved his hand and sent him flying. He then stretched out his hand and pulled Lui Wuxian into his embrace. Lui Wuxian struggled a few times, and Xiao Fu took out a lifespan-increasing medicinal pill and stuffed it into her mouth. She became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she looked around 30 years old. She struggled a few times before stopping. After all, she had lived for a long time and she knew what to do. She was quite happy that she had suddenly become so young. That woman did not like that she had become young and beautiful, and she understood what Xiao Fu wanted to do. As such, she took the initiative to hug Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not expect this, and this caused Li Shan to cough up a mouthful of blood in anger, unable to say anything. Xiao Fu loudly laughed before saying, "I'll have a good taste of him." Following this, Xiao Fu hugged the two women and brought the woman called Yang Yanyu with him as they left the prison, leaving behind Li Jia and Li Shan's furious cries. After leaving the prison, Xiao Fu ordered people to take care of the two of them. Xiao Fu did not want them to die, so he ordered people to take Lui Wuxian and the other two women away. End of chapter 1106. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.